This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. This is a dilapidated city, with smoke everywhere and a foul smell in the air, just like the end of the world. Luo Su looked at the incredible scene in front of him, and was completely stunned. Is this the sequelae of taking care of a baby? Is she hallucinating because of exhaustion? She was still coaxing her baby to sleep at home a second ago, and in the blink of an eye she was in this strange place. She was still wearing pajamas and slippers, holding her 2-year-old son Daodu in her arms, and was standing on the top floor of a building. The cold wind made her shiver. The nearby streets were crowded with people, and there were scrapped cars and tilted billboards everywhere. Everything was in a mess. The scene in front of her made her feel very unreal, as if she was having an absurd dream. Congratulations, you have been selected to participate in the Doomsday survival game. Suddenly, a cold mechanical voice sounded, which scared her. A virtual light screen, with a cold glow appeared out of thin air in front of her. Apocalypse Survival Game. Luo Su was shocked. Did she travel to the game world? She didn't usually play games. This round of the game is a novice promotion game. Players who successfully advance to bronze within 5 days can quit the game. Players who reach novice level 5 can be promoted to bronze players. This round of the game, a total of 1,000 players participated in the game. The first player who successfully advanced can get an extra mysterious prize. The system will activate the corresponding special abilities according to each player's shortcomings. Players can play in single-player mode or form a team by themselves. In team mode, all rewards are randomly distributed and not evenly distributed. Killing monsters and players can get survival points. Survival points can be exchanged for things, and can also upgrade skills and talents. Survival points cannot be traded or given to others. Players who die in the game will also die in reality. What? Luo Su panicked and shouted, "No, I don't want to join the game, I choose to quit." What a joke, she is holding a baby in her arms. Once the player enters the game, he cannot quit midway. Please work hard to complete the promotion. Fuck. Luo Su couldn't help but curse. This crappy game is compulsory. It's okay for her to be an adult, but she also recruited her 2-year-old son. It's so inhumane. Team formation. Players can team up with other players within a range of 20 meters. Luo Su clicked on the flashing team formation radar in front of her, showing that there was only one player around who could team up. Players who can form a team. Daodu, level 0, skill category, support system. Daodu? Luo Su's heart skipped a beat. Daodu is also a player? How inhumane. Such a young child is also participating in the promotion game. Since it is a survival game, it must be full of dangers. Coupled with the weird game rules, the risk factor increases sharply. She is a weak woman who can't even tie a chicken, and with a 2-year-old child, the combat power of this partner is almost zero. Isn't it a dead end? Death in the game, death in reality. Luo Su firmly believed this. She didn't know what kind of black technology it was that could get people into the game without anyone noticing, but it was definitely not something that humans could do at this stage. Only by trying to survive in the game, and successfully advancing can you exit the game. Luo Su thought silently, and suddenly a reminder sounded in her ear. Warm reminder, Luo Su player, since you and the underage player Daodu are related by blood, you can choose to enable the permanent binding function. In the future, you will not enter the game alone, but the two of you will enter and exit the game synchronously. Enable the permanent binding function. Luo Su did not hesitate. In bundled mode, players can share all resources, including special skills and props. Finally, there is a game rule that is in her favor. In bundled mode, players share health points. When the health points are exhausted, both of them will die at the same time. In this way, she and Daodu have become truly linked by the same fate. In bundled mode, the player levels are synchronized, and the survival points required for upgrading are doubled. The game will start in 5 minutes. While waiting, you can speak in the player communication area. Is anyone there? Fuck, what a crappy game, I can't even quit it. What happened? I was taking a shower, and was dragged into the game naked. Luckily, there was no one around me. Anyone team up? I have fire skills, very powerful. What skills did you activate? Before I was dragged into the game, I was delivering food. I now have the super speed skill, 100 meters in 1 second, awesome. Ha, I activated a super defense skill, which can transform into various styles of clothes, and make me invulnerable when I wear them. My skill is to be able to read other people's minds. Have you forgotten the game rule that killing players can also gain survival points? Now you are showing your trump card. Are you afraid of dying? Luo Su shook her head. This communication area is really lively. Other players have activated various skills. What skills did she and Daodu activate? She opened the personal information column and swiped. 2 information columns appeared side by side in front of her. On one side is her personal information, and on the other side is Daodu's personal information. Player name, Luo Su. Player ID, HG80666. Combat skills, none. Assisted skills, none. Special items, portable space system. Survival points, 0. Life points, 2000/2000. Survival level, novice level 0 out of 1000. Luo Su discovered that he did not activate the combat skills, but instead obtained a special item, the portable space system. There are 2 areas in this space. The left area has 10 spaces, each of which can store 100 items of the same type. The right area is the special area, which is gray and has no purpose. It requires 100 survival points to unlock. It's too bad. She has no combat skills or defense skills. It's hard to protect herself. How can she earn survival points? This portable space is just a mobile warehouse. It can't save her life. She had to look at Daodu's personal information again. Player name, Daodu. Player ID, HG80667. Battle skills, none. Assisted skills, Manbao Bubble makes the whole team invisible for 5 minutes, with a cooldown of 30 minutes. Special props, Magic Pacifier can instantly fill up health once, with a cooldown of 60 minutes. Survival points, 0. Health value, 2000/2000. Survival level, novice level 0 out of 1000. Daodu did not activate the combat skills, but with the invisibility skill and full health props, he finally had some means of saving his life. At this time, a magnificent voice resounded through the sky. The game is about to start. Countdown 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Chapter 2. The game begins. Luo Su and Do Do are trapped on the roof, and the passage leading downstairs is locked by an iron door. The iron door is covered with severe rust, giving people a sense of déjà vu. Luo Su kicked it hard, but couldn't move it at all. The iron door couldn't be opened, so she had to go to the communication area to check the situation. Ah, it's so scary. I'm in a shop on the street, and there are zombies outside the glass door. Dear colleagues, zombies must be shot in the head to be killed. I'm trapped in the elevator. Who can save me? Wow, I just saw a guy holding a submachine gun and firing a lot of zombies. It's fun to earn survival points like this. What? There's a submachine gun? Why only give me a hair dryer? Blow the zombie's hair. I got a string of candied haws. Although I'm very hungry, I dare not eat it. It may also be a weapon. It's highly poisonous and can kill zombies. Hey, upstairs, zombies don't eat candied haws. Luo Su learned from the communication area that the currently known game monsters are zombies. The scary thing about this kind of monster is that it has no sense of pain. Unless you shoot it in the head, it will not stop until it dies, and it will gather in groups. It is difficult to kill a single person with close-range attacks, unless you have long-range weapons or long-range skills. Speaking of skills, Luo Su is quite depressed. Currently, she has no combat skills and no novice weapons. What about the promise of equipping skills according to each person's shortcomings? Why only give her a portable space? This mobile warehouse can't make up for her low combat power. This game is too bad. Luo Su complained a lot in her heart, but finally had to face the reality. To improve her strength, she still has to rely on herself. First, look for hidden equipment and supplies nearby. She walked around the rooftop and found a hammer in this small utility room. Ding, got a hammer. Unfortunately, this is just an ordinary hammer. Since there are item prompts in the space, she doesn't need to search slowly, and can directly use the space to store things. Ding, get an old desk. Ding, get a pile of waste paper and sundries. Luo Su put away the sundries in the corner, and suddenly a big rat jumped out from underneath. Squeak. Ah. Luo Su was caught off guard and was frightened. In a hurry, she put the rat into the space. Ding, kill a rat. Activate the portable space skill super storage, huh? Space skill. Luo Su hurriedly opened the space to check. There was an extra line of words in the lower left corner of the portable space. Space skill 1, super storage can store everything, and can also harvest everything. This skill description looks very powerful. Looking at the space again, there is indeed a dead mouse lying there. Can you kill mice using space? I didn't expect that the portable space can not only store items remotely, but also kill mice. Can it kill zombies? She threw the dead mouse out and decided to go downstairs to find a zombie to try. But the iron door was locked. She remembered the description of the space skill. Can it store everything? Can it store the iron door? Super storage. Luosu's mind moved, and he put the iron door into the space. The iron door seemed to be locked by an invisible force, and began to shake slightly, twist, and finally disappeared with a bang. Ding! An iron door was obtained. Looking at the empty door frame, Luosu was surprised and happy. Super storage, it's really amazing. She finally had a killer move, and her self-protection ability became stronger. She carried the sleeping Doubted downstairs, and found that the elevator in this building was still usable, and the red numbers representing the floors were flashing. 41, 42, 43. And the floor she was on was the 45th floor. Who is coming up? She hid in the corner and watched secretly. With a ding sound, the elevator door opened. 3 hideous and ragged zombies wandered out of the elevator, moving slowly. Roar! The zombie roared. The skin on its face was festering, half of its eyeballs were broken, and there was still red blood at the corner of its mouth. This zombie looked so scary. Luosu felt nauseous and her scalp was numb. She quickly covered Doubted in her arms, fearing that the child would wake up and be scared. Looking at the elevator again, there was a dead man lying there, with blood still oozing from the wound on his neck. The man died from a broken throat. Such a strong man was no match for the zombie monster, so how could a weak woman with a child beat them? You must not get close to the zombie monsters. Once you are entangled by a few of them, it will be difficult to escape. Luosu silently memorized this iron rule. But no matter how scared you are, you still have to do what you have to do. Fortunately, her spatial skill has an attack range of 5 meters, so she doesn't have to fight the zombie monsters in close combat. The 3 zombies in front of her were wandering in the corridor, about 3 meters away from her, just within her attack range. Luosu began to try to harvest a zombie monster. Super collection. After the zombie monster was locked, its body could not move, and it was deadlocked for a few seconds. Swish, the zombie disappeared. Ding, kill a level 1 zombie, get 5 survival points. After the zombie monster disappeared, the other 2 monsters did not react. It seems that zombies have no self-awareness. Luosu was secretly delighted. This method worked. So she took the other 2 as well. Ding, kill a level 1 zombie, and get 5 survival points. Ding, kill a level 1 zombie, and get 5 survival points. In just 1 minute, she gained 15 survival points. She was greatly encouraged and decided to continue exploring. But running around with a child in her arms was tiring and unsafe. It would be better if there was a sling. She glanced around. There was an outdoor product company on this floor, with many sportswear and mountaineering backpacks. She found a loose sportswear, put it on outside her pajamas, and changed into sneakers. Finally, she didn't have to run around in her pajamas and slippers. She used scissors to modify the mountaineering backpack and used it as a shoulder strap, which was just right for Doubted to carry on her back. She picked up a black baseball cap and a mask and put them on, fully armed and ready. She went down the stairs to the 44th floor, and there were 4 or 5 zombies wandering in the corridor. Super storage. Ding, kill a level 1 zombie, get 5 survival points. She activated her skills and killed the zombies one after another. Now there are 40 survival points, ready to go to the next floor. At this time, there was a fierce fight in the deep corridor. She walked over quietly and hid in the corner to check. I saw 2 men confronting each other in the deep corridor. The tall man was wearing a black jacket and holding a long whip in his hand, which he swung on the floor, making a snap sound. The other dark-skinned strong man was not to be outdone, holding a long gun in his hand, ready for battle. For a while, the 2 men were in a stalemate, and it was hard to tell who would win. Luosu was watching intently when she suddenly felt her scalp tingling. She dodged instinctively. A shiny dagger came down, just brushing past her ear and cutting off a strand of her hair. What a sharp dagger! Luosu was startled and turned around quickly to see who was attacking from behind. It turned out to be a woman with a hooked nose and a face full of hostility. Go to hell! The hooked-nosed woman looked fierce, raised the dagger, and stabbed Luosu again. Super collection. Luosu used his skill to collect her dagger. The hook-nosed woman was stunned when she found that the dagger in her hand disappeared out of thin air. She lost her balance and fell to the ground. Luosu took the opportunity to take out the dagger from the space and put it on her neck. Tell me, why do you want to kill me? The hook-nosed woman put on a hypocritical expression. My dear sister, it was a misunderstanding. The man with the gun inside is my husband. I thought you were in the same group with the opponent. I don't believe you. Luo Su knew that the woman was lying. But she had never killed anyone, so she couldn't bring herself to do it. Suddenly, with a pop, the dagger in her hand was knocked off. The hook-nosed woman took the opportunity to turn over and kicked Luo Su. Luo Su couldn't dodge and fell down, and Doubda cried loudly in fear. Mom! Luo Su's heart tightened, and she didn't care about the pain, and she stood up quickly with all her strength. At this time, the hook-nosed woman picked up the dagger and rushed towards her angrily. Chapter 3. The hook-nosed woman rushed over fiercely. Doubda was so scared that she burst into tears. Luo Su's mind was in a mess, and he activated his skill in a hurry. Super Collection. The hook-nosed woman was locked by the skill, and she couldn't move, but she didn't disappear. She was only fixed for 7 or 8 seconds before she broke free with brute force. You are a level 0 player, and you still want to kill me? The hook-nosed woman looked contemptuous. She killed a lot of level 0 players all the way up, and the survival points she harvested were already upgraded to level 1. As the hook-nosed woman spoke, she slashed with a dagger. Super Collection. The opponent was frozen for a few seconds, and Luo Su took the opportunity to run away, but before she ran far, the opponent caught up again. Cute baby bubble. Luo Su activated the invisibility skill, and in a flash, she and Doubda became invisible at the same time. It's just a trick. Let's see how long you can hide. The hook-nosed woman sneered, like a ferocious beast, staring at prey. Luo Su was a little panicked. What should he do if his skills couldn't kill the opponent? At this moment, Doubda started crying. Mom, I'm scared. Be good, Doubda. Don't be afraid, Mom is here. The hook-nosed woman sneered, haha, I didn't expect to get such a great bargain, buy one get one free. On the way upstairs, she sneaked up on many weaklings and succeeded repeatedly, and the mother and son in front of her were undoubtedly a piece of fat meat. She waved the dagger and chopped it randomly. Luo Su couldn't dodge in time. The moment the dagger chopped over, her body was as transparent as air, and she was not hurt at all. So the invisibility effect can make her immune to damage. Then what is she afraid of? While she still has 3 minutes of invisibility left, Luo Su began to attack. Super Storage. Luo Su first used a skill to lock the opponent's body. The hook-nosed woman stood still, unable to move, staring angrily at the front. Luo Su swung the hammer without hesitation and rushed over. Bang. The hook-nosed woman was knocked unconscious. Super Storage. The unconscious person did not resist, and was easily stored in the space. Ding. Kill a level 1 player, and get 50 survival points. Ding. Get 4 breads and 3 boxes of milk dropped by the player. 50 survival points, and dropped items. No wonder the hook-nosed woman is so crazy. Killing a monster only gives 5 survival points, while killing a player gives 10 times more. Such game rules are very disadvantageous to her. From the current situation, players are more dangerous than zombies. It is not advisable to stay here for long. She threw the corpse out and hurried downstairs. She was exhausted from using skills so frequently just now. She felt so hungry that she saw stars every few steps. She had to find a place to rest. Luo Su was in a hurry to find a place to stay, but she ran into 3 zombies. The zombies rushed towards her. She dodged urgently, turned around and rushed into the nearest room, closed the door and locked it. The zombies rushed over and slammed the door violently. Bang! Bang! Luo Su smashed out the iron door, old desk and other miscellaneous items in the space, and pushed them behind the door. Only then did she feel relieved. She looked around the room. It was a lounge with a sofa, tea room, and bathroom. She put Doubda down, and the little guy threw himself into her arms with tears in his eyes. Don't be afraid, Doubda, Mom will protect you. Luo Su gently comforted the little guy, who was frightened. She couldn't take risks with Doubda anymore, and had to think of a way to have both. She took out milk and bread, and found biscuits and mineral water in the tea room, as well as some instant milk tea and coffee. With snacks, the little guy temporarily forgot about the unpleasantness, and ate with relish while sitting on the sofa. Luo Su boiled water and brewed milk tea and coffee, and placed them on the table. The whole room was filled with the aroma of tea and coffee. She drank 3 cups of milk tea and 1 cup of coffee in a row, and the hunger in her body gradually disappeared. She leaned on the sofa to rest for a while, and felt that her mental strength was slowly recovering. Mental strength is very important to her, and every time she uses a skill, her mental strength is consumed. Eating and resting can speed up the recovery of mental strength. She put the remaining dozen cups of milk tea and coffee into the space. Bang, bang, bang. The zombies outside the door were still banging on the door, not giving up. She was very worried that the noise here would attract other players, which would be even worse. But she didn't dare to open the door and go out. It would be great if she could kill the monsters through the door. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, and she decided to give it a try. She thought about it, locked the range within 5 meters, and released the skill, Super Collection. Ding, group kill level 1 zombies. Get 15 survival points. Kill 3 zombies at once. Luosu was ecstatic. This range attack method is feasible, but this style of play consumes a lot of energy. As soon as she used the skill, she felt weak, and a strong sense of hunger came over her. She quickly took out 2 cups of milk tea to replenish her energy, and then she recovered. She now has 105 survival points, which is far from enough to upgrade, but she can unlock the special area of the space. Ding, spend 100 survival points to unlock the special area of the space. With a prompt sound, the special area became bright. Ding, the special area has been unlocked successfully. The area size is 20 square meters. You can set it as you like. As you like? Luosu was surprised and muttered, 20 square meters is quite big. It can fit the living room at home. Ding, setting the target for you, the living room at home. What? I just said it casually. As soon as the voice fell, another reminder came from his ear. Ding, the special area setting is completed. Luosu looked at the living room in the special area, which was exactly the same as his own home, and his jaw dropped. It's very realistic. The sofa, refrigerator, TV, and storage cabinets, even the graffiti on the wall are exactly the same. The imitation is too detailed. Luosu was amazed. Warm reminder, the special area is a cross-border shared area. Players can enter and exit freely. What? Cross-border shared area. In other words, this is really her living room? This game's black technology can not only bring people into the game, but also bring the house in. Luosu moved his mind and flashed into the living room. He didn't feel uncomfortable at all, just like staying at home at ordinary times. Although the place outside the living room can be seen, it is blocked by an invisible wall and cannot be crossed. She could only move around in the living room. She opened the refrigerator and took out an apple. She took a bite. The familiar taste was so crisp that she almost cried. What made her even happier was that she could watch TV. She turned on Peppa Pig, Dowdu's favorite show, and went out to pick Dowdu up. Dowdu, come, mommy will take you home. Luosu picked up Dowdu and entered the special living room of her home. Wow, Peppa Pig! The little guy was happy when he returned to the familiar environment and saw the familiar TV. Luosu took out snacks from the locker. Dowdu was eating snacks and watching TV on the sofa, very happy. Luosu was relieved immediately. She no longer had to take Dowdu out for adventures. These 100 survival points were worth it. The special area was simply her home in the game. She was just happy when she saw the countdown in the upper right corner of the special area. 2 hours, 57 minutes and 26 seconds. Special area/living room has an initial validity of 3 hours, and the renewal fee is 200 survival points per hour. Luosu was speechless immediately. It was indeed black. Technology, really black. Chapter 4. Luosu understood that the special area was only a temporary shelter. To truly return, she had to work hard to advance successfully. After settling Dowdu down, she returned to the game. After not hearing from any players for a long time, she opened the player communication area. Oh my god, it's terrible. I just saw a player who has already reached level 3. Killing level 1 monsters and players is like cutting vegetables. No way, I just reached level 1. Level 2 requires 1000 survival points. How many survival points are needed to reach level 3? How did that person reach level 3? I tell you a secret. Killing a level 1 monster gives you 5 survival points. Killing a level 2 monster gives you 15 survival points. And killing a level 1 player gives you 50 survival points. Ah, doesn't that mean the lower the level, the more dangerous it is? Is anyone there? I'm still trapped in the elevator. Brother, are you here to make fun of me? After reading the information, Luosu felt that the game difficulty had increased significantly. The game had only started for a few hours, and someone had already reached level 3, while she was still level 0. If you fall behind, you will be beaten. If you don't level up, it will be dangerous to meet players. You have to find a place with many monsters and level up as soon as possible. She put on a mask and a hat, and walked out of the room, ready to go downstairs. Suddenly, she heard a ding sound from the elevator not far away, and several panicked footsteps ran out of the elevator. Hurry up and find a place to hide. Hide separately. A man's voice said hurriedly. What should I do? a girl said in a crying voice. Find a place to hide yourself. He has a gun in his hand. Are you waiting to die if you don't hide? The man said impatiently, and hurried to the other side. In a blink of an eye, Luo Su saw a young girl running towards him in a panic. The girl reminded her, Sister, find a place to hide quickly. There is a man with a gun downstairs who kills everyone he sees. He is catching up with us. The girl said, looking for a place to hide anxiously. But this area is an open office area with glass walls, and there is nowhere to hide. Luo Su hesitated for a long time, and seeing the harmless look of the girl, he decided to help her. Come here. The girl ran back after hearing that, and followed into the room. The two quickly closed the door, locked it, and worked together to carry the iron door, and the old desk next to it, and put them behind the door. The girl felt relieved, grabbed Luo Su's hand, and thanked her repeatedly. Thank you, sister. You are such a good person. It's okay. Let's rest here first. Luo Su said, leading the girl to sit on the sofa. The girl looked absent-minded. Her eyes always glanced at the same place unnaturally. What are you looking at? Luo Su was puzzled. No, nothing. I didn't see anything. The girl said, forcing a very unnatural smile, but holding one of her arms tightly with both hands. Luo Su felt that he was restrained, and he secretly said in his heart that it was not good. He quietly took out a dagger from the space and pressed it against the girl's waist. At this time, a figure in front gradually appeared. It was a man with a pointed face and monkey cheeks, and he aimed the gun in his hand at Luo Su. I didn't expect you two were in the same group. Luo Su glared at the girl in front of him and admitted that he was blind. The girl was held at the waist by a dagger, fearing that Luo Su would get excited and stab her twice. Sister, don't get excited, we can discuss things. The girl winked and said, Brother Monkey, otherwise, we shouldn't embarrass this sister, you see she is such a good person, kind and beautiful. The man with the gun turned a blind eye to the girl's winking. The duck in hand flew away. Do you think I'm a vegetarian? The man had a cold smile on his face. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame your bad luck. After the man said that, his eyes darkened and his fingers slightly bent. However, the next moment, the scene he expected of Bang Bang killing two women with 2 shots did not appear. The gun in his hand suddenly disappeared out of thin air, and then with a bang, a bullet flew into his forehead. He stared with his eyes wide open, and the whole person collapsed, and he didn't understand what happened until he died. The girl was shocked and took a few steps back, realizing that she had hit a wall this time. She begged for mercy. Sister, please forgive me. I was forced to do this. I don't really want to hurt you. Luo Su sneered after hearing this. She recalled the scene when she was clamped by the girl just now. If she hadn't noticed that something was wrong first, the body lying on the ground now would probably be her. Kindness to the enemy is harm to yourself. Luo Su gritted his teeth, bang. With a sound, he killed the girl who was repaying kindness with enmity. Ding, killed a player and gained 50 survival points. Ding, obtained a poison needle and a black mask dropped by the player. This girl actually has a poison needle. Luo Su was a little scared. Fortunately, she did not show mercy. Luo Su killed 2 players and gained 100 survival points, but she was not happy. She couldn't understand why these players would attack their compatriots. Zombies are not difficult to kill. This is the 43rd floor. Why do players go to the farthest floors to kill people? What is going on down there? Luo Su opened the communication area and typed a line of words. Dear colleagues, what is going on outside now? Level 1 zombies are not difficult to kill. Why do some players want to kill their own compatriots? Zombies are not difficult to kill. I really doubt whether you have ever killed a monster. Those who kill randomly are basically lone players, who attack at close range. They cannot form a team, and they cannot kill a group of zombies alone, so they can only sneak attack other players. After all, killing 1 player is equivalent to killing 10 monsters. This kind of person is so wicked. When you can't beat the monsters, you just kill people randomly. You rubbish, I kill them all I see. It's all your fault that you are snobbish. You only want players with long-range attacks when you form a team, and those of us with close-range attacks are excluded. Then why don't you close-range attack players form a team by yourself? Luo Su asked. You're kidding. If the whole team attacks close range, getting close to the zombies is like throwing meat buns at dogs, and you never come back. Recruiting teammates. Players with control skills are preferred, and the treatment is generous. 2 more long-range outputs. The easy places to swipe are basically occupied by the team, and other players, who are alone can't level up at all. Luo Su quietly left the communication area. She didn't expect the situation outside to be so serious. She couldn't kill monsters to level up, and she had to guard against other players' sneak attacks. But in the current situation, she had to get out even if it was a sea of fire and a mountain of swords. Hiding in the room, without food, is a dead end. If she doesn't go to kill monsters and can't level up, it's also a dead end. It's death anyway, so it's better to go out and fight for a way to survive. Luosu made up her mind, opened the door, and quietly went downstairs. Chapter 5. Luosu decided to find a place where monsters are densely populated and upgrade quietly. She rushed downstairs in one breath, and hid in a remote corner on the 3rd floor, observing secretly. This is a shopping mall. The 3rd floor sells branded men's clothing. There are many zombies and players here. Each position is occupied by team players. Once other solo players appear in their territory to grab monsters, they will be attacked by team players together. Luosu felt that this place was very unsafe. She quietly went down to the 2nd floor. The situation on the 2nd floor was similar, so Luosu had to go to the 1st floor. The 1st floor is a shopping mall hall, with a big door open in each of the 4 directions, connecting to the streets outside. Zombies on the street poured in from several doors, continuously, filling the entire hall, densely packed. With such dense monsters, basically no player dared to spawn here. The most dangerous place is the safest. Luosu decided to spawn on the 1st floor. She squatted at the corner of the stairs between the 2nd and 1st floors, like a mysterious sniper, waiting for an opportunity to move. This tactic is relatively safe and low-key. It will not be besieged by the zombie group, nor will it directly expose its position, so as to avoid being attacked by other players. Luosu tried to use skills on the zombie group at the stairs, locking 5 monsters at a time and harvesting them in batches. Super Collection Ding. Group kills level 1 zombies, and obtains 25 survival points. Ding. Group kills level 1 zombies, and obtains 25 survival points. Luosu brushed and stopped. When his mental strength was exhausted, he stopped to drink 2 cups of milk tea to replenish his energy. After his mental strength was restored, he continued to brush. It wasn't until she had eaten all the food in the space that she earned 1,000 survival points and upgraded to level 1. Ding. Spend 1,000 survival points to advance to novice level 1. Ding. Congratulations on awakening your talent, Spiritual Ocean. Talent awakening? Luosu was surprised and looked at her personal information. Player name, Luosu. Player ID, HG80666. Combat skills, none. Assist skills, none. Talent, Spiritual Ocean increases the upper limit of mental power and recovery speed. Mental power 1000/1000, recovery speed 5 per second. Special props, portable space, activated additional function, super storage can store everything and can also harvest everything. Special area, living room free access. Survival points 0. Health value 3000/3000. Survival level, novice level 1 out of 2000. Her awakened talent is to improve mental power and recovery speed, which is very useful for groups of monsters. She can't wait to try it. Super Collection Ding. Kill a group of level 1 zombies, get 25 survival points. Ding. Kill a group of level 1 zombies, get 25 survival points. With the blessing of the innate Spiritual Ocean, it is much easier to fight. She used to have to stop and rest for a while every few times, but now she basically doesn't need to rest. Luosu looked at the dense, mobile survival points in front of her, and her heart was full of joy, and she immediately increased her attack speed. Super Collection Ding. Kill a group of level 1 zombies, get 25 survival points. Ding. Kill a group of level 1 zombies, get 25 survival points. Within 5 meters around, zombies kept pouring in. Luosuma kept killing monsters and throwing corpses, and there was really no room in the corner. She had to pile up the corpses, filling up the stairwell behind her, forming a thick wall of corpses, blocking the way down from the 2nd floor. This was good, no need to worry about someone attacking from behind. She began to kill monsters with peace of mind, and simply threw corpses into the monster pile, like throwing sandbags, slowly piling up a 1-meter high trench. As time went on, the trench became longer and longer, forming a more than 10-meter long isolation zone. Luosu followed the isolation belt and changed the place to fight. She entered a snack store and closed the door to fight monsters. This method of fighting from a distance was personally verified. The monsters within 5 meters outside the store were quietly decreasing, and the trenches were also quietly getting longer. This movement quickly attracted the attention of other players upstairs. Look, there is a team on the 1st floor, Which team is so awesome? The zombies on the first floor are so dense, and you dare to go down and take risks. Are you going to die? No one is in sight. They must have found a place to hide to resist the zombies. They are using long-range sneak attacks, and dare not approach the zombies. However, they are quite smart to use the monster corpses to create a buffer zone. You have to be really awesome to do that. You risked your life to kill a monster, but you still run away. You could also rush into the monster group and move the monster corpses to build trenches? Anyway, the people in this team must be high-level players, who dare to go down to open up the land. Ah, they have built a barrier. It looks safe. I want to go down and get some territory. I go too. Some lone players, who had nowhere to fight monsters, came to the stairs on the second floor, and were stunned. Corpse wall? The stairs are blocked? It's really perverted. After killing monsters, they move the corpses here and stack them so neatly. This is naked showing off. The boss is the boss. Dare to block his own retreat. This team must be high-level players. There is no chance to watch. No way to get the territory. There are so many of us. Why don't we just move the corpse wall away? Luo Su, the builder of the corpse wall, didn't know that her masterpiece was being criticized by others, and some even wanted to destroy the wall and cross it. It was just a bet on the style of the big guys of the pioneering team. Of course, more people were attracted by the trenches, and wanted to get the territory to fight monsters. Luo Su, the pioneering big guy, was leisurely eating snacks at this moment to replenish his energy. He saw that he had gained a lot of survival points, and clicked on the upgrade by the way. Ding! Spend 2,000 survival points, upgrade to novice level 2. After the upgrade, she felt the energy surge in her body, and the fatigue just now was swept away. She immediately became energetic, left the snack shop, and continued to open up the wasteland, killing monsters, and leveling up while building trenches. Watching the survival points rise up, Luo Su was full of motivation. At this time, the communication area was already in an uproar. The pioneering team on the first floor is really awesome. They have built a trench of 20 to 30 meters so quickly. According to my observation, all members of this pioneering team are long-range attackers, and one of them has the skill of long-range porter. He quickly swept the battlefield, and piled up the monster corpses into a trench 1 meter high. I also need such a teammate. Boss, let's be friends. Bosses on the first floor, can you lend us a small piece of land to level up monsters for us who are alone? Don't shout, the bosses are very busy, and have no time to look at the communication area. Chapter 6. Luo Su didn't know that the exchange area was in an uproar. She was still harvesting zombies one after another, just like cutting leeks. She walked along the eaves of the shops on the first floor. Within a 5-meter radius, the zombie group was visibly reduced, and the trenches for stacking corpses were gradually extended. When she passed a toy store, the toys in the window caught her attention. She collected a bunch of new toys, and slipped into the living room of the space. Just as she changed into a set of clean clothes, Daodu woke up. Mom, where have you been? The little guy's voice was soft. Mom went to work, baby. Luo Su picked up Daodu and said. Daodu found the bag of new toys, and his eyes lit up instantly. Wow, Captain Ryder, the dog rescue team. Mom, come and play with me. I'm Captain Ryder, your Mau Mau. The little guy stopped when he was tired and started looking for snacks. Fortunately, she had collected snacks from a whole store before. Looking at Daodu's happy look, Luo Su was very relieved. In this dangerous survival game, it is worth it to bring a little happiness to Daodu. Luo Su played with Daodu until night fell, and the little guy fell asleep happily. The neon lights flickered outside the window, and the familiar city was close at hand, but it could only be seen from afar. We will be back soon. Luo Su tucked Daodu in the quilt, and quietly left the living room. When he returned to the game, he found many players waiting at the door of the toy store. What's going on? How did they get down? Did they move the wall of corpses in the stairwell? Luo Su squatted behind the cashier and watched secretly. Boss, I know you are resting inside. I won't disturb you. Boss, can you lend me a place to kill monsters? Boss, we only kill at night. We will return the place to you at dawn, thank you. Someone shouted at the door, and more people have started to kill monsters. The 1-meter-high trench outside the door blocked the zombies well. As long as they stood in the trench, players who attacked at close range could easily kill monsters without worrying about being besieged by the zombies. It's really hard for them. They don't have long-range weapons or long-range attack skills, so they are really at a disadvantage in close combat. Luo Su shook her head silently. Unable to get out for a while, she had to go back to the living room to sleep with Daodu. She leaned on the sofa and browsed the player exchange area. It was so lively in the evening. I finally reached level 1, thank you guys. I also reached level 1. Thank you guys who opened up the first floor. I envy the brothers in the shopping mall. I'm still trapped in the store. There are so many zombies outside that I can't get out. Please, big guys, come here and lay trenches. Please, big guys, come to the pedestrian street and lay trenches. Please, big guys, come to the food city and lay trenches. Please, big guys, come to the park road and lay trenches. For a while, there was a wave of asking for trenches in the exchange area. Luosu realized that she was mistaken for a group of high-level players named Big Guys, and her trench became popular. She couldn't help laughing. She was a little embarrassed. She had laid trenches. It was a purely unintentional act, but the big guys had already given her a compliment. Ding! The special space-time limit is about to expire. Please renew in time. Luosu was shocked when she heard the reminder tone. She forgot to renew the living room. She renewed all the remaining 1,000 survival points, but it was only renewed for 5 hours, not enough to last until dawn. This poor and miserable big guy will have to go out to work the night shift later. Luosu shook her head in self-mockery and returned to the game. There was no one guarding the store door anymore, and everyone was busy killing monsters in the trenches outside the door. Luosu unlocked the door and quietly slipped out. He sneaked to the other side of the stairs, hid in a hidden corner, and quietly killed monsters. Super Collection. After being promoted to Novice Level 2, you can group 6 monsters. Ding! Group kill Level 1 zombies, get 30 survival points. Ding! Group kill Level 1 zombies, get 30 survival points. A new trench appeared again. At night, there was only an automatic emergency light in the mall, and the light was a little dim. Other players, who were busy killing monsters, did not notice the movement here. Luosu scoured and stacked all the way, and the 1-meter-high trench slowly extended to the west gate. She simply stacked along the west gate, because she planned to change the place to swipe monsters tomorrow, and she had to figure out the route first. The trench she made ran along the wall, forming a safe isolation zone that was large enough for 2 people to walk side by side. On the street outside the west gate, the street lights were bright, and there were shops on both sides. The zombies wandered back and forth tirelessly. There were also many monsters on this street, but it was not as crowded as the first floor of the shopping mall. Luosu was not in a hurry to kill monsters. It was cold at night, so she went into a home textile flagship store and wanted to find a small quilt to cover Dowdu. Suddenly, a strange sound came over with a hum sound, which made her eardrum hurt. Mental attack? Luosu was startled and looked around vigilantly, but she didn't find any trace of the player. She decisively hid in the store and looked out through the glass. A thin man walked into the store with a swagger. Another wave of strange sounds came over, and this time the sound continued. Luosu felt dizzy and said to herself that it was not good. She made a quick decision and disappeared from the spot. She entered the living room of the special area, which was fortunately isolated from the outside noise. Dowdu was still sleeping soundly. About 10 minutes later, Luosu returned to the game. The lights in the store were bright, and the thin man was holding a dagger and searching between the shelves. Super storage. Luosu's mind moved. The thin man was frozen in place and struggled hard. He glanced and found Luosu standing behind the shelf. How are you okay? Is there a problem with your hearing? The man was frozen, but he didn't disappear. Luosu didn't respond, and his skills didn't stop. Suddenly, with a hum, a powerful interference interrupted Luosu's skills. So it was you who dug the trenches. The thin man was so sure, which meant he had been following Luosu for a long time. Do you have any objections? Luosu raised his eyebrows. Don't worry about those weaklings, join us. The strong should play with the strong. The thin man raised his head and said arrogantly, I'm used to being alone. Luosu said, What do you mean by building trenches? You want to show yourself great by bringing so many people to upgrade. The thin man was aggressive. What does it have to do with you? Luosu didn't like this man very much. The higher the level, the fewer monsters there are, the more players there are, and the harder it is to upgrade. Don't forget, there are only 4 days left. The thin man said. So you wanted to kill me just now? Luosu asked back. If you're not a friend, then you're an enemy. The thin man said coldly. I don't usually make friends casually. Luosu really dislikes this kind of person. Buzz. He made a move directly. Super storage. Luosu was not to be outdone. It's useless. You can't kill me, and my teammates are almost here. The thin man was immobilized, but he was not panicked at all. No wonder he was so confident. It turned out that he had helpers. Luosu made a decisive decision. Ding! Spend 5,000 survival points to upgrade super storage to level 1. Super storage. You. The thin man's face changed drastically. Before he finished speaking, his body trembled violently. He couldn't hold on for a few seconds, bleeding from all 7 orifices, and finally disappeared. Ding! Kill a level 3 player and get 100 survival points. Ding! Get a hand-drawn map dropped by the player. Harming others will eventually harm yourself. Luosu shook his head. Chapter 7. She turned around and walked out of the store without stopping. But before she took a few steps, a sound of breaking air passed by her ears, and with a ping, a flying knife was nailed to the pillar next to her. Luosu's heart trembled, and in a blink of an eye, he saw 3 men and 1 woman, for people standing 3 meters away with gloomy eyes. What do you want to do? As Luosu spoke, a pistol quietly appeared in his hand. Brother, don't waste your words on her. She is the one who killed Jerry. The woman pointed at her angrily, holding a small flying knife in her hand. The Jerry she was talking about was probably the skinny man who had just launched a mental attack. I won't attack anyone unless they attack me. Luosu said coldly. He wanted to kill me first. So you really killed her? The man called Big Brother asked. Don't waste your time talking to her. Just kill her. The girl said angrily. Luosu raised his pistol and pointed it at the girl. Surely she has a gun. Her teammates exclaimed. Why are you afraid of her? She's just one person. Xueli ran left and right in an S shape, and the hidden weapon in her hand flew over. Bang! Luosu fired. Luosu showed his gun, originally just wanting to shock her. After all, he had never fired a gun in his life. Unexpectedly, he hit Xueli's arm. Xueli! Everyone exclaimed and attacked Luosu at the same time. For a moment, fireballs, ice spikes, and crossbows flew over at the same time. Cute baby bubble. Luosu quickly used an invisible skill. Huh? Where is she? The people on the opposite side were surprised at the same time. Invisible or teleported? Luosu's mouth curled up. I'm not easy to bully. Super storage. Luosu first locked the man on the opposite side, who released the ice spikes. After he was fixed, his body trembled violently and disappeared very quickly. Ding! Killed a level 3 player and get 100 survival points. The others were still protecting Xueli, but they didn't expect that another teammate suddenly disappeared. Old 3. Third brother. They explained, and the 3 of them immediately stood back to back and began to attack the surroundings indiscriminately. The leader used fire attack, and with a wave of his hand, a wall of fire spread out from the surroundings. Xueli, whose arm was injured, was not idle either. She raised her wrist, and a bunch of hidden weapons flew out densely. Luosu did not dodge at all, and was immune to damage in the invisible state. Super storage. Xueli felt her body lighten, and before she could shout, she disappeared. The remaining 2 people turned pale immediately, and this time they kicked the iron plate. The little followers seemed to be frightened, holding the big brother next to him tightly with one hand. Big brother, this woman is probably a level 4 player, right? The leading big brother didn't say anything, his face was solemn, and he was ready for battle. Ah! Suddenly, the little follower howled in pain. The reason why he didn't disappear directly was because he was holding the leading big brother tightly with both hands. Luosu's skills couldn't harvest 2 players at a time, and the stalemate lasted for more than 10 seconds. The leading big brother suddenly pushed the little follower away with force, and waved his hand again, and it was unknown what skill he activated. Only a few thump sounds were heard. His feet seemed to have a turbine engine installed, and he rushed 7 or 8 meters away in an instant, and disappeared in the street in a blink of an eye. The cannon fodder follower was already lying in the space. You still act like a big brother. When disaster strikes, you run away first. Luosu shook her head, and threw out the corpse she had just harvested. Her invisibility time just expired, and her whole body was exposed on the street. She counted the items dropped by the players just now. She remembered that there was a map. She shook out all the things she had just picked up. 1 crossbow, 1 wrist-mounted hidden weapon instrument, 3 breads, 3 boxes of milk, 1 pocket backpack, 1 hand-drawn map. Luosu picked up the map and checked it. This is a simple map, hand-drawn, with only a few places around drawn. Baixiangui Shopping Plaza, marked with Level 1 Zombie, Physical Attack. Behind the west gate of the plaza is the Baoan Bay Residential Community, and the underground parking lot of the community is marked with Level 2 Mutated Corpse, deadly venom. Across the street from the square is Nanhu Park, marked with level 3 supernatural zombie, psychic attack. Although the simple map only shows 3 places, it is quite useful for Luo Su, and she quickly came up with a plan for the next step. Following the route drawn on the map, Luo Su walked towards the community with level 2 monsters. There were many zombies wandering back and forth along the way. She simply extended the trench all the way to the entrance of the residential community. There was an iron door at the entrance of the community that was bolted, blocking the zombies' steps. There were a few dim street lights in the community, and a few tall residential buildings had some lights on, which looked like people lived there. She stepped on the ground and planned to come back tomorrow. She cleared all the zombies at the door, and built a barrier wall 10 meters away, which was quite like the boss was here. She hurried back to the first floor of the square, walked along the wall to the east gate, and piled a barrier in front of the shops along the street, leading directly to the pedestrian street. Building trenches was just a casual thing. Her real purpose was to explore new areas, and the hand-drawn map did not draw the area and monster level here. She walked all the way to the pedestrian street. There were all level 1 zombies around, so she didn't get much. Fortunately, it didn't take much time, and her mental strength recovered quickly. However, she was thirsty and tired after walking all the way. She found a milk tea shop on the pedestrian street. There was a faint light inside. She looked closely at the glass, and saw a thin girl in her early 20s curled up in the corner. Bang, bang, bang. Luo Su gently opened the door. The girl raised her head alertly, then walked over timidly with a pillow in her arms. Seeing Luo Su fully armed through the glass door, she dared not get any closer. Luo Su had no choice but to take off her hat and mask, put her braids in front of her, and tried to look like a gentle sister. The girl got closer, looked around behind Luo Su, and found a brand new trench in front of the door, which immediately brightened her eyes. She hurriedly opened the door to let Luo Su in, looked behind Luo Su again, and asked excitedly, "Boss, where are your teammates?" I'm not the boss." The boss showed his true face to test people, but he was too embarrassed to admit it. "Then you didn't build this trench?" the girl asked again. "No, I followed the bosses from a distance and lost them." Luo Su found an excuse temporarily. "So you want to stay overnight?" the girl asked cautiously. "I'm thirsty. Come in and ask for a cup of milk tea," Luo Su said. "Ah." The girl looked incredulous. In the middle of the night, a woman ran alone to the street full of zombies to ask for saliva to drink? Why does it sound like the game version of Painted Skin? The more the girl thought about it, the more scared she became. In the communication area, it was said that there were people who specialized in killing players to earn survival points. "Is there? Milk tea, coffee is also fine." Luo Su began to look at the menu on the order counter, calm as an ordinary woman who was tired of shopping. "Yes, yes, yes," the girl said timidly, and turned to make milk tea. Luo Su saw that her movements were very skillful, and was a little curious. "Are you a player?" Luo Su asked. "Huh?" The girl was startled and immediately said with tears in her eyes, "Sister, please don't kill me, my mother is waiting for me to go home." Luo Su touched her face. "I look fierce." Chapter 8. Luo Su looked at the girl's tearful face, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Why should I kill you? There are so many monsters outside. Are you still worried about not having a place to survive?" The girl calmed down a little, wiped her tears quickly, and continued to make milk tea. Not long after, a cup of hot milk tea and a cup of fragrant coffee were placed in front of her. Luo Su tasted both cups and gave a thumbs up. "Delicious." The girl smiled, and the vigilance in her eyes disappeared. "What level are you?" Luo Su asked her. "I haven't been out since I entered the game. There are all those monsters outside," the girl replied. "That's level 0. Luo Su said, raised his head and drank the cup of milk tea, exhaled comfortably, and warmed up. "Pack me 10 more cups of this milk tea. I will teach you how to level up the fastest," Luo Su said. "Okay." The girl was happy, and brewed milk tea skillfully. Soon 10 cups of milk tea were packed. "What are your skills?" Luo Su asked. "I have wind skills, I run very fast, and this," the girl said, stretching out her hand to demonstrate. Grabbing a cup from the air, a small tornado rolled up the cup. "Have you tried it on the monsters outside?" Luo Su asked. The girl shook her head. "The attack distance is only 2 meters. You go out and try it," Luo Su said. The girl came to the trench outside the door, and took a deep breath. Reaching out and grabbing a zombie from the air, With a bang, a small tornado lifted up the zombie. However, It lasted less than 3 seconds before the wind dissipated. Puff. The zombie fell to the ground, got up as if nothing had happened, and continued to wander. Luosu was very upset. You have time to practice more skills, grab, twist, throw, and find a fighting style that suits you best, Luosu said. The girl nodded. Your skills last for a short time because you don't have enough mental strength. Upgrading can improve mental strength. As Luosu said this, he took out a wrist-mounted hidden weapon and a crossbow and handed them to her. Use these 2 long-range weapons to kill monsters first, and then upgrade to level 1. When your mental strength is improved, try to kill monsters with skills. Yes, thank you, sister. The girl was grateful. It's getting late, I have to go back. Luosu picked up the milk tea and walked out the door. Sister, my name is Muyeli. You can call me Mumu or Shieli. The girl shouted hurriedly. Luosu said, Shieli, this game is full of dangers. If you want to go back to see your mother, you can only rely on yourself. The girl nodded. I understand, thank you, sister. Luosu waved her hand while holding the milk tea and walked into the night. In this cold game world, the glimmer of light in the girl's shop and the warm milk tea deeply touched her and brought her a touch of warmth. She hoped that the girl could be brave and walk out of her own path. When Luosu returned to the living room with the hot milk tea, Daodu was still sleeping soundly. She rubbed the little guy's soft hair and felt warm in her heart. It was the warmth that supported her and gave her the strength to face the coldness and cruelty in this game world. Luosu thought silently and gradually fell asleep. After waking up, Luosu was full of energy and all her fatigue was gone. She simply washed up, had snacks and heated milk tea for breakfast, and then returned to the game early. From a distance, she saw the girl in the milk tea shop standing at the door practicing fighting monsters with a crossbow. The girl's thin floral dress looked out of place in this smoke-filled environment. Luosu looked around and saw that there was no one else around, so he quietly took out 3 sets of outdoor sportswear and a mountaineering bag from the space. Shaoli, you got up so early to level up? Luosu walked over to greet her. Muyeli turned around and saw that it was Luosu, and hurried over to greet her. Sister, you are here. Well, this is for you, Luosu said, throwing the mountaineering bag to her. What is this? Muyeli asked. I got it from the specialty store, and I give it to you. Luosu waved and left. She followed the route she had taken yesterday and quickly headed to the residential area, taking advantage of Daodu not waking up yet to kill some monsters early. Occasionally, a few players were killing monsters near the trenches on the way. Thanks to the help of the big guys, the trenches were built overnight. Otherwise, I would be in the store, looking at the dense zombies all over the street, and I wouldn't even dare to open the door. Yes, I came out to kill monsters at dawn, and now I've leveled up by 1. Pretty fast. I have to level up quickly too. Luosu walked over silently, feeling relieved. Soon, she arrived at the underground parking lot of Baoan Bay Residential District. As soon as she arrived at the entrance, a sour smell hit her nose. Although she was wearing a mask, she could still smell it. Hey, beautiful lady, come over to team up with us. This is a level 2 monster, very powerful. An uncle with a Mediterranean hairstyle waved at her from behind a car. Luosu shook his head. Don't be afraid, come here quickly, brother will take you. The Mediterranean uncle shouted enthusiastically. Be careful. When Luosu found a rotten corpse behind the Mediterranean uncle, he opened his mouth to warn him, but it was too late. A stream of green poison sprayed on his neck. Sizzle. It was like the sound of pouring hot oil. The skin on the uncle's neck was festering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ah! He covered his neck, howled in pain, curled up on the ground, and rolled back and forth. In just a few minutes, there was no sound. Luosu was shocked. Before she could think about it, several mutant corpses nearby were rushing towards her. Super Collection Ding. Group kill second level mutant corpses. Get 60 survival points. Luosu collected 4 monsters at a time. Fortunately, they were not difficult to kill. She continued to walk inside. The parking lot was large, with many cars and scattered monsters. She was exhausted from running around to kill monsters. Until she saw a small electric donkey with a key in hand, she finally freed her feet. She rode the electric donkey in the underground parking lot, scurrying around while using skills to kill monsters. Super Collection Ding. Kill a group of level 2 mutant corpses, and get 60 survival points. Ding. Kill a group of level 2 mutant corpses, and get 60 survival points. She rode the electric donkey to sweep all the way, and it took about an hour to clear the monsters in the parking lot. There's nothing strange here. Let's go back and see if the little guy is awake. Luo Su rode his electric donkey, left the underground parking lot, came to a pavilion in the community, and flashed into the living room. When Luo Su returned to the living room, Daodu was still not awake. Looking at the little guy sleeping with a red face, he reached out and felt it. It was so hot. He hurriedly took Daodu's temperature. Ding, 39 degrees. Luo Su's heart skipped a beat. Daodu has a fever? Now in the game, he can't go to the hospital, which is really worrying. Luo Su first put a fever-reducing patch on Daodu. He boiled a pot of pure water, and made a small bowl of children's oatmeal porridge. It's all my fault. I was busy upgrading these 2 days, and didn't take good care of Daodu. Luo Su also blamed himself. The little guy woke up and looked listless. He had no appetite, and refused to eat after a few bites. After taking the fever-reducing medicine, he fell asleep again. Luo Su felt distressed. Chapter 9. The little guy slept restlessly, and was sweating all the time. Luo Su took care of the sick Daodu, and hoped that the little guy would get better soon. Towards evening, the little guy woke up and drank some rock sugar and snow pear water, and began to feel a little energetic. Ding! Congratulations to Daodu player, awakening the talent of vigorous energy. Huh? Luo Su was confused. Can you feel talented when you are sick? She hurriedly opened Daodu's personal information to check. Player name, Daodu. Player number, HG80667. Combat skills, none. Auxiliary skills. Cute bubble. The whole team is invisible for 5 minutes, and the cooling time is 30 minutes. Talent, vigorous energy. The speed of mental recovery of the whole team is doubled. Special props. Magic pacifier can instantly fill blood once, and the cooling time is 50 minutes. Survival points, 13,000. Health points, 5,000/5,000. Survival level, novice level 2/10,000. Daodu's awakened talent is to restore mental power, doubling the mental power of all teammates. It seems that Daodu's body can recover so quickly because of awakening his talent and improving his immunity. Looking at Daodu's 3 skills, the whole team is invisible and immune to damage, resurrects with full health, and the whole team recovers mental strength faster. This is simply the existence of a power bank. Luo Su hugged the little guy and kissed him again and again. You are an angel baby sent by God. Giggle. Daodu laughed. She rubbed the little guy's head, and it didn't feel soft as before, but sticky. The little guy must be uncomfortable because he can't take a bath for 2 days. She is the same. She has been fighting for the past 2 days, and her whole body is sweaty. I really want to take a hot bath. Unfortunately, the living room of the space doesn't have a bathroom. She was too careless when setting up the special area before. 20 square meters is enough to enclose her living room, kitchen and bathroom. By the time she realized it, it was too late. The initial special area can only be set once. If you want to reset it, you can only have one more chance if you upgrade the special area to a higher level. It costs 500,000 survival points to upgrade a special area. It's such a rip-off. This crappy game, can't you just not upgrade it? 500,000 survival points, it's impossible to complete it in 8 lifetimes. After Luo Su finished complaining, she still felt very uncomfortable. She hadn't taken a shower for a few days. No, I have to go out and find a place to stay. Sleeping in the living room overnight, not only could she not take a shower, but she also didn't sleep well. At night, she and Daodu squeezed together on the sofa to sleep, and her neck was almost stiff. Having made up her mind, she quietly slipped out of the space while Daodu was still asleep. She went directly to the Bao'an Bay residential area, chose a relatively remote residential building, and pressed the elevator on the top floor. Ding. The elevator stopped at the top floor, the 48th floor. Luo Su got out of the elevator, and found that this was a residential building with 4 households per elevator. She tried every door, and one of them could be opened. Luo Su guessed that the reason why no one had seen a living NPC was probably because all the natives in this game had turned into zombies. An empty city, there should be many empty houses, where players can stay. Luo Su knocked on the door several times, and asked loudly, "Is anyone there?" No response. She pushed the door open gently, and was stunned by the luxurious decoration in the house. A mansion! Luo Su exclaimed, this decoration style, this luxurious furniture, it was simply dazzling. I couldn't see it at all from outside the door just now. Luo Su walked around the house and praised it. This is a large suite with 5 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 3 bathrooms. The decoration of each room is luxurious and warm, which is in line with Luo Su's aesthetics. Especially the big bed in the master bedroom, luxurious and elastic. Luo Su fell in love with it instantly, lying on it with her legs spread out. What a comfortable bed. She decided to stay here tonight. No, she would stay here until the game was over. Haha. Luo Su was very happy. But happiness is always short-lived. Suddenly, a strange man's voice sounded. Who are you? How did you get in? Luo Su looked up in astonishment, and was stunned with shock. Her jaw almost dropped. There stood a tall man in a white bathrobe, with wet hair and water droplets on his exposed chest muscles, clearly looking like he had just gotten out of the bath. Is there someone in the bathroom of the master bedroom just now? Luo Su suddenly realized. Have you seen enough? The man growled, not loudly, but furiously. His handsome face was cold and handsome with sharp edges, and he exuded an aura that shook the world. How could this man be so handsome even when he was angry? Luo Su was stunned for a moment, but soon came back to his senses and quickly sat up. Oh, sorry. I thought no one lived in this house. Luo Su explained awkwardly. The man's eyes turned cold, and he shouted outside, Do Yifan. Luo Su thought he was going to call for help, so he stopped him. No, don't call for help. I'm leaving. I disappear immediately. As he said that, he rushed out of the room in a flash, ran out of the mansion's gate, and closed the door. Bang. With a sound, she closed the door, and her heart was still beating fast with nervousness. This time, it was really embarrassing. She hurried to the stairwell, found a hidden place, and fled back to the living room. Patting her pounding heart, she comforted herself. Forget it, this is a survival game. It's good enough to be alive. And you still want to take a shower? She just rashly broke into someone else's territory. Fortunately, she met a player who didn't kill innocent people. If she met a cruel player, she would probably be skinned alive. Tu Yifan was very confused. Why was the boss so angry tonight? And this weird punishment made him speechless. Standing behind the door and saying 100 times, Remember to lock the door when you go in and out? This is more uncomfortable than punishing him to do 200 push-ups. He just went out for a while, went downstairs to get something, and came back in more than 10 minutes. The boss suddenly got angry and punished him. He really wanted to ask Long Zimo, Boss, did you lose something valuable? But he didn't dare to ask. Since entering the game, the boss has been gloomy. They are old players, and are preparing for the Star Elite tournament. Why were they suddenly recruited into this round of novice promotion tournament? The monsters here are weaklings from novice level 1 to novice level 5, and they don't need to fight at all. Du Yifan. Long Zimo sat upright on the sofa, and his whole body was as cold as an ice sculpture. Here I am, boss. Du Yifan trotted over. What did you find today? I visited 3 places nearby, and there was nothing unusual about the level 1 and 2 monsters. It's just that the level 3 monster in the park opposite is a mental attack. Logically, such a low-level monster should only have a low-level mental interference skill, and the lethality is not great. But I went to explore twice today, and encountered a fantasy domain both times. Fantasy domain? Long Zimo frowned slightly. Yes, and the fantasy domain is different every time. Long Zimo fell into deep thought, and after a moment, he said, Tomorrow you go to explore the place where the level 4 and 5 monsters are. Okay, boss. Du Yifan responded. Chapter 10. Luo Su slept uncomfortably all night. The sofa was too crowded, the floor was too cold. As players, others lived in mansions, and slept in big beds, while she and Dowda could only sleep on the sofa. This treatment was a world of difference. No, I have to upgrade as soon as possible and leave this broken game. It was 6 o'clock in the morning, and Dowda was still sleeping soundly on the sofa. After she washed up, she had some breakfast. There was no kitchen, so she could only eat snacks and make milk powder. When setting up the special area, it was too hasty, and the kitchen was not circled. Come in. After finishing breakfast, Luo Su returned to the game, and suddenly appeared at the staircase of the 48th floor. Fortunately, no one saw her. She planned to go to the park opposite to kill monsters and level up today. However, she knew nothing about that place. Has anyone killed the level 3 monsters in the park? Can you share the situation? Luo Su typed a line of words in the player communication area. I also want to kill the level 3 monsters. I have fire skills. I can attack in groups. Can we form a team together? I have a team, thank you. Luo Su responded. Level 3 monsters are mental attacks, which can cause hallucinations. We were a group of 5, and almost wiped out. Luo Su quietly exited the player exchange area. Is the park really that scary? She decided to try it out herself. Before that, be prepared, now you have 13,000 survival points, and you can upgrade to level 3. Ding, Spend 10,000 survival points. Promoted to novice level 3. After the upgrade, she felt that her strength was bursting, her spirit was full, and she felt that she was stronger. She renewed the living room's fee for 4 hours, and everything was ready. Luosu crossed the road and came to the entrance of the park. The 4 characters Nanhu Park were engraved on the big stone at the entrance, and the writing style was vigorous and powerful. This doorplate is very impressive. She stepped into the park, and the light in front of her eyes seemed to flash for a moment, and then it seemed to disappear after a careful pause. Old Wang, long time no see. Long time no see, how are you doing recently? In the park, 2 old men who met by chance during morning exercise greeted each other. Hey, Sister Yang, please start the music, the sisters can't wait. Okay, it will be ready soon. The vast horizon is my love. The music sounded cheerfully, and a group of square dancing aunties danced happily. This familiar scene is the most ordinary morning time in life. But Luosu felt something was wrong. Since entering the game, this city is like an empty city, and no living NPCs have been seen, but the park in front of him is full of fireworks. Crack. A kite landed on a low branch above her head. Andy, can you help me pick up the kite? A chubby little girl stood breathlessly not far away. That innocent smile was irresistible. Sure. Luosu reached out to take the kite and walked over. But just when she was only 1 step away from the little girl, the kite in her hand was suddenly knocked away by a passerby. The kite fell to the ground and fell apart. Luosu was immediately annoyed and looked up at the passerby. Just as he was about to get angry, he met a pair of extremely cold eyes. This familiar look seems to have been seen somewhere before. Ah, you are the man in the bathrobe. Before she finished her words, she saw the man in the bathrobe grabbing her hand and running wildly. What are you doing? Luosu was confused. Luosu found that not only they were running wildly, but also the people around them. Old men doing morning exercises, aunties dancing in the square, and little girls flying kites. Everyone in the park was chasing after them madly. Hey, it's you. Who broke the kite? I. Why? Should I run? Luosu ran out of breath, felt the lack of oxygen in his chest, and felt pain. However, this was not the most uncomfortable thing. Suddenly, the people chasing behind him screamed like ghosts and gods, deafening. Ah! Roar! Luosu saw that the people chasing behind him showed their hideous true faces while screaming. At the same time, a sound wave of buzz spread out, and Luosu felt a stinging pain in his eardrums and a splitting headache. Every cell in his body seemed to be shattered in an instant. Extremely painful. She seemed to hear Daodu's weak cry. Luosu felt unprecedented weakness and pain, her breath was weak, and her body collapsed. The man in the bathrobe saw this and reached out to embrace her. Ding! HP is below 30. Activate the magic pacifier prop, full HP recovery. Luosu was confused and heard the prompt sound, and felt that her body began to recover rapidly. At this time, the man in the bathrobe stretched out a palm and made a grabbing and crushing motion out of thin air. 2 meters behind him, the ground within 500 meters began to curl up, like a piece of paper being crumpled from all sides. The monsters inside screamed in various ways, and then fell silent in a moment. With a swish sound, the scenery in front of him changed instantly. The sunny park scene just now disappeared, and it became lifeless and foggy. A huge zombie corpse lay in front of him. There were shadows behind the huge dead tree, and it seemed that there were more zombies lurking nearby. Just now, such a terrible damage was just the attack of a level 3 monster? Luosu muttered to himself, as if asking himself, and as if in amazement. Long Zimo stared at her in disbelief. This woman was clearly on the verge of death just now. How could she be so full of vitality now? Go, don't step into this park again. Long Zimo pushed her to the park entrance and reminded her coldly. Thank you for saving us. Luosu thanked him sincerely. You guys? Long Zimo was puzzled. What's your name? I will definitely repay you in the future. Luosu asked. Long Zimo. After Long Zimo finished speaking, he was surprised. Why did he tell her? Maybe he thought she was too long-winded, so he told her to go quickly. Long Zimo was a little impatient, and turned to walk deeper into the park. Long Zimo, my name is Luosu, and Daodu, thank you for saving us. Luosu shouted at Long Zimo's back. Luosu watched the back disappear, then turn around and walk back. As soon as he reached the side of the road, he was stopped by someone. Did you come out of the park? There were several girls standing on the side of the road. Seeing them looking into the park, Luosu kindly advised them, the park is very dangerous. You'd better not go in, go fight level 2 monsters, and slowly level up to level 4. That was all he said. It was up to them whether to listen or not. Luo Su turned and left. She was anxious to find a hidden place, and go into the living room to see Daodu. She crossed the street, and turned into a shop on the side of the road. There was no one inside, and the floor was in a mess. Luckily, there were no zombies. She closed the door and locked it, then slipped into the living room. Daodu. Luo Su saw Daodu lying on the sofa with tears on her face, and hurriedly hugged her in her arms. Mom, Daodu is scared and had a nightmare, Daodu said in a crying voice. Luo Su felt distressed and hugged Daodu to comfort him gently. Don't be afraid, Mom will hug you. When she thought of the terrible experience in the park, she was scared. Fortunately, Daodu's special props were automatically activated. Just now, she was in a critical moment and couldn't remember this at all. It was a great fortune today that she escaped a disaster, but what about the future? Chapter 11. The first time she explored Nanhu Park, Luo Su felt real fear for the first time. The feeling of being on the verge of death, and Daodu's weak cry brought her unprecedented fear and despair at that moment. The feeling of helplessness and powerlessness is the root of fear. I want to become stronger. Luo Su suddenly wanted to be strong at this moment. Only if she became stronger could she protect Daodu. She gently comforted the frightened child in her arms until he calmed down, and then she breathed a sigh of relief. She took out a bunch of snacks for Daodu and played with him for more than an hour until he took a nap. Then she gently put him on the sofa. Be good, Daodu, hold on a little longer, Mom will take you out of the game soon. She covered Daodu with a blanket. Luo Su returned to the game and found a few people wandering around the street. We are spawning monsters in the park. 1 player is needed. Please find a level 3 player. Luo Su opened the door and went out, and a tall and thin boy came up to her. Beauty, what level are you? Want to join a team to spawn in the park? I have a team. I advise you not to go to the park. It's very dangerous, Luo Su said. Nonsense. She looks very weak. She is at most level 2. Why are you looking for her? A fat girl behind him glanced at Luo Su and said disdainfully. Good intentions can't persuade the damn ghost. Luo Su was too lazy to pay attention to them and turned away. She took out the hand-drawn map to see where to spawn monsters. She had been to the 3 places on the map. There were few monsters in the shopping mall and the community, and the park was not spawning. She opened the communication area, which is the most popular place and also the place with the most information. Haha, I finally reached level 3. Congratulations. I still need 800 survival points to reach level 3. Oh my god, how did you reach level 3 so fast? We have been fighting monsters all day and night, and we have only reached level 2. I am almost reaching level 3, but there are no monsters to fight. The nearby level 1 and 2 monsters have been almost killed by other players, and now there are too many people and too little food. Brothers who have no monsters to fight can come to Guangming Primary School. There are many level 2 monsters here, but not many people. Where is Guangming Primary School? There is a park next to Guangming Primary School. Not far behind the primary school is the pedestrian street. Hello, is anyone there? I'm trapped in the elevator. Who can save me? Brother, just survive until the end of the game. Will you die if you fail to advance to the next level at the end of the game? No way. The rules don't say you will die. It's scary to think about it. I go kill monsters and level up. Seeing this, Luo Su had a plan for the next step. She walked along the periphery of the park for about 10 minutes before she saw the Guangming Primary School. After entering the campus, a huge statue of Confucius stood before her eyes, which made people feel awe. This was a place full of vitality and the sound of reading, but now it was in a mess and lifeless. On the playground in the center of the campus, a group of purple mutant corpses were wandering back and forth mechanically. On the other side of the playground, a boy and a girl were killing monsters. The girl was holding a small bow and arrow, and the boy was holding an oversized hair dryer. That's right, it was a hair dryer. Luo Su was quite surprised. The man pointed the hair dryer at the mutant zombies and blew hard. Woo! A huge sound, like the roar of an airplane propeller, blew out a strong wind with white mist. Where the strong wind reached, the mutant corpses were immediately frozen into ice sculptures. Wow, this weapon is amazing. Luo Su couldn't help but sigh. However, the freezing time was very short, and it was ineffective in about 10 seconds. Fortunately, the girl with the bow and arrow also made up for it in time, quickly pulled up the bow and arrow, and fired frequently, killing the frozen zombies one by one. The two cooperated very well. At this time, they also saw Luo Su and waved to her to let her go. Luo Su waved her hand and refused their kindness. Because her life and Doubt's life were tied together, she had to be very careful and didn't want to expose too much in front of others. She went around and found that in addition to the playground, there were also monsters in the cafeteria. Obviously, the cafeteria was more suitable for her. After all, the big brother who loves to build trenches needs a hidden and spacious place. The purple mutant corpses here are also level 2 monsters, but they are different from the green level 2 mutant corpses in the underground parking lot. The monsters here do not spray venom, but always pout and blow out purple poison mist, which looks both funny and disgusting. Fortunately, Luo Su has been wearing a mask and a hat. She does not need to get too close. After the space skill is upgraded, the surrounding 10 meters is her attack range. Super Collection Ding, group kill level 2 mutant corpses, purple, get 100 survival points. Very good, 5 monsters can be grouped here. It was also a level 2 monster, but the monster here had 5 more survival points. Could it be that the purple monster was special? Luo Su didn't understand, but she was very happy. Ding, group kill level 2 mutant corpses, purple, get 100 survival points. Ding, group kill level 2 mutant corpses, purple, get 100 survival points. Soon, neatly stacked corpses appeared in the corner of the cafeteria. No way, I'm used to it. In order to become stronger faster, she no longer used the method of squatting and guarding the stronghold, but took the initiative to attack and kept moving. This way of brushing is more efficient. Before long, all the monsters inside and outside the cafeteria were cleared out. Luo Su also gained a lot of survival points, enough to upgrade to the next level. Ding, spend 20,000 survival points to advance to novice level 4. Ding, congratulations to Luo Su player, awakening the talent of fiery eyes and golden pupils talent. Luo Su was pleasantly surprised, awakening the second talent. She couldn't wait to open the personal information column to check what talent she had awakened. Player name, Luo Su. Player ID, HG80666. Combat skills, none. Auxiliary skills, none. Talent 1 Spiritual Ocean can increase the upper limit of mental power and recovery speed. Mental power 2000/2000, recovery speed 20 per second. Talent 2 Fiery Eyes and Golden Pupils can always find things or clues that others can't find. Special props, portable space, additional skills. Super storage can store everything and can also harvest everything. Special area, living room free access. Survival points 300. Survival level, novice level 4/40,000 always find things or clues that others can't find. This talent description is so mysterious. Could it be opening the sky eye? Luo Su was inexplicably amused. Although I don't know its specific use, it's worth being happy to have one more talent. Just after exiting the personal information panel, I found that the scene in front of me had become a little different. She clearly felt that her visual and auditory abilities had undergone unknown changes. Chapter 12. After Luo Su awakened her new talent, the fiery eyes and golden pupils. Now she can see very far and her hearing is extremely sensitive. What amazed her most was that her eyes seemed to have installed a distributed navigation system. There was a red mark above the campus, level 2 monster. There was also a red mark above the Nanhu Park, which was separated by a wall, level 3 monster. Not only could she see the distribution of nearby monsters, she could also see the levels of other players. There was a sign hanging above each player's head. Level 2 player, level 3 player. This is amazing. Luo Su couldn't help but sigh secretly. At this time, players came to the campus one after another, and the monsters on the playground were surrounded by players. There were too many people, so she decided to change places. Luo Su walked out of the school gate and looked around. Where is the level 4 monster? Level 4 monster is by the river. A stranger who passed by answered. He had a sign hanging above his head. Asterisk player. The words on his name were not visible, and he could not see his level. Luo Su saw that the man with gold-rimmed glasses looked very gentle, and he did not seem to be here to play games, but more like he was on a business trip. Who are you? My name is Du Yifan. The man with gold-rimmed glasses showed an international standard smile, and looked like a workplace elite. Why did you tell me that you know me? Luo Su was a little wary. I don't know, it's just a small favor. Du Yifan remembered the scene in the park when her boss hugged her, and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Thank you. Luo Su had no impression of him, and it seemed that she had never seen him before, but he didn't seem to have any bad intentions. Luo Su asked again, Have you ever fought a level 4 monster? Yes. The level 4 monster is by the river, about 2 kilometers down this road. Du Yifan said, pointing her in the direction. Luo Su looked in the direction he pointed, and sure enough, she could vaguely see a red sign in the sky in the distance. Asterisk level 4 monster. She couldn't help but brighten up. You're welcome, Du Yifan said, waving his hand, and turned away. Luo Su looked at his back as he left, thinking, this guy is a bit strange. Who cares, upgrading is important. Luo Su ran towards the river. After about 20 minutes, a wide river beach came into view. The river beach was full of level 4 mutant crocodiles, densely packed. There was no player around. It seems that there are not many players who have reached level 4. Luo Su quietly approached the crocodile group and observed carefully. The mutant crocodile was covered with black scales, for sharp claws, rows of sharp teeth in its long mouth, and a thick and powerful tail, which was intimidating. It would be very dangerous to fight this kind of monster in close combat. Fortunately, she can attack from a distance. Super collection. She tried to hit one. The moment it was locked by the skill, the mutant crocodile resisted with brute force, scratching with its sharp claws, swinging its thick tail, flapping left and right, and raising a cloud of dust. After a stalemate of more than 10 seconds, she finally harvested one. Ding! Kill the level 4 mutant crocodile. Get 40 survival points super collection. She tried a few more times, 3 at a time, which was the upper limit. Ding! Group kill level 4 mutant crocodiles. Get 120 survival points. It was a bit difficult to kill 3, but it was safe. The river beach here is endless, and the monsters are so dense, it is really a good place to level up and fight monsters. Currently many players are still in the 2nd and 3rd level stage. Players without group attack skills will level up more slowly and more dangerously. In addition, many players who reached level 3 were killed in the terrifying park. Today, the total number of players is only 761. If Long Zimo hadn't saved her, she would have died in the park. She wouldn't be so lucky next time. She had to earn enough survival points as soon as possible and leave this crappy game. Super Storage Ding. Group kills level 4 mutant crocodiles. Gets 120 survival points. Ding. Group kills level 4 mutant crocodiles. Gets 120 survival points. Ding. Get monster drop. Skill fragment X1 huh? Dropped items. Luo Su thought she had heard wrong, and hurriedly opened the space backpack to check. There was indeed a glowing orange fragment in the backpack. Skill fragments. Collect 100 to synthesize a skill. Killing monsters actually dropped something? She killed so many monsters, this was the first time she picked one up. It seems to be the credit of the talent of fiery eyes and golden pupils. She continued to try, and soon, she got another skill fragment. After killing monsters for about half an hour, she gained nearly 10,000 survival points and got 10 fragments, which was quite efficient. According to this calculation, she only needed to kill monsters for 4 or 5 hours to accumulate enough survival points and leave the game. Victory is in sight. Luo Su was greatly encouraged and moved faster. Super collection. Roar. I actually failed. The 3 mutant crocodiles that broke free from the skill lock suddenly rioted and became extremely ferocious, swinging their bodies and surrounding her. Roar. Luo Su discovered that one of the crocodiles was different from the others. On closer inspection, the scales of this crocodile were faintly glowing with a dark golden luster, and it looked more brave, like a general in armor, majestic and awe-inspiring. It opened its mouth, showing its sinister teeth, and let out a low roar, protesting to the enemy. Luo Su found that there was a golden mark on the top of the dark golden crocodile's head. Mutated Giant Crocodile Elite. It's over. This time it's a hornet's nest. Luo Su secretly said it was not good and hurriedly retreated. Super collection. She first collected the 2 angry ordinary crocodiles next to her, and slowly dealt with the remaining elite monster. She had 2 life-saving methods, and tried to see if she could defeat it. Super collection. Luo Su ran 5 or 6 meters away before activating the skill. Roar. The mutant giant crocodile elite actually used the power of its tail to leap forward and pounce a few meters away. Luo Su barely avoided the attack. But the mutant giant crocodile did not give her a chance to breathe. Whoosh. It swept over with its thick tail. Luo Su was caught off guard. At the critical moment, she activated the invisibility skill. Cute baby bubble. Swish. She instantly became invisible. Roar. The mutant giant crocodile elite suddenly lost its target and became a little anxious. Luo Su wanted to make a quick decision. Super collection. Luo Su began to attack, But the mutant giant crocodile was only immobilized for 5 or 6 seconds and quickly broke free. Level 4 elite is really powerful. Skills can't do anything to it. She took out her pistol and shot at its throat while it opened its mouth. Ping, the bullet missed and hit the dark golden scales and bounced off. The bullet can't penetrate its scales? Luo Su didn't expect that this elite monster had such a high defense. Weapons and skills can't do anything to it. On the contrary, it makes it more furious and ferociously pounces around. She felt a little at a loss. How can she kill it? Chapter 13. The scales of this mutant giant crocodile elite have extremely high defense, and even bullets can't penetrate them. It seems that the only way to attack it is to find its weakness. She raised her gun and aimed at its open mouth again. Bang! And missed its throat again. The bullet hit its long and thick tongue, and blood immediately flowed. Roar! The mutant giant crocodile roared in pain, swung its big tail covered with sharp vertical scales, and lashed around wildly. Bang! Bang! Several basketball-sized rocks nearby were smashed to pieces. Luo Su was terrified. Although the invisibility made her invincible, she didn't dare to get too close. The mutant giant crocodile ran around angrily, and dark red blood kept flowing out of its mouth. But it did not become weak, but became more ferocious. Luo Su concentrated and locked its eyes. Super storage. Successfully stored its eyes into the space. Roar! The mutant giant crocodile, whose eyeballs were dug out, with blood flowing from its empty eye sockets, suddenly became furious. The huge body ran around everywhere, rushed into the nearby crocodile pile, biting randomly, whipping its tail wildly, and started an indiscriminate attack. The crocodiles nearby were either dead or injured, which aroused public anger and led to a group attack. Luo Su took the opportunity to retreat because her invisibility was invalid. She hid far behind a boulder, sticking out half of her head, and watching the crocodiles killing each other. The mutant giant crocodile elite undoubtedly became the target of public criticism. It was held tightly by more than a dozen crocodiles, and remained deadlocked for more than 10 minutes. The mutant giant crocodile was dying and unable to struggle, and the other crocodiles were willing to let go. The opportunity has come. Super collection. Luo Su began to harvest. Ding! Kill the level 4 mutant giant crocodile elite. Get 500 survival points. Ding! Get the elite monster drop items. Skill fragments x5. I didn't expect that killing elite monsters would yield such a rich harvest. Among the mutant crocodiles nearby, there is such an elite monster every few meters. They all seem to have their own territory. Luo Su really wants to pick the elite monsters to fight before other players come over. Unfortunately, her skill level is too low, and it is quite laborious to fight an elite monster. In order to improve efficiency, she decided to upgrade the group attack skill first. Ding! Spend 10,000 survival points to upgrade the super storage skill to level 2. Super storage. After the space skill is upgraded to level 2, it can group attack 5 mutant crocodiles at a time. Ding! Group kill level 4 mutant crocodiles. Gain 200 points. Ding! Group kill level 4 mutant crocodiles. Gain 200 points. This efficiency is quite impressive. However, the skill consumption is also terrifying. After fighting for a while, the mental power is almost exhausted. Luo Su used all the remaining survival points to upgrade his talent Spirit Ocean. After the talent skill was upgraded to level 3, his spiritual power reached 3,000 out of 3,000, and the recovery speed was 30 per second. Super collection. Ding! Group kill level 4 mutant crocodiles. Gain 200 points. After the Spirit Ocean skill was upgraded, group monsters became more efficient. Consumption and recovery reached a balance. Luo Su began to kill everywhere. He quickly cleared a large area of mutant crocodiles, and encountered another mutant crocodile elite. After trying, he still couldn't directly kill the elite monsters with skills, so Luo Su had to use the old method. First, blind its eyes from a distance, and let it fight with its companions. With experience, Luo Su didn't hide to watch the show, but walked away and continued to kill monsters. When the fight here was almost over, he came back to reap the Fisherman's Profit. Ding! Kill the 4th level mutant giant crocodile elite. Get 500 survival points. Ding! Get the item dropped by the elite monster. Skill fragment x5. Luo Su put away the fragments, and there were a total of 35 skill fragments in the space. She continued to kill the monsters in groups, and after a round, she cleared half of the mutant crocodiles on the river beach. The harvest was quite gratifying, and the survival points were enough to upgrade to level 5. Ding! Congratulations on your promotion to novice level 5. The exciting moment has come. Luo Su is ready to be promoted to bronze player. compared with the extra prize of being the first to be promoted, leaving the game is more tempting for her. However, when she opened the promotion interface, it was gray. Unable to be promoted? She checked carefully and found a line of small words. Uncompleted promotion hidden task. What the hell is a hidden mission for advancement? There is no clue or hint. It is a trap. Luo Su felt that since it was a survival game, it might not be that easy to pass the level and leave. She thought of those terrifying existences in the park, which were definitely not just decorations. Thinking of this, Luo Su suddenly felt that she was far from strong enough and had to upgrade all her skills to level 5. With a plan, the most lacking thing was survival points. Just when she was about to continue to kill monsters, she found 2 players hiding behind a boulder not far away. She could tell from the orange mark hanging above the boulder that they were 2 level 4 players. Suddenly, she remembered that when she met Du Yifan, the mark on his head seemed a little different. Du Yifan's mark was red, and his level was not displayed, only the words asterisk player. It was so strange. Luo Su was a little confused about the meaning of this. The 2 players quietly approached and hid in the nearby bushes. Luo Su did not continue to fight monsters, but pretended to rest, ready to fight at any time. After a long while, a whisper came from behind the bushes. Due to her talent of fiery eyes and golden eyes, her hearing was extremely sensitive. We are both level 4 players. What are you afraid of? No, look at the many monster corpses on the beach. She must be very strong. No matter how strong she is, she can't fight 2 alone. And don't you have a killer weapon? Let's just fight monsters and level up, and we can go out after 1 more level. Don't you want the first promotion reward? I don't want to. Look at you, you're such a coward. The man said, and rushed out with a submachine gun. The people behind him also ran out. If you don't want to die, get out of here. We have no eyes for swords and guns. Luo Su looked up when he heard that. The man who said that was a young man in his early 20s, with slightly curly hair on his forehead, thick eyebrows, small eyes, a thick nose, and a sausage mouth. It's okay that he looks ugly, but he's also domineering. This river beach is several kilometers long. With so many monsters, you have to compete with me for this place? Luo Su thought it was ridiculous. Brother, let's go to the front to swipe. A thin boy, who looked about 18 years old, followed behind. The domineering man ignored his companion's dissuasion and raised his submachine gun directly. 222. A few times, he hit the sand under Luo Su's feet, raising a cloud of dust. This was a warning, but also a provocation. Luo Su secretly calculated that with invisibility and blood recovery and space skills, he should have a chance of winning. My dear sister, can you go somewhere else to swipe? My brother has a bad temper, please forgive me. The thin boy advised kindly. Ah, you coward. Dama glared at his useless brother. Luo Su looked at the 2 young and energetic boys, and was a little speechless. Forget it, sister is generous and won't bother with you. Chapter 14. Luo Su shrugged and said nothing. She turned and walked towards the other side of the river, where the monsters were densely packed. Bang, bang, bang. At this time, the man fired a few more shots at her feet. Get out, leave this river beach. The man with the submachine gun threatened. Does this mean that he wants to dominate this river beach? Don't be too greedy. Today, sister will teach you how to be a human being, Luo Su said angrily. The man raised the gun and pointed it at her. Sister, leave quickly. The thin boy stamped his feet anxiously. Go to hell. The man holding the gun cursed and was about to shoot, but suddenly found that he couldn't move. Huh? He felt a strong pressure coming down, and he struggled hard, veins on his forehead popped out, and his face turned red. Brother, kill her. The man was suppressed, his joints creaked, and he gritted his teeth and ordered his brother. The thin boy was so scared that his legs went limp when he saw his brother's painful appearance. Sister, please show mercy. Forgive my brother, we know we are wrong. He knelt on the ground and begged bitterly. Luo Su stared at the other person with a cold face. The man couldn't bear the weight, bent his legs and fell to the ground. Puff. He spurted out a mouthful of blood. Brother, brother. The thin boy rushed over and cried bitterly. He knew that even if he took action, he couldn't beat the woman in front of him. The man was in extreme pain and finally couldn't stand it anymore, so he had to beg for mercy. I'm sorry. Please. Spare us. Swish. All the pressure faded away. Damo lay on the beach, breathing heavily. Thank you, sister. Please show mercy. Luo Su frowned at him. For such a weak person to reach level 4, it was entirely due to his tough brother. But his brother was too high profile. Just past the easy break. Still too young. Luo Su shook his head and said coldly, "You go to the place half a mile downstream to fish. And don't interfere with each other." "Yes, yes, thank you, sister." He helped his injured brother up, and the two staggered to the riverbank downstream. This episode took up a lot of time. She continued to kill monsters, and the two brothers on the other side were also very quiet. Isn't this good? Everyone lives in peace, upgrades, and goes back to their own homes after the upgrade. Isn't it better? There must be fighting and killing. Luo Su shook her head. Although she always took advantage of the fight, she didn't like to fight to the death. Super storage. Luo Su continued to fight the monsters, and was suddenly startled by a scream. It came from the direction of the two brothers, and she ran over to check. The thin boy was holding up half of his bloody arm, screaming and running away. His brother had become food for the mutant giant crocodile elite. The mutant giant crocodile swallowed the last stump, opened its bloody mouth, and gave Luo Su a warning. Roar! Luo Su's scalp numbed. This scene was too brutal. However, thinking of the elite monster's tempting reward, Luo Su's fighting spirit was aroused again. Super storage. First, a blind move to respond to its previous show of strength. Roar. The blind mutant giant crocodile elite was riding. It did not attack its companions, but rushed towards Luo Su blindly. Luo Su quickly retreated. Bang. With a sound, the huge rock next to it was smashed into pieces by the elite monster's violent tail sweep, and the broken stones were scattered everywhere. Ouch! Luo Su was accidentally hit by the broken stones, and a big bump swelled up on his forehead. I was careless. Luo Su hissed and grimaced in pain. Roar. The blind elite monster was still going crazy, swinging its giant long tail and slapping around, like a destructive machine, smashing everything it touched. Blood kept pouring out of its two eye sockets, and it looked quite terrifying. Luo Su didn't plan to confront it head-on, and the wisest choice was to wear it out. After she quietly slipped out 100 meters away, she continued to kill monsters. Super collection ding. Kill a level 4 mutant crocodile in a group and get 200 points. Ding. Kill a level 4 mutant crocodile in a group and get 200 points. Ding. Get a monster drop. Skill fragment X1. Skill fragments are good stuff. Now her combat skills are too simple, and she longs to add another awesome skill. But the drop rate is too low. After fighting for most of the day, she only collected 50 fragments. Luo Su muttered to herself, and unknowingly fought for an hour. Suddenly, she remembered that there was still an elite monster that she had forgotten to harvest. She hurried back to look for it. Along the way, there were broken branches and wood, and sand and stones were messy. She saw the dying mutant giant crocodile elite in a low-lying ditch. Super collection ding. Kill the level 4 mutant giant crocodile elite, and get 500 survival points. Ding. Get the monster's dropped items. Skill fragments X5. Luo Su collected the fragments, and now has 55 fragments and 20,000 survival points. She continued to level up, and after another hour of killing monsters, she finally collected 30,000 survival points. Ding. Spend 30,000 survival points to upgrade the super storage skill to level 4 super storage. Ding. Kill a level 4 mutant crocodile in a group and get 240 points. Ding. Kill a level 4 mutant crocodile in a group and get 240 points. After the skill was upgraded to level 4, the group monsters were much faster. What made her happiest was that she was a novice at level 5, and with the level 4 space skill, she could directly harvest the mutant giant crocodile elite. I worked non-stop for 2 hours. Finally, I collected 100 skill fragments. Synthesis. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the passive skill Elite Armor. Elite Armor. Luo Su opened the personal information panel to check. Player name, Luo Su. Player ID, HG80666. Combat skills, none. Auxiliary skills, Elite Armor passive skills, enhance defense and health by 300%. Talent 1 Spirit Ocean level 3, can increase the upper limit of mental power and recovery speed. Mental power, 3000/3000, recovery speed 30 per second. Talent 2 Fiery Eyes level 1, can find items or clues that others can't find. Special props, portable space, activate additional skills. Super storage level 4, can store everything, can also harvest everything. Special area level 1, portable living room. My home, can enter and exit freely. Survival points 0. Survival level, novice level 5. Although there is no synthetic combat skill, this auxiliary skill is also very powerful. Defense and health value increased by 3 times. Luo Su was very satisfied. With high HP and high defense, His overall combat power has become stronger. At this time, the setting sun in the sky was like blood, and the earth was stained with red. We must hurry up and upgrade the group attack skill to the next level before dark. Luosu continued to focus on killing monsters until night fell, and a blood moon hung in the sky. Ding! Spend 40,000 points to upgrade the super storage skill to level 5. Luosu heard the prompt sound of successful skill upgrade in his ears, and he was relieved immediately. Just as he was about to finish work and go home, suddenly a strong sense of danger enveloped him from all around. Who? Luosu looked up in shock. He saw pairs of red eyes all around, which looked particularly creepy under the hazy night. Luosu looked at the monster marks hanging around him, and was startled. Chapter 15. Level 5 Blood Moon Wolf? Luosu looked at the monster marks hanging around and was shocked. No wonder she couldn't find the level 5 monster on the navigation. It turns out it only appears at night. Awoo! 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 Suddenly, a huge blood moon wolf stood on the boulder, looking up majestically and howling at the blood moon. Other blood moon wolves followed suit and howled, spreading from nearby to far away. For a while, the whole city was filled with wolf howls. Luosu felt cold all over. Level 5 monsters appeared all over the city. This was the third night since entering the game. Unlike the previous nights, there was a blood moon tonight. The player communication area was in an uproar. Level 1 alert. Blood moon demon wolf appeared. All players should not go out tonight. Help! I'm on the pedestrian street and surrounded by wolves. Ah, help! This wolf is not afraid of fire. My fire attack can't drive away the wolves, and now I'm trapped in a school bus. Why are there wolves tonight? There were no wolves the previous 2 nights. Listen to me, I know why there are wolves tonight. Don't keep me in suspense, tell me now. Because someone has reached level 5. The refresh conditions for level 5 monsters have been triggered. What? Someone has reached level 5? So fast, is he cheating? Level 5? How can it be so fast? I have been working non-stop, and only reached level 3. Today I saw 2 players with submachine guns. They were level 4 players. Could it be that they reached level 5 first and released the blood wolf? Damn, it's so unfair. Why do they have submachine guns? But I only have a kitchen knife at the beginning. There are still 2 days left. Let's think about how to advance as soon as possible. Luosu didn't know that the player exchange area was in an uproar. She was still surrounded by wolves, waiting for battle. Although she could hide in the living room and wait for dawn, she felt that the setting of this game was unavoidable. Instead of wasting time, it is better to face the difficulties and find a solution. Ah! A low roar. The surrounding wolves launched an attack at the same time. Cute baby bubble. Luosu activated the stealth skill. She moved quickly, rushed out of the wolf's encirclement, opened up a distance of 4 or 5 meters, and began to fight back. Super collection. Woo! A blood moon wolf howled in pain, and after trembling for a few seconds, it disappeared. Ding! Kill the level 5 blood moon wolf. Get 100 survival points then. 2 more blood wolves disappeared at the same time. Soon, the movement here attracted the attention of the wolf leader on the boulder. Awoo! 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 The leader wolf howled angrily. At this time, the wolves turned around in unison and roared at the empty front. Super collection ding. Kill the level 5 blood moon demon wolf. Get 100 survival points. Luosu did not dare to delay at all, and took advantage of the invisibility to quickly launch skills and sneak attack the wolf pack. She only had a few minutes of invisibility. Super collection Luosu tried to kill 2 blood moon demon wolves at a time to speed up the attack frequency. Ding! Kill the level 5 blood moon demon wolf in a group. Get 200 survival points. Ding! Kill the level 5 blood moon demon wolf in a group. Get 200 survival points. Ding! Get monster drops. Demon wolf fragment X1 him. The demon wolf also has fragments, but she didn't have time to look closely. Continue to sneak attack the wolf pack. As the number of wolves continued to decrease, the leader wolf on the boulder became restless. Awoo! With a roar, the leader wolf jumped off the boulder and pounced in front of Luosu, bending its front paws, ready to kill the enemy with one blow. But it could smell the enemy's breath, but couldn't see it. Luosu was frightened by the terrifying breath emitted by the leader wolf. She ran and fought, taking advantage of the invisibility effect to quietly distance herself. Super collection ding. Kill level 5 blood moon wolf in a group. Get 200 survival points. Ding! Get monster drop. Wolf fragment X1. The explosion rate of this wolf fragment is not bad, and 3 pieces have been obtained in a few minutes. Awoo! With a wolf howl, Luo Su's invisibility effect ended. Suddenly, all the wolves rushed towards her in unison, like cats smelling blood. Awoo! Puff, puff, puff! Luo Su threw a large number of blood moon wolf corpses from the space, building a row of temporary trenches between her and the wolf pack. I wanted to stop the wolf pack's attack. Unexpectedly, it had the opposite effect. The wolf pack smelled the blood of their companions and became more ferocious, rushing through this vulnerable trench defense line madly. Although Luo Su ran far ahead, she was soon caught up by the wolf pack. She barely dodged the attack and activated her skills at the same time. Super collection. The two wolves closest to her were collected into the space. See, I pull. With a sound, the blood-sucking wolf had already killed her, and its sharp claws tore her sleeves. The moment the wolf claws scratched her skin, a layer of dark golden luster appeared on the surface, and she heard a sharp metallic sound. Fortunately, she had the elite armor to protect her, so her skin was not hurt. She felt more and more exhausted, and was about to collapse, but at this moment, the leader of the wolves arrived and pounced on her fiercely. She felt a chill, and was about to dodge and hide in the space. At this moment, a dazzling white light suddenly lit up in front of her. With a swish sound, time seemed to stop suddenly, and the surrounding wolves froze in place. This sudden scene shocked Luo Su beyond words. Go! Suddenly, a white afterimage passed through the wolf pack and came to her. She felt her wrist tightened, and was dragged by someone to run wildly. The strong wind made her unable to open her eyes. When she opened her eyes again, she found that she had arrived at the bottom of a residential building. She was dizzy for 2 minutes after being dazed by this operation before she recovered. When she saw the man in white casual clothes in front of her, she couldn't help but be surprised. Long Zimo? Yeah. Long Zimo looked at his nose and waited for the elevator calmly. You saved us again, thank you. Luo Su hurriedly thanked him. Yeah. Long Zimo naturally looked at his nose, expressionless. Your move just now was so powerful. Swipe, time stopped. What skill is that? Luo Su was very curious. Long Zimo did not answer. With a ding, the elevator door opened. He took a long step and entered the elevator. Luo Su hurriedly followed in. She raised her eyes and looked at the player hanging above his head. Mark, no level displayed again. Long Zimo, what level are you now? Do you know what the hidden task of advancement is? Luo Su asked several questions in a row. It's best not to go out at night. Long Zimo did not answer her question, but threw out a cold and kind reminder. Luo Su nodded. Ding! The elevator reached the top floor. Luo Su followed Long Zimo out of the elevator and came to his door. Why are you following me? Go back to your own residence. Long Zimo frowned and stared at her. I have no place to stay. Luo Su whispered, Can I stay here for one night? You have a lot of empty rooms anyway. No. Long Zimo refused coldly. There are blood moon demon wolves everywhere outside now. It's very dangerous. Luo Su looked scared and pitiful. Long Zimo sneered. Just now, when he was fighting a pack of wolves on the beach, he didn't care about his life. Now he is afraid? At this time, the door was suddenly opened. Boss, you are back. Do you fun? Luo Su was surprised to see the person who opened the door. You live here too. Great. Long Zimo glanced at Long Zimo and walked in. Luo Su followed him in. Chapter 16. As soon as Luo Su entered the room, he smelled a long-lost smell. Seeing the hot food on the table, his eyes lit up immediately. Wow, it smells so good. He hasn't eaten for 3 days. Seeing that his boss didn't say anything, Diefan took over the conversation. Since you are here, let's eat together. Long Zimo sat down and looked at the bland seaweed soup, 2 poached eggs, and a small plate of bacon in front of him, and immediately lost his appetite. Boss, it's hard to find ingredients in this round of the game. Let's make do with it for 2 days. The boss has always been picky about food, and Diefan naturally knows that, but a good cook cannot cook without rice. I feel pretty good. There are meat and vegetables, and the taste is not bad. People who haven't eaten for 3 days, everything tastes delicious. You guys eat. I have no appetite. Long Zimo said, leaning on the sofa. No appetite? Then what do you want to eat? Braised pork or hot pot? Dumplings are also available. Luo Su asked Long Zimo while eating. Long Zimo looked at her with a sidelong look. She was so hungry that she was wolfing down her food, but she was still bragging. She was really thick-skinned. Don't joke, I just found these ingredients with great difficulty. Du Yifan said. I'm not kidding, I have a refrigerator full of food, wow. Luo Su burped. Then why are you here to eat for free? The two men glared at her at the same time. No, I don't have a kitchen, hee. Luo Su laughed awkwardly. How about I bring all the ingredients here? There are really a lot, enough for several days. Forget it, don't go out to feed the wolves later. After Long Zimo finished speaking, he closed his eyes and rested. It's okay, it's very close. Luo Su said, and made a request, but I have another teammate, can I bring him to eat with me? Du Yifan hurriedly responded, come on, it's more lively when there are more people. This was really against his will. For the boss's appetite, Luo Su took action immediately and ran to find his teammates. About 10 minutes later, Du Yifan heard a knock on the door. When he opened the door, he was stunned. So many? There were lots of food at the door, enough for several banquets. Du Yifan saw Luo Su holding a child, and no one else followed. Where are your teammates? This is my teammate Daodu. Luo Su smiled. Daodu, say hello to Uncle Du. Hello, Uncle Du. Daodu greeted in a childish voice. Du Yifan gave a thumbs up and praised him. The little guy was not afraid of strangers. He started running around when he entered the door. After walking around, he stuck to Long Zimo. The little guy kept tilting his head and staring at him. Long Zimo looked at the little baby in front of him, staring with a pair of big black gemstone eyes, pure and bright, and full of novelty. This cute little look. Long Zimo finally couldn't hold it anymore and asked, Little guy, what are you looking at? Do you still recognize me? The little baby laughed, revealing 2 rows of white teeth like broken jade. He said in a childish voice, I know you, you are Daddy. Puff. Du Yifan just took a sip of the drink and spit it all out. Cough, cough, cough. Long Zimo. Luo Su was very upset. Daodu, stop messing around, call Uncle Long. The little guy was so angry that he said, Mom, he's not Uncle, he's Daddy. Children's words are innocent, don't mind it. Luo Su was a little embarrassed and carried Daodu to the sofa. Daodu, Mommy will cook dumplings for you. You have to be good, okay? Okay. Daodu nodded obediently. Luo Su turned and went to the kitchen. Long Zimo looked at the well-behaved Daodu and took out a candy from his pocket for him. Daodu thanked him happily. Thank you, Daddy. His voice was so soft that it made people's ears melt. Long Zimo didn't say anything, but stretched out his hand to rub the little guy's soft hair. His eyes became softer. Du Yifan smiled secretly. He didn't expect that the always cold boss would have such a side. It's true, when these two sit together, they really look a bit like father and son. Even the birthmarks on the bridge of their noses are exactly the same. While preparing the hot pot ingredients, Du Yifan glanced at the big and small on the sofa, and felt that the scene was quite harmonious. Your name is Daodu, right? Long Zimo asked. Yes, Daddy, my name is Daodu. I'm 2 years old. Daodu said in a childish voice. Why do you call me Daddy? Long Zimo was curious. He couldn't synchronize with the child's thinking at all. Is it because he is handsome? Because you have a mark on your nose like me, you are my daddy. Daodu pointed at the small black mole on his nose and said. Long Zimo was speechless, and reached out to touch the small black mole on his nose. It was just a coincidence, but it was so special in the eyes of a child, he couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. Du Yifan's eyes widened. The eldest brother actually smiled. It seems that he still likes children very much. Thinking of Grandma Long's military order to urge marriage, he suddenly felt a little hopeful. This time when he goes back, all the blind dates of Grandma Long will be arranged. Since the accident 2 years ago, when he was plotted by someone, the eldest brother has never been close to women again. Du Yifan felt guilty. It was all because he was too careless at the time. He didn't find out in time that the boss was drugged and thought he was just drunk. He just hurried to chase the person who attacked them, but he didn't catch up with him. When he came back, he found his young master holding. Later, the result of the matter was found out. It was the opponent Jiang Hao who set up the trap, and the appearance of the girl was completely unexpected. Du Yifan still felt ashamed when he thought of his mistakes back then. He even suspected that the boss had some sequelae after being drugged that time, and he never approached women from then on. Everyone, come and eat dumplings. Luo Su brought out a plate of hot dumplings. Wow, let's eat dumplings. The little guy jumped off the sofa. Long Zimo followed him. Dumplings are his favorite. Long Zimo ate several dumplings in a row and said in a somewhat reproachful tone, Yifan, do you still say that there are no delicious ingredients in this round of games? Du Yifan felt a little wronged. Couldn't the boss see where the ingredients came from? Don't blame him. I'm afraid I'm the only one in the city who has this ingredient, Luo Su said proudly. Her refrigerator is not something from the game. Long Zimo ate dumplings calmly. In fact, He had already discovered that the packaging and manufacturers of these ingredients are all from the real world. If he guessed correctly, Luo Su should have a special space where she could put things and children. Otherwise, why didn't she bring her children with her when she was in danger twice? Strangely, she and Dowdu have both reached level 5, and are currently leading. Long Zimo's perception ability can perceive other people's top combat skills. But he found that she and Dowdu had no combat skills. They only had auxiliary skills. How did she level up so quickly? Could it be that the bug task he had to eliminate this time was her? He felt a little tricky. As a StarCraft 5A elite player, he had many privileges, but also many obligations, such as assisting the game system and eliminating various bugs. It's just that the bugs in the past were all monsters, so why were they players this time? And they were a mother and son. Long Zimo was eating dumplings, and suddenly he felt that they were not delicious. Chapter 17. Luo Su knew that Long Zimo was looking at her intentionally or unintentionally, but she didn't know why. She came here tonight. In addition to eating, she also wanted to take a comfortable hot bath. Dowdu hasn't taken a bath for a few days. Are the dumplings delicious? Luo Su asked with a smile. Delicious. Diefun answered for the boss. Just kidding, he ate 3 bowls. There are still many dumplings in the refrigerator, so the boss is not afraid of being picky. Then, can I borrow a place to take a bath? Luo Su looked at the two of them. Long Zimo was eating dumplings quietly, as if he didn't hear anything. Sure, why not? Diefun waited for a long time, and seeing that his boss didn't refuse, that was a big yes. Long Zimo finished eating, put the bowl and chopsticks neatly flat, and then spoke. The guest room next to the study also has an independent bathroom. You and Dowda can stay there tonight. Okay, thank you. Luo Su smiled happily. This person looks cold, but he is actually cold on the outside but warm on the inside. After Dowdu had eaten, he felt a little sleepy. Luo Su chatted with him for a while, then took Dowdu back to the room to rest. The little guy just finished washing, and fell asleep in the second he touched the bed. Luo Su also soaked in the warm bathtub and took a long breath. Huh? She has been fighting and killing these days, and her spirit has been tense. If it weren't for Dowdu, I'm afraid she would have given up long ago. But only half of the time has passed, and it will be more and more difficult as time goes on. Tonight is the 3rd night of the game, and the Blood Wolf is out. I wonder how other players are doing? Open the communication area. Luo Su found that there was a leaderboard in the most eye-catching position. She and Dowdu were tied for the first place. Both of them were novice level 5. The other players were all level 4 and below. About 30% of the players have reached level 4. Most of the players are still at level 3. There are also a few level 2, and there are basically no level 1 players. Luo Su pulled to the bottom. There was actually a level 0 player. There are currently 726 players left. In 3 days, 274 people died. This data is still very scary, and at this time, the communication area is chatting hotly. Hey, why is there a ranking list all of a sudden? I don't know. Is it because of the level 5 player again? Have you noticed that 2 players have reached level 5? But why don't they advance to bronze? Yes, don't they want the first show reward? Don't they want to leave the game? That's right, it's so weird. Everyone, you can't advance directly even if you reach novice level 5. There is also a hidden task. You can only advance after completing it. Luo Su typed a line of words. What is the hidden mission? I don't know, there is no clue. Just ask the top 2. Did you accept some hidden mission and release the level 5 Blood Moon Wolf? How many people did you kill? Do you know? That's right, we were almost at level 4, and planned to grind for another 2 hours at night, but now all my companions are dead. Don't criticize me, the wolves appeared because there was a blood moon tonight. Everyone, work hard to level up. Players who haven't been promoted to bronze in 5 days will all die. What's a blood wolf? There will be more terrifying ones in the future. If you don't hurry up and level up to level 5, you won't be able to hold on until the last moment. Don't create panic here. No way, it's so scary. I'm only level 2. Hey, is anyone there? I'm still trapped in the elevator. No way, you haven't come out yet? Are you not starving to death? When I entered the game, I activated the fasting talent. Awesome crass. Luo Su left the chat area. She wanted to find other level 5 players to talk about how to find clues to hidden tasks. But she found that only she and Dowdu were level 5. It seems that she could only rely on herself. Luo Su closed her eyes and sighed. Whatever, she has lived alone with Dowdu for these years, and has gotten used to it. Have a good sleep. We will go to the park for adventure tomorrow. Luo Su turned over and fell asleep with Daodu in her arms. The night outside the window, shrouded in the blood-red moonlight, looked particularly weird. In the middle of the night, Luo Su was awakened by the noise in the living room outside. Although the movement was very light, after she awakened the talent of the fiery eyes and golden pupils, her vision and hearing were extremely sensitive. She quietly opened the door and took a look. Du Yifan and Long Zimo were fully armed and were about to go out. "Hey, where are you going in the middle of the night?" Luo Su ran out and asked. "You go to sleep and lock the door," Du Yifan said. "No, I want to go too." Luo Su felt vaguely that these two people seemed to be going to play a game. "You're going too? What about Daodu?" Du Yifan asked. "It's okay, he's asleep. Wait for me." Luo Su ran back to the room and came out a few minutes later. "Let's go." Luo Su started to change her shoes. "You're going with us like this?" Du Yifan saw that she was wearing casual clothes, which were no different from the pajamas she had just worn. She just had her hair tied up high. "What else?" Seeing the two of them looking disgusted, Luo Su said, "I promise I won't hold you back." Yifan's shoes. Long Zimo raised his chin. Du Yifan reluctantly took off her shoes and handed them to Luo Su. He really didn't understand why the boss wanted to take her with him. It was obvious that the boss deliberately made a noise just now. Luo Su looked at the black sneakers in Du Yifan's hand and shook his head. "No need, my little white shoes are very comfortable. This is a prop, moving speed of 100 meters per second. Long Zimo said expressionlessly. "What? This is a prop?" Luo Su took the black sneakers. They looked ordinary and old, except for a pair of small wings on the heels. There was nothing special about them. Besides, how could they be worn in such a large size? "If you want to go, put them on," Long Zimo said, and stepped out of the door first. "Hey, I wear them, wait for me." Luo Su hurriedly put on the old black shoes. When she first put them on, they were still too wide, but soon the shoes automatically adjusted to the size that fit her. "Wow, these shoes are amazing." Luo Su put on her shoes and trotted to the elevator door. "Boss, where are we going?" Luo Su asked, imitating Du Yifan's tone. "To the park." "Ah, at night?" Luo Su was shocked. The park was scary enough during the day, and now there are a bunch of blood wolves at night. Isn't it just a horror opening the door to horror? She regretted following him. "It's not too late to regret it now," Long Zimo said coldly. Luo Su's eyes widened. She really doubted whether Long Zimo could read minds. Who regretted it? "I'm so excited. Do you feel like playing with friends?" Luo Su said with a stiff face. "When we go out, you follow between the two of us, don't run around, your shoes are very fast, and it's more dangerous if you can't control them well," Du Yifan kindly reminded. "I know, I promise to hold your thighs tightly, and not run around." Luo Su swore solemnly, but at this moment, she was already scared in her heart. Chapter 18. It was late at night, and except for the occasional wolf howls, everything was quiet. Luo Su followed the two and hurried out of the community. There were still a few blood moon demon wolves on the road, and they didn't see how they attacked. The blood wolves within a dozen meters around had already fallen silently in a pool of blood. So powerful. Luo Su was surprised. "Boss, what level are you?" "Higher than you." Long Zimo walked in front with big strides. "No way. Then why are you not on the player rankings?" Luo Su was very puzzled. "We are not participating in the competition," Long Zimo said. "Then why are you here?" Luo Su was a little confused. "Guess," Long Zimo said as he walked. "You are players, and you are not participating in the novice promotion competition. Your level is higher than mine. Are you already bronze players?" Luo Su's reasoning shocked himself. Not too stupid. Long Zimo's evaluation was very pertinent. Du Yifan, who was following the two, was shocked and wondered if he had heard it wrong. When did the boss become so talkative? Answering every question is something that will never happen to the boss in his 8 lifetimes. Could it be possible that the boss will be tempted by beauty one day? But this Luo Su looks. Her facial features are quite delicate, and her skin is fair, but her figure is a bit thin, her height is barely acceptable, and her personality is hard to say. After all, we haven't known each other for a long time. So far, she is quite easy to get along with, not materialistic, nor a nympho, and she is not like those nympho girls who want to get into bed with the boss as soon as they see him. But no matter how much I like him, I can't be his stepfather. Du Yifan followed the two of them, worried like an old mother. "Are you here to level up?" Luo Su asked again. "We're here." Long Zimo stopped. Luo Su looked carefully, and saw the 4 big words Nanhu Park in front of her. Her body stiffened immediately. The horrific scene last time was vivid in her mind, and her legs began to tremble. It's okay. With the boss here, any monsters and demons are no problem, Du Yifan said easily. Long Zimo glanced at him, then looked at Luo Su, and said calmly, you still have to be cautious. After that, he stepped into the park first, and Luo Su followed closely. The bloody moonlight passed through the treetops and sprinkled on the grass, emitting a dark red light. The park under the night sky, the whole black and red tone, looked mysterious and weird. The moonlight was hazy, but Luo Su's fire eyes and golden eyes seemed to have a night-light mode, so she could see relatively clearly at this time. What surprised her here was that there was not a single blood moon wolf in this park. The mutant zombies that caused hallucinations last time were nowhere to be seen. But the quieter it was, the more uneasy Luo Su felt. This seemed like Ningning before the storm. They walked slowly and lightly. Suddenly, crunch crunch, Luo Su accidentally stepped on the dry leaves, making a sound, breaking the tranquility here. With a buzz, a sound wave came out from the depths of the park. Luo Su felt dizzy and his eardrums were uncomfortable. With a swish sound, Du Yifan behind her waved his hand and covered everyone with a transparent protective cover. Luo Su instantly felt relieved. This protective cover could actually block the propagation of sound waves. This works. Luo Su gave Du Yifan a thumbs up and bowed to express his gratitude. Du Yifan was amused. The atmosphere eased a little, and Luo Su suddenly felt that it was great to have teammates. Luo Su remembered the team radar, opened it and took a look, and suddenly widened his eyes in surprise. She grabbed Long Zimo. What? Long Zimo glanced at her and asked coldly. Turn on the team radar and see if my radar is broken? Why are there so many players around here? Luo Su looked at the dense green dots on the radar, confused. Long Zimo turned on the team radar, and the picture was exactly the same as Luo Su's, showing that there were many green dots in the park. Each green dot represented a player. There were at least more than 100 green dots on the radar map, and they were all fixed in the same position and had not moved. Luo Su was wondering when she suddenly received Long Zimo's invitation to form a team. Luo Su accepted it immediately. And she only clicked one agree, and she and Daodu both joined the team at the same time. It turned out that after she and Daodu were tied together, they could not form a team with others, but she didn't expect that they could form a team. Luo Su looked at the health bar of his teammates on the left, and his sense of security doubled. Boss, do you want to form all of them into the team? Luo Su asked in a low voice. No. Long Zimo said, and walked in slowly. Luo Su followed him carefully, but she was still thinking about the large number of green dots on the team radar. Too abnormal. Everyone has known about the sudden appearance of the blood moon wolf tonight. Logically, no one should go out at night. Even if there are a few brave people who sneak out to kill monsters and level up, it is understandable. But more than 100 people ran out together, and ran to this most terrifying park? Something is wrong. It's too strange. While Luo Su was thinking, a cold wind suddenly blew past, and she shivered. Suddenly, the scenery in front of her changed, and she returned to her childhood. At that time, she was only 6 years old, and lived with her parents in her hometown town. Su, hurry up, we're going to Grandma's house. Mom? Luo Su heard her mother's familiar voice. Tut, tut, tut. Dad started the motorcycle, and her mother was sitting on the back of the motorcycle, holding a piece of fruit, waving at her. Hurry up, Luo Su, come here. Luo Su looked at the calendar. Is this the day when her parents had the accident 20 years ago? No, Mom and Dad, don't go, don't go. Luo Su chased after him, but unfortunately the motorcycle had already driven onto the secondary road to Grandma's house. Dad, Mom, don't go. Stop. Stop. Luo Su chased desperately, watching the figures of her parents go away and finally disappear. Dad. Mom. Luo Su curled up on the ground, crying heartbreakingly. She knew that she would no longer have a father and a mother after today. Luo Su. Wake up. Luo Su heard someone calling her, came back to her senses, and in a blink of an eye, the scenery in front of her changed back. In front of her was a hazy and weird park. Long Zimo was holding her arm, shaking her gently, calling her to wake up. Du Yifan stood aside, ready for battle. She felt a chill on her face, reached out to touch it, and found it was covered with tears? Did I just have hallucinations? Luo Su hurriedly wiped away her tears and asked. Yes, that's right, be careful, concentrate, and try not to be distracted. Long Zimo said softly. Oh, okay. Luo Su nodded. The three of them had just taken a few steps when a swish sound came. Not far ahead, a black shadow surged, moving east and west, and the shadows were dim. Luo Su looked at the monster mark hanging above the black shadow. Level 3 Bloodthirsty Ghost? Chapter 19. Luo Su felt a palpitation. Ghostly monsters are invisible and good at mental attacks. Monsters without physical bodies are the most troublesome for her. You come. Luo Su was still in a trance, and was suddenly pushed to the front row by Long Zimo. What you fear will come true. Boss, don't joke, I can't do it. Luo Su was immediately stunned. You can? Long Zimo crossed his arms, and looked like he was watching a show. Luo Su had to use his eyes to ask Du Yifan for help. Unexpectedly, Du Yifan scratched his head, and looked around but didn't look at her. He said he would take her to play with him, but he was just cheating her. Luo Su muttered, you just want to see me die so that you can inherit my refrigerator of food. Luo Su had no choice but to bite the bullet and fight, because the black shadow had already rushed towards her. The black shadow kept changing its shape, and finally a cloud of fog enveloped her. She felt that her limbs were bound, and she couldn't move. Super Collection. She used her skills on the black fog wrapped around her arm, but the black fog just dissipated for a moment and gathered together again, forming a force that continued to bind her. Super Collection. She tried several more times, but still couldn't lock the black fog. The black fog changed its appearance again, instantly turning into countless thin needles, trying to pierce her like a hedgehog. At this moment, a layer of dark golden luster appeared on the surface of her skin, and the black needles could not penetrate her skin. Huh? The black needles dissipated and turned into a dense black fog, like a round helmet, covering Luo Su's head. Luo Su felt a little difficult to breathe. The black fog seemed to isolate the air near her head. But she couldn't move. Super Collection. She hurriedly used skills to collect the black fog on her head. But it was still useless. Luo Su's breathing became more and more difficult, and she began to gasp. Boss, are you really not going to help her? Du Yifan was a little anxious. If she can't handle this little monster, she doesn't need to go inside. Long Zimo said calmly. Luo Su panicked. The black fog was invisible, and could not be locked. She could only try range attacks. Super Storage. Everything was shaking within a 10-meter radius around Luo Su, and small things like fallen leaves, stones, and branches disappeared. Saplings were uprooted and disappeared. Ball-sized stones disappeared. Even the grass was turned up and disappeared. Du Yifan's eyes widened in shock. Boss, is this a domain skill? His boss was gifted with domain skills, and this kind of domineering skill was not something that ordinary people could control. Not a domain. Long Zimo stared at Luo Su, who was 10 meters away, thinking. Whoosh. The black fog around Luo Su disappeared, and she instantly felt her breathing smoother. Ding, a mysterious black fog was obtained. Luo Su opened the space backpack, and in addition to the messy remains of plants and trees, gravel and dead leaves, there was also a ball of black air. Luo Su broke off a small ball and suspended it in the palm of her hand. With a thought, she could control it freely. Now she can control this black fog. Wow, that's amazing. Du Yifan praised. Let's go! Long Zimo said nothing, and turned to walk deeper into the park. They walked along the gravel road to the end, and saw a huge old tree with a canopy that covered the sky and towered into the clouds. Under the old tree was a wide and flat stone staircase with 2 bonfires on each side. The stone staircase was shrouded in black mist, and dense human figures were looming. Do you think the stone staircase under the tree looks like an altar? Luo Su asked. You take away the black fog on the altar. Long Zimo said to Luo Su. Luo Su nodded. Super Collection. The black fog was cleared in the blink of an eye. Only then did they see that the altar was full of people, who stood there motionless with dull eyes, like rows of terracotta warriors. Luo Su turned on the team radar, and found that this was the place where the green dots were densely distributed on the radar. The people on the altar are actually players? Luo Su looked at the hundreds of people on it, and was very surprised. What are they doing here? Sacrifice. Long Zimo said calmly, as if he was not surprised. Sacrifice so many people? What kind of terrifying existence is it? Luo Su widened his eyes, thinking about it in horror. Then how can we save those players? Luo Su asked again. We can't save them. Long Zimo said briefly. Ah, we can't save them. Then why are we here? As soon as Luo Su finished speaking, he heard a scream, and a lot of red blood mist was sprinkled in the air. The moment the blood mist fell to the ground, Many Blood Moon demon wolves appeared and surrounded the three of them. Kill all those invaders. A strange voice came from above the altar. Luo Su then discovered that there was a tree hole more than 1 meter high above the altar. The entrance of the hole was filled with red blood mist, and the scenery inside could not be seen clearly. Yifan, this place is left to you, Long Zimo said, leaving a trace of afterimage on the spot. He had already climbed up the ancient tree and jumped into the tree hole in the blink of an eye. Ah! Luo Su was surprised. Before she could react, the scenery in front of her changed. This was an abandoned factory, with abandoned cars and cargo boxes everywhere. She and Du Yifan were surrounded by countless Blood Moon demon wolves. Awoo! 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 The wolves howled, as if blowing the slogan of attack. For a moment, all the demon wolves had their hairs blown up, their eyes glowed red, and they pounced on them fiercely. Swish! With a flick of his hand, Du Yifan threw a piece of ice chips around, and the wolves' attack slowed down. Kill it! Du Yifan shouted, raising his hand and sending out an ice spike. Puff, puff, puff! The blood wolf hit by the ice spike turned into a blood mist, but the blood mist did not disappear, but transformed into a new blood wolf. Oops. Du Yifan secretly said that it was not good, this monster could not be killed. Super Collection. Luo Su activated the range attack, but it was ineffective. Even if she changed the way to lock the monster, she could not use the skill. She was immediately helpless. Du Yifan, my skills can't be used, this place is very weird. Du Yifan released an ice wall to isolate the wolves, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. This is a fantasy realm. The monster that created the fantasy realm is much higher than you. Your mental power is suppressed, so you can't use your skills, Du Yifan said. Ah, then I can't do anything? Luo Su asked anxiously. You can only use props, not skills. Du Yifan replied to her, and seeing that the ice wall could not stop the wolves, he hurriedly added another one. No, this is too mentally exhausting. We can't hold on for long. I hope the boss can deal with the big one inside as soon as possible, Du Yifan said. Luo Su thought about Du Yifan's words. In the fantasy realm, you can't use skills, you can only use props. Her space is a prop. Before she activated the space additional skills, she could also store things, and at that time, she didn't consume any mental power. Luo Su recalled the feeling of simply storing things. Concentrate your energy, and aim at the cargo box next to you. Collect. Ding, get a dilapidated cargo box. Luo Su was surprised. It turns out that her space has two uses. One is the harvesting function, which consumes mental power. The other is the storage function, which only uses the power of space, but it can only store things, not harvest life forms. Chapter 20. Awoo! After a burst of wolf howls, the wolf pack began a general attack. Bang! 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 The wolf pack continued to hit the transparent ice wall. With a TSK, several cracks appeared on the ice wall. I have no mental power, Du Yifan said anxiously. Luo Su glanced at the health bar of his teammates. Du Yifan's mental power was completely consumed, and Long Zimo's mental power was only a quarter left. Energetic. Luo Su activated Daodu's talent skill, and the team's mental power recovery doubled. Fortunately, the innate skills can be used, but the attack skills are suppressed. Great. Du Yifan saw that his mental power was quickly restored, and immediately pushed out an ice wall to block the wolf pack 3 meters away. Luo Su was not idle either. She collected cargo boxes non-stop. She collected half of the hundreds of cargo boxes in the factory. Smash it. Luo Su began to stack cargo boxes along the outside of the ice wall. Bang, 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 1, 2, 3. The 1 meter high cargo boxes were stacked into a circle, and then the second layer was stacked. Soon, a 2 meter high isolation zone was formed around the two people. Separate the wolves outside. Build trenches? So the big guy mentioned in the exchange area is you? Du Yifan was surprised, and looked at Luo Su with a different look. Hey, is it fun? Luo Su grinned. Simple and crude, it's a good method. Du Yifan's evaluation is fair. In extraordinary times, extraordinary measures are adopted. As long as you use your brain, there are always more solutions than problems. Awoo! The wolves were isolated outside, and could not cross the 2 meter high cargo box, so they could only howl outside. Luo Su was not afraid at all, but she was a little worried about Long Zimo's situation, because Long Zimo's health bar was reduced by half. Can we go over to help the boss? Luo Su asked anxiously. We are trapped in the illusion, and we can only wait for the boss to kill the boss, or use props to break out. Du Yifan said. Ah? Isn't that dangerous? Luo Su watched Long Zimo's health bar decrease little by little, and became more anxious. Du Yifan took out a purple incense and lit it, and Luo Su found that the whole team had gained a state. In one stick of incense, the whole team's health recovery speed increases by 20%. But it didn't work. Long Zimo's health bar was still decreasing. Yifan, I'm cursed. You take Luo Su back immediately. Long Zimo's voice came over. Curse? How can such a low-level boss have such a terrifying skill? Du Yifan stood up with a pale face. The horror of the curse is that it makes all players shudder. How many top players in the interstellar world have died under the curse? Players who are cursed will die within 24 hours, unless someone is willing to exchange their life for another's, but the lifespan can be extended by 3 months. This is a bug. This boss should not appear here. During the last interstellar hunting competition, an injured heaven-level fantasy beast escaped from the hunting grounds and disappeared. It turned out to be lurking here. Long Zimo said. What? The heaven-level fantasy beast demon wolf Emperor G, who is at the top of the bounty list. Du Yifan showed a look of horror. Luo Su was confused. Du Yifan, is that heaven-level fantasy beast very powerful? The top bounty? 100 million survival points. Du Yifan frowned. 100 million? Luo Su's jaw dropped in shock. Du Yifan added, the fantasy beast, last time dozens of top players worked together, but couldn't kill it, it escaped with serious injuries. Wouldn't it be dangerous for the boss to be alone over there? Luo Su understood. Boss, hold on, I come to you right away. Du Yifan shouted anxiously. Don't come over, you guys go. Long Zimo said in a commanding tone. His health bar was only 1/5 left. Du Yifan's eyes were red. He had followed Long Zimo since he was a child. His life was saved by the boss. It was impossible for him to escape alone in a critical moment. Break the illusion. Du Yifan took out a gray wooden fish and knocked it 3 times. Tap, tap, tap. A crisp sound rang out, carrying a wave of energy, rushing forward. Swish. With a sound, the abandoned factory in front of them disappeared, and the two returned to the ancient tree. You have prop shoes, run, get away from this park. After Du Yifan told Luo Su, he turned around and climbed up the ancient tree to find Long Zimo. Hey! Luo Su was still standing there, and the person climbing the tree had disappeared. Should I run or not? Luo Su was in a dilemma. It's better to run. This place looks dangerous. What if Doubty gets involved? Luo Su ran a few steps and began to hesitate again. Long Zimo saved her twice. There was no reason for him to watch her die. Luo Su returned to the ancient tree. After using the life-saving skills twice, it won't be too late to help Long Zimo and then leave. Boss! Du Yifan rushed into the tree hole with red eyes, and saw his boss covered in blood, with a black mist on his forehead. That was the mark of the curse. The boss was gritting his teeth and holding on. He used his skills to tightly control the opponent, and the demon wolf DG was also lingering, with only a small amount of blood left. The boss wanted to wear it out and die together. Maybe he knew he was cursed and gave it his all. Du Yifan felt a pang of heartache and took out the dagger without hesitation and cut his palm. Boss, give me your hand. Don't worry about me, go. Long Zimo glared at him. Boss, Grandma Long is still waiting for you to come back. Give me your hand. You can still accompany Grandma for 3 months. Du Yifan shouted. Du Yifan, you wake up, this is a curse. Long Zimo growled, take good care of Grandma. It's already powerless to save the situation, so there's no need to make powerless sacrifices. Long Zimo pushed Du Yifan out of the tree hole with force, and with a boom, he blocked the tree hole. Boss! Du Yifan was pushed out, kneeling under the tree and roaring in despair. Luo Su was moved to tears by their deep brotherly love. Magic pacifier. Luo Su activated Doubty's special prop. Swish. With a sound, Long Zimo's health bar was full. Du Yifan, what did you do? Long Zimo was shocked. No. Du Yifan was confused. I didn't do anything. What else could he do? If he had any other way, he would have used it long ago. He rushed in just now, just wanting to exchange his life for his own, transfer the curse to himself, and also exchange it for 3 months of the boss's life. But the boss isolated himself with the domain skill. I used out his props, which can be full of blood once. After use, it has to cool down for 50 minutes. Luo Su said. Doubty props? Du Yifan and Long Zimo were equally shocked. Why is Doubty's prop useful? This is a curse. All props have been invalid in the past. Yes, this is Doubty's prop. which comes with it when you enter the game, Luosu said leisurely. Long Zimo didn't know why Daodu's props could remove the curse on him, and he didn't have time to think about it. Now he feels full of vitality, and all his abilities have returned to their peak state. He opened his arms, and sent out his most powerful killer. Chapter 21. Domain Destruction. With a roar from Long Zimo, he used his ultimate weapon. With a loud boom, the ancient tree began to shake violently. With the boss as the center, the space began to twist and shrink, and finally with a bang, it burst. In an instant, the tree hole exploded, and the ancient tree was cut in half. With a boom, the huge tree crown collapsed. Long Zimo used his strongest move to kill the boss, the Demon Wolf Emperor. At this time, a magnificent and loud voice resounded through the sky. Ding! Congratulations to the player Long Zimo's team for destroying the heavenly fantasy beast Demon Wolf Emperor G and completing the number 1 bounty mission. A message spread throughout the entire Hongyu Star Interstellar, and everyone was in an uproar. Luosu and Do Do also received generous bounty mission rewards. Ding! Get the bounty mission reward, 80 skill fragments, 1 Demon Wolf Soul, 1 million survival points. This is the result of the team's random allocation. This kind of easy-to-win reward, Luosu is very happy. Ding! Congratulations to all members of the Novice Promotion Competition. The hidden promotion task has been completed. All Novice Level 5 players can directly promote. Luosu was ecstatic and quickly clicked on the promotion interface. Promotion! Ding! Congratulations to Luosu and Do Do for becoming the first bronze players to successfully promote. Both of them received an extra gift package. Ding! Congratulations to Luosu and Do Do for receiving a promotion reward of 200,000 survival points. Ding! Congratulations to Luosu and Do Do for receiving the first promotion extra reward of 500,000 survival points and the title of Bronze AAA player. Good news came one after another, and Luosu and Do Do received a lot of rewards. Instantly, the player communication area exploded. Wow, someone successfully advanced. Luosu and Do Do, have you seen these two players? How come they are so awesome? The hidden task for advancement was also completed by these two people, right? Thank them. Thank you for what? She got the reward for first killing the boss, and none of us got any. She ate it all by herself. The boss must be very difficult to kill. Wouldn't it be good if someone helped to kill it? We just need to upgrade to Novice Level 5 within 5 days, and we will be promoted directly. I'm only Level 3, and I only have 1 day left. Luosu didn't know that the player exchange area was in an uproar. After Long Zimo killed the boss, the Demon Wolf Emperor, the altar collapsed. The players on the altar, the terracotta warriors, crawled out of the ruins in a mess, twisting their necks and making a crackling sound, which made Luosu shudder. After a closer look, these people were not players at all. They were clearly zombies. The hideous faces were very scary. Luosu hurried away. Duifun was quick-witted and shot out a piece of ice spikes to kill. Smash it. Luosu threw the cargo boxes in the space while running, smashing them randomly. Bang, bang, bang. The zombies on the altar turned into a pile of meat paste. Simple and crude, too scary. Duifun gave a thumbs up. Your skill is to take things from the air? Long Zimo walked towards Luosu. I have a space where I can store things and smash them out. As Luosu said this, he saw the bloodstains on Long Zimo's clothes and asked again, How are you? I'm fine. Daodu's full-blood skill has removed the curse on me and dispelled other negative states. Long Zimo said. That's good. Luosu remembered that it was Daodu's full-blood skill that saved her last time when she was on the verge of death, and she felt her vitality restored instantly. Duifun was most excited to see that his boss was fine. To express his gratitude, he said he would cook for Luosu and Daodu himself. At the invitation of Long Zimo and Duifun, she decided to stay and have dinner with them. In this round of games, everyone has lived and died together, so it is necessary to have a meal together and say goodbye. After all, after the game, everyone goes their separate ways, and no one knows each other. Back to the residence on the 48th floor, Luosu hurried to take a hot bath, and then took Daodu out of the living room. The little guy was bored and ran around in the living room. When he saw Long Zimo, who had just taken a bath, he stuck to him again. Daddy, Daddy, play with me, Daodu said in a soft voice. Long Zimo squatted down, picked up the baby, and asked softly, What does Daodu want to play? Riding a horse, Daodu blurted out. Long Zimo held the little guy on his shoulders, and played riding a horse. Hee hee. Riding a horse, Mom, look. Dowdu was so excited that he kept shouting. This was his first time playing riding a horse like this, and he was very happy. Hee. Duifun, who was preparing hot pot ingredients, watched Long Zimo and Dowdu having fun, and also laughed along. Luosu wanted to help in the kitchen, but was chased out by Duifun. He had no choice but to sit on the sofa and watch Dowdu and Long Zimo play. Long Zimo, what do you mean by heaven-level fantasy beasts? Are there fantasy beasts in this game? Luosu asked. Yes. Long Zimo put Dowdu down and sat on the sofa. Fantasy beasts are divided into heaven level, earth level, and human level. Heaven level and earth level beasts cannot be tamed, and killing them can get rich rewards. Only human level beasts can be tamed and used as battle pets. Battle pet? Luosu thought it was incredible. Will I be pulled into the game again after I quit? This was the question Luosu was most concerned about. Yes, as long as you participate once, the next game won't be too long. Long Zimo stared at Luosu, then at Dowdu. Are you guys a bonded player? Long Zimo asked. Luosu nodded, and suddenly felt bad. After all the hard work, he finally succeeded in advancing, and thought that everything would be fine after leaving this broken game, but he didn't expect that there would be another game. I just want to live a peaceful life. Is there any way to avoid the game? Luosu asked again. People who are chosen by the game cannot avoid it unless they die. Long Zimo said solemnly. The chaotic world is coming. It will never be peaceful in the future. Being selected into the game is not necessarily a bad thing. The game can make us stronger quickly. You must adapt as soon as possible. In this round of the game, you performed very well and have great potential. Long Zimo encouraged. The amount of information was too much, and Luosu was digesting it silently. The troubled times are coming. As far as she knows, China where she lives is still peaceful, international news is normal, and the entire blue planet is developing steadily in the 22nd century. Where did the troubled times come from? Did the aliens invade? Could this survival game be a trick of the aliens? Luosu knew nothing, but just guessed in her heart, and she felt it was absurd. It's time to eat. Duifun shouted, and a hot pot on the table was steaming hot, and all kinds of hot pot dishes were placed around it. It's time to eat. It's time to eat. Dowdu, the little foodie, danced with joy and ran to the dining table with his mother. Wow, there are dumplings to eat. The little guy's eyes lit up. After everyone sat down, Duifun prepared juice for everyone and toasted to celebrate. Luosu suddenly felt like she was having a New Year's Eve dinner. It would be even more perfect if her grandmother was there too. Chapter 22. After a good meal and a good drink, Luosu still had a lot of questions. Boss, how do you know that the hidden mission for the novice to advance is to defeat the boss, the demon wolf princess? Luosu asked the doubts in his heart. I don't know. Long Zimo said, turning the teacup in his hand. Then why did you go to the park? Luosu asked again. We have other missions. Long Zimo said. So, our missions are just to defeat the same boss? Luosu was surprised. Now it seems so. Long Zimo said. I see. Luosu nodded. Fortunately, he didn't run away last night. Long Zimo seemed to remember something and asked, what is the description of Dowdu's blood recovery skill? Can it also remove curses? Luosu thought for a while and said, no, the description is just that the whole team is fully restored. However, I found that the skill descriptions of this game are not comprehensive. For example, Dowdu's other skill only says that the whole team can be invisible for 5 minutes, and there is no other description, but when I am invisible, I can ignore the damage. Ignore damage? Long Zimo and Duifun asked in unison, shocked. Yes, immune to all damage. Luosu said. Long Zimo was not calm. He had played through the game many times, and could be said to have experienced many battles. He had met countless players and opponents, but he had never seen a skill that ignored damage. He knew what invisibility plus ignoring damage meant on a battlefield where life and death were at stake. This was simply a bug. He glanced at Duifun, who was also shocked, but soon understood what he meant. Duifun asked Luosu for her contact number and address, saying that they were still abroad and hoped to meet her after returning home to thank her for saving her life. Luosu didn't think much of it. After all, Long Zimo had saved her several times, and it was just a courtesy. However, she had many doubts, and was waiting to be answered. I have a lot of survival points. Can I save them for the next game? Luosu asked. No. Duifun replied, but you can exchange them for points. What are the points for? Luosu was like a curious baby, with 100,000 questions in his head. It is said that you can exchange things in the Points Mall. But the Points Mall is not online yet, Du Yifan said. Although as an old player, he actually has a lot of things he doesn't understand. This game is too mysterious, and has many hidden rules that players need to explore on their own. What about skills, talents, and props? Are they applicable to every game? Luo Su asked again. Skills and talents will be retained, but the upgrade conditions required for each stage are different, Du Yifan said. Props are not necessarily universal, and some game levels will disable props, Du Yifan added. That's too difficult. This game is full of uncertainty. Luo Su was speechless. Yes, this game is very mysterious. Not every game requires fighting and killing. Sometimes you need to win by wits. The content of the game is random, and no one knows what the next game will be, Du Yifan said. So what preparations do I need to make after the game is released? Luo Su was like a studious primary school student, asking questions to the bottom of things. After you go back, strengthen your physical fitness. The body is the capital of the revolution. Long Zimo stared at her and said. Luo Su nodded. She felt that she still had many questions, but the amount of information today was too much and a bit messy. She didn't know what to ask for a while. In the future, don't tell others your real-life contact information and address in the game. There have been cases of people who made enemies in the game, and then sought revenge in real life. Long Zimo reminded. Okay. Luo Su hadn't thought of this. The three of them chatted while eating, and the lunch took 3 hours to finish. It was time to go home, and Luo Su stood up to say goodbye to them. Daodu hugged Long Zimo's thigh and said in a childish voice, Daddy, remember to come and play with me next time. I want to ride a horse again. Luo Su was embarrassed and hurriedly picked up Daodu. Daodu, say goodbye to Uncle Du and Uncle Long. Goodbye, Uncle Du. Goodbye, Daddy. Daodu will miss you. Luo Su hurriedly hugged Daodu and clicked to exit the game. Ding, exit the game in 5 seconds. The scene in front of him disappeared, and he came to a great place with a sign. Game Transfer Station. Warm tip, before exiting the game, you can dispose of the rewards and items from the previous level of the game here. 10,000 survival points can be exchanged for 1 point. Luo Su looked at his 1.72 million survival points and exchanged them for 172 points. Ding, it is detected that you have a demon wolf soul. You can choose to hatch it into a fantasy beast, or exchange it for 5 million survival points. 5 million survival points? Luo Su was shocked and hurriedly checked the golden demon wolf soul. It looked very extraordinary. Hatch. Luo Su chose to hatch. Ding, congratulations on obtaining a heaven-level fantasy beast cub. Hatching is complete, and a cute white puppy appears in front of you. When the puppy saw Daodu, he ran over to lick his cute face. Daodu was so happy that he hugged him and refused to let go. Please choose the contract owner for the heavenly level fantasy beast, Luo Su player, or Dodo player. Dodo player. Dodo just needs a playmate. Ding, congratulations to Dodo player, you have a contracted heavenly level fantasy beast. Luo Su was very happy to see Dodo playing happily with the puppy. Dodo, shall we give it a name? Xiao Bai, Mom. Let's call it Xiao Bai, okay? Dodo asked with his head tilted. Okay, let's call it Xiao Bai from now on. Luo Su touched the puppy's soft fur. Xiao Bai wagged his tail happily. Warm tip. The items in the backpack can be exchanged for survival points. The messy things in her space backpack can actually be exchanged for 10,000 survival points? I should have put more in it earlier. Next time. Hee. She smiled unkindly. When Luo Su returned home, it was already dark. She walked out of the living room and turned on the light, and heard the sound of the door lock turning. Who? She was startled. Suddenly, the door was opened, and a familiar figure stood at the door, followed by 2 policemen. Grandma? Luo Su hurriedly came over. Grandma, why are you here? What are they doing? Oh, Su, you're back. Grandma was so worried. Where have you and Dodo been? You haven't been seen for 3 or 4 days, and you didn't even bring your cell phone. When Grandma saw Luo Su, she burst into tears. Luo Su was at a loss. It's good that you're back. Remember to tell your family before you go out, so they don't worry. One of the policemen said. It seems that things are not going well recently. Try not to go out at night. There have been a sudden increase in the number of people reporting missing persons in the past few days. Another policeman reminded. Okay, thank you, you have worked hard. Luo Su hurriedly thanked him. Since everything is fine, we will leave first. The policeman said, turning to leave. Please wait a moment. I want to ask, Have all the people who reported missing come back in the past few days? Luosu asked. Most people have not come back. A few young people came back this morning. His family said that they went to play games. You say, young people nowadays, playing games for days and nights without going home. It's really outrageous. She vaguely felt that these missing people were related to survival games. Chapter 23. Luosu sent the two policemen away. When he came back, he saw Grandma holding Daodu, looking left and right. Baby, are you okay? Let Grandpa take a look. Daodu held Xiaobai and said in a childish voice, Grandpa, look, this is Xiaobai, so funny. Oh, look at Daodu's little face. It's so thin. Where have you been playing these days? Grandma touched the little guy's face, her eyes full of heartache. Grandpa, let's go to play with Daddy. Daddy let me ride a horse, it's so fun. Daodu said happily. Daddy? Who's Daddy? Grandma was surprised and looked up at Luosu. Luosu hurried over to explain. The child was yelling, but he is actually my friend. Grandpa, of course he is my daddy. He is so tall, so big, and so fun. Daodu gestured with his two little hands and became more and more excited as he spoke. Grandpa, do you know? My daddy also has a mark, the same as mine. Daodu pointed at the birthmark on his nose and said. Grandma glared at Luosu and continued to ask questions like a child. Daodu, where did you play with Daddy? At Daddy's house. Daodu blurted out. Luosu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Children really don't care about what they say. Grandma patted Luosu's thigh. Tell me, what's going on? Which friend of yours? Have I met him? Grandma, it's Daddy and Uncle. Do we eat together and sleep at their house? Daodu continued to tell Grandma in a childish voice. Oh, Susu, you kid, Grandma arranged blind dates for you before, but you never went once. You can't do anything stupid and ruin your reputation. You are still young, and you will get married in the future. Grandma looked like she was worried and had all sorts of thoughts. Luosu was speechless and hurriedly explained, Grandma, I just stayed at a friend's house for one night. Nothing happened. Grandma was relieved when she saw that Luosu was so sure. Susu, it's time for you to find a partner. Don't set your sights too high. Let's date someone who is down to earth, has good character, can accept children, and is good to you and Daodu. Got it, Grandma. Luosu agreed without hesitation to save the old lady from worrying. Grandma is 65 years old this year, half buried in the ground. Her only wish is to see you get married and find a good home. Grandma held Luosu's hand and spoke from the bottom of her heart. Grandma, I understand. Luosu nodded. Then when will you bring that Daddy that Daodu mentioned back? I help you check it out? Grandma asked. Luosu smiled bitterly and was speechless for a moment. Grandma, Uncle Du said he was playing abroad and would come to play with us when he returns. Daodu interrupted. What? Abroad? Have you been playing abroad these days? Grandma asked in surprise with her eyes wide open. No, we didn't go abroad. Don't worry, Grandma. I know my limits. Luosu said hurriedly. You kid. Grandma put Daodu in Luosu's arms. Baby, play with Mom for a while, and Grandma will make you something delicious. Okay. Daodu responded, and in a blink of an eye, like a loach, he slid down from his mother's legs and chased Xiaobai all over the floor. Luosu shook her head and went to the kitchen. Grandma, let me help you. No, you just keep an eye on Daodu. He's running around and making trouble. Grandma tied an apron and said. Luosu leaned against the door, feeling happy. It felt so good to be home. Grandma and Daodu were both here, and the family was happy. Another person, who also came out of the game, was lying in the hospital with a dull look in his eyes. Dolly, how did you get your hand like this? Where is your brother Damu? Aren't you together? A thin boy, half of his arm was wrapped in thick gauze, and the whole person was stunned. Don't worry, family members. The patient is too frightened and needs time to recover slowly. The doctor next to him comforted. A middle-aged couple was extremely sad. I remember getting up in the morning and suddenly found my son fainted at the door of the house. His clothes were stained with blood, and the wound on his arm looked like it was bitten by a beast, which was shocking. He was rushed to the hospital, and after emergency treatment, he woke up, but he was listless and his eyes were dull, like a wooden man. The boy's mother couldn't control her inner worry and grief, and cried bitterly in front of the bed. In a small town on the border of Huaxia, a little girl was rushing home in a hurry. Mom, I'm back. As soon as Mu Yeli arrived at the door of her house, she shouted anxiously. An old lady stuck her head out of the second-floor window. Hey, isn't this your little Lee? Why did you come back? Didn't she open a milk tea shop in the provincial capital? And, where's my mom? Xiaoli ran upstairs breathlessly. She's here? What's wrong? I'm so anxious. Xiaoli's mother came to the stairs. Mom. Mu Yeli rushed up, hugged her mother tightly, and cried with joy. It was like a long-lost relative suddenly reunited. What's wrong? What happened? Xiaoli's mother was inexplicably flustered. It's okay, Mom, I just miss you. Mu Yeli wiped away her tears and smiled happily. 1 week later. On a sunny morning, Luo Su and Do Do were jogging in the park. The morning light shone on their faces, revealing two moving smiles. The grandmother was practicing Ba Duan Jin on the side, and she couldn't calm down. Seeing her granddaughter running in circles with her child, she felt something was wrong. This Su Su has always been a big sleeper, but recently, she has been getting up early every day to run. What stimulated her? Grandma was puzzled. When Luo Su stopped to rest after running tired, Grandma hurried over to ask. Su Su, are you feeling unwell? Why are you working out so hard all of a sudden? Grandma's face was full of worry. If you have something to say, you must tell Grandma. Don't keep it in your heart, okay? Grandma's words became more and more outrageous, and Luo Su didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It's okay, Grandma, I just think sleeping in is a bad habit, and I will change it in the future. Luo Su said firmly. Hey, then don't fish for 3 days, and dry the net for 2 days. Grandma laughed, as long as she is healthy. Luo Su and Do Do sat on the park chair to rest, picked up the thermos cup, and took 2 sips of water. The phone rang suddenly. It was an unfamiliar number. Who is it? Luo Su swiped the screen and pressed the answer button. Hello, is this Luo Su? It's me, who are you? Luo Su felt that the voice was familiar, but he couldn't remember who it was. I'm Du Yifan, are you home? Ah, Du Yifan? Luo Su was surprised. Aren't they abroad? Yes, we are downstairs from your house. What? You are downstairs from my house? Luo Su stood up in a flash. After hanging up the phone, he hurriedly pulled Dao to home. Who is it? Who is downstairs from home? Seeing this, Grandma also rushed home. Chapter 24. Luo Su hurried home holding Dao. When she arrived at the gate of the community, she saw Du Yifan standing next to a white luxury car from a distance, waiting at her. Du Yifan. Luo Su walked over with Dao. Long Zimo rolled down half of the car window, and saw Luo Su and Dao wearing a parent-child sportswear. The older one was beautiful and cool, and the younger one was cute and handsome. The two of them walking together were very pleasing to the eye. The corners of his mouth rose involuntarily. Boss, have you noticed that this Luo Su is much more beautiful in person than in the game? Du Yifan leaned against the window and whispered to Long Zimo. Long Zimo gave him a cold look and closed the car window. Du Yifan was asking for trouble, but fortunately Luo Su was almost there. Du Yifan, why are you here? Luo Su greeted with a smile, his face flushed, probably because he had just exercised. Yes, we rushed here as soon as we returned to China. Du Yifan said with a smile. So urgent, is there something wrong? Luo Su felt vaguely that these two people must have something wrong if they came so quickly. But before Du Yifan could answer, Dao spoke up. Uncle Du, where is my daddy? At this time, the rear window rolled down, revealing Long Zimo's cold and handsome face. Daddy? Dao called softly. Long Zimo opened the car door, and the little guy climbed in. It's not convenient to talk here. Is there a coffee shop nearby? Du Yifan asked. It's indeed inappropriate to stand like this. But Luosu is a newly developed suburban real estate, with few owners moving in, and the condoms provided by the nearby commercial facilities are not yet complete. There's no coffee shop nearby. Luosu was in a dilemma. What coffee shop should we go to? We're already at the doorstep. Why don't we just go home and sit down? The grandma who caught up with her said cheerfully. Grandma? Luosu turned around and found that her grandma had stopped doing morning exercises and ran back with her. Grandma ignored her, and saw Du Yifan in a suit and tie, who looked very gentle and refined. The more she looked at him, the more she liked him. Hello, Grandma. I'm Luosu's friend. You can just call me Xiao Du. Du Yifan greeted her politely. Oh, Xiao Du, good. Grandma nodded with a smile. This young man is good, he looks promising, humble and polite. Compared with the blind dates she found for Luosu before, he is far better than them. Grandma. At this time, Long Zimo got out of the car holding Dao. Grandma turned her head and looked at him, her eyes suddenly paused. Although she has lived for decades, she has never seen such a good-looking man, but his aura is too strong. He must be a male chauvinist. No way. Grandma, this is Daddy, Dowdu said excitedly. Oh, how can this child yell randomly? It's rude. Come to Grandma. Grandma Luozu reached out to hug Dowdu. Dowdu was not happy. Grandma, this is my friend, Long Zimo. Hello, Grandma. Long Zimo nodded and greeted, his face still tense. Yeah. Grandma nodded, and she was a little impressed by Long Zimo, who had a cold aura. Xiaodu is still better. Grandma looked at Du Yifan and smiled. Let's all go home and sit together. Luozu brought Dowdu over and said to Long Zimo, let's go up together. Du Yifan took a few gifts from the trunk, locked the car door, and followed the others. The group got into the elevator and went straight to the top floor, the 25th floor. When they got home, Luozu took out black tea and coffee bags and said, these are the only two things we have at home. Which one do you want to drink? Either is fine. Long Zimo replied. Dowdu held Xiaobai and played with Long Zimo. Grandma helped boil water for tea and wash fruits in the kitchen. Du Yifan sat upright and whispered, the current situation is more serious than we expected. The power in the game has begun to affect real life. Some foreign forces have begun to recruit outstanding players to join their own forces. So we came to find you as soon as we returned to China, hoping that you can join our organization. Your organization? Luozu asked. We are one of the 4 special organizations of Blue Star, the Hidden Dragon Organization of China. Hidden Dragon Agency? Luozu was surprised. Yes, it is a secret agency established a few years ago, specializing in accepting people with special abilities. Du Yifan took out a golden invitation card and handed it to Luozu. Luozu shook his head, but I am not a person with special abilities. Anyone who has entered the game will have some special abilities after coming out. Long Zimo added in a deep voice. No way, I don't find that I have any special abilities. Luozu laughed, as if they were talking about a fairy tale. So unreal. Have you tried it in real life? Skills? Du Yifan asked quietly. No, I haven't tried it. Luozu shook her head. She reached out to a parenting magazine on the coffee table, Super Storage. The magazine didn't move. No. Luozu tried something else. Cute baby bubbles. As soon as she finished speaking, she and Dowdu's bodies became transparent and invisible. The grandmother who came out to serve tea happened to witness this scene with her own eyes. She was so shocked that her hands softened, bang. With a sound, all the tea fell to the ground. Susu? What did you do to her? How did she disappear out of thin air? Grandma thought she was dazzled. But after rubbing her eyes, Luozu was indeed gone, and what was even more terrifying was that even Dowdu was gone. Grandma, don't worry, we are here. Luozu said hurriedly, forgetting that Grandma was there too. She never thought that the skills in the game could be brought into reality. Where are you? Why can't I see? Dowdu, where are you? Answered Zuzu. Grandma was anxious, as if she had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Zuzu, I'm playing with Xiaobai here, Dowdu said in a soft voice, full of joy, without the slightest fear. Grandma breathed a sigh of relief, and suddenly became hostile to the 2 strange men. She turned around, picked up a sweep and shouted angrily. Who are you? Why do you use evil magic and use sleight of hand on us? Quickly change Susu and Dowdu back, otherwise I will call the police. Luozu hurriedly explained, Grandma, we are fine, it has nothing to do with them. Dowdu and I used the invisibility technique. Invisibility technique? Grandma was surprised. What the hell is this? Susu was raised by her. How could she not know how powerful she is? How could Susu have such a ridiculous evil technique? Grandma, there are still 4 minutes left. Our invisibility effect will wear off. Wait a while. You will be able to see us. Luozu said calmly, trying to calm Grandma. Grandma still couldn't believe it. She stood at the entrance with a broom. If they didn't get Susu and Dowdu back, no one could get out of this door. 4 minutes later, swish. Luozu and Dowdu appeared in the same place. Susu, Dowdu, oh. What's going on? When the grandma saw the 2 people coming back, she quickly threw away the broom, ran over and picked up Dowdu, and sat next to Luozu. Tell me, what's going on? Chapter 25. Seeing that Grandma was terrified, Luozu had to explain. Grandma, there is a company with advanced technology that can bring people into a simulated world for training, allowing humans to have high-tech abilities. People with outstanding performance will receive certain rewards. This invisibility technique is the latest reward for Dowdu and me. There is such advanced technology. Grandma only understood half of what she heard and asked, Is the training very hard? Is it dangerous? You leave Dowdu at home. I will help you take care of him. No need, Grandma. There are many children training together there, so you won't fall behind if you start learning from childhood. Luo Su tried to explain in a way that Grandma could understand. Ah, is that so? After listening, Grandma thought for a while and said, Can you apply to the organization to bring me, a family member, in as well? I can look after your child and cook for you. Luo Su was speechless for a moment. Looking at Grandma's worried look, Long Zimo thought of her grandmother. If Grandma knew they were in the game, she would probably be just as worried. Grandma, don't worry, the company takes good care of every member in training, and arranges their lives properly. Long Zimo comforted slowly. Really? Grandma was worried when she thought of Luo Su and Do training a few days ago, and no news. Yes, Grandma, don't worry, Luo Su said. That's good. Grandma nodded quickly. Luo Su saw that it was almost noon and said, Boss, you came all the way here, have lunch at my house today. Yes, let's have a meal together. I cook for you, Grandma said, and turned to the kitchen. She realized that Luo Su's two friends were not candidates at all, but leaders of her company. She had to entertain them well. If Luo Su made any mistakes during training, she might be able to bear some responsibility. Grandma made up her mind and took action immediately. Yifan, why don't you go to the kitchen to help? Long Zimo was embarrassed to sit and wait for food. Du Yifan nodded and followed him into the kitchen. Grandma, let me help you. Du Yifan took off his coat and rolled up his sleeves to work. No, Xiao Du, you are a guest. How can I let you cook? I can do it, Grandma said hurriedly. It's okay, Grandma. I love cooking the most. Give me a chance to show off my skills, Du Yifan said happily. Seeing the two of them in the kitchen, Luo Su shouted, Grandma, just let Xiao Du come. His cooking is delicious. Grandma thought for a moment and said, Then I help him. Seeing Xiao Du not feeling tired at all, and starting to work with an apron on, Grandma secretly praised him in her heart. Oh, this Xiao Du is really good, and he is in the same unit as Su Su. It would be great if these two could get along. Grandma was thinking happily while picking vegetables. In the living room, Luo Su was about to talk to Long Zimo about the organization, when suddenly a reminder sounded in his ear. Ding, dear Luo Su Dowdu player, you will enter the survival game in 10 minutes, please be prepared. Luo Su's heart skipped a beat, and he shouted, Oops. What's wrong? Long Zimo wondered. We'll be playing the game in 10 minutes. Luo Su panicked. She ran back to her room, picked up some clothes, a sleeping bag, and a blanket and put them in the living room, then checked the food in the refrigerator. Long Zimo looked at her strange behavior, and was a little puzzled. But Luo Su didn't have time to explain. She carried Dowdu with a sling and told her grandmother, Grandma, don't touch the things in the living room. And I take Dowdu out for a while. You can eat lunch first, don't wait for us. No, it's almost time for dinner. Where are you going? Grandma stopped what she was doing and asked. Something's up, I tell you later. Luo Su didn't know how to explain to her grandmother that when she went to the unit for training, people would disappear out of thin air. So she couldn't play the game in front of her grandmother. Luo Su hurried out. Long Zimo followed her out and whispered, Luo Su, be careful. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Su and Do disappeared in front of him. He suddenly felt empty in his heart. For some reason, ever since she lay in his arms on the verge of death in the park, he had inexplicably felt a sense of familiarity. That subconscious familiarity made him feel inexplicably worried from time to time. That worry has now turned into endless worry. This time she and Dowdu are playing alone. What should they do if they encounter danger again? Long Zimo is very anxious about not being able to play together, and also anxious about his inexplicable worry. Boss, are you okay? Du Yifan followed him out, and noticed that Long Zimo was not in a good state. Long Zimo shook his head. Where did Luo Su go? Du Yifan asked. Entered the game. Ah, entered the game? Du Yifan was surprised. Shh, don't let Grandma hear it. Long Zimo made a gesture to keep quiet. The two felt a little tricky. Luo Su entered the game, and they didn't know how many days it would take for him to come back. How could they explain it to Grandma? Luo Su entered the game, and stayed in the game transfer station for a few minutes. Welcome to the survival game. This round of the game is a life and death race. Players who reach the end safely can exit the game. The first player to reach the end can get an extra gift package. This round will disable the props you bring with you. Each player can only choose one attack skill to play the game. Luo Su was speechless. Disable props? Then her space will be gone, and her special area will be gone. Doubt's blood recovery skill is gone. The most terrible thing is that she has to take Doubtu with her throughout the adventure. What should I do? I can't quit the game. Ding, please select a skill. Choosing skills is even more frustrating. She and Doubtu don't have combat skills, only auxiliary skills and talent skills. No matter which one you choose, you will only get beaten. If you die in the game, you will die in reality. It's over. This time, I will definitely become a ghost in the survival game. Luo Su sighed to the sky. We'll enter the game in 5 seconds. 5 seconds later, Luo Su felt a bright light in front of her eyes, and came to a white world. This is a large ski resort, divided into dozens of tracks. Each track can accommodate 10 players. There are exactly 10 people on the track she is on. She is in the middle, with 4 muscular men on the left. Among the 5 people on the right, 3 look like athletes, and 2 are huge fat men. It seems that everyone is stronger than her. What should I do? These people are much stronger than her in terms of appearance and momentum, not to mention that each of them has an attack skill. And she only has a skill that can triple her life defense, and Doubtu's invisibility skill. She looked at the track with many obstacles in front of her, feeling sad. Suddenly, something flashed her eyes, and she was surprised when she carefully identified it. Chapter 26. There is a blue obstacle every few meters on the track. The contestants must go around the obstacle, and walk in an S shape to slide down smoothly. The contestants saw this scene, and expressed dissatisfaction. With so many obstacles, is it considered a foul if you touch them? It shouldn't be, as long as you don't get hurt, and it doesn't affect the competition. We are wearing so thin clothes, I'm afraid we will freeze to death on the road before we reach the finish line. You fat guy, you have so much fat stored, and you are still afraid of the cold? Look at that woman, she has a child with her, and she doesn't even complain about the cold. Luo Su didn't want to talk, because his teeth were chattering. It's over. I've lived in the south since I was a child, and I've never skied before. There's nothing dangerous in this game. Just try your best to ski to the end, get the clearance reward easily, and then you can quit the game. The players were still chatting enthusiastically, when suddenly a magnificent voice sounded from above. Welcome to the speed skiing competition. Skiing equipment is now being distributed uniformly. Players are requested to put it on within 10 minutes. As soon as the system finished speaking, 2 sets of ski suits and a set of ski equipment appeared out of thin air in front of Luo Su. The moment Luo Su reached out and touched the ski suit, it was automatically put on her and Doubtu with a clatter. The ski boots and skis were also automatically equipped in an instant. As if Ultraman had transformed, in the blink of an eye, she had become a professional skier. Luo Su was secretly amazed. The system was still announcing the rules of the game. Only players who reach the finish line safely can pass the level and exit the game. There are various props hidden on the track, and the players get them based on their own abilities. Luo Su glimpsed a red lightning shadow above the blue obstacle on the track. If I guess correctly, it was a speed-up prop. She secretly felt proud of her talent for sharp eyes. The life or death speed skiing competition starts now. Dang. With a loud bang, the skiing competition began. Voila! Luo Su was still in a daze, while other players had already scrambled to slide into the track. Among them, 2 people wearing blue and green ski suits rushed to the front. Luo Su slid out carefully, and her sense of balance was very unfriendly. This was her first time skiing. Growing up in the south, she had never skied or even skated. Luo Su slid 2 or 3 meters stiffly, while other players were already ahead and were crossing the first obstacle 50 meters away. The shadow of the lightning mark was still hanging above the obstacle, and it seemed that no one had discovered it yet. Luo Su didn't really want to use the acceleration prop, because her sense of balance was not well controlled, and she would fall more easily if she went too fast. Besides, her eagle eyes had already shown her a map of the entire track, which was only 10 kilometers long. She planned to slowly slide to the finish line. There was no time limit anyway. Keeping a distance from the players in front would be safer. She watched other players rush down the first break and disappear from sight. Safety first. Luo Su thought silently, and unknowingly slid to the first obstacle section. Suddenly crash. A group of people suddenly appeared on the starting line behind her. Luo Su thought it was the players from other tracks running over. But when she looked closely, it turned out to be people from this track. Huh? How did they come back? Luo Su's eyes widened in surprise. Stupefied. Ah, how did I get back to the starting point? What happened? The speaker was a muscular man in a blue ski suit. He was the first person to get back. This round of the game is too weird. Everyone be careful. Let's go, let's slide again. When we get to the steep slope, everyone should observe carefully to see if there is anything unusual. Swish. Swish. Everyone continued to slide. They had worked so hard to slide so far just now. Now, they are back to the starting point in a blink of an eye. They can't help but feel a little anxious. They chased each other and slid hard, but when they reached the obstacle, they had no time to slow down. Bang, bang, bang. Luosu hadn't reacted yet. She was hit hard by someone. She fell into the pile of obstacles. Chapter 27. With a swoosh, a figure slid over quickly, rushed into the translucent teleportation wall, and disappeared silently. This scene was only seen by Luosu's eyes, while others only saw a white fog, and the teleportation wall could not be seen by the naked eye. Everyone stop! The man in the blue ski suit said, and the others stopped in unison. Apparently he had become the temporary leader of this group. Now we have reached the foggy section. Everyone split up to check if there is anything unusual. 1, 2, 3, 4, 8. Hey, one person is missing. There are 9 people who returned to the starting point just now. I counted them specially. It seems that someone rushed into the fog just now. No matter what, let's find a way to get through this fog, the blue leader said. Whoosh. With a sound, a fire suddenly lit up in the palm of the blue leader's hand. The orange fire illuminated the surrounding 1-meter range, making the vision clearer. A player with fire skills? Luosu was surprised. This was a player who could attack from a distance. Before they found out, she had to leave this place as soon as possible. She carefully crossed the narrow aisle, but the sled was too long, and she had to carry Doubtoo on her back, so she finally squeezed through the narrow aisle. Maybe Doubtoo was squeezed. The little guy woke up and groaned. Doubtoo's voice attracted the attention of other players. Who's there? The blue-clothed leader shouted sternly. I seem to hear a child's voice. Could it be the woman carrying the child? Someone next to him said. Luosu was hesitating whether to tell them that there was an exit here. Suddenly, with a whoosh, a fireball came over and hit the fence next to her. With a bang, a big hole was burned through the fence. Luosu felt a chill on her spine. It almost hit her. The blue leader walked slowly, with the fireball in his hand. Luosu's heart tightened, and she immediately pulled the sled stuck in the aisle over gently, and then left quickly. After passing the teleportation wall, the fog gradually became thinner. She slid out of the fog in one breath, and a semi-enclosed track appeared in front of her. A system prompt sounded above her head. Welcome to the second stage, full of traps. There were high fences on both sides of the track, and the road conditions began to become steeper, winding down. The second stage is 3 kilometers long, and various surprises and traps are prepared on the road. I wish you a happy game. There are traps? How do you play this? Luosu looked solemn, and felt that the difficulty of the game had been raised to the difficult mode. Suddenly, a scream came from the fog behind him. Everyone hurry up, this wall is going to collapse. As soon as the voice fell, there was a loud boom and Luosu felt a tremor. Then, several screams came from the back. Captain, save me! Save me, my legs seem to be broken. Whoosh! Sounded. Aw, Captain, you actually killed him? He just has a leg injury. Then, there was another whoosh sound. Ah! The scream stopped abruptly. At this time, a system prompt sounded above the entire track, and everyone on the track could hear it. Congratulations to player Bluetooth, successfully killed 2 opponents and got a 50% speed bonus. What? Killing opponents can speed up? Someone shouted in surprise. After a short period of silence, a shocking scream broke out from the back. Ah! Ah! Everyone scattered, as if they had seen a ghost. With her gifted eyes, Luosu heard the situation from behind and immediately turned around and set off. She pushed hard on her 2 ski poles, entered the semi-enclosed track, and slid down quickly. Wow, Mom, we are going to fly. At such a thrilling moment, the little girl suddenly became excited. But she did not dare to slack off, holding the ski poles tightly with both hands, staring at the track in front of her nervously. Suddenly, a roadblock appeared out of nowhere in front of her. She turned the direction urgently, the sled lost control, and the whole person flew out of the air, almost flying off the track. Fortunately, the high fence next to her caught her in time. At this time, a loud prompt sound rang out across the track. Beep! Contestant Luosu touched the fence, triggering the mechanism. Invisible obstacle. Suddenly, a creaking sound came from the track behind her, and dozens of stone pillars emerged from the ground, and then disappeared. Invisible obstacles. Luosu's scalp suddenly tingled, and he felt ashamed when he thought about the many people who hadn't come down yet. I'm sorry, everyone, I didn't mean it. Thinking that he might attract a wave of hatred, Luo Su stood up and continued to slide forward. Not long after, he heard a movement from behind. Bang. Ouch. Damn it, who set the trap? I kill him if I see him? It's that woman, Luo Su. Luo Su trembled with fear, and he really attracted hatred. She increased her gliding speed and slid down the curved track like a loach. Suddenly, a row of blind box roadblocks appeared 100 meters ahead of her, blocking her way. You must choose a blind box to pass. Luo Su used her fiery eyes to quickly scan the blind box. The top of the blind box showed the appearance of the contents inside. There were only icons, no text. She was speechless. She had to guess the picture to identify the object. At this moment, the system popped up a prompt. Congratulations to player Bluetooth, successfully killed an opponent and got a 25% speed bonus. What a bad luck, at this critical moment, I still have to choose a blind box, which is really fatal. Luo Su glanced at it. There are 10 roadblocks from left to right, 4 of which are blind boxes. The leftmost blind box is a black skull icon, which is definitely dangerous. I don't know if the props open are used on others, or directly on myself, uncertain, can't choose. The second one is a black sphere, I don't know what it is. Luo Su can't understand it for a while. The third icon is a turtle shell, it should be a protective shield or something like that. The fourth icon is the lightning symbol, which is for acceleration. Luo Su was in a dilemma. Should I accelerate or use a protective shield? Mom, turtle, turtle. Daodu was so excited that he danced with joy. Luo Su was very upset. Your mother is taking you to escape. Why are you so excited? Okay, safety first, choose turtle. She reached out and touched the blind box with the turtle icon, and the blind box disappeared with a swipe. A temporary aisle was vacated in the place of the blind box, which was valid for only 10 seconds. She hurried through the blind box channel, and a prompt sounded in her ear. Ding! Congratulations on getting the turtle shell item, which can resist a fatal attack. Oh, this is a life-saving item. Fortunately, she chose this. Luo Su used the item directly, and with a swish, the turtle item turned into an invisible protective shield, wrapping around her and Daodu. Suddenly, her sense of security increased. She glanced at the roadblock behind her, and the temporary channel she had just passed through was closed. That means that only 3 people behind her have the opportunity to choose the blind box and pass through this roadblock. It would be better to block the murderer Bluetooth at the end, so that he has no chance to pass. Speak of the devil, and the devil will appear. A man in blue slid down quickly. Luo Su's heart skipped a beat. Why don't you run? Are you waiting for others to chase you? Luo Su greased his feet, and with a swoosh, the sled slid forward quickly. Chapter 28. Luo Su fled at the fastest speed. If she guessed correctly, besides Bluetooth, there were only her and Daodu on the track. Bluetooth killed so many people, and his speed bonus was already terrifying. If he ran like this, he would be caught up sooner or later. We have to think of a way to hold him back. Luo Su remembered the invisible mechanism that was accidentally triggered before, and soon came up with an idea. I hope the mechanism is powerful. She stopped and slapped the track fence hard. Beep, player Luo Su touched the fence, triggering the mechanism. Initial difficulty 50 meters behind her, a pool of green gelatinous mucus surged up and covered the entire track. Let's see how you catch up this time. Luo Su saw that the trap was set up, and turned away without stopping. She tried all the way, and found that the trap could be triggered every 500 meters. She looked at the many traps behind her, and finally understood the meaning of this round of game speed of life and death. If she didn't run faster than others, she would really die. She was glad that she was the person running in front on this track. After Luo Su passed a curved section of the road, she saw the exit of the second stage. There were many people from other tracks standing at the exit, and many of them were injured to varying degrees. Seeing that only Luo Su came out of her racetrack, and she was unscathed, everyone looked at her sideways. Look at that woman, carrying a child, she came out unscathed. It's incredible. She must be very strong. Don't underestimate. How strong can a woman be? It's just luck. Humph, the last stage, you can't pass it just by luck. All kinds of speculations were flying around, and Luo Su felt a little guilty. In this round of the game, she had no attack skills, no space props, and she had no capital to be proud. She glanced at the crowd, about 100 people, all of whom looked quite capable. But she pretended to be calm, and stood quietly at the edge of the crowd. Then, a magnificent voice came from the sky. Welcome to the third stage, life and death speed. In a moment, a 3-meter wide ski track appeared in front of her, like a rainbow, stretching into the distance. Below the track, there was a fiery red blurred background, which formed a sharp contrast with the white track. Next, you will appreciate the wonders of ice and fire, and experience the thrill of speed and passion. I wish you a happy game. When. With a sound of slide, the contestants pushed their ski poles hard and slid onto the track like an arrow from a bow. Slide. The team of more than 100 people rushed into the 3-meter wide track, which was a bit messy and began to have small frictions. Fuck, what's the use of rushing so fast? The entrance in front is full of people. Don't push, you bump into someone. Why is it still blocked? Someone fell in front and knocked down a lot of people. Luo Su was now at the edge of the crowd, watching coldly. Sparks flew at the beginning, and it felt like this journey might not be peaceful. She glanced at the nearest few people around her, and quietly stayed away from the strong and muscular big guy, so as not to get hurt by the collision. In this level, she just wanted to be an inconspicuous quail. Bang. Ah. There was a sound of fighting in the crowd in front, but Luo Su was not tall enough to watch the fight. After 2 screams, the track finally returned to order. If anyone wants to leave the game alive, keep your distance from me, so that everyone can leave as soon as possible. Anyone who keeps running recklessly will end up like those two. A rough voice warned. No one objected, because everyone wanted to get through the checkpoint as soon as possible. Luo Su got on the track and found 2 bodies on the roadside, looking miserable. Fortunately, the little guy fell asleep, or else he would be scared. Luo Su followed at the end of the team, not too far away. After the incident, everyone consciously kept their distance. The race went faster, and passed 1 kilometer in an orderly manner. Suddenly, she felt an unpleasant smell in the air, slightly acidic and pungent. She looked around and found that the red background around the track was much brighter. The temperature seemed to have risen a lot, and she was sweating in her airtight ski suit. A gust of hot wind came from behind, as if there was a large hair dryer at the entrance of the track blowing hot air in. She slowed down, looked back, and caught a glimpse of a blue figure rushing towards her. That familiar figure and that resentful look shocked Luo Su. Bluetooth? He actually got through so many traps? Luo Su was stunned for a few seconds, then quickly reacted, got into the crowd at the fastest speed, and slid forward through the narrow gap. Hey, that woman, do you want to die? Luo Su's queue-jumping behavior caused dissatisfaction. This was clearly a skiing competition, but it turned into a team queuing up to leave in an orderly manner. Cutting in line will cause public outrage, and Luo Su is doing this now. Stop her, a disruptor of order. The back half of the team was in turmoil, and some people started to get angry. Kill her, otherwise, she will get me killed. Someone started hitting Luo Su with a ski pole, and Luo Su dodged it skillfully and slid forward a dozen meters. She stabilized her body a little, kept a certain speed, and followed the team, but because of her arrival, the seats in the same row became crowded. A burly and sturdy man next to her was glaring at her. Luo Su gave an apologetic smile, but it didn't work at all. The man steadied his lower body, hung the ski poles on his waist, and was about to attack Luo Su, when suddenly, there was a loud boom. The whole track was shaking, and everyone was stunned. The speed of the whole team gradually slowed down. Luo Su took the opportunity to slide forward, running for her life, and rushed 40 or 50 meters. She looked back and saw no blue figure, and the sturdy muscular man didn't catch up, so she breathed a sigh of relief. However, at this moment, there was another loud boom, and the track was shaking, and a wave of heat surged up from the bottom. Along with the rolling heat, red magma also sprayed up, and the people who were hit rolled on the ground and wailed, and the surroundings were in chaos. Ah! It's so hot! Ah! Oh my god! What is spraying? Magma. What is under the track? Is it a volcano? As several people screamed in pain, everyone was terrified, but at this moment, the track began to shake continuously. Run! The next section is coming! Someone exclaimed. Luo Su glanced back, and saw that the track behind was melting and collapsing. She was the first to react, and hurriedly bypassed the wailing people on the ground and rushed forward in a hurry. Others also followed and ran for their lives, shouting as they ran, fearing that those in front of them would not know. Hurry up, the track is going to collapse. Ah, the track is going to collapse. There is a crater under the track. Everyone run. It's over, barbecue. Chapter 29. It's over, Barbie is dead. I don't know who sighed this, but it fits everyone's desperate mood. But the track at this time is like a sky bridge hanging over the crater of a volcano. The track behind is melting, and hot magma is sprayed from time to time. Everyone wants to escape from this hell as soon as possible. But there are so many people blocking the road in front, and it's impossible to go fast. Get out of my way. The burly and sturdy man activated his skills, and his 2 arms instantly expanded dozens of times, becoming huge and long, holding up 2 huge hands, like a human mantis. He stretched out his hand, and quickly pushed the people in front of him aside, leaving a path. He raised his 2 huge forearms, and slid forward quickly. Luo Su heard the screams. The little guy took the opportunity to act like a spoiled child. Mom, I want to go out and play. Doubt's body had just recovered, and Luo Su really didn't want to take him out, but the little guy insisted on going out to play. He must have been bored staying at home for the past 2 days. Luo Su couldn't bear it, so she had to take him out for some fresh air. She took Dowdu for a walk in the small park in the Baoan Bay residential area. Dowdu arrived at the new place, running here and jumping there, having a lot of fun. 2 players passed by and saw the mother and son, showing surprised expressions. Look at that woman, others are desperately killing monsters and leveling up, but she is still leisurely taking her baby for a walk. I really admire her. She shouldn't be a player, maybe an NPC in the game? Where would a player bring a child to a survival game? There are NPCs in this game? Anything is possible. Luo Su heard the conversation between the 2 and was very upset. He actually thought she was an NPC sister. However, she and Dowdu were probably the only ones who took such a leisurely walk in the survival game. She continued to walk the baby in the community until Dowdu was tired, and then they returned to the living room of the space. Will talking to the NPC trigger any hidden tasks, or give a big gift package or something? Yes, why didn't I think of it? Let's go and try it. Luo Su was taking Dowdu for a walk when they were suddenly blocked by 2 players. Hello, NPC sister, is there anything I can help you with? One of the fat guys pushed the thick glasses on his face full of enthusiasm. Luo Su was confused. NPC? Big brother, can you play with me for a while? Dowdu saw that the 2 big brothers were so enthusiastic, so he decided to bring 2 playmates. Sure, kid, what do you want to play? The fat boy squatted down and answered Dowdu. Hey, have you triggered the task? The companion next to the fat boy whispered to him. Not yet. The fat boy replied quietly with a smile on his face. Big brother, can you play ball with me? Dowdu looked expectant. Sure. The 2 boys were very patient and played happily with Dowdu on the court in the community. Luo Su was outside the court now. Seeing that the 2 players treated her as a quest NPC, she felt amused. But she didn't mind. After playing for half an hour, Dowdu was sweating profusely. Okay, the 2 brothers have things to do. Dowdu will stop playing here today. Luo Su wiped Dowdu's sweat. Okay. Dowdu nodded. Big brother, let's play together next time, okay? Okay, Dowdu. The fat boy agreed immediately. Thank you 2 enthusiastic players. This is a small reward for you. Please be sure to accept it. Luo Su took a pose and imagined that she was an NPC distributing rewards to players. She waved her hand, and 2 gifts appeared out of thin air in front of her. Wow! The 2 boys were so excited that they quickly picked up the gift boxes in front of them, and thanked them again and again. Thank you, NPC sister. Thank you, beautiful NPC sister. You're welcome, bye. Luo Su tried not to laugh. In order to match her identity as a mysterious NPC, Luo Su also disappeared in front of them, dragging Do with her. Back in the living room, Luo Su couldn't help laughing. Do was also very happy. After playing, he seemed very tired. He drank a box of milk and felt drowsy. Luo Su also lazily rested on the sofa, took out a box of preserved fruits from the space, and ate them while flipping through the information in the communication area. Why are the level 2 monsters in the parking lot gone? Oh my god, there's not a single one left. Who has such a fast hand speed? Maybe the big boss team went over to clean up. I've also reached level 2, but it's safer for me to continue to fight level 1 monsters to level up, although it's slower. Everyone, let me tell you a secret. There are hidden NPCs in this game. No way, why haven't I seen them? What do NPCs look like? A female NPC with a child. If you meet her, talk to her, and do her a little favor, you will get a random gift. What gift? I got a snack package from the genuine shop. I got a weapon, a sharp dagger. Really? Where did you meet? Inside the Baoan Bay community. Luo Su was so upset when he saw this. You really believe it? It seems that I can't play like this in the future. Chapter 30. Luo Su looked at the black hole at her feet that was created by the fireball, and her legs were a little weak with nervousness. Suddenly, There was a flashing thing in the pit, which attracted her attention, but she didn't dare to act rashly. Bluetooth had a big fireball in his palm at this moment, which could hit her at any time. Bluetooth, don't be excited, let's talk it over nicely. Luosu gave in and took the opportunity to squat down. Bluetooth saw that Luosu was scared, and he looked down on her. Come here, I promise not to kill you. Bluetooth slowly played with the big fireball in his palm, and began to think about how to torture her to relieve his hatred. He was a vengeful person. Luosu had released those traps before, which almost killed him. Now that her enemy was in his hands, it was impossible for her to die so easily. Okay. Luosu said with a trembling voice, and quietly reached out to dig the black hole on the ground. Ding! Congratulations on getting the super lightning prop. Within 100 seconds, your speed will be as fast as lightning. She pretended to cooperate, stood up, and took advantage of her unpreparedness, and rushed to the finish line at a lightning speed. Boom! Bluetooth reacted and blasted a big fireball, which only hit a trace of Luosu's afterimage. In the blink of an eye, she had disappeared from sight. Bluetooth was so angry that his face turned blue, and he gritted his teeth and said, Luosu. His clenched fists turned white, his joints creaked, and his eyes, blinded by hatred, were now red. The end of the track. 100 meters away from the finish line, there were more than a dozen corpses lying on the ground, and more than a dozen people were fighting in a melee, with skills flying all over the sky. Anyone who was closer to the finish line would become the target of public criticism. When the track was about to collapse, everyone was trying to escape. However, there were no obstacles or dangers in the last kilometer. As they were about to reach the finish line, some players showed their greedy nature. Everyone wanted to be the first to pass the level and get the mysterious gift. Everyone was fighting hard, and suddenly a strong wind blew over, and a shadow was vaguely seen rushing to the finish line. Then, a magnificent voice resounded through the sky. Congratulations to Luosu Dodo player, who became the first player to pass the level and won the big gift package for passing the level. Oh! Aw! Fuck, it's that woman! Damn it, I've been killing people for so long, but she got there first? How hateful! Amidst a burst of resentful curses, Luosu entered the game transfer station. The skiing equipment disappeared automatically, and she changed back to the clothes she wore when she entered the game. When Xiaobai saw his master coming back, he happily rushed up to act cute and have fun. Previously, because of the restrictions of this round of the game, Xiaobai was detained at the transfer station. Xiaobai, I miss you. Dao hugged Xiaobai, so happy that his teeth were not visible. Welcome to the game transfer station. Back at the transfer station, Luosu finally opened the gift bag with peace of mind. Congratulations on getting a permanent speed up bonus of 200%, 100 game points reward. Speed is a good thing, it can save your life at a critical moment. Now she has 172 points, but the points mall in the game transfer station is still gray and has not been opened yet. Luosu quietly exited the game and appeared at the door of her house. Knock knock knock. It was Du Yifan who opened the door. He was surprised. Luosu, you're back so soon? Luosu nodded and walked into the house with a tired face. Oh Su, why did you go for so long? A whole hour, the food is cold. Hearing that Luosu and Dodo came back, Grandma hurried over to help untie the straps and carry Dodo and Xiaobai down. Are you okay? Long Zimo saw Luosu's tired face and asked hurriedly. No, I'm just too tired. Luosu shook her head. She had been on edge for the entire 1-hour game, and now that she was home and relaxed, she felt exhausted. You haven't eaten yet? Luosu asked, looking at the table of food that hadn't been touched. No, they're all waiting for you. Grandma glared at her angrily, running around when there were guests at home. Luosu glanced at Du Yifan and Long Zimo, worried that they had waited with Grandma for more than an hour, and that Grandma was probably having wild thoughts. She suddenly felt warm in her heart. No matter how tired she was, she had to have dinner with everyone. I take Dowdy to take a bath, and we have dinner together later. Luosu took Dowdy back to the room. Then I go heat up the dishes. Grandma said happily. Du Yifan helped serve the dishes. Long Zimo sat on the sofa with a serious look. He looked at the pile of things in the living room, puzzled. Why did Luosu prepare these things before entering the game? Boss, didn't you notice that this time Luosu and Dowdy entered the game and brought Xiaobai in, and just brought him back together? Du Yifan suddenly came over and asked Long Zimo. You mean, Xiaobai is not an ordinary dog? Long Zimo glanced at Xiaobai, who was curled up in the corner of the sofa and sleeping. Du Yifan picked up Xiaobai and looked around. Xiaobai was very unhappy to be disturbed and made a woo protest. It feels like an ordinary puppy, no different. Could it be a fantasy beast? Du Yifan touched his chin, thinking. Long Zimo said, wait until Luo Su comes out, and you know once you ask. Soon, Doubter came out in a cute pajamas, with wet and slightly curly hair. Du Yifan laughed because his eldest son had the same hair quality, straight when dry and naturally curly when wet. Doubter ran to the sofa and picked up Xiaobai. Ever since Xiaobai came, he has not been attached to Long Zimo, which Du Yifan found quite strange. Doubter, when did Xiaobai come to your house? Du Yifan teased him. I went to Daddy's house for dinner that day, and when I came back Xiaobai came, Doubter said without thinking. Long Zimo and Du Yifan looked at each other. After confirming their eyes, they both guessed the same thing. Luo Su came out of the room, wearing a light yellow casual outfit, with her smooth hair simply tied up, and she looked very girlish. Luo Su walked past Long Zimo with a scent and sat next to Doubter. Long Zimo felt inexplicably that familiar feeling appeared again. He couldn't help asking, Luo Su, what are these things you prepared before entering the game for? Luo Su looked at the pile of things beside him, and was a little amused. I thought the second round of the game would be the same as last time, so I prepared these things, Luo Su said. Then why did you put them in the living room? Long Zimo asked in confusion. Last time in the game, he ate food from the real world, and he thought Luo Su had a mysterious space that could bring real objects into the game. But before Luo Su entered the game that day, he just piled the things in the living room and didn't bring them into the game. He couldn't figure it out. I have a special space in the game that can connect to my living room, Luo Su whispered. What? Special space? Long Zimo and Du Yifan were shocked at the same time. There is such a thing? In other words, you can return to this living room at any time in the game? Long Zimo asked incredulously. Yes, but you are limited to the living room, Luo Su explained. No wonder you said last time that there were only dishes but no kitchen to cook. After Du Yifan understood the ins and outs of the matter, he felt that everything made sense. Chapter 31. Long Zimo was very shocked. Although he was an old player of this game and had his own team, he had collected more comprehensive information. But this special area of Luo Su's space was the first time he had seen it. Not only could it connect to reality, but it could also customize the location. Long Zimo looked at Luo Su as if he had discovered a treasure. She could remove curses, and had a special area. It was very likely that she had tamed the world's first battle pet. Luo Su. Did Xiaobai come from the game? Long Zimo asked. Luo Su nodded and said calmly, yes, it is a fantasy beast hatched from the soul of the demon wolf. The soul of the demon wolf? Hatch a fantasy beast? Long Zimo was shocked again. Players can also hatch fantasy beasts. As far as he knows, this fantasy beast comes from the more advanced game copy Star Hunting Ground, which only top players can enter. Killing a fantasy beast will reveal top skills and equipment. When a player encounters a fantasy beast, it is like encountering a treasure. Killing it can get rare rewards. Theoretically, a fantasy beast can be tamed into a battle pet, but so far, no one has succeeded. What level is this fantasy beast? Long Zimo asked again. It's a heavenly level fantasy beast. It has signed a lifelong soul contract with Doubter. Now Doubter is its master, Luo Su said calmly. Heavenly level? Long Zimo and Du Yifan looked at each other in shock. Xiaobai is actually a heavenly level fantasy beast. This is the first battle pet on the 9-star continent. It's the dream of all the top players in the world, and its owner turned out to be a little baby. Long Zimo was no longer calm. He stood up excitedly and walked back and forth. This was definitely explosive news. It must not be leaked, otherwise, Luo Su and Do Do would be in danger of their lives. Someone would definitely do such a thing as killing people and taking animals. Long Zimo looked at Luo Su, who was completely unaware, and whispered, Luo Su, you can't live here anymore. It's not safe anymore. Why? Luo Su was puzzled. Why was it not safe? This is the new house she bought just 2 years ago. Because you have a heavenly level fantasy beast. If this matter gets out, it will definitely cause an uproar and even lead to a fatal disaster. Long Zimo said seriously. Is it so serious? Luo Su widened her eyes in shock. She turned her head and glanced at Doubter and Xiaobai, and couldn't help but worry. This is not alarmist, Luo Su. Du Yifan added at the right time. But if I move away, if I enter the game again, I will have to enter this living room again. Luo Su said anxiously. Can't you set the special area of the space freely? Can't you just change the place? Long Zimo wondered. You can only reset it if you upgrade the special area, Luo Su said frankly. Long Zimo said, then upgrade it. Upgrading requires 1 million survival points, Luo Su said helplessly. This is an astronomical figure for her. Think of a way. Long Zimo was thinking about how to get enough survival points as quickly as possible. It's time to eat. At this time, Grandma came out of the kitchen with dishes, and Du Yifan immediately stood up to help. The hot food was quickly placed on the table. Let's talk after dinner, Luo Su said, holding Daodu, and invited Long Zimo to sit down. The meal was over quickly, because they still had things to discuss, and it was not convenient to talk openly in front of Grandma at the table. They agreed to pick up Luo Su to visit the headquarters 3 days later, and finalize her joining Songlong. Before leaving, Long Zimo repeatedly told Luo Su that Xiao Bai's affairs must be kept secret. The fewer people who know, the safer it is. Luo Su nodded, and went downstairs to see them off. Su, I seem to have heard you say you were moving? As soon as Luo Su entered the house, Grandma asked first. Yes, Grandma, in order to facilitate training, we may have to move to the company headquarters. Luo Su first explained to Grandma. Okay. I will cook for you when the time comes, Grandma said happily. Yeah. Luo Su nodded and yawned. She was very tired, and Daodu was also drowsy after eating. You look so tired, take Daodu to rest, I clean up here, Grandma said, and started to clean up the table. Okay, Grandma, Luo Su said, and took Daodu back to the room to rest. She slept until late at night, and when she woke up, the moon was already high in the sky. The moonlight outside the window was like water. The hazy moonlight reminded her of the blood moon night in the game, and a sense of crisis suddenly emerged. Unexpectedly, the little fantasy beast she accidentally hatched turned out to be a huge hidden danger. Her life was destined to never return to peace. She thought silently, and gradually fell asleep. Early in the morning of the 3rd day, Du Yifan came to Luo Su's house early to pick up Luo Su and Daodu to visit the headquarters. The headquarters of Songlong is located in a high-end villa area in the southern suburbs of Beijing. The security system at the entrance of the community is very complete. When Du Yifan took Luo Su and Daodu back to the headquarters, Long Zimo was leading the elites in the team to hold a meeting. Everyone shared some game strategies, and everyone was very enthusiastic to express their own suggestions and opinions, which opened Luo Su's eyes. Suddenly, she felt like she had found an organization. Du Yifan also took her to visit the residential area. She was arranged to live on the 2nd floor of a villa. The layout of the entire floor, with 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, was her personal space. The whole decoration was simple, stylish and warm, and Luo Su was very satisfied. After a walk, when they returned to the headquarters meeting room, Long Zimo was discussing something with a sexy beauty. The girl's eyes never left Luo Su's from the moment she stepped into the meeting room. Luo Su raised her eyes and met a pair of hostile eyes. In those eyes, there was arrogance, contempt, hatred, inquiry, but no welcome. Daddy. Daodu saw Long Zimo and ran over excitedly to hug his thigh. The girl instantly showed a shocked expression, especially when she saw Long Zimo reaching out to pick up the little kid. The girl's jaw almost dropped. Brother Zimo, this child is? The girl asked hurriedly. Oh, Su Jin, this is Luo Su, the 4th in command of our organization. Long Zimo said, turning to Luo Su and said, Luo Su, this is Su Jin, my cousin, the 3rd in command of the organization, mainly responsible for collecting information, very professional. If you have any questions about the game, you can ask her. Okay. Luo Su nodded and smiled at Su Jin again. But Su Jin was serious, with a pretty face. Because of excessive indifference, it seemed to be 1,000 miles away. Is this person sick? It was the first time they met, and there was so much resentment, which made Luo Su feel a little puzzled. However, Long Zimo and Du Yifan turned a blind eye, as if they were accustomed to Su Jin's arrogance. Chapter 32. Long Zimo put Daodu on the conference table to play with. Su Jin didn't expect that the always aloof brother Zimo would have such a side. Her eyes were full of shock and jealousy. She wondered where this woman Luo Su came from. She even brought a little kid with her. I didn't expect the boss to fall for this. If I had known. Su Jin was just thinking about it, when she heard Long Zimo say loudly that he had something to talk to Luo Su about alone. Du Yifan nodded and turned to leave. Su Jin glared at Luo Su reluctantly, and walked out of the meeting room with heavy steps. Du Yifan. Su Jin called Du Yifan, who was walking in front. What's wrong, Xiao Jin? Du Yifan stopped and turned around. She is the fourth in command you said is very powerful. I think she is very scheming, right? Su Jin said with an unconvinced look. Xiao Jin, the boss must have his reasons for making such an arrangement. Du Yifan said. I think Brother Zimo is fascinated by her methods. She is not beautiful herself, but she actually uses a little kid to win people's hearts. What a scheming bitch. Why didn't I realize that Brother Zimo likes children so much? Su Jin's words became more and more outrageous, and Du Yifan couldn't listen anymore. Xiao Jin, don't talk nonsense. Be careful that the boss hears it. Du Yifan reminded. Where did I talk nonsense? She is a newcomer. How can she be the fourth in command? Does she think that just picking up a child is Brother Zimo's illegitimate child? Su Jin's divergent thinking made her face red with anger at her own imagination. Hey, what illegitimate child? Don't talk nonsense. Du Yifan hurriedly stopped Su Jin from talking. Why did that brat call him daddy? He hugged him so affectionately. Su Jin said angrily. Du Yifan glanced around and said in a low voice, You don't know this, right? That brat is the boss's savior. It's possible to recognize him as a godfather. Savior? What can such a young child do? It must be that woman's trick, and then pretend to save people. Du Yifan stared at Su Jin, a little surprised. Although Xiao Jin is a bit willful, she is still quite smart. Why is she so abnormal today? Xiao Jin, I will pretend that I didn't hear what you said just now. Don't mention it again in the future, understand? Du Yifan tried to persuade her kindly. After all, Su Jin, Long Zimo, and him grew up together, and were as close as brothers. The more you try to cover up, the more obvious it becomes. Even if I don't say it, will she convince everyone? It's not easy to be the fourth in command. Su Jin said angrily, stomping on the floor hard, and left. Du Yifan shook his head, thinking, if Su Jin knew Luo Su's background, he probably wouldn't be so angry. Whether it's the special area that can connect the game and reality, or the heavenly level battle pet, once it is revealed, it will definitely be a fight for the 9-star major forces. But he can't say anything now. The boss's mind is not something that ordinary people can understand. Du Yifan looked at Xiao Jin walking away, retracted his gaze, turned around and left. In the meeting room, Daodu and Xiaobai rolled around on the large meeting table, and Luo Su was furious. Daodu, come down quickly, you can't play on the table. Luo Su carried Daodu down. Long Zimo held a document in his hand, and handed it to Luo Su. This is the agreement to join Songlong. There is an agreement? Is it so formal? Luo Su took the agreement, and saw a few big words on it. Zonglong Group Executive Employment Agreement. Executive? Luo Su was shocked. Did he see it right? Boss, did you take the wrong agreement? Luo Su asked with a smile. That's right. Long Zimo said. Luo Su read the agreement, hiring Luo Su as the fourth executive of the organization. The specific work content will be discussed separately. The first three executives were Long Zimo, Du Yifan, and Su Jin. Now, Luo Su is the fourth. Luo Su shook her head and said, I'm afraid I can't be qualified for this position. Before she finished speaking, she was interrupted by Long Zimo's aggressive eyes. Are you dissatisfied with the annual salary? Luo Su glanced at the string of zeros after the annual salary. 123. 6 zeros. Million? 1 million annual salary. No. I mean, I know nothing about the organization, what the work is, who are the members, what are my responsibilities and obligations. Luo Su spoke out his doubts. You don't need to know these. For now you just need to improve your own abilities, and work hard to level up in the game. Long Zimo retracted his gaze and said, Improve your own abilities? What level do you need to reach? Does the organization have any requirements? Luo Su began to worry that he had signed a contract to sell himself. Don't worry, there will be professional coaches to train you, starting from scratch, step by step. You just need to do your best. Long Zimo said, looking at Daodu. If Daodu needs it, the institution has top education experts in various fields, who can help him grow quickly in all aspects. When Luo Su heard this, a group of teachers holding thick materials, holding teaching sticks, chasing Daodu around, forcing him to cram. He shuddered. No, Daodu is still young, so it's not necessary. Luo Su said, confirming again that the contract did not involve the personal freedom of her and Daodu, and then she felt relieved. Do you have any other questions? Long Zimo asked, and pointed at the agreement in front of her with his slender fingers. Well, not yet. Luo Su scratched his head. His mind was actually a little confused. This was a problem he had in his student days. As long as he read more than 3 lines of text, his head would be dizzy. Then sign it quickly, Long Zimo urged. Luo Su gritted his teeth and signed his name on the agreement. Long Zimo raised his lips and quickly put away the agreement. Luo Su was very upset. The boss urged him so urgently. He always had an ominous premonition. Seeing Luo Su's confused face, Long Zimo held back the smile in his eyes. Don't worry. I won't sell you out. I don't know why, but I suddenly feel like I'm on a pirate ship. Luo Su stuck out her tongue and said. Long Zimo was aroused by her cute little action, but he said coldly, You're so ungrateful. Let's go, I show you where I live. Long Zimo put away the documents and walked out of the meeting room with Daodu in his arms. Luo Su wanted to say that she had seen it, but the person in front of her had long legs and walked a long way in 3 or 2 steps. She could only jog and catch up. Su Jin came up with a dozen documents and happened to see this scene, and she was immediately contemptuous. You still say that you didn't rely on the child to get to the top? Look, Brother Zimo just loves the child and leaves her behind to chase after him. TSK, let's see how long she can be proud. Such a person still wants to sit in the 4th position? Su Jin snorted coldly, her eyes showing cruelty. In the circle of the headquarters, only Su Jin, a woman, is allowed to exist beside Brother Zimo. Chapter 33. Luo Su didn't know someone was watching her nearby, and she was still chasing Long Zimo heartlessly. When they arrived at the new residence on the 2nd floor of the villa, they were out of breath. Long Zimo glanced at her and frowned. Her physical fitness was so poor, but she was so brave in the game before. Luo Su panted for a long time, and then said, Boss, here is the residence. We have already seen it. When will you move in? Long Zimo asked. Don't worry, wait until I change the special area. Luo Su said slowly. You guys come and live here first, and keep the things over there. Long Zimo gave a suggestion. No, I'm worried about my grandma. Luo Su hesitated. Grandma can also move in with us. Long Zimo said again. Luo Su was happy to hear that. But when he thought about the fact that there were other people living in this villa, he said again, but there are other people living upstairs and downstairs. I'm an old man and a child. Will others have any objections? Du Yifan lives on the 1st floor, I live on the 3rd floor, and the 4th floor is my private gym. Long Zimo said slowly. Luo Su was surprised. This treatment was too good, right? Where is Su Jin? Where does she live? If all the executives live together, Su Jin should be there too. She has her own single-family villa. Long Zimo said calmly. Oh. Luo Su nodded, as if something was wrong, but he couldn't tell why. Is there a kitchen here? Can you cook for yourself? While talking, Luo Su went through every room. She remembered that she didn't see the kitchen just now. The kitchen of the villa should be on the 1st floor. There is one on the 1st floor, but you don't need to worry about cooking. There are special chefs and aunties to clean. You just need to concentrate on training and games. Long Zimo looked at her and said. Luo Su looked up at him, and for some reason, she suddenly had an illusion. It was like a newlywed couple. The husband looked at his wife and said considerately, You don't need to worry about cooking. There are special chefs, and there are aunties to clean. You just need to be beautiful. Luo Su was thinking, and suddenly, Poochie. She laughed out loud. Long Zimo raised his eyebrows slightly. What's going on with this woman who suddenly giggled while chatting? Ah, cough. Luo Su found that she had lost her composure, raised her eyes, and saw Long Zimo staring at her, and suddenly felt her face burning, and hurriedly changed the subject. The children's room. It's decorated very well, especially the 3D painting of Peppa Pig on the wall. Daodu likes it very much. Luo Su said with an awkward smile. Yes, Peppa Pig, I like it. Daodu jumped in the children's room, happy. If Daodu likes it, can we stay here tonight? Long Zimo teased him. Sure. Daodu danced with joy. Luo Su, 10 minutes later. A red Hummer stopped in front of the villa, and Du Yifan got out and opened the door. Luo Su held Daodu in the car, and Daodu waved to Long Zimo, Daddy, let's go pick up Zuzu, and we be back soon. Long Zimo smiled and waved. In the evening, the red Hummer stopped in front of the villa again. Luo Su got out of the car holding the sleeping Daodu, and the grandmother followed behind. You go up first, I carry the luggage up later, Du Yifan said. Thank you for your hard work, Xiao Du. The grandmother said happily. The grandmother got out of the car and looked up at the 4-story villa with indescribable surprise in her eyes. Oh, Susu, The staff dormitory of your unit is so high-end? We're just staying here temporarily. Grandma, be careful with the stairs. Luo Su carried Do up the stairs. Luo Su and her group entered the hall, and saw Su Jin sitting in the restaurant with a cold face from a distance. Luo Su ignored her, and took the elevator to the second floor. Su, such a luxurious room, are you sure it's for us? I'm afraid the accommodation fee is very expensive. Grandma went to the second floor, and looked around several rooms, sighing. Don't worry, it's free, no charge. Luo Su put Dao to sleep on the bed, and was exhausted. Oh, your company treats you so well. You must work hard and perform well, and don't disappoint your leaders. Grandma reminded. I know, Grandma. Luo Su was a little amused. At this time, Du Yifan brought up several large boxes of luggage. Thank you, Xiao Du. You are such a warm-hearted young man. Grandma hurriedly thanked him. You're welcome, Grandma. We will be neighbors from now on. I will live downstairs from you. If you need any help, please help me. Just come find me. Du Yifan was cheerful, playing the role of a warm-hearted young man. Luo Su thought, this is the second in command of the company, and now I have to be her driver and carry her luggage, which is embarrassing. Du Yifan, thank you. Luo Su thanked sincerely. Hey, why are you being polite? It's just a small favor. Du Yifan waved his hand, looking like a lei feng. It's great to have such a friend. Luo Su thought to himself. Everyone is here, let's go downstairs to eat. Long Zimo came down from upstairs and said. Grandma put away her luggage and walked out of the room. When she saw Long Zimo, she immediately realized that this was Susu's leader. Long Zimo was the first to greet her. Grandma, let's go downstairs to eat. Okay, haha. Grandma smiled and took 2 steps, saying to Long Zimo, our family will live here in the future. Sorry to bother the leader. Long Zimo was stunned and said in a gentle voice, Grandma, you are being polite. It's not a bother. You can just call me Zimo in the future. Su Jin, who was in the restaurant, saw from afar that Luo Su's family and Long Zimo were talking and laughing as they came downstairs, looking like close relatives, and felt very jealous. Du Yifan walked in front, looking like he was entertaining a distinguished guest, pulling out a stool for the old man and carefully welcoming him to sit down. The group sat down. Long Zimo sat in the main seat, Luo Su sat next to him, then her grandmother, and Du Yifan sat next to her grandmother. Su Jin sat on the other side of Long Zimo, feeling very unhappy, and lowered her head to play with her phone. Su Jin! Long Zimo shouted, expressionless. Ah! Su Jin raised her head, quickly glanced at everyone, forced out an unnatural smile, and greeted them. Hello, Grandma, welcome your family to stay here. You will have food and shelter here in the future, and your life will be guaranteed. Luo Su heard this. What nonsense is this? What do you mean by life is guaranteed? Is this a shelter? Long Zimo's face turned pale. Du Yifan hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Xiao Jin is a person who gets nervous when he sees strangers, and he becomes incoherent when he gets nervous. Hee. The atmosphere was awkward for a while. Chapter 34. After dinner, Luo Su took his grandmother back to the second floor to tidy up the room. There is a large living room with a warm decoration on the second floor, which is equipped with 3 rooms. Luo Su's room is in the middle, which is a large master bedroom with a door connecting to the children's room. Grandma's room is next door. What's thoughtful is that there is a comfortable and exquisite dog house on the large terrace outside the living room, which is Xiaobai's exclusive territory. Luo Su is quite satisfied with this layout, and Grandma also likes the new residence very much, and everyone is happy. The next morning, loud slogans came from outside the window. 1, 2, 3, 4. Luo Su looked out the window, and found that there were 50 or 60 people doing physical training on a training ground not far away. Will I have to train with them in the future? Luo Su thought of the military training when he was in college, and felt a little embarrassed. Knock, knock, knock. Grandma's voice came from outside the door. Luo Su opened the door. Su, come downstairs for breakfast. Grandma looked like she had just eaten, and looked into the children's room. Is Dao still awake? I help you look after the kids, you go eat. After washing up, Luo Su hurried downstairs. In the restaurant, Long Zimo and Du Yifan were having breakfast. Luo Su, come and have breakfast. Du Yifan waved and greeted. Good morning, both of you. Luo Su greeted them, went to choose breakfast, and sat opposite them with a plate. Do you have any plans today? Long Zimo raised his eyes, and asked her. What plans? No. Luo Su said, as she picked up a small bowl of pumpkin millet porridge and took a sip, which was sweet and thick. Delicious, even the pancakes are so authentic. This old Master Zhao is a great cook. How happy it is to have a comfortable breakfast. Luo Su tasted her breakfast leisurely and checked her phone. She felt that her life was so comfortable. The two people opposite her had finished eating. Yifan said that there were still chores to deal with. Before leaving, he reminded her with a sympathetic look, "Luo Su, eat faster." Luo Su didn't understand and continued to eat breakfast leisurely. Long Zimo pointed to the clock on the wall and said to Luo Su, 8 o'clock, training ground, don't be late. Luo Su had just stuffed a mouthful of bread and said vaguely, "What? Hanmei is full." He walked out of the door without looking back. Luo Su glanced at the clock on the wall. It was 7:57. There were still 3 minutes. If she swallowed it in one gulp, she could barely finish her breakfast. But when she looked down, she was stunned when she saw her pajamas and slippers. 3 minutes was not enough. She hurriedly put the plate away and rushed upstairs in one breath. She accidentally choked on the bread. Emma, chest tightness, suffocation. She pounded her chest hard and stared anxiously. Grandma heard the noise and came out to ask, "What happened?" Luo Su shook her head, stopped her hand, and was speechless. She punched her chest with her big fist. Grandma saw the situation and beat her chest and stamped her feet, regretting it. "Your lottery number won the prize, but you forgot to buy it yesterday?" Luo Su shook her head painfully. "You lost your wallet?" Luo Su was sad and beat her chest faster. "Oh, are you choking?" Grandma finally reacted and hurriedly poured her a glass of water. Luo Su took the cup, gulped down 2 big mouthfuls, and finally swallowed it. She gasped for air, feeling like she was reborn. "Emma, I almost choked myself to death." Luo Su took a deep breath and went into the room to change clothes. "What are you doing in such a hurry?" Grandma asked her when she saw her changing shoes. "To work, training," Luo Su said. "Today is Sunday, you don't have a day off?" Grandma was surprised. "No, Grandma, when Dowdy gets up later, you can take him to have breakfast." Luo Su hurried downstairs and rushed to the training ground. When she arrived at the training ground panting, Long Zimo and another sturdy man were waiting for her. "Luo Su, 10 minutes late, run 10 more laps." Long Zimo glanced at the watch on his wrist and said sternly, "Oh no, it was an emergency. I will never be late next time." Luo Su clasped her hands together and begged for forgiveness. "What emergency?" Long Zimo asked coldly. "When I was eating bread just now." "Choked? Not ashamed? There are dozens of people here. Even if you don't care about your face, will anyone believe you? I choked while eating breakfast, so I was late? Who would believe such lies? You can't make up a reason, right? If you make another excuse, the punishment will be doubled." Long Zimo saw that she didn't say anything and shouted, "No, no, no, I run, isn't that enough?" Luo Su jumped up and down anxiously. Long Zimo patted the strong man's shoulder. "I leave him to you. Don't give him any special treatment. Just give him devil training. Make sure to reach the physical fitness standard in the shortest possible time." After saying that, he walked away with big strides. "What? Devilish training?" When signing the agreement, it was said, "Just do your best." What happened? Looking at Long Zimo's receding back, Luo Su wanted to beat his chest, spit out a mouthful of blood, and faint. Selling body indenture, it's done. Luo Su despised himself in his mind, and was overwhelmed by the 6 zeros in the annual salary. "Luo Su, hello, I am your physical trainer Wu Di. In the next month, I will lead you in one-on-one physical training." It's over. Luo Su's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly felt like a mountain was pressing down on him, and he had no desire to live. Today's morning training content is divided into 2 parts. The first part is running 20 laps on the playground, and the second part is 4 basic physical training. "Now, let's warm up for 5 minutes," Coach Wu said in a sonorous and powerful voice. Coach Wu's voice attracted the attention of other people on the training ground. "Look, there's a new person over there." "Oh, it's a woman." "Not simple, those who can enter the headquarters are not simple." "Yes, we all went through so much trouble to pass the assessment and squeeze into the headquarters from various branches. Why doesn't she train with us? And has a dedicated coach?" At this time, a thin man with triangular eyes looked around and said in a low voice, "You don't know yet? I heard that this woman is very skilled and got into the headquarters by climbing into the boss's bed." As soon as these words came out, there was a lot of excitement. TSK, she has a really good figure and face, no wonder. No matter what the trick is, it's his ability. How about you try to climb the bed? I send you to hell in a minute. Haha hee hee, I'm a grown man, this trick won't work. You guys are so free? You still have time to gossip? A shout came from behind everyone. The atmosphere was solemn. Ah, the instructor is here. Instructor Lee had a gloomy face and shouted sternly. Everyone, do 100 push-ups on the spot as punishment. Ah! Coach Lee, spare me. 150. Everyone immediately rolled over to do push-ups, and the man who had just begged for mercy was kicked. Luosu didn't know that she was being gossiped about. At this moment, she had just finished warming up and her cheeks were flushed. Run 20 laps around the playground and finish it within half an hour. Coach Wu said sternly. Half an hour? 20 laps is 8 kilometers. Luosu stared with an angry look. If you don't start, add 10 more laps. Coach Wu was like a cold robot. No, I run right away. Luosu greased her feet and ran away. Chapter 35. Luosu's legs were so tired that she just ran forward mechanically. How many laps have I run? Why haven't you blown the whistle yet? She glanced at Coach Wu and saw that he was standing straight and motionless. Is he petrified? When she passed by Coach Wu again, she couldn't help asking. Coach Wu, how many laps did I run? It should be more than 20 laps, right? 9 laps. There are still 10 minutes left. Coach Wu said, seeming to sneer. Luosu was startled and hurriedly quickened her pace. 2/3 of the time had passed, and she hadn't even run halfway. She couldn't imagine what the consequences would be if she didn't finish. She gritted her teeth and continued to persevere. Until tears fell like rain, her eyes turned black, and she fell to the ground. Look, that woman fainted. So weak. So weak +1. No way. Can such a level enter the headquarters? It seems that the rumors are true, just for show. Do you want to go over and take a look in case something happens? The doctor is here. The boss is here. Something's wrong. When did the boss care about his employees so much? You always have a stern face. Everyone, 200 push-ups on the spot. Ah. 250. Oh my god. 300? Everyone shut up and went to do push-ups. 1,000 horses were running through my heart. 300? Will my hand be useless after doing this? Luosu was carried to the lounge. Dr. Yu checked him and said that he had low blood sugar and a weak constitution. Long Zimo frowned. Dr. Yu gave Luosu a glucose solution, and he slowly woke up. How do you feel? Long Zimo asked softly. I'm dying. Luosu cried. Nonsense. Long Zimo laughed and got angry. So disappointing. He has special skills, but he doesn't have the body to match them. The emperor is not anxious, but the eunuchs are anxious to death. Long Zimo, I want to terminate the contract. Luosu said in a crying voice. Although he was reluctant to give up the 6 zeros, he had to live to spend them, right? If she keeps training like this, not only will her legs become useless, she will probably become a vegetable. It's not that serious. Long Zimo said, expressionless. Luosu rolled his eyes. Snort, if your legs aren't tired, of course you say it's not serious. After the drip, go back and have a good rest, and continue training in the afternoon. Long Zimo said. No, I'm like this. Why do I still train in the afternoon? Luosu was immediately angry. It's just low blood sugar. Why don't you just ask me to run 10 more laps with the drip in my hand now? Luosu said unhappily. That's fine, as long as you like it. Luosu was completely angry. Long Zimo, you have no sympathy. Sympathy is useless. First, it can't be eaten, and second, it can't save your life. Long Zimo said coldly. I didn't expect you to be such a person. Luosu said with some disappointment. Long Zimo heard something wrong and asked, what kind of person? Inconsistent, flipping back on one's words, changing one's orders every day, not keeping one's word. Luosu said a lot like pouring beans out of a bamboo tube. Long Zimo's face became more and more ugly, and the air around him suddenly became a little colder. Boss, Luosu is fine for the time being. You can go back and rest after this bottle of infusion. I have something else to do. I'm leaving first, Dr. Yu said, and left in a hurry without stopping. Just kidding, he still wants to live a few more decades. Didn't you see the boss was furious? TSK, this newcomer is too ignorant. Chapter 36. Great terror is coming. All the 9 countries in the Hongyu Galaxy have experienced abnormal events of varying degrees. Long Zimo just received inside information in the middle of the night. In the morning, he held a video conference with Du Yifan and issued an urgent secret mission to the heads of the 12 branches of Songlong. After the meeting, Long Zimo received the news that Luo Su fainted during training and rushed over. If Luo Su and Doubted can grow up, they may become another trump card of Songlong. Long Zimo and Du Yifan knew this very well. But she herself did not have this awareness. The arrival of the game copy was just one of the global abnormal events, and he did not dare to tell Luo Su the whole truth. What if he scared people away? Are you scared? Long Zimo saw that Luo Su had not received the salary card for a long time, raised his eyebrows and asked, "Who is scared?" Luo Su denied it, stretched out his hand to grab the bank card and put it in his pocket. "That's good. If you have any questions, you can always find me." Long Zimo showed a barely perceptible smile. Luo Su's glucose injection was finished, and Dr. Yu was not there. Long Zimo quickly pulled out the needle for her and asked her to press the cotton swab. This really surprised Luo Su. "Is there anything else he can't do?" "Thank you, boss." She thanked him sincerely. "Let's go, I take you back to rest." After Long Zimo sent Luo Su back to the villa, he left in a hurry. When Luo Su returned to the second floor, her grandmother was playing outside on the terrace with Daodu. Luo Su returned to her room, took a hot bath, and laid down in bed. Just as she was about to go to sleep, she heard a cold reminder tone. "Warm reminder, dear Luo Su Daodu player, you will enter the game in 10 minutes, please be prepared." She hurriedly called Long Zimo. "Hello Luo Su, what's wrong?" On the other end of the phone, Long Zimo's voice was calm. "Boss, I'm going to enter the game. If I can change to a special area, I will choose the second floor. Other supplies are basically complete, but there is no food," Luo Su said. "I arranged the food. Did you remember all the game strategies explained at the elite meeting yesterday?" Long Zimo asked. Luo Su thought about it and said, "Yes, I remember it. Be safe and wait for you to come back," Long Zimo said, his voice slightly worried. "Okay." Luo Su hung up the phone. In the small garden outside the terrace, Daodu and Xiaobai were playing on the grass, and their grandmother was watching. The warm winter sun shines on the family. What a beautiful scene. But she wants to take Daodu into the game for adventure. "It's really tight, time is running out. Grandma, I'm going to take Daodu to participate in the company's outing. I may not be back for a few days. If you are bored, go downstairs and chat with Master Zhao." Luo Su picked up Daodu and told her grandmother. Master Zhao and Grandma are of the same age and have common topics. Grandma was surprised and said hurriedly, "You go out to play. Why do you still take Daodu and Xiaobai? Leave them at home and I will help you take care of them." "It's okay, all kids love to go on outings," Luo Su said cheerfully. She didn't want her grandma to worry about her. At this time, Du Yifan hurried up. "Luo Su, are you ready? The boss asked me to pick you up." Okay. Luo Su responded, picked up Daodu, carried a small bag of luggage, and hurried downstairs. "Be careful," Grandma reminded from behind. "Got it," Luo Su responded, and followed Du Yifan into a royal blue SUV. He stepped on the accelerator and drove out of the villa. "Du Yifan, my grandma will trouble you these days." Luo Su was worried that her grandma would be here alone. "Don't worry, the boss has arranged everything," Du Yifan said. Luo Su nodded. Du Yifan wanted to say a few more words, but in a blink of an eye, Luo Su and Daodu had disappeared. "It's really worrying," Du Yifan muttered. He fainted during training in the morning, and now he is taking Daodu into the game. No wonder the boss is worried. Du Yifan stepped on the accelerator and rushed to help the boss. Luo Su took Daodu and Xiaobai into the game transfer station. "Welcome to the game transfer station. This round of the game is Desert Island Survival. Please try to survive for 20 days. The first 3 hours of the game are system protection time, and you will not be attacked by other players. Death in the game is real death." With a countdown of 5 seconds, Luo Su entered the game. She only felt a flash of white light in front of her eyes, and she and Daodu had arrived at a beach by the sea. "Wow, I want to play with sand." Daodu danced with excitement. Luo Su was full of black lines. "Son, do you really think we are here for a picnic?" Luo Su looked around. This was an uninhabited island with towering ancient trees and overgrown weeds. From time to time, the cries of wild animals could be heard. "Fuck, this is really a deserted island," someone suddenly said. Luo Su looked back and found that many players appeared nearby. "Wow, surviving on a deserted island is so exciting. Don't be too happy too soon, or you won't know how you died. TSK, survival in the wild is my strong point." Luo Su glanced at the man who spoke. He was a man in a gray mountaineering suit, of medium build, dark skin, rough fingers, and bright eyes. Perhaps he noticed someone was watching him. He looked up at Luo Su, and suddenly his eyes lit up, revealing a lewd smile. Luo Su turned his head away from him, and continued to observe other people. According to Sunlong's game strategy, the biggest threat in survival games often comes from other players. Therefore, once you have the opportunity to get along with other players, observe them first, then write down their characteristics and behavior habits, and find their weaknesses. There are wild animals roaring. Did you hear it? Someone asked in horror. There are indeed many wild animals on this island. If anyone is afraid, pay some protection money, and you can hang out with me. The man in gray sportswear said. I have nothing on me at the beginning. What can I use to pay the protection money? A thin man, with a pointed face and monkey cheeks asked. You can owe it first and pay it back when you have supplies, or repay it with labor. You can dig wild vegetables, climb trees, and pick fruits. Okay, then I follow you. Boss, my last name is Ho, you can just call me Show Ho. The thin man said. The others just looked at him warily without responding. After all, it's normal for everyone to be on guard since they just arrived. It should be around 3 or 4 in the afternoon now. It's best to find a place to stay before dark, otherwise you have to wait to feed the wild animals at night. The man in the gray sportswear. As soon as this was said, there was a commotion among the crowd. Another young man and a woman said that they would follow the man in the gray sportswear. The man called Shoho walked towards Luo Su. Beautiful sister, do you want to come with us? It's so dangerous for a woman like you to bring a child with you. Our boss said that if you follow us, you don't have to do anything. You can choose the supplies and equipment first. You just need to help our boss warm the bed at night. When Luo Su heard this, he was immediately furious and really wanted to slap the Shoho in front of him. Chapter 37. Luo Su suppressed her anger, glanced at the skinny monkey, and spat out a word. Get lost. Who knew that the skinny monkey did not leave, but glared at her. He said insidiously, I advise you not to refuse a toast, or drink a penalty. Luo Su was furious. Get lost. Whine, whine, whine. Xiao Bai suddenly jumped down from Daodu's arms, and barked at the skinny monkey. He bit the skinny monkey's trouser leg with one last bite, and a series of low howls came out of his throat. A woo, woo. It sounded like a wolf howling, making people's scalps numb. The skinny monkey was startled when he heard the sound, and when he looked down, he found that it was a fluffy little puppy biting his trouser leg, and he kicked it in disgust. Fuck it! Xiaobai was kicked far away, woo. Xiaobai? Luo Su and Daodu exclaimed at the same time. Luckily, the beach was soft, and Xiaobai was not injured after landing. He immediately got up and ran back panting. Aw, you are a bad guy. You actually bullied Xiaobai, I hit you. Daodu waved his chubby little fist, and shouted loudly. His fierce look made people laugh, and feel sorry for him. Hey little brat, come over and hit me if you dare. Come on, hit me here. The skinny monkey screamed, pointed at his face, and moved forward. Crackle. Luo Su hit him with his left and right hands, fulfilling his wish. You dare to hit me, you stupid bitch who doesn't know how to live or die. The skinny monkey covered his burning cheek, and jumped 3 feet high in anger. He was about to fight back. But before he could do anything, he was slapped and staggered. Who gave you the guts to touch the woman I like? The man in the gray sportswear said angrily. The man quickly changed his face, and said with a smile, Hello, beautiful lady, my name is Ling Ming, you can call me Brother Ming. What's your name? Luo Su was extremely disgusted and said, Take care of your dog. He turned and walked away. Ling Ming was left standing there. Not only was he not angry, but he seemed even more excited. He snorted coldly at Luo Su's back. Humph, you beg me someday. Ling Ming waved his hand and said, let's go, before dark, I find you a safe place to stay. 2 men and 1 woman followed him, and went into the bushes together. That was the route that the people who had come to the island before had taken. There were fewer and fewer people on the beach, but Luo Su still stayed on the beach. This deserted island was obviously a tropical rainforest. Without full armor and insect repellent, she didn't dare to step into the forest rashly. Daoda held Xiaobai in his arms, yelling that he wanted to come down and play in the sand. Luo Su looked around, and saw that there were no other players around, so he simply put Daoda down. Daoda was having fun on the beach, and Xiaobai was playing with him in the sand, and the 2 kids were having a blast. Luo Su took advantage of his free time to take a look at the special area. It can't be used, because there are no survival points to renew. What a rip-off. Where do the survival points come from in a new game? You should at least give me 1 hour for free. It's so inhumane. Luo Su tried the storage function. Storage. A pile of sand was stored in the space backpack. Fortunately, the space storage can still be used. Luo Su breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, only she and Daodu were left on the beach. She looked around and felt relieved. Holding Daodu, she approached a dense grass not far away. When she was 2 meters away, she stopped. Storage. Ding! Congratulations on getting a primary supply box. Chapter 38. Luo Su reacted and hurriedly assisted Xiao Bai. Super collection. Huh? Skills are invalid. The python was in a crazy state, and the skills could not do anything to it. Luo Su was anxious. Awuh! At this time, Xiao Bai let out a low howl from his teeth, his eyes turned scarlet, and a black mist emerged from his body. Xiao Bai, who was shrouded in black mist, suddenly swelled up, and in the blink of an eye, he became twice as big as an adult wolf. Luo Su and Do Do both widened their eyes in shock. Xiao Bai, what's wrong with you? Daodu cried in a sobbing voice. Xiao Bai seemed to be unable to hear. Its shiny hair moved without wind, majestic and awe-inspiring, like a king with high morale. After its body became bigger, Xiao Bai was extremely ferocious. With one bite, it bit off the spine of the python. The python instantly collapsed to the ground, its body twitching. Xiao Bai, who defeated his opponent, raised his head and let out a shocking howl to the sky. Awuh! The cry resounded through the sky, startling a flock of birds in the forest, as if all the beasts became uneasy at this moment. After howling with his soul, Xiao Bai staggered and fell to the ground. The black mist on his body dissipated, and his body turned back to the cute Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai? Daodu screamed, ran over and picked up Xiao Bai. Luo Su found that Xiao Bai was very weak and had difficulty breathing. Xiao Bai, wake up! Daodu cried with tears in his eyes. Woo woo! Xiao Bai responded weakly twice, closed his eyes and fell asleep. Daodu, Xiao Bai is too tired, let it sleep. Luo Su comforted Daodu. Daodu nodded and hugged Xiao Bai tightly in his arms. Luo Su put the dying python on the beach into the space. Ding! Kill the bronze level 1 beast and get 100 survival points. Get 50 kilograms of snake meat, 1 piece of snake skin, and some snake venom. Huh? Luo Su was surprised. So killing beasts can get survival points and materials. But the level 1 beasts are so difficult to kill. The high-level monsters in the deep jungle must be even more terrifying, right? Luo Su looked around. The sky gradually darkened. Daodu was sitting on the soft beach holding Xiao Bai, drowsy, with tears on her face. She had no choice but to spend 100 survival points to renew for half an hour, and carried Daodu into the living room of the space. Luo Su. As soon as she entered the living room, she found that Long Zimo was actually in her living room. Boss, why are you here? Luo Su was surprised. Long Zimo asked back, what is your task in this round of the game? Surviving on a deserted island for 20 days. Luo Su said, the living room can only be used for half an hour. I leave Daodu here, and go out to earn survival points for renewal. Luo Su said, putting Daodu who was sleeping on the sofa. Put this on. Long Zimo brought a set of field marching camouflage uniforms and helmets. Luo Su's eyes lit up immediately. The boss can even get this thing, it's really amazing. Luo Su quickly put on the camouflage uniform, and buttoned up the cuffs and collar. This clothes is waterproof and insect-proof. It's really great. Long Zimo handed over a pistol, take it for self-defense. Luo Su was stunned, I don't know how to use a gun. Long Zimo. Take it first. It can shock other players at a critical moment. Yes. She put away her gun and disappeared. Long Zimo wanted to say something, but it was too late. He could only watch over Daodu silently. Xiao Bai in Daodu's arms was also sleeping soundly, with a trace of blood on the corner of his mouth. Long Zimo's heart tightened. What on earth did they go through? Luo Su returned to the game and quickly went into the jungle. She had to kill a few more beasts before dark to earn survival points and renewal space. Flutter, flutter. A bird in a nearby tree was startled and flew away. She looked up and found a squirrel moving in the tree, and raised her hand to use a skill. Super collection ding. Get 3 portions of squirrel meat. Oh my god, who wants squirrel meat? Give me some survival points, system brother. She was depressed and had to keep going inside. Suddenly, she heard a rustling sound in a bush. Then, a fat black-haired porcupine emerged from the bush. It was more than half a meter tall, and its body was covered with long thorns. It looked very difficult to mess with. What level is this guy? Why can't the fire eyes see the beast's information? Luo Su wondered, but there was no time, and she needed to survive. Let's fight first. It's not too late to run away if we can't win. She made up her mind and launched the attack skill directly. Super Collection. The sad thing is that the skill can't kill it. It also alerted the enemy. The frightened black-haired porcupine's spines exploded all over its body, and its tail shook rapidly, making a high-frequency sound of rustling. Super Collection. Luo Su threw out another skill. This time it can freeze the body, but only for 5 seconds. Swish. The black-haired porcupine's hair stood up, and with a few swoosh, the quills on its body shot out like bullets. Tap. The quills of the porcupine hit the tree trunk next to Luo Su, penetrating deep into the wood. That was a close call. Luo Su broke out in a cold sweat. Swish. The black-haired porcupine shook its tail violently again, preparing to launch a second wave of attacks. Luo Su retreated a few meters and hid behind the tree trunk. After the porcupine's attack, she used a skill to freeze the porcupine for a few seconds, then took out her pistol and aimed. But at the critical moment, someone hit her with a club. Puff. Her arm was hit, and she grimaced in pain. The gun in her hand was knocked off. She turned around hurriedly and found 2 players, a man and a woman, standing behind her. The man's gun was facing her, and the woman was holding a thick stick. Damn! They actually attacked from behind. Luo Su was furious, but her arms were in so much pain that she couldn't move, so she didn't dare to act rashly. Leave your equipment and supplies behind, and I spare your life, the woman said fiercely. Meili, don't waste your time talking to her. Just kill her, or she come out to seek revenge someday. The man was even more ruthless. Such a weakling, dared to seek revenge. She should be grateful for being spared. Ha ha. The woman looked at Luo Su with contempt. Luo Su was annoyed by this kind of scum who bullied the weak with their numbers. But she had to pretend to be scared to paralyze the other party. She secretly put away the pistol that fell under the dead leaves. She also quietly used a skill on the guy with frizzy hair not far away. Swish swish. The black-haired porcupine rushed over with frizzy hair. I take care of this pig, you keep an eye on this woman. The man raised his pistol and took 2 steps forward. Die, beast! The man aimed at the porcupine and was about to shoot. Suddenly, he felt his hands were empty, and his bow was cold. The gun in his hand disappeared, and he looked down and found that he was only left with a pair of shorts, and was stunned. He quickly covered his lower body with his hands. Ah! At this time, the man heard his companion screaming. Looking back, he found that his companion Meili was also naked like him, with only a piece of cloth to cover her body. The two looked at each other, and then looked at Luo Su, who was dressed neatly, and their eyes were suddenly blazing. Did you do it? Damn it, this kind of dirty trick is not very offensive, but it is extremely insulting. It makes people hate it, but this is not the worst. There is a guy with explosive hair behind him, approaching with a rustling sound. Chapter 39. Luo Su watched the black-haired porcupine getting closer and closer. He ran away in a flash. You two can have fun, I'm leaving first. Hey, let me go! The man had just finished speaking when the guy with the hairy face was already in front of him. Swish, swish. You beast, get out of here, or I stew you. Just as he was furious, the pair of snow-white thighs turned into hedgehog legs. Ah, ah, ah! He was in so much pain that his eyes were about to burst, and he struggled madly, finally breaking free from the skill restraints. He ran away. But it was too late. The porcupine had already launched its second wave of attack. Ah, ah, ah! The man howled as he ran, and his bow was pierced like a hedgehog. Luo Su, who was watching the show from behind a big rock, laughed so hard that his stomach twitched. When the man passed by his companions, Meili cried and asked him for help. Brother Bao, save me quickly. Okay, hold on first. I find someone to save you. The man ran away like a rabbit. Hey, come back! Ah! The guy with the frizzy hair has found a new target. The new target is delicate and trembling with fear. Sister, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Please let me go. I know you are nearby. Please save me. Meili was so scared that she cried and screamed. Suddenly, she felt her body relax and her immobilization was lifted. But sadly, her legs were weak and she couldn't run. Swish, swish, swish. The guy with the frizzy hair was right in front of her, with his tail pointed at her. Seeing that she was about to be shot into a hedgehog, Meili was so scared that she rolled and crawled. At that critical moment, suddenly, with a bang, a big stone fell. The guy with the hairy face was crushed into a meat pie. Wang Meili burst into tears. Thank you for not killing me. Don't do anything to hurt others in the future, otherwise I will never let you go easily. Luo Su said loudly. Don't dare to do it again in the future. Wang Meili said hurriedly. As soon as she finished speaking, a pile of clothes fell in front of her. There were her clothes and Brother Bao's clothes. Wang Meili thought angrily while putting on her clothes. Leopard, that heartless guy, doesn't deserve to wear clothes. Luo Su got 100 points and 50 kilograms of porcupine meat and 100 porcupine quills, then turned and left. Seeing that there were only 10 minutes left in the living room, she hurriedly renewed for half an hour. Just now, when she was watching the show, she put all the nearby big stones into the space. Stones are dead objects that won't struggle, so they are easy to put into the space. Since the skills can't kill the monster, try another method. I just tried it, and a big stone can crush a porcupine to death. Anyway, I have a lot of experience in stacking corpses before, and now I just changed to stones. Luo Su was very happy, and figured out a new way of fighting. As she walked, she felt that it was already dark. Without the night vision function of the fire eyes and golden pupils, she could not see the road at all. The jungle at night was full of dangers, and the calls of wild beasts could be heard from time to time in the distance. But Luo Su had to continue exploring. For the safety of Daodu, she had to renew the space until dawn. She was alert and prepared her life-saving skills. Suddenly, a chirping sound came from above her head, like the sound of a mouse. She looked up and saw countless pairs of red eyes on the treetops above her head, densely packed and numerous. Level 1 Bloodthirsty Bat. This time, the fiery eyes finally had a monster prompt. However, before she could think about it, there came a rustling sound of collective takeoff from above. Before she could react, a concentrated attack had arrived. Dang 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 dang. The bloodthirsty bats attacked her head, hitting the helmet intensively, making a clanging sound. She hurriedly lowered her head and squatted, but the back of her hand and ears were still injured. The bloodthirsty bats were very brave, attacking in turns without interruption, endlessly. She hurriedly turned on the night light on the helmet and used skills again. Super Collection. Luo Su activated the range attack, collecting indiscriminately within 10 meters around. Ding, kill the bloodthirsty bats in a group and get 100 survival points. Ding, get 10 squirrel meat. Ding, get 8 rabbit meat. Ding, get 5 pheasant meat. The skill is effective. It was a good harvest. Luo Su tried a few more range attacks, and finally killed all the bloodthirsty bats, gaining a total of 500 survival points. However, her body was exhausted, her mental strength was exhausted, and her stomach was so hungry that her chest was sticking to her back. She renewed the space for 2.5 hours, and the sense of urgency in her heart was finally not so tense. She decided to go back and find something to eat to fill her stomach. As soon as she entered the living room of the space, she smelled the smell of hot pot. Looking up, she found that Long Zimo and Yifan were eating hot pot in her house. This is too much. She worked so hard to kill monsters, but these two people were just eating hot pot leisurely. Luo Su. Long Zimo was surprised and walked towards her. Luo Su, you're back just in time. Come on, let's eat hot pot. Du Yifan greeted her warmly. Are you injured? Long Zimo walked closer and found the wound on her ear. Luo Su nodded and stretched out her hand in pain. The back of her hand was bloody and looked like there were many wounds, densely packed. Long Zimo frowned. How did it happen? Bat? Luo Su said, a little worried. I wonder if it's poisonous. Long Zimo hurriedly found the medical kit and treated her wound. After cleaning the blood on the back of her hand, the wound looked less scary. It's not poisonous, just a skin injury, don't worry. Long Zimo said softly, after treating the wound on the back of his hand. Long Zimo treated the wound on her ear. Ah! Luo Su gasped in pain. Does it hurt a lot? Long Zimo asked softly. It hurts, please be gentler. Luo Su said hurriedly. Then I be gentler. Long Zimo said. The cotton swab gently rubbed the earlobe. Luo Su felt a little pain, a little itchy, and the male breath close to her made her feel numb. Gurgle gurgle. Luo Su's stomach protested at an inopportune time. Are you hungry? Go eat, the wound is treated. Long Zimo said, putting away the medicine box. Luo Su went straight to the dining table. Du Yifan had already served her the meal. Luo Su, who was so hungry, looked at the delicious food in front of her and wanted to pour it into her stomach. She picked up a large piece of meat with chopsticks, but the wound on the back of her hand hurt. With a bang, the chopsticks and the meat fell into the pot together. The scene was quiet for a few seconds. Then Du Yifan on the opposite side laughed like a pig. Hey, ah. Luo Su looked embarrassed. Yifan. Long Zimo came out to defend him. Oh yeah. Du Yifan quickly put away his smile. It's okay, I give you a spoon. Du Yifan got up and went to the kitchen. Long Zimo took out the chopsticks. He put the big piece of meat into Luo Su's bowl and piled it into a small mountain. Du Yifan brought a spoon. Luo Su carefully scooped up a small piece of meat and put it into his mouth tremblingly. It's better to die in pain than to starve to death, Luo Su risked it. Every time he took a bite, he would make a hiss in pain. Du Yifan's stomach was almost going to burst. If he didn't go out to laugh for a while, he would be suffocated to death. Boss, I have something to do. I'm going out for a while. Du Yifan said, picked up his coat, and went out like a gust of wind. Chapter 40. Long Zimo couldn't help laughing as he watched Luo Su eating in pain and happiness. Come on, eat whatever you want. Long Zimo picked up the chopsticks, and picked up a chicken claw for her. Luo Su was very upset. It was just a skin injury. I'm not going to care about you. I have to go to the deserted island to kill monsters after eating. Luo Su ate voraciously, not caring about his image at all. How much is left? Long Zimo asked. 10 hours left until 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. The renewal fee is 200 per hour. I still need 2,000 survival points. After Luo Su finished speaking, he took a sip of hot soup and finally felt half full. How many survival points do you get for killing a monster? Long Zimo asked again. Killing a bronze level 1 beast, 100 survival points, and a lot of meat. Luo Su threw all the meat out of the space. Long Zimo felt that it was not a big problem. 20 monsters would be enough. Luo Su needed to practice more in the game. But the 100 pounds of fresh meat in front of him really shocked him. Luo Su's space function was really too powerful. In time, it will be of great use. At this time, a bag of green liquid caught Long Zimo's attention. What is this? Long Zimo picked it up and looked at it carefully. The venom of a python. Luo Su said. So much? It looks like more than a pound, and the whole venom sac has been peeled off. Well, I don't know what it's used for. It automatically drops when I kill monsters. Luo Su said. Give it to me. We have a department in Sanlong that develops new drugs. Long Zimo said. Take it. I have no use for it anyway. Luo Su said, it would be good to give some materials to the organization. 6 zeros can't be taken for nothing. She threw out a bunch of materials, snake skin, porcupine quills, and waved her hand to take them all. Woo woo. Xiaobai came to Luo Su's feet at some point and rubbed her. Xiaobai, do you feel better? Luo Su picked up Xiaobai. It looked not in good condition. Xiaobai kept sniffing the pile of beast meat, making a woo-woo-woo sound from its mouth. It may want to eat meat. Long Zimo saw it. This is raw meat, roast some for it. Luo Su said, pointing to the oven. It probably prefers raw food. Long Zimo said, cutting off a large piece of hare meat and placing it on the plate in front of Xiaobai. Xiaobai ate up all the raw meat on the plate in a few bites. It likes it very much. Long Zimo then cut off some pheasant meat, hare meat, snake meat, and porcupine meat for Xiaobai to eat. Xiaobai preferred porcupine meat. He ate half of the porcupine before stopping. Its belly was bulging, a full circle larger than its body. Is it okay to eat so much? Long Zimo looked at Xiaobai's bulging belly, and was a little worried. Luo Su suddenly remembered that in the game, when Xiaobai fought against the python, his body became bigger, so he told Long Zimo what happened. You mean, Xiaobai's body exuded black mist, and then it suddenly increased by more than 10 times? Long Zimo was surprised. Isn't this the ability of the demon wolf princess? After the black mist transforms, it will be cursed when attacking the enemy. Yes, after becoming bigger, the fighting power exploded, but it only lasted for a few minutes. Xiaobai turned back to its original appearance, and then fell into a weak sleep. Luo Su said, stroking Xiaobai's soft fur with heartache. Xiaobai had just eaten, and let her stroke his fur drowsily. Long Zimo stared at Xiaobai, and many questions popped up in his mind. What is the relationship between Xiaobai and the Demon Wolf Emperor? Parent-child relationship, or rebirth? After the Demon Wolf Emperor escaped from the interstellar hunting ground with serious injuries, someone said that it desperately escaped to protect the child in its belly. No one had seen it since then, and the 9-star players just thought it was a legend. Now it seems that everything is possible. Luo Su turned up the heat on the hot pot, ate half a bowl, and then put down her chopsticks contentedly. She looked at Dowda for a while, and the little guy was still sleeping soundly. She planned to get something for Dowdu, and took out a box of dumplings from the refrigerator. What do you want to do? Let me help you. Your wound cannot touch water. Long Zimo came over. Although he was embarrassed to bother the boss, there was no one else to bother at the moment. Steam a plate of dumplings. Dowdu will be hungry when he wakes up, Luosu said. Long Zimo took the dumplings, put them on the plate, put them on the steamer, added water, and turned on the fire. His movements were skillful. Luosu praised him. He was worthy of being the boss. He was excellent in everything. Okay, I have to go back to kill monsters, Luosu said sadly. Be careful. Long Zimo looked at her silently, and gave her a warning. The reluctance in his heart was suppressed by reason. She needed experience to face the worst situation in the future. Luosu, said him, and disappeared from the spot. She returned to the jungle and immediately activated the night vision function of her fiery eyes and golden eyes. The surroundings were very quiet, and she chose a relatively open direction to walk. Rustle, rustle. Although her footsteps were very light, the dead leaves under her feet still made some noises, startling some small animals nearby, and they rustled away in the grass. She came to a flat area, with no big trees around and thin weeds, but there were many huge rocks, each as big as a washing machine. There were no traces of players nearby, and she looked up and saw a large dim moon. The stones were gray under the moonlight. Stones are good, they can be used to smash monsters. She happily put the boulders into her bag. In the space backpack, each grid can stack 100 items of the same kind, regardless of physical weight. She couldn't help but want to praise the power of this space. After collecting the entire piece of boulders, there were at least 50 or 60 pieces, plus the previous dozen pieces. The stock should be enough for a while. Besides, they can't be broken, and they can be reused, right? Luosu pondered and came to a huge boulder. Wow, this stone is really big as a car. Luosu thought, if it can be stored in the space, it may be a killer. Storage. It can't be shaken at all. Super storage. The boulder moved. It shook left and right at first, and then suddenly stood up. Luosu was dumbfounded. That's right, it stood up, and there are 4 legs underneath, and a tail. Luosu's heart skipped a beat. She thought of a possibility. Then she saw a huge bull head stretched out. 2 eyes as big as light bulbs were glowing green, and staring at her. Ah! Luosu exclaimed and hurriedly retreated. Fortunately, her speed increased by twice, allowing her to retreat 5 or 6 meters in 2 seconds. Only then did she realize that there was a mark hanging above the thing. Bronzely green-eyed giant bull. Ah! She was too close just now, and didn't notice the mark above her head. Moo! A deafening bull call. Listening to it at such a close distance, Luosu felt like she had experienced a wave of Hedon lion's roar. Her ears were ringing, and her head was dizzy. Run! Luosu made a quick decision. But her legs seemed to be poured with thousands of pounds of cement, and she couldn't move even a step. I hide. It's over. I can't even enter the space. Chapter 41. Luosu was extremely anxious. This time she hit a wall. The elite monster came right up. This is leaving no chance for her to survive. Moo! The green-eyed giant bull roared, leaned forward, and kept paddling with its right front hoof, ready to charge forward at any time. This reminded her of the Spanish bullfight, so she was the red cloth at this moment. It was still a red cloth that could not be moved. When the giant bull rushed over, she would be stabbed into rags. Emma, it was terrible. I don't know if invisibility works. Cute baby bubble. Swish. With a sound, her body became transparent, and she could move. She immediately left the spot and retreated 5 or 6 meters away. Invisibility lasts for 5 minutes. She planned to spend 4 minutes bullfighting, and if she couldn't kill it, she would hide in the space in the last minute. Dala, Dala. The giant bull lost its target, but it didn't stop attacking, but ran around wildly nearby. Smash it. Bang. A big rock fell from the sky and hit the cow. Moo. It felt pain and turned around angrily, looking for the enemy. Hit me. Bang. Bang. Big rocks kept falling and hitting the giant bull. The giant bull was panicked, and its sharp horns attacked the surrounding boulders fiercely. The boulders were stabbed into pieces. Luosu continued to hit them. Bang! 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 She could hit 3 boulders at a time, which was much more lethal than a single one. It hit the bull's head, and blood flowed. There were too many boulders, so it was trapped in the pile of rocks. The bull was furious, and its eyes glowed green, and finally turned into 2 green beams of light. The green beams of light were like laser bullets. Trees broke and boulders exploded wherever they passed, and the destructive power of crushing everything was terrifying. Bang 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 bang. Blip bang bang. The area within a radius of dozens of meters was razed to the ground. It was a disaster scene. Fortunately, Luo Su's invisibility effect ignored all damage. She was not hurt, and continued to throw boulders at it. Bang, 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 bang. The laser eyes of the green-eyed giant bull were not long-lasting. After a minute, they dimmed, the beam of light disappeared, and only the eyes emitting a faint green light remained. As the boulders continued to fall, it was covered with wounds and blood flowed. Moo! It used all its strength to send out a wave of lion roar, a powerful impact force that shattered the boulders in front of it. It made a small gap. It leaned forward and jumped onto the rubble. Standing on a high place, it looked around angrily for its target. Luo Su could see that the elite monster's biggest killer move was its laser eyes, followed by its lion roar. It also had a move to control people, which could freeze them in place. Combined with its brute force attack, its combat power was quite terrifying. However, Luo Su's invisible and injury-free skill, plus a 10-meter long-range attack, just restrained its weakness. After consuming its ultimate move, the boulder could continue to hurt it. Now, Luo Su has a better chance of winning, and the invisibility time is still 1 minute. She decided not to hide in the space. The action of the huge stone hitting the cow did not stop at all. Bang! 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 It was as if it was raining stones from the sky. All the 100 huge stones in Luo Su's space were smashed, and the invisibility time was left for 38 seconds. The green-eyed giant bull was seriously injured, and it kept groaning weakly under the pressure of the huge stone. This might be the most undignified fight in its life. It was also the last time. Luo Su recovered the boulder that had rolled to the side, and continued to smash it. Bang! 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 Luo Su stopped to rest for a while, until the green-eyed giant bull was buried in the boulder. Emma, the elite monster, is too scary. If she didn't have the invisible skill to ignore damage, she would have died. Now she could only wait for the giant bull to bleed dry and slowly grind it to death. Luo Su squatted far away, not daring to get too close. She suddenly remembered that the last time she fought an elite monster, it was a novice level 4 mutant giant crocodile. At that time, she also synthesized an elite skill, elite armor. Oh right, elite armor. How could she have forgotten this skill? Elite armor. Instantly, her defense and life increased threefold. There was a layer of black and gold light on her skin. She touched the back of her scarred hand. What a pity! If I had known that I would use the elite armor skill before fighting the bat, I would not have suffered such skin injuries. TSK TSK TSK, what a stupid head. Luo Su laughed at himself. Suddenly, boom! With a loud noise, the huge pile of rocks suddenly exploded, and the debris flew everywhere. The power was comparable to that of dynamite. Swish, swish, swish. Clang, clang, clang. Luo Su's clothes were torn by flying stones, and in the blink of an eye, they were ragged. She looked up in shock, and saw the giant bull lying in a pool of blood, its body broken and dying. Unexpectedly, at the last moment, the green-eyed giant bull actually blew itself up and wanted to die with the enemy. If she hadn't had the elite armor to protect her body, she would probably have been shot into a sieve at this moment. Elite monsters are really scary. I hope I won't encounter this kind of monster again. Quickly deal with it, and leave here. Luo Su threw out a skill. Super Collection Ding. Kill the bronze elite green-eyed giant bull. Get 1,000 survival points. Giant bull power attribute value. Permanently increase physical fitness and strength by 300%. Luo Su suddenly felt full of strength, and his fatigue was swept away. Great. Luo Su was delighted. This kind of fighting method brought her great gains. But the boulders in front of her had all been blown into pieces, and could no longer be used. She could only go somewhere else to collect them. Luo Su changed the opposite direction and hurried away until he walked 50 or 60 meters, and then went into the jungle again and found a big tree for cover. She renewed the space for 5 hours, and then slipped into the living room of the space. As soon as she appeared, the 2 adults, 1 child, and 1 dog in the living room were all stunned. Long Zimo, what's wrong with this ragged outfit? Diefun, did you go into the game to be a beggar? Daodu, is this my mother? Xiaobai, wagging his tail. Luo Su didn't understand their eyes, and asked Long Zimo directly, Boss, do you have this camouflage uniform? Yes. Long Zimo took out a new set of camouflage uniforms from a pile of supplies he prepared. Thank you. Luo Su took the camouflage uniform and rushed into the bathroom to take a shower. When Luo Su came out, Xiao Bai was standing at her door, wagging his tail desperately. She found that Xiao Bai had grown bigger. Mom, Xiao Bai has grown up. Do ran over and threw himself into her arms, eating a dumpling in his little mouth. Then Do should also eat seriously, like Xiao Bai, and grow up quickly, okay? Luo Su pinched her little face and said, Okay. Do agreed obediently. Long Zimo took out the medicine box and said, Your wound has been wet, so you need to apply anti-inflammatory medicine again. Be good, Daodu, go finish your dumplings first. Luo Su put Daodu down, and the little guy and Xiao Bai returned to the table to eat together. Daodu ate dumplings, and Xiao Bai ate roasted wild rabbit meat. Du Yifan was eating hot pot for the second time, and suddenly stopped his chopsticks and asked, Luo Su, what monster did you fight in the game? So intense. A bronze elite monster, a giant bull with green eyes. Luo Su stretched out the back of his hand to apply medicine, and added another sentence. This elite monster is really powerful. The beams of light from its eyes are like laser bullets, which can destroy everything in its path. So you were scared away? Du Yifan asked. No, I was invisible for 5 minutes and repeatedly smashed it to death with boulders, haha. Luo Su was a little proud. Du Yifan was quite surprised, but when she remembered the last time in the horror park, when Luo Su simply and roughly smashed the cargo box, she felt that what she said might be true. You can kill a bronze elite just after you were promoted to a bronze player, which is amazing. Back then, we were all bronze level 3 before we dared to fight elite monsters alone. Du Yifan said, giving a thumbs up. Luo Su was very proud, and lowered her head to ask Long Zimo, who was applying medicine to her, Boss, how is it? Am I awesome? Don't move. I'm applying medicine. Long Zimo didn't even raise his head, and was very focused. Chapter 42. After applying the medicine, Luo Su hurried back to the game. She didn't want to be forced to go out and kill monsters in the middle of the night. She returned to the giant tree, and suddenly a scream came from the tree above her head. She was so scared that her heart trembled, and she hurriedly retreated 5 or 6 meters away, and then she saw clearly that there was a man hanging upside down on the tree trunk. After a careful inspection with her fiery eyes, she found that there was also a big cat on the tree, with a monster mark on its head. Bronze level 2 lynx? The lynx bit the man's leg, and was dragging him under the tree. The man's upper body was still stuck in the sleeping bag hanging in the air. It seemed that the man was originally sleeping in the sleeping bag, and in order to prevent the beast from attacking, he hung the sleeping bag on a tall tree trunk. Unexpectedly, a beast like lynx can actually climb trees. Luo Su didn't dare to act rashly. After all, she hadn't fought a bronze level 2 monster yet, and her stealth skill hadn't cooled down yet. Now there was no stone in her space backpack, and she couldn't use her biggest killer move, so she had no chance of winning. Bang! With a sound, the man fell down. He was 5 or 6 meters away from Luo Su. The lynx jumped lightly and pounced in front of the man. The man pulled out a dagger from somewhere and stabbed it into the lynx's hind leg. The lynx screamed in pain and took a few steps back, but did not leave. Instead, it lingered beside the man, staring at him. The man's thigh was bleeding, and his injury was very serious. He held the dagger in one hand and confronted the lynx, and pressed the wound with the other hand, but the blood still kept pouring out from his fingers. It looked like the aorta in the leg was bitten. Even if she took action, the man would not survive. She looked around and quietly put 7 or 8 large stones around into the space. At this moment, the lynx suddenly pounced on the man. Although Luo Su was not sure of winning, she could not stand idly by since she had encountered it. In an emergency, she threw out a skill. Super Collection. When the lynx flew in front of the man, it was suddenly fixed. The man was stunned. Kill it quickly. The immobilization will only last for a dozen seconds. Luo Su shouted. The man reacted. He waved the sharp dagger in his hand, and stabbed the lynx's abdomen repeatedly. The lynx howled in pain, but could not move. A dozen seconds passed quickly. The lynx was stabbed several times, and fell to the ground. The abdomen was bleeding. It began to get scared and fled in panic. But it was immobilized after a few steps. After Luo Su used his skills, he took out his pistol and shot the lynx in the neck with a bang. With a woo sound, the lynx fell to the ground. Luo Su hurried over and fired 2 more shots. The lynx was not dead, but it was no longer a threat. The man seemed relieved. How are you injured? Luo Su asked, standing 2 meters away from the man. The man shook his head and said, "It's very bad. The leg artery was bitten." He pointed to the backpack hanging on it and said, "I give you all my supplies. Can I ask you for a favor?" "What is it?" Luo Su asked. "Can you bury me when I die? I don't want to be eaten by wild animals after I die." He was very calm. If someone knew that he was dying, he would have lost control of his emotions. Luo Su felt upset. Although this was a game world, it was a real life. In this desolate mountain, she had no way to deal with arterial bleeding. All she could do was dig a hole for him and bury him. Luo Su nodded and agreed, "Okay." The man fell down weakly and slowly closed his eyes. Luo Su stood there for a long time without moving. It was not until the lynx next to her groaned weakly that she drew her attention back. Super storage. Luo Su threw out a skill and killed the lynx. Ding, killed the bronze level 2 lynx and obtained 200 survival points. Ding, obtained 50 kilograms of lynx meat and a set of lynx fur. Luo Su directly added 1 hour of renewal to the space. At this time, the man next to him had stopped breathing. Chapter 43. Luo Su sighed inwardly. In this apocalyptic game, supplies are limited, and it is not uncommon for players to kill and rob in order to compete for supplies. However, for her who has a special space, supplies are not rare. She stared at the man and said coldly, "His supplies are on the tree." After that, she pointed to a backpack hanging on the tree trunk. "All belongs to you, don't bother me anymore." Luo Su said coldly, turned around and left. Xiao Song looked up and saw that there was indeed a backpack on the tree, which looked bulging, as if there were a lot of things. "Thank you very much. Goodbye." Xiao Song thanked her loudly, and watched Luo Su walk away before climbing up the tree and taking off his backpack. If he wasn't starving, he wouldn't want to mess with that woman. In his opinion, that woman was a lunatic who killed someone and buried the body, and asked people hypocritically, "What is your dream?" She was short, but she was very abnormal and a ruthless person. If he didn't have a gun in his hand, he wouldn't dare to ask for half of the food. After he entered the game, he found a supply box, which contained no food except a pistol and 2 daggers. Although the gun could kill some small prey without fire, he, who was used to a life of luxury in the city, could not swallow raw meat. Fortunately, there was a large piece of bread and 2 bottles of mineral water in the backpack. He wolfed down the bread and drank another bottle of mineral water, and finally he was full. Suddenly, he felt a little grateful to the lunatic woman. After all, she left all the supplies in the backpack to him, and most importantly, there was a lighter in the bag. He could eat roasted hare meat in the future. Luo Su walked 100 meters away, and was relieved to make sure that the man didn't follow her. She picked up some big stones along the way, which were bigger than the washing machine. The more stones in her bag, the safer she felt. As she walked, she found a blue light behind the jungle in front of her. It was particularly conspicuous on this dark desert island. She quietly approached to check. It was a 40 to 50 meter wide water swamp, with blue fireflies flying all over the water, and the blue light illuminated the entire water swamp, just like a dreamland in a fairy tale. Luo Su was amazed by the wonders in front of her. "I didn't expect that there was such a dreamy place on this dark deserted island. It was too beautiful to be real." Luo Su used her fire eyes to scan, and found a monster mark hanging on the water in the center. Bronze Elite Blue Fantasy. Luo Su was shocked and turned around to run. But she ran a circle, and returned to the starting point. "Emma, what's going on? What the hell?" Luo Su activated her fire eyes and ran again, but she still returned to the starting point. Since she couldn't run away, she had to fight. But she knew nothing about this kind of monster. She only knew that elite monsters were very dangerous. She tried to hide in the space. She flashed into the living room of the space. Luo Su. Long Zimo was not surprised to see her. She was elusive all day long, and he was no longer surprised. "Boss, I unfortunately encountered an elite monster again." Luo Su felt a little tricky. "What elite monster?" Long Zimo asked. "Bronze Elite Blue Phantom. I haven't seen the monster yet. I just know the name." Luo Su said. "What kind of weird ability do you have? You know the name of the monster before you see it?" Du Yifan on the side was very surprised. "I have a gifted golden eye, which can find things and clues that others can't see, and also has night vision and the ability to identify monsters." Luo Su explained. Du Yifan gave a thumbs up. "You are awesome." He then asked, "How many weird abilities do you have that we don't know about?" Long Zimo thought for a moment, then interjected, "How far can your golden eye see?" "A few kilometers away, maybe farther if you stand high enough. Luo Su thought for a moment and said, "Okay." Long Zimo nodded slowly, not knowing whether he was praising her or simply responding. "I came back to ask you how to fight this kind of monster, and what are its weaknesses?" Luo Su continued. "If I'm not mistaken, most of these monsters with the word illusion in their names are mental attacks, which can make people hallucinate," Long Zimo said. Luo Su nodded repeatedly and said, yes, there are hallucinations. I just encountered a ghost wall, and no matter how I run, I return to the starting point. Yifan is best at mind control. Let him tell you about it." After Long Zimo finished speaking, he looked at Du Yifan. Du Yifan took over the topic and said seriously, "The so-called mental attack, as the name suggests, is to attack the enemy mentally. But if the enemy's mental power is strong enough, then the damage will be reduced, or even the attack will be ineffective." Strong mental power? Luo Su carefully pondered the meaning of this sentence. She and Daodu each have a mental power talent skill. Her spiritual ocean talent can increase her spiritual power limit and recovery speed, while Daodu's vigorous talent can double the spiritual power recovery speed of all team members. The higher the spiritual power limit, the stronger the spiritual power? Luo Su asked again. Yes, on the contrary, the stronger the spiritual power, the higher the spiritual power limit, and the faster the spiritual power recovery speed. Du Yifan explained. Luo Su nodded. It seems that she will have to upgrade her spiritual power talent and skills in the future. Unfortunately, she has no survival points now, so she can't upgrade her skills. Her current mental strength is obviously weaker than that of the monster, so she fell into its illusion. What a miserable misfortune. Didn't she say that she would be rewarded with 100 luck points for completing a hidden task? Is this 100 luck points so useless? She just took 2 steps and ran into an elite monster. Any other questions? Seeing Luo Su in a daze, Long Zimo asked her. Luo Su nodded, then shook her head. Forget it. No matter how much we discuss, it's just talk on paper, and we have to go into battle ourselves. She took a look and saw that Daodu had fallen asleep. Xiaobai, who had grown a lot bigger, couldn't squeeze on the sofa and had to lie on the carpet. Xiaobai, come here. Luo Su waved at Xiaobai. Xiaobai came over wagging his tail. Xiaobai, do you want to go out and play with me? Luo Su squatted down, holding Xiaobai's fluffy face with both hands, and coaxed him seriously. Xiaobai excitedly wagged his tail. Long Zimo and Du Yifan were both very upset. Is it really okay to coax a little kid like this? Luo Su had no shame at all, and led Xiaobai into the game happily. Luo Su thought so. Xiaobai had a keen sense of smell. Maybe he could find the flaws in the illusion. After all, Xiaobai was a product of the game, and a heavenly fantasy beast, also a monster of the illusion system. What if Xiaobai was the little prince of the fantasy world? With this thought, Luo Su felt that it was really wise to bring Xiaobai out. Xiaobai, lead the way. How can we get out of the illusion here? Luo Su said something, but when he turned around, he could not see Xiaobai. He looked around and was stunned. Xiaobai was chasing the fireflies flying all over the sky, jumping up and down like a wild child, and getting wet. His beautiful white fur was covered with mud and stuck to his body. It was as miserable as it could be. How could he look like the little prince of the fantasy world? Luo Su was furious, like a middle-aged mother who saw her naughty child getting into trouble again. Chapter 44. Xiaobai. Luo Su called softly, fearing to alarm the elite monster in the water. Unexpectedly, Xiaobai responded to her by shouting loudly in a rough voice. Roar! Roar! The blue fireflies that were originally surrounding it were startled and scattered. As soon as the roar fell, ripples began to appear in the center of the water. Then a beautiful woman surrounded by blue starlight floated up from the water. It's over. Luo Su reached out and wiped his forehead. I should have known not to bring this naughty kid out. It just adds to the chaos. The beautiful woman floated up to the shore, and as soon as her feet touched the ground, the surrounding blue starlight instantly sank into her body, transforming into a water blue evening dress. The whole person was elegant and agile. If it weren't for the monster signboard that always hung above her head, Bronze Elite Blue Fantasy, Luo Su would have thought she was a real princess. Welcome to my blue kingdom, lucky Miss Luo Su. Blue Huanyo came slowly, and warmly welcomed the guest who had strayed into her territory. Luo Su secretly complained, how unlucky. 100 luck points, very lucky to bring you a midnight snack. I haven't had any guests here for a long time. I really hope you can stay and have dinner with me. Blue Huanyo flashed her long and thick eyelashes, and her eyes were lively. Luo Su was stunned, like every normal person who was shocked by its beautiful appearance. Are you happy, Miss Luo Su? Lan Se-Huan walked up to her and asked condescendingly. It's my honor. Luo Su had no doubt that if she said she was not happy, she would immediately turn from a guest accompanying her to the food on the plate. Lan Se-Huan was very happy to hear her answer. With a wave of her hand, the surrounding scenery changed into a royal dining room, which was very luxurious. Lan Se-Huan sat in the main seat, and Luo Su sat opposite it, with a 3-meter-long rectangular dining table in between. There were many servants here, coming and going, constantly bringing up plates of delicious food, filling the table, very rich. Come, distinguished guest, I toast you a glass of welcome. Blue Phantom held up a glass of red wine, and said enthusiastically. Although 3 meters away, Luo Su could still hear every word it said clearly. Cheers! Luo Su always kept a polite smile. Blue Phantom drank it all in one go, then stared at Luo Su with a smile. Luo Su raised the wine glass in his hand, and suddenly found that the glass was filled with scarlet blood, and there was an eyeball floating in it. Looking at the table full of delicacies, it instantly turned into a human feast, with human body parts on each plate. And on the plate in front of Lan Se-Huan, there was actually a human head, with the face of the head facing Luo Su. She had seen this person before. It was the leopard brother who attacked her last time when she was fighting the porcupine. Leopard brother still had his eyes open, and his eyes were full of admiration. On the plate was a dish called Admirer's Head. Ugh, Luo Su couldn't help vomiting. You are so rude, Miss Luo Su. The Blue Phantom changed its expression instantly. Not only did its attitude change, but its appearance also changed. Its cherry mouth suddenly split back and turned into a big fish mouth. Then its pretty face became pointed and flat as if it had just been caught by a door, and 2 black fish eyes were abruptly set on both sides. Its 2 ears turned into fish fins, and its neck was thin and long, covered with gills, and it was breathing. The upper body below the neck is human-like, covered with fish scales, and the lower body is similar to a mermaid's tail. What an ugly monster, Luo Su commented honestly in his heart. You actually said I'm ugly? Blue Phantom roared angrily. His voice was sharp and thin, very piercing. It can actually read minds. So, what she thought was a perfect acting just now was actually a step-by-step trap for the enemy. Ha ha, I want to taste what your misguided eyeball tastes like. Blue Phantom sneered, then disappeared in a flash. Roar! 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 Suddenly, she heard Xiaobai's barking. At this moment, the luxurious restaurant in front of her disappeared, and there was a swamp for dozens of meters around her. She was actually in the middle of the swamp, and the mud had flooded her waist. She was still sinking slowly. Xiaobai was barking wildly on the shore. But the Blue Phantom disappeared. Luo Su couldn't save herself, and Xiaobai didn't seem to be able to help. She moved her mind and took Xiaobai back to the living room. Long Jima and Du Yifan were drinking tea in the living room. Suddenly, Xiaobai appeared in the living room covered in mud, barking anxiously. Xiaobai, be quiet. Long Zimo hurried over to comfort Xiaobai. Xiaobai, Luo Su must be fine. Xiaobai paused, like a playful child who got into trouble, and cried aggrievedly. Xiaobai, it's not your fault. Luo Su will definitely come back. Long Zimo said, you should take a bath now. If Dao wakes up, he doesn't like your dirty appearance. As he said that, he winked at Du Yifan. Du Yifan took Xiaobai to take a shower. Long Zimo went to the bathroom to wash his hands, frowning. Luo Su must have been in danger. That's why he sent Xiaobai back first. But he had no way to do anything. He didn't enter the game at the same time as her, so he couldn't go in to save her. Luo Su was trapped in the swamp, not daring to move at all. But his body was still slowly sinking, and the mud had already flooded to his chest. We have to think of a way. I can't just wait to die like this. The first thing she thought of was invisibility. After her body became transparent, she could float out. But she didn't dare to use it. That was her strongest means of saving her life, and she had to save it for when she faced the Blue Phantom head-on. And hiding in space was useless, as she would still be in its illusion when she came out. Then she only had the stones in her bag and the storage skills. The stones were useless when thrown into the swamp. She didn't know how deep the swamp was, and it wasn't just a few stones that could support her. Luo Su calmly analyzed the situation, and found that the mud was almost up to her neck. Luo Su was no longer calm. She hurriedly used a circle of life-saving skills. Elite armor tripled defense and health. Spiritual ocean increased mental power, and recovered faster. vigorous mental power recovered twice as fast. Finally, she used a range attack to collect all the mud within a radius of 10 meters around her into the space. Super collection. Swoosh. With a 10-meter wide horizontal and 10-meter deep mud centered on her, it disappeared instantly. She suddenly lost her balance and fell down. Fortunately, the place where she fell was semi-soft, and with the protection of the elite armor skill, she was not injured. She felt her feet step on the ground, but it was the bottom. This swamp was not as deep as she imagined. She was very excited. But when she looked down at the ground under her feet, she was horrified. Chapter 45. Luosu looked at the bottom of the swamp, which was densely packed with corpses, some of which had not even begun to decay. There were many skeletons underneath, layer upon layer, as if it were hell. She was immediately shocked. This elite monster actually killed so many people. Luosu raised her eyes, and found that the mud was flooding from all directions. Super collection. Luosu used a skill to collect the mud within a range, and all the mud within 10 meters around was collected into the space. She ran to the nearest shore, collected all the mud along the way, and was about to get ashore. Suddenly, a tornado rose from the ground, rolling up the mud in the swamp, blocking Luosu in front of her and sweeping towards her quickly. Luosu hurriedly used an invisibility skill and disappeared in a flash. The blue phantom not far away was stunned. He said angrily in a shrill voice, "I didn't expect you to be invisible. But once you enter my fantasy realm, don't think about getting out again." As soon as it finished speaking, suddenly, with a bang, a large rock fell from the sky and smashed it into the mud. Luosu did not give it a chance to breathe. He blasted down stones one after another until the elite monster was unable to move, and then he stopped. At this time, the tornado formed by the silt not far away instantly collapsed, and the silt fell down. And the blue phantom was very quiet on the pile of stones, with no signs of shaking. Luosu did not hear the prompt sound, and knew that the elite monster was not dead, but why was there no movement? Was it knocked unconscious? Suddenly, a ray of blue light floated under the cracks of the stone, and the blue light became more and more, slowly gathering into a huge blue phantom outline in the air, and then formed scales, hands. Luosu reacted. It is transforming. It is about to become a huge elite monster. Luosu hurriedly collected the blue light into the space. Super collection. The blue light is getting less and less. The outline of the elite monster that had already formed is shrinking. Luosu finally understood that the blue light is its energy. As long as more blue light is taken away, it will not be able to transform. Luosu continued to collect blue light until all the blue light disappeared. A furious blue phantom appeared on the ground. Its head was dented by a stone, and its face was deformed. "You actually stole my energy, you damn thief! Come out!" The shrill voice burst out with extreme anger, as if a glass cup burst instantly, making people's eardrums hurt. Luosu was invisible, so she naturally ignored what a strange fish said. She had her own ideas. She raised her hand to take the boulder back into space, and then smashed it at the blue phantom without hesitation. Bang! Bang! The blue phantom was hit unexpectedly, and was seriously injured. Green blood flowed from the gills on his neck. "Luosu, you have no moral principles." Blue phantom cursed with gnashing teeth. Luosu laughed for a while. "A man-eating monster still has moral principles? You don't deserve it." Luosu sneered and raised his hand to kill the lingering fish. Super collection ding. Kill the bronze elite blue ghost, get 1,000 survival points, and get 500 permanent mental power attributes. After Luosu defeated the elite monster, the illusion of the swamp disappeared. There was no light anymore, and it was pitch black all around. She then turned around and left the swamp with her night vision. Now she had earned enough money to renew the living room, so she immediately renewed the space for 5 hours, planning to move to a safer place and go back to sleep. But as she approached a big tree, she accidentally stepped on a trap and was instantly hung upside down. "Ah!" she screamed. "Someone broke in! Everyone, wake up!" Suddenly a man screamed, turned on the flashlight, and shook it quickly to wake up his companions in the tree. After a while, 4 or 5 beams of light shone towards Luosu. "It's a woman! This woman is so bold, running around in the middle of the night. Everyone be careful, someone who can go into the jungle alone at night must be extraordinary." Luosu hurriedly said, "Brothers, I'm just passing by, I have no ill intentions, let me down." "You can't let me go, don't be fooled, this woman is cruel and ruthless, she kills without blinking an eye, my previous companion died at her hands." This was a woman's voice. Luosu felt it sounded familiar. He looked carefully, and found it was Wang Meili. It seems that she didn't get pricked by the porcupine last time, and the lesson was not deep enough. Such a cruel woman should not be allowed to harm others. Kill her as soon as possible, a thin man said. Luo Su looked and saw that this was the skinny monkey he met on the beach before. He was actually hanging out with Wang Meili. Birds of a feather flocked together. The others were a little embarrassed. They made this trap to prevent wild animals, but they didn't expect that there would be people running around in the middle of the night. Although this woman stepped into a trap, she shouldn't be sentenced to death. They had a disagreement. Let the boss decide, someone suggested. Soon the boss they were talking about came. Haha, beauty, it's you, quickly untie her, Ling Ming said happily. Luo Su was put down, rubbed her sore ankle, and then stood up. She looked around the group. It seemed there were 7 or 8 people. I didn't expect Ling Ming to attract so many followers in such a short time. However, this kind of relationship of keeping warm together is not reliable in the survival game. Luo Su prefers to be alone. Thank you, excuse me, Luo Su said, turning around to leave, but was stopped by Ling Ming. Stay, this jungle is very dangerous. You have lost your child. Do you want to lose your life? Ling Ming said, a little self-righteous. I am used to being alone. Thank you for your kindness. Luo Su politely refused. Ling Ming's mouth turned cold. It seems that this woman has not encountered real danger. But he was not in a hurry. He was waiting for the day when this woman would cry and beg him to stay. It would be better if she didn't die early, otherwise it would be no fun. Ling Ming shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently, whatever you want. Luo Su walked into the night without hesitation. Wang Meili was very depressed. She thought she could kill someone with a borrowed knife to relieve her hatred. Unexpectedly, the boss and Luo Su were old acquaintances. Luo Su walked a long way before looking back. It was true that no one was following him, so he flashed into the living room of the space. In the living room, only Long Zimo was left to watch over Daodu and Xiaobai, resting his eyes on the sofa. Du Yifan had gone back to rest. Boss, Luo Su called softly. Long Zimo opened his eyes when he heard the voice, and Luo Su was very happy. Ever since Xiaobai came back dirty and barking non-stop, he had been worried about Luo Su's safety. Now that he saw that she was fine and learned that she had earned enough survival points, he was relieved. She didn't have to go out to take risks tonight. Go wash up and go to bed, Long Zimo said. Luo Su nodded. Before going to bed, she called her grandmother and asked her to come with Du Yifan's car tomorrow to help take care of Daodu. She still had 19 days to stay in the game, and she couldn't always bother Long Zimo and Du Yifan. Chapter 46. Luo Su had a dreamless night. When she woke up, the morning sun was warm. She had just finished breakfast when Du Yifan came with her grandmother. Luo Su confessed to her grandmother that she wanted to train in the virtual world and asked her to help look after Daodu. The grandmother seemed to understand, but she only remembered that Daodu could only move around in the home and must not be taken out. After arranging the worries, Luo Su started working for renewal again. She left the game, and the jungle was quiet. After walking a few steps, she harvested 2 bronze level 1 beasts. The 200 survival points were just received, and before they were even warm, they were handed over to the landlord, and the renewal time was extended to 9 a.m. It was only a little after 7 o'clock now, and Luo Su felt that she should not have to work the night shift to kill monsters tonight. She continued to look for monsters in the jungle, and walked around the 1-kilometer area outside the jungle. In the morning, she killed 20 level 1 monsters, and 10 level 2 monsters, earning 4,000 survival points, all of which were handed over to the system landlord for renewal. At noon, she returned to the living room leisurely. She appeared in the living room, and the grandmother was still a little uncomfortable. In her concept, only the power of gods and ghosts could be so elusive. I didn't expect that with the development of technology, ordinary people also have the ability to appear and disappear. It was really eye-opening. However, after she witnessed Luo Su's invisibility last time, she was finally a little mentally prepared. For 5 or 6 days in a row, Luo Su went out at 7 in the morning like other office workers, came back to eat at noon, continued to train in the afternoon, and came back after dark. She also went to bed early at night, did not stay up late to watch TV series, did not eat junk food for midnight snacks, went to bed early and got up early, and her life became more regular than that of a retired old man. Grandma felt relieved when she saw Luo Su busy at work. Except that she had some minor scratches sometimes, which made her a little worried. She had gotten used to other situations. On the 8th day of entering the game, Luo Su had already easily killed bronze level 3 monsters. In addition to the daily Paying rent survival points, she had been brushing these days. In addition, this is a water marsh with a diameter of more than 10 meters. Fireflies are flying all over the water, and the blue light is illuminating the surroundings. In this dark jungle, it seems like a dreamland. Luosu was amazed by the wonders in front of him. It's so beautiful. I didn't expect there is such a place on this deserted island. It's so beautiful that it's unreal. Luosu scanned it with his fiery eyes, and saw a monster mark above the center of the water marsh. Bronze Elite Blue Ghost. Luosu was startled and turned around and ran. This is a swamp, 40 to 50 meters in radius. It turned out that this swamp was not as deep as she imagined, only about 5 to 6 meters deep. But it was 40 to 50 meters wide, so after she took away the 10-meter square of silt, the silt around it quickly flowed down to the empty area. Luosu glared at the man in gray sportswear not far away, and the man, beep, blew 2 loud slogans at her. Seeing that Luosu ignored him, he actually walked over with big strides. Hello, beautiful lady. My name is Lin Ming, and everyone calls me Brother Ming. Do you want me to take you with you? No need. Luosu glanced at him coldly, and turned to walk away. In order not to cause global panic, the 9-Star Alliance temporarily blocked the news. On the blue star where Luosu was, the top leaders of various countries secretly discussed countermeasures, urgently strengthened the joint defense, and supported some capable civilian organizations to actively prepare for self-protection. Chapter 47. Luosu sneered, You want me to save you? You wish. Who just lured the elite monster here, and who used me as a shield? Luosu said, staring at Ling Ming coldly. Beauty, I was helpless just now. You are fine now. Don't be so petty, Ling Ming said with a smile. He snorted coldly. Humph, I am so petty. You want me to save you? No way. I am not adding insult to injury, which is good enough. When Ling Ming heard the words adding insult to injury, and looked at the elite tiger that was killed by the boulder at the bottom of the cliff, he quickly shut up. He didn't dare to anger this woman again. He was really afraid that she would get upset and throw a rock down, which would be really tragic. After Luosu collected the boulders on the cliff, he looked at the vines all over the cliff and thought, Is this guy blind? If he really died on the cliff, he would be a fool and deserve it. Luosu glanced at him, and turned away. She returned to the valley and walked west. She came to a purple bamboo forest. The breeze rustled the bamboo forest, and Luosu discovered that there was actually a thatched house in the bamboo forest. The good news was that there was actually a supply box in the yard of the thatched house. Luosu put it into the space from afar. Ding! Congratulations on getting the supply box. The task progress is February 3rd. Luosu almost forgot that he had a hidden task. Opening the supply box, there were a lot of bread and mineral water in it, nothing else. Luosu was not surprised, but he still put it into the space. Seeing the thatched house with the door half closed, she creaked, opened the wooden door, and walked into the yard. Driven by curiosity, she wanted to find out what was going on. But after a few steps, her feet suddenly slipped, and she fell into a deep pit. Ah! She screamed and fell to the ground. Ah, hiss, it hurts. Having sprained her ankle, Luosu grimaced and rubbed her ankle. Hey, is there anyone? Help! Luosu shouted for help. Could it be that I didn't save the man on the cliff just now, and the retribution came so soon? Suddenly, someone ran out of the thatched hut, and from the sound of footsteps, there was more than one person. Luosu looked up at the cave, as if he was looking at the sky from a well. At this time, 2 big furry heads poked out of the cave. They were 2 little kids who looked almost identical, with round noses and round faces, and looked very cute. Batu, look, someone has fallen into the pit. Haha, great, finally someone is here, Batu said. Hey kids, can you let Auntie out? Beneo, what did she say? She said to add some salt to make it taste better, Beneo said. Hey, you guys didn't hear me? Luosu continued to shout. No. I think it tastes better if you add sugar. Are you cooking? I can help, my cooking skills are great. Luosu tried. At this time, the 2 young boys were stunned, looked at each other, and confirmed their eyes. Hello, I'm Batu. Hello, I'm Beneo. It's twin brothers, the 2 said in unison. Is your cooking delicious? Batu asked. Of course. Luo Dahua Su Dahua. As soon as Luosu finished speaking, the 2 ignored her again and started arguing. Steamed. Braised. Steamed. Braised. Hey, can you rescue me first and then discuss cooking? Luosu asked. Batu turned around and said, Sure, but after you come out, you have to cook a meal for us. No problem. Luo Su agreed. Chapter 48. Mandrills attacked one after another, a black mass. Luo Su felt scared. It was over. This time, I had stirred up a hornet's nest. This monster could actually attack in groups. She retreated in a hurry. But the agile mandrills soon caught up with her. The mandrills leaped up, and could jump on her shoulders even from a few meters away. She stumbled and fell to the ground. Seeing that a black mass of mandrills was about to crush her, Luo Su decisively activated the invisibility technique. Cute baby bubble. With a swish, she took advantage of her invisibility, and dodged 5 or 6 meters away. The group of mandrills swarmed into her original position, accompanied by angry screams. Luo Su felt a little scared. If she had been invisible a little later, she would have been crushed. Taking advantage of the invisibility effect, Luo Su began to counterattack. Bang! 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 The huge stones smashed into the army of mandrills one after another, causing heavy casualties and wailing everywhere. Smashing rocks is really the most effective. Luo Su loves this simple and rough fighting method. Ding! Kill bronze level 3 mandrills. Get 500 survival points. Ding! Kill bronze level 3 mandrills in a group. Get 1000 survival points. If there are enough rocks, it is quite easy to kill level 3 monsters. In just a few minutes, most of the mandrills were cleared. Her invisibility effect disappeared. Smash it. Bang! Bang! At this time, a group of players passed by and were shocked by this weird scene. Look, that woman is so powerful. She dares to break into the territory of level 3 monsters alone. How strange. Where did she get the stone from? The methods of the big guys are not something we little newbies can understand. For those who fight in close combat, the skills of long-range attacks are envied and hated. Now I have witnessed this woman's simple and rough fighting methods with my own eyes, which is really eye-opening. Don't offend this kind of long-range attack player. Otherwise, you don't know when you will die. Why should I be afraid of her? There are so many of us. Bang! A lot of survival points were gained. Luo Su's posture quickly scared away the remaining mandrills. A group of 7 or 8 people approached quietly. Hi, beautiful lady. See you again. Let's team up and level up together when we have time. Zhao Song came over to say hello. Luo Su also recognized him, the man who came out to rob food when he was doing the task entrusted by the dying. I have a team now, thank you. Luo Su looked at the large number of people on the other side, and decided to keep a low profile. Seeing her answer so straightforward, Zhao Song felt that she must be very strong. To be strong, you don't need teammates. Luo Su cleaned up the battlefield and turned to leave. According to the deserted island map, she was going to explore the upper area. Soon she arrived at the upper area, and as soon as she entered, she encountered a bronze level 4 beast. Mutated Earth Leopard. Luo Su used the immobilization and stone smashing to easily kill the mutated Earth Leopard. Ding! Kill the bronze level 4 beast mutated Earth Leopard. Get 800 survival points, enough survival points to upgrade. Luo Su clicked the upgrade button. Ding! Spend 20,000 survival points and become a bronze level 2 player. Luo Su used all the remaining survival points to renew. Pay the rent. At noon, she returned to the living room, and Daodu and Xiaobai had become different. Xiaobai had grown a circle, and was even bigger than an adult wolf. And Daodu had obviously grown a lot taller. What surprised her most was her grandmother. The white hair on her grandmother's head had turned black. It seems that what Dihifan said was true. The fresh meat of the beast brought out from the game has a special energy that allows people to evolve to be stronger in a short period of time. Chapter 49. Luo Su hurriedly ran up and slammed the car door. After a long while, the car door opened. The male neighbor asked impatiently, "Is there something wrong?" Luo Su stretched his head and took a look. There was a bag of luggage on the passenger seat, and a work ID card. XX Environmental Protection Bureau Data Analysis Section, Xin Chao, and his wife and children were sitting in the back seat of the car. Hello Xin Chao, I am Luo Su, your neighbor across the street. Are you going out of town now? Can you take me with you? Luo Su greeted them, because the neighbors had just moved in, and they were not familiar with each other. No room. The female neighbor sitting in the back seat said coldly, obviously not willing to take her. I am alone, there is room. Luo Su stuck his head into the car window, looked at the unhappy face of the female neighbor, and said hurriedly, It's not a free ride, pay 10,000 yuan for the fare, and take me out of the city, how about it? The female neighbor's eyes lit up when she heard it, but soon turned cold and said, You may not know what's going on outside? My husband works in the Environmental Protection Department and knows a lot about smog. It's poisonous. You know that? Taking you out of the city is like saving your life, you know that? I understand, but I don't have much money. I give you all 20,000 yuan. Luosu said, looking like she was ready to go. 20,000 yuan is 20,000 yuan. Hurry up and get in the car. There's no time. The male neighbor spoke and unlocked the rear door. Luosu hurriedly got in the car. As soon as she sat down, the car stepped on the accelerator and drove out of the parking lot. Hey, give me the money now. The female neighbor held out her phone with a payment code on it. Okay, please wait a moment. Luosu quickly topped up his WeChat balance and scanned the code to transfer 20,000 yuan to her. After receiving the money, the female neighbor looked much better. She turned her head and glanced at Luosu, complaining in her heart. She had seen this woman before. She was divorced and lived alone with a little boy, and an old woman lived with her. When she went out just now, she heard the barking of dogs and the voices of children coming from the opposite door. I didn't expect this woman to leave her children and old people behind and escape alone when she was in danger. TSK, she is so cruel. Extorting 20,000 yuan from her is still a bargain for her. Look at her camouflage uniform, which is airtight, and she is holding a gas mask in her hand. I guess she guessed that there was poison in the fog. She is so afraid of death, so she should have asked for tens of thousands more. Do you have something to say? Luosu was really uncomfortable being stared at like this. Yes, you seem to have a child too, right? He is only 3 years old, aren't you worried about him? The female neighbor hugged her daughter tightly and asked her. Has he just robbed money and is ready to condemn him morally? Luosu was speechless and said, Don't worry, I will take good care of him. You left the child and ran away by yourself. How can you take care of him? The female neighbor stared at her mockingly. Yes, how about we turn around and pick him up? Luosu said with a smile. You can't go back. If you want to go back, get off the car and walk back by yourself. The male neighbor said coldly. He was slowly turning off the main road and driving into a winding lane. The fog was too thick, visibility was less than 3 meters. He was mostly driving by memory, and he didn't care if he occasionally scratched something on the roadside. He glanced at the rearview mirror and said to his wife unhappily, You still have time to chat? Why don't you call your mother? I called, but there's no signal. The female neighbor whispered. Can't you try a few more times? The male neighbor yelled impatiently. As soon as he finished speaking, the car hit something with a bang. What the hell? What's blocking the road? The man cursed and backed up the car a little. At this time, a bald middle-aged man slowly stood up in front of his car, his face covered in blood. Ah, I hit someone. The female neighbor exclaimed. The man in front of the car raised his injured palm, stared at it for a few seconds, then bit off his bloody finger in one bite and chewed it excitedly. Looks like a psychopath. Husband, why don't you run? The female neighbor hurriedly urged. The male neighbor reacted. It was so foggy and in such a remote place that even if there was a camera, the license plate could not be clearly captured. He reversed the car, then bypassed the psychopath, who was sucking his fingers, and drove away. Luosu was terrified. She knew that things were not that simple. The middle-aged man she had just hit might have begun to mutate. Otherwise, he could stand up so quickly after being hit so badly, without any pain on his face, and was so excited when he smelled the blood. The male neighbor turned around and almost drove the car into the ditch several times. Listen to me now. I can see the road conditions clearly. There is a landslide on the road 10 meters ahead. Go around to the right. Luosu leaned forward to provide manual navigation for the driver. The male neighbor turned the steering wheel and drove slowly from the right. After a while, he really saw the landslide blocking the road. King, can your eyes really see that far? The male neighbor exclaimed. Now go back to the road and go straight. There is a bridge 100 meters ahead, but there's a traffic jam on the bridge. Luosu stared ahead and said, Yes, this route has to pass a bridge, and after crossing the bridge, you're out of the city. The male driver hurriedly said, What kind of titanium eyes do you have? In such a thick fog, you can see 100 meters away? I was born with good eyesight. There's nothing I can do. Luosu chuckled. I drive a little to the right. There's an old bridge below. Take a look at it to see if there's a traffic jam. The male driver turned the car to the right and drove slowly over. You can drive faster. There are no cars 100 meters ahead. Luosu reminded. After driving for a while, Luosu saw an old bridge. The old bridge is not congested. There are not many cars on the bridge now. Luosu turned his head and looked behind. There are many cars behind us. They are probably going to go to that bridge. The male driver stepped on the accelerator and drove faster. Soon they got on the old bridge and passed it safely, but the bridge was still foggy. The male neighbor drove the car to the entrance of a secondary road, put on a hood and mask, and got out of the car to buy things at the store. "Okay, you said we should take you out of town. This is already outside the town. Get off the car," the female neighbor said coldly. "No, where are you going?" "Take me with you," Luo Su said hurriedly. "You wish 20,000 yuan to get out of town, and here we are," the female neighbor said, opened the car door, and urged her to get off the car. "Ah!" Suddenly, there was a scream outside, coming from the canteen. The two turned around and saw the male neighbor stumbling back, with several stiff people chasing behind him. The male neighbor ran back in panic. "Are these people crazy? They bite if you yell." He was about to run to the car, but suddenly his feet twisted and he fell heavily. "Husband!" The female neighbor screamed and stuck her head out of the car window. "Hurry up, they are catching up." The people behind him were stiff, but they chased after him furiously. Roar. Luo Su felt her scalp tingling when she heard the roar. The familiar feeling reminded her of the zombies in the game. She widened her eyes in horror. Zombies? Chapter 50. Just as Shen Chao was about to get up, he was knocked to the ground by a zombie that caught up with him. Roar. The zombie opened its bloody mouth and bit his neck. Shen Chao tried to push the zombie away, but the zombie was too strong. Instead of pushing him away, it got closer and closer. Luo Su was terrified. The female neighbor cried in fear, and quickly closed the car window, huddled in the seat with her child, trembling. Luo Su made up his mind, opened the car door, and rushed out. He must not be allowed to get into trouble, otherwise, no one would drive. Super Collection. Luo Su used a skill to first immobilize the zombie on Shen Chao, and then kicked it away. Unexpectedly, he kicked the zombie away with one kick. Ah! Luo Su was surprised that he was so strong. Could it be that the physical attributes that are added with strength in the game can also become stronger in reality? The zombie flew out and knocked down the two chasing behind. Shen Chao was surprised to see Luo Su's amazing leg strength, but he had a strong desire to survive, so he didn't have time to think too much. He hurriedly got up, ran back to the car, closed the door, and started the car. The zombies had stood up and were chasing after Luo Su. "Hubby, drive. Go, leave her alone," the female neighbor urged in panic. Luo Su heard the female neighbor shout and hurried back. Without time to go around to the back, he opened the front door and squeezed into the passenger seat. Before she sat down, the car flew out. She moved the luggage and sundries on the seat and fastened her seat belt. The car got on the secondary road. The smog here was not so thick, and the scenery 7 or 8 meters away could be seen. Everyone quieted down. Luo Su relaxed and smelled a faint fishy smell. She turned her eyes and saw a row of deep teeth marks on the back of Shen Chao's left hand. Luo Su was shocked. "You were bitten?" Shen Chao nodded, quickly took out a tissue and covered the wound. "Just now when I was buying cigarettes at the canteen, I was not careful and got bitten." Luo Su was horrified. According to what she knew, people bitten by zombies will eventually mutate into zombies. But she didn't know how long this process would take. It has only been 2 or 3 hours since the thick fog appeared, and zombies have already appeared, which means the attack will not last too long. "It's okay. We will reach Rong County in an hour. There is no smog there. We will find a clinic to treat the wounded," Shen Chao said nonchalantly. I don't know if he is pretending to be relaxed, or if he really doesn't know that being bitten by a zombie and bleeding will cause infection. Luo Su prayed that he would not have an attack within an hour, otherwise she, who was sitting in the passenger seat, would be the first to suffer. The car was speeding on the secondary road. I don't know if the outer roads were blocked or people didn't dare to go here after hearing the news. There was no car on the secondary road. About half an hour later, Shen Chao said it was too stuffy and turned on the air conditioner in the car. "Ah!" The little girl in the backstage sneezed a few times. "Hubby, turn down the air conditioner. It's so cold. Ling Ling will catch a cold," the female neighbor complained. "There is luggage in the back. Can't you give her more clothes? I'm so hot," Shen Chao yelled angrily. Luo Su turned around and found that he was sweating profusely. He really looked very hot. Luo Su's heart tightened, and he felt that he was going to mutate. What to do? "Shen Chao, how long will it take us to get to the neighboring county?" Luo Su asked. "Soon. About 20 minutes," Shen Chao said, and took 2 sheets of paper to wipe the sweat from his forehead. Luo Su noticed that the wound on the back of his hand had turned black and was faintly emitting a fishy smell. His two canine teeth had become long and pointed, and the whites of his eyes had begun to turn light gray, but he didn't realize it. 20 minutes is too long. I can't hold it anymore. Can you stop for a while? People have 3 urgent needs. Please, please. Luo Su said hurriedly, took out a dozen cash from her bag, and put it under the windshield. What a trouble. Xin Chao cursed, but still found a wider village entrance in front and stopped the car. Luo Su jumped out of the car in a hurry. She knocked on the rear door glass, and the female neighbor reluctantly opened the window a little and glared at her. What? Do you want to go to the bathroom together? The child must be tired after sitting in the car for so long. Luo Su said. What do you care? If you want to go, go by yourself. The female neighbor closed the car window. Mom, I want to go to the bathroom. The little girl Lingling suddenly said. Hold it for a while. We will be at your grandma's house soon. The female neighbor said. I can't hold it anymore, my stomach hurts. Lingling said in a crying voice. Go! Go! Xin Chao slammed the steering wheel and shouted impatiently. Wow, Lingling cried in fear. The neighbor had no choice. Her husband always had a bad temper, and it was especially bad today. He might be too tired. She opened the car door and got out with her daughter. Let's go together. It's good to have company. Luo Su hurriedly pulled them to the bushes not far ahead. When they got behind the bushes, Lingling couldn't wait to squat down and relieve herself. Luo Su pulled the neighbor and said seriously, Beautiful lady, listen to me. Your husband has mutated, and will soon lose his mind. He will become a zombie who eats people. You can't go back to the car. The female neighbor was furious when she heard it. Your husband is a mutant. You vicious woman. What's your intention? Curse others like this? The female neighbor saw that her daughter had finished her work, and hurriedly pulled Lingling to the car. Luo Su looked at their backs and shook her head. Good intentions could not persuade the damned ghost. But when she saw the little girl, who was about the same age as Daodu, she felt sympathy again. She followed from a distance. The female neighbor just returned to the car and found that Xin Chao was not in the car. Husband, where are you? The female neighbor shouted and walked around the car to check. She saw her husband leaning against the car door, squatting on the ground, holding his head tightly in his arms and burying his head in his knees, and trembling all over. It seemed that he was frightened. Husband, what's wrong with you? The female neighbor walked over worriedly. As soon as she touched Xin Chao's arm, he pushed her away with force. Bang! She was caught off guard and fell, hitting her head on the car bumper, breaking the skin and bleeding. Roar! Suddenly, Xin Chao let out a strange low roar from his throat. His nostrils moved rapidly, as if he smelled something exciting. He stood up suddenly, his body stiffened, and then twisted his neck and his bones. Cracked. Rang. He turned stiffly and walked towards the female neighbor step by step, his eyes turned gray. Ah! The female neighbor finally saw her husband's appearance clearly, and screamed and climbed up. Lingling, run! Your father has turned into a monster! She shouted while running. Lingling was frightened by this sudden posture. She stood there trembling. Chapter 51. Seeing this, Luo Su rushed over and picked up Lingling, opened the car door and got in. He shouted to the female neighbor, Get in the car! Hearing the shout, the female neighbor turned around and ran to the car. Bang! As soon as she got in the car, she quickly closed the door and locked it. Roar! The mutated male neighbor, with a hideous face, stuck to the car window and scratched with his 10 fingers. Luo Su covered the little girl's eyes, trying not to let her see the horrible appearance of her father after the mutation. Looking at the female neighbor who was crying beside her, Luo Su asked, Hey, can you drive? The female neighbor nodded. Then drive away quickly. While the road is still open, more and more people may run out of the city later, and there will be more and more zombies. When the road is paralyzed, no one can escape, and finally everyone will mutate into zombies. Luo Su said a lot. I hope she can recognize the situation and put away her sadness for the time being. You are a good mother. I believe you don't want your child to experience that, right? Luo Su added fuel to the fire. The female neighbor stopped crying, wiped her tears, quietly got into the front seat, locked the whole car, started the car, gritted her teeth, stepped on the accelerator and drove out. Dad hasn't gotten in the car yet, Mom. Don't we want Dad anymore? Lingling asked in a sobbing voice. The female neighbor burst into tears and couldn't answer for a long time. Luo Su was afraid that she would be distracted and drive the car into the ditch again, which would be the end of her. Lingling, your dad has gone to heaven, and he will always watch you grow up in heaven. The one living in your dad's body now is a demon, and there are many demons outside, occupying other people's bodies everywhere. Lingling, you must listen to your mother in the future, don't run around, protect yourself, and protect your mother, and don't let the demon take your body away, okay? Luosu really didn't know how to comfort a 3-year-old girl, so he made up an excuse on the spot. Lingling seemed to understand, but she nodded obediently. Lingling is great. Luosu praised her, took out a lollipop from the space, and handed it to her. Thank you, Auntie. Lingling took the lollipop and wiped her tears with her sleeve. The car slowly drove into Roan County. The fog here was very thin, and the traffic was obviously more. There were also some people on the road wearing masks and walking in a hurry. At this moment, a cell phone next to her suddenly rang. Lingling, answer the phone, it might be your grandma. The female neighbor turned her head and shouted. Lingling swiped the screen of her phone and pressed the answer button. Hello, Grandma, we are in the car. Mom is driving. Dad. Lingling looked up at her mother for help. Tell your grandma that we will be there soon and ask her to pack her things. Wait at home. The female neighbor shouted loudly. Lingling repeated what her mother said, and the other end of the phone hung up. Luosu felt a vibration, and her cell phone rang. Hello, boss? Where are you? Long Zimo asked. I'm in Roan County. Luosu glanced at the strange city outside. She had never been here before. Oh, we are also in Roan County. Long Zimo said, with a slightly surprised tone. What? You are also in Roan County. Where are you going to pick me up? Luosu was surprised. You can ask them to pick you up at the gate of the county middle school. It's not far ahead. The female neighbor said. Not long after, the car stopped at the entrance of the middle school. It's here. It's easy to find. You wait for your friend here. The female neighbor parked the car and said. Luosu opened the car door and was about to get out of the car when she heard the female neighbor sincerely say, Thank you. Luosu nodded and said, Take care. After that, she got out of the car and said goodbye to Lingling. Watching the mother and daughter's car go away, and thinking of the situation along the way, Luosu felt mixed emotions. The good news is that all her abilities in the game can be used in reality. The sad thing is that the world will be in chaos, and the end of the world is coming. Luosu thought of the various threats that may exist in the end of the world, such as food shortage, species mutation, bad environment, order collapse, and human nature out of control. Each of them makes people despair. You have to stock up on food first. After all, to survive, you must have food first, and you can do other things well without being hungry. Luosu sorted out the clues and found the most critical point. Ding-dee. Luosu was distracted, and suddenly a car horn sounded, pulling her back to reality. A royal blue SUV stopped in front of her. Luosu, get in the car. Du Yifan opened the car window and waved at her. I'm coming. Luosu hurriedly got in the car. Why are you alone? Where are Dadu and Grandma? Long Zimo asked. In the living room of the space. Luosu said. Long Zimo was surprised. Can you use the space in reality? No. Logically speaking, you are currently in the deserted island survival game. You can only move around in the living room. How can you get out? Yes, so strange. Du Yifan agreed. When I touched the haze on the balcony at noon, I received a system notification sound, saying that an unknown game copy was detected and all talents and abilities were activated. Luosu explained. So, your abilities in the game are now 100% usable? Du Yifan asked. Yes. Luosu nodded and said, Wait for me. As she said that, she flashed into the living room. The view was a little dark. Dadu fell asleep on the sofa, and Grandma and Xiaobai stayed by his side. Grandma? Luosu shouted. Susu, you're back. I was so worried. I can't make calls on my phone. Even the power is out. Grandma, bear with me. I take you out soon. Luosu comforted her grandmother tenderly, and gave her a few more instructions. Lock the doors and windows. If you're tired, lie down and sleep with Dadu for a while. It will probably take another 3 hours before I can take you out. Okay. Grandma agreed repeatedly, but she was still worried about Luosu. You're alone outside. You must be careful. I will. Luosu nodded and agreed, and flashed out of the space. Back in the car, Luosu said directly, Let's go, the faster the better. Du Yifan nodded, the car started quickly, and left in a cloud of dust. Out of Roan County, there was no smog outside. 3 hours later, the car stopped steadily in front of the headquarters villa in the suburbs of Beijing. Luosu hurriedly ran up to the second floor and flashed into the living room of the space. "Grandma, Dowdu, we are leaving," Luosu shouted softly. The two sat on the sofa, looking forward to it, until it was dark outside. Luosu came back. "Mom!" Dowdu jumped into her arms. "Susu! You're back. Come on, I take you out," Luosu said, taking the two children out of the living room. Back on the second floor of the villa, Grandma was so surprised that she couldn't speak for a long time. This is even more powerful than Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong had to do somersaults to go 108,000 miles away, but how could Susu get there in the blink of an eye? Could it be? Grandma thought of a possibility, was horrified, and hurriedly shouted, "Susu! Susu! Hey, Grandma, I'm here, what's up?" Grandma hurriedly gave Luosu a hug, then moved her head down, and put her ear on Luosu's chest. Boom, boom! Until she heard Luosu's strong heartbeat, and confirmed that he was alive. A big stone finally fell into her stomach. Chapter 52. Luosu settled Grandma and Dodo, and then took Xiaobai and the luggage out. After a busy day, she finally had a break. Soaking in the warm bathtub, closing her eyes and resting, she felt so happy at the moment. Ding! Your space living room is in arrears, and the player will be forced to return to the game in 10 minutes. What? The space is in arrears? Luosu shuddered after hearing this. Damn it! How could I forget this? Luosu hurriedly wrapped the bath towel around herself and hurried out to change clothes. After telling her grandma, she hurriedly entered the game with Dowdu and Xiaobai. Swish! Luosu returned to the game. It was pitch black in front of her. So sad. Was she going to take the two little ones to the deserted island jungle at night? Roar, roar! Xiaobai seemed very excited. Fire eyes and golden pupils. Luosu started the night vision function. Dowdu shared resources with her, so naturally he could also see at night. The little guy was very excited. Mom, look, a tiger, a big tiger. Luosu looked up and met the eyes of a tiger with green hair all over its body. Her heart skipped a beat. She quickly retracted her gaze. She squatted down while holding Dowdu. Shoo! Can't see, brother who, I didn't see you, and you didn't see me, so let's say goodbye. After a while, she didn't hear any movement, and Luosu thought she had escaped. Unexpectedly, there was another naughty kid next to her. Roar! 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 When Xiaobai roared, Luosu's head was filled with blood, and he was almost sent away. Children, now there is no space in the living room to take shelter. Let's all keep a low profile, okay? Ow-ho! A tiger roar shook the forest and startled the birds in the forest. Ow-woo! But Xiaobai refused to give in. Luosu was very upset. Okay, I can't dodge this time, so I have to fight. What else can I do? Didn't you see that green-haired tiger was coming this way? Elite armor. Spiritual ocean. Energetic. All body protection skills are used. Luosu stepped forward and stood in front of Dowdu and Xiaobai, who knew that Xiaobai actually AOAO ran ahead of her and Dowdu. Xiaobai, don't show off, that's a bronze elite spring tiger, Luosu shouted. Awoo! Xiaobai howled to the sky. Luosu felt a burst of killing, approaching from all directions. Aho! The green-haired tiger rushed over. Xiaobai, hit it! Dowdu's eyes were shining with excitement. Xiaobai seemed to have received a military order, staring at the target and charging into battle. Roar! A wolf and a tiger began to fight. After a few rounds, both were injured. Although they were evenly matched at the beginning, after a few rounds, Xiaobai's physical strength gradually became exhausted. Xiaobai was unyielding. He bit the tiger's neck with all his might, but was slapped away by the tiger and fell heavily to the ground. The tiger took the opportunity to pounce on him. Dowdu was anxious and shouted, Xiaobai, run! Super collection. Luosu threw out a skill, but it was useless. This elite monster was 2 levels higher than hers, and she couldn't even freeze it. Xiaobai turned over, but before he could avoid it, the tiger had already pounced on him. The tiger bit Xiaobai's tail and lifted it up. The scarlet blood dyed the snow white for red, which was extremely conspicuous. Xiaobai? Dowdu cried. Luosu made up his mind. Smash it for me. Bang! A huge rock hit the tiger, and the tiger screamed in pain and threw Xiaobai out of its mouth. Xiaobai, come back quickly, Dowdu shouted. But Xiaobai did not retreat, but bravely pounced on it again. Xiaobai bit the tiger's soft abdomen, tearing it apart, and the stomach burst and the intestines flowed out. Ow-ho! The green-haired tiger roared in pain. Luosu had a pile of rocks in his bag, but he didn't dare to throw them, fearing that he would hurt Xiaobai by mistake. "Xiaobai, come back! Let me do it!" Luo Su shouted. But Xiaobai had no intention of retreating. The tiger's sharp claws struck fiercely, cutting Xiaobai's fur, and instantly there were scarlet streaks. Bang! Luo Su smashed a huge rock on the tiger's, but the tiger's body shook, and its paw slapped Xiaobai away. Puff! Xiaobai fell in front of Do and could no longer get up. Luo Su took the opportunity to sneak attack the green-haired tiger. Bang! Bang! Boulders fell from the sky one after another, and the green-haired tiger was knocked dizzy. It hit everywhere madly. Bang! A boulder was broken into two halves. Fortunately, there were many stones in Luo Su's space backpack, and he kept throwing them out. No matter how hard the bones were, they could not withstand the continuous attack of the boulders like a landslide. The green-haired tiger was finally crushed under the boulders and was dying. "Xiaobai! Xiaobai!" Daodu hugged Xiaobai and cried loudly. Luo Su turned around. "Daodu, don't be afraid, Xiaobai will get better." "Mom! Tigers!" Daodu suddenly screamed. Luo Su turned around. "Oh wow! This is a big deal." Aho, two tigers, one red and one white, slowly poked their heads out from the bushes. Bronze Elite Summer Tiger. Bronze Elite Winter Tiger. Is this the reinforcements that the green-haired tiger has brought? This is too much of a bully, two elites coming at once. There is no way to retreat, so we can only fight. Luo Su gritted his teeth and decided to strike first. "Daodu, you and Xiaobai hide behind the rocks, don't run around." Luo Su released a huge rock and said, "Okay, come on, Mom." Daodu made an ollie good gesture. Luo Su nodded. Before the two tigers attacked, he attacked first. Bang! 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 The huge rock hit the red-haired tiger, and Luo Su moved quickly to the right while hitting it, diverting the attention of the two tigers. Ah! The red-haired tiger screamed in pain. The white tiger was furious and rushed towards her. Luo Su felt her scalp tingling and quickly activated the invisibility skill. Cue baby bubble. With a swish, she and Daodu became invisible. The boulders hit the red tiger one after another. Bang! Bang! The white tiger roared manically, but could not see the enemy. Only the boulders kept bombarding its companions. The companions were beaten and bruised. Ow-ho! The two tigers roared, and although Luo Su's scalp was tingling, she did not dare to slow down at all. Bang! Bang! Until the red-haired tiger was also pinned down by the boulder and could not move. Luo Su then changed her target. Bang! Bang! The boulder smashed at the white-haired tiger, and it roared, its body swelled, and its white tiger-shaped shield loomed. Bang! The attack was invalid. Bang! The attack was invalid. Huh? This white-haired tiger actually has a shield. Luo Su was startled and said to herself that it was not good. She only had more than a minute left to remain invisible. Bang! Attack invalid, or invalid? How long can its shield last? Luo Su was depressed. She collected the surrounding stones and prepared to try a new way of attack. She smashed 10 boulders at a time. Boom! Shield damage reduced by 1,000/10,000. This trick works. Luo Su continued to smash a lot until her invisibility failed, and she broke the white-haired tiger's shield. Aho! The white-haired tiger found the target and glared at Luo Su with a pair of tiger eyes. Luo Su recovered the boulders scattered on the ground. Boom! Unexpectedly, the white-haired tiger was unable to dodge and was hit by a huge amount of stones, which reduced its health by a quarter. Oh wow! Luo Su was overjoyed and continued to smash a huge amount. Boom! 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 The white-haired tiger fell to the ground, dying. In order to avoid more trouble, Luo Su used a range attack to harvest 3 dying elite monsters. Ding! Kill elite monsters in a group, get 10,000 survival points, and increase permanent strength attributes by 1,000 points. Ding! Complete the hidden task. Kill the 4 Seasons tiger, and get a bonus of 300,000 survival points. Ding! Get the deserted island Terminator key. Luo Su listened to the series of prompt sounds, and was stunned. Chapter 53. Luo Su looked at the golden key in his backpack. Desert Island Terminator key? What's the use? When at this time, a magnificent voice sounded over the entire desert island. Congratulations to all the players who have entered the island this time. They have activated the hidden ultimate mission. You can complete the game in advance by completing the mission. The desert island has started the countdown mode. The hidden ultimate mission must be completed within 24 hours, otherwise the desert island will sink. As soon as the voice fell, Luo Su found that there was a time countdown of 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 55 seconds in front of him. A player communication area has also been opened. Ah, the deserted island will sink. Friends, there are only 24 hours left. Fuck. Who activated the ultimate mission? Great, we can leave the game early. Good, if we can't complete the ultimate mission, we will all go to the bottom of the sea to feed the fish. Not good at all. Originally, we could leave the game in 8 more days, but now there is only 1 day left. What is the ultimate mission? Hidden mission, who knows? The person who activated the task must know what the task is. Which bastard opened the task? Stand out. Which bastard opened the task? Stand out plus 745. Luo Su was full of black lines. Although she opened the task, she didn't know what the hidden task was. Luo Su exited the chat interface, feeling a little worried. There are only 24 hours left. What should I do? Mom, Xiaobai is awake. Daodu's cry brought her thoughts back to the present. Xiaobai, how do you feel? Luo Su went over to check. Woo woo. Xiaobai called out weakly twice. Mom, Xiaobai is hungry, Daodu said in a milky voice. Luo Su took out a piece of elite tiger meat, and Xiaobai's eyes lit up immediately, and he pounced on it and ate it with relish. 7 or 8 pounds of meat were eaten up in a short while. Xiaobai licked his lips with satisfaction and wagged his tail. Woof woof woof. Xiaobai said thank you, haha, Daodu said with a smile. It seems that Daodu and Xiaobai have begun to understand each other's minds. When Luo Su remembered to kill the elite tiger, he got a battle pet skill, and clicked to give it to Xiaobai. Check Xiaobai's information. Battle pet name, Xiaobai. Contract owner, Daodu. Battle pet level, Heavenly level 1. Battle pet skills. War Wolf Blade. The sharp wolf claws are like sharp blades, with a sharp edge, with plus tiger strike power, double damage. Passive skills, none. Talent, Demon Wolf Curse instantly transforms, and uses a fatal blow with a curse, bug/extreme weakness. Basic attributes, Strength 200, Speed 300, Agility 300, Intelligence 300. Health, 890/2000. When Luo Su saw Xiaobai's health, his heart tightened. Xiaobai, don't be so arrogant in the future, Luo Su said softly. Woo Woo. Xiaobai shook his tail. Gurgle gurgle. Daodu's stomach made a rumbling sound. Okay, let's go back and rest and eat something, Luo Su said, and recharged the special area of the space for half an hour. She took Daodu and Xiaobai and flashed into the living room of her hometown. Because she hadn't earned enough 1 million survival points, she couldn't reselect the special area. For now, she could only make do with it. Luo Su took out the fragrant barbecue and hot milk from the space. Let's eat quickly. The air here is not very good. We can't stay too long. Daodu ate voraciously, and it seemed that he was really hungry. Xiaobai also loved barbecue. Luo Su cut off a large part and gave it to him. Luo Su picked up a piece of barbecue and ate it while approaching the window to check the situation outside. The haze outside turned green, and the plants were almost invisible to the naked eye. They seemed to have melted. The land in the green belt of the community was bare, and covered with a layer of green unknown liquid. The environment here is seriously polluted. Fortunately, my grandmother used old clothes to block the cracks in the doors and windows, so it is not a big problem to stay indoors. Luo Su finished a piece of barbecue and drank a glass of milk. When she was full, she looked back and saw the 2 little ones still eating with relish. She looked around, and the community was terribly quiet. Because of the power outage and the internet, only a few windows of the apartment building opposite reflected faint candlelight. It was pitch black everywhere, and there was nothing to see. Luo Su sat back on the sofa and remembered that he had won 310,000 survival points when he killed the elite tiger before. It's still a long way to reach 1 million survival points. But there are only 24 hours left on the deserted island. For now, improving combat power is the most important thing. Her attack skills mainly rely on the 2 skills of space storage and super storage. The difference is that storage does not consume mental energy, and mainly relies on collecting heavy objects such as stones, and then smashing them out to complete physical damage to monsters. Super storage can lock monsters, freeze them, kill monsters, and can also attack remotely in a large range. The disadvantage is that it consumes a lot of mental energy. These 2 space skills, 1 physical attack, 1 spell attack. After thinking for a while, Luo Su decided to spend 300,000 survival points to upgrade the space. Ding! Congratulations on your successful upgrade of the portable space. Space backpack storage capacity increased by 5 times. Space additional skills increased by 2 times overall. Special space adds module 2 area. Luo Su looked at them one by one, and what excited her most was that the space special area added module 2 area. She hurriedly opened the special area and found my own living room. There is a square area below. She clicked on the module 2 area. Ding, special space module 2 area, initially occupies 10 square meters, please set it. Luo Su suppressed her excitement and chose the new residence of Songlong headquarters, Villa 2nd floor. Ding, setting the target area for you. Villa 2nd floor. After a long wait, actually only 30 seconds, Luo Su finally heard the prompt sound. Ding, special area 2/ Villa 2nd floor. The setting is complete. Luo Su was about to take the 2 little ones to a new place when she suddenly heard a scream from downstairs in the community. Ah! She walked to the balcony to check and saw a group of zombies desperately chasing a man with a forehead injury. Luo Su was shocked. Zombies appeared in the community. It seems that this place is not safe either. Fortunately, she just opened a new place. Ah! Help! The man downstairs was circling downstairs with a group of zombies. If he keeps running like this, he will die when his energy is exhausted. Luo Su watched silently, and when he ran closer, she tried to see if she could collect zombies remotely. After the upgrade, her collection range became 30 meters. Collection. Ding, kill bloodthirsty zombies and get 100 survival points. Wow, this is possible. It seems that she spent 300,000 to upgrade the space, which is really worth it. Super collection. Ding, kill bloodthirsty zombies in groups and get 500 survival points. Ding, kill bloodthirsty zombies in groups and get 500 survival points. Ding, kill bloodthirsty zombies and get 100 survival points in a blink of an eye. She harvested 12 zombies, and the survival points were brushing much faster than the deserted island. Luo Su was overjoyed. Help, huh? The man downstairs was running and found that the group of zombies that had just chased him were gone. He put his hands together and thanked the heavens. Thank God, thank you all the gods for saving my life. Luo Su laughed and turned around to take Daodu and Xiaobai back to the 2nd floor of the villa. Chapter 54. When Luo Su brought Daodu and Xiaobai back to the 2nd floor of the villa, Grandma was already asleep. Luo Su renewed the new place for 1 day, then took Daodu to wash and sleep. Early the next morning, Daodu was still not awake. After telling Grandma, she took Xiaobai into the game. Xiaobai's injuries were all healed. Perhaps it was the energy of the elite tiger that allowed it to recover quickly. Xiaobai, we are looking for the hidden boss today. This is the Terminator key. See if you can find any clues. Luo Su took out the key, and Xiaobai sniffed it and barked twice. Luo Su walked towards the extreme north of the deserted island map. There was an iceberg, standing majestically in front of him. It looked not far away, but to really walk there, you still have to cross mountains and rivers. Luo Su spent more than half a day and arrived at the foot of the iceberg in the evening. On the way, he encountered many 4th-level beasts, and Luo Su harvested them by the way. The survival points were enough to upgrade to the 2nd level of bronze. Many players gathered at the foot of the iceberg. Luo Su looked at the chat area and found out that someone had found an ice palace here. Luo Su looked at the ice palace from afar. In fact, he only saw a magnificent gate, 2 ferocious ice sculptures of gatekeepers outside the gate, and the rest were connected to the iceberg and covered with thick ice and snow. You can't get into the ice palace. The gate is locked. The hidden boss is probably inside. Everyone tried to attack with skills. There are only 3 hours left. Everyone worked together to break this door open. For a while, various skills bombarded the gate of the ice palace. The door didn't move at all, as if it could absorb all damage. Luo Su was fully armed, revealing only a pair of bright eyes, and quietly squeezed into the crowd. She took out the key and wondered where the lock hole was on this smooth and heavy ice door. Suddenly, the key in her hand opened automatically, turned into a golden light, and disappeared into the ice door in the blink of an eye. Boom boom. The ice door moved. Everyone was overjoyed. Haha, the door is loose. Everyone continued to work together to use skills, smash it open. More than 100 people used their skills at the same time, and the feeling was overwhelming. Boom boom. The ice door slowly opened, and at the same time the gatekeepers outside the door moved. Roar. As soon as the 2 gatekeepers came to life, they immediately spit out long fire snakes from their mouths, like 2 spray guns, spraying at everyone. Everyone retreated one after another. Kill these 2 gatekeepers first, someone shouted. As soon as the voice fell. Bang boom. Bang boom. Two huge rocks fell from the sky, and the two gatekeepers were smashed into ice chips. Everyone was surprised, and looked up at the top of the gate. They were all icebergs. Where did the boulders fall from? Everyone was still wondering, and in the blink of an eye, two boulders disappeared out of thin air. Where did the boulders fall from? Everyone be careful, there may be a landslide. Hey, the boulders are gone again. You are so stupid, that's someone else's skill. Everyone rushed into the Ice Palace Hall, and the 12 ice sculptures of strange beasts inside all came to life. For a moment, a fierce battle between humans and beasts took place. Luosu also joined the melee, constantly immobilizing the nearby beasts. When she was not paying attention, she was caught by a flying beast and flew off the ground to the upper level of the Ice Palace. Xiaobai! Luosu shouted. Roar! 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 Xiaobai roared, rushed up the stairs and chased after it. Luosu was trembling with fear all the way, and her skills could not lock the beast above her head. Fortunately, the Ice Palace was not very high, about 3 or 4 floors. The beast threw her on the top floor of the palace, and then flapped its wings and flew away. Luosu came back to her senses, and looked at the magnificent ice-blue hall in front of her. There were 6 snow-white pillars on each side, with dragons and phoenixes carved on them, which looked magnificent. In the middle, there was a smooth ice road about 2 meters wide, leading directly to the high platform on the hall. On the high platform, there was a huge ice sculpture of a strange beast, which looked lifelike and imposing. Luosu walked along the smooth road and approached the high platform. The moment she approached, a row of lamp posts in front of the high platform suddenly lit up with a whoosh sound, and the blue flames flickered with a bewitching light. Roar. Suddenly, Luosu heard a roar. The sound seemed to come from the ancient time, with immortal breath and unstoppable momentum. At this time, the giant ice sculpture on the high platform actually moved. It was as if a giant beast that had been frozen for tens of millions of years woke up at this moment. It shook its huge body violently, and the ice debris on its body splashed everywhere, as if countless ice swords were fired at the same time. Bang! Bang! Ping! Luosu hurriedly dodged. Roar. The strange beast roared, with long fangs, looking very ferocious. Its hair was ice blue, with a row of ice swords on its back, and its 2 front claws were long and sharp, as if it had 2 sharp steel claws. Luosu finally saw the monster mark, which was now hanging above the head of the giant beast. Desert Island Terminator Ice-Tooth Saber Tiger? Luosu was shocked, and quickly opened the player communication area to send a message. Desert Island Terminator Ice-Tooth Saber Tiger. On the top of the ice sculpture, everyone come and kill it, there are only more than 2 hours left, the deserted island is going to sink. Luosu wanted to hide behind the pillar, and wait for other players to come up. Unexpectedly, the Ice-Tooth Saber Tiger found her, bent down and pounced on her. Luosu felt cold all over and ran away at a high speed. Bang! With a loud noise, the whole hall shook. The Ice-Tooth Saber Tiger hit the pillar, and saw stars. Ah! That's how smart it is. Luosu dropped her jaw in shock and quickly reacted. This is a rare opportunity. Boom! 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 Luosu smashed 10 boulders at once, and blasted them at the Ice-Tooth Saber Tiger. With a fierce attack, all the ice swords on the back of the Ice-Tooth Saber Tiger were destroyed. The Ice-Tooth Saber Tiger recovered and was stunned for at most 10 seconds. Roar. It roared with its eyes bulging, and a long sharp horn grew out of its forehead. At this time, Xiaobai and other players arrived. Everyone worked together to kill it. Hurry up, there is no time. If the deserted island sinks, everyone will die. Just do it. Kill this boss, and you can leave the game. For a moment, everyone was enthusiastic and full of fighting spirit, rushing forward. The Ice-Tooth Saber Tiger was enraged, and it slapped the 2 players, who were attacking closely with its front paws, knocking them away. The 2 players were seriously injured and fell to the ground. It's going berserk. Players, who are attacking closely quickly retreat. Many players retreated, and switched to long-range weapons to continue attacking. For a moment, various long-range attack skills, bows, crossbows, guns and arrows, bombarded the Ice-Tooth Saber Tiger. The health bar on the Ice-Thorn Saber Tiger's head was slowly decreasing. But it fought harder and harder. It raised its front paws and stood tall, with blue lightning flashing on the sharp horns on its head. It suddenly pounced down, accompanied by a thunderstorm, and a row of lightning struck everyone. Ah! Ah! Suddenly, a row of players fell to the ground and wailed. Luosu looked at the players who fell beside him, their bodies were burnt, and they were dead, and shouted hurriedly. Everyone disperse. Don't gather together. Chapter 55. Everyone dispersed, surrounded the eyes-tooth saber tiger, and attacked from a distance. Without any players approaching, Luo Su could finally show off her skills. Boom! Boom! She blasted out 10 boulders at a time, one after another, and the eyes-tooth saber tiger's health bar decreased rapidly. Fuck! Whose skill is this? It's awesome! Simple and crude, the damage is amazing, don't stop, sir! I love this skill, the stones that are smashed out can be recycled in batches. However, they were too happy too early. The eyes-toothed saber tiger stomped its limbs on the ground, roared, and sprayed a fan-shaped ice slag, knocking down many players. And its health bar was only 1/5 less. Other players thought they had escaped, but who knew that a bigger disaster was coming. The eyes-toothed saber tiger raised its front paws high, and its whole body was half standing. Luo Su had a bad feeling, so he decisively activated the stealth skill and threw Xiaobai back to the living room of his hometown. Everyone be careful, it's going to use its ultimate move, Luo Su shouted. Some players who reacted quickly had already sensed the crisis, used life-saving items, and quickly dispersed. In a flash, at the moment when the eyes-tooth saber tiger's front paws landed on the ground, a thunderstorm accompanied by hail as big as basketballs came overwhelmingly. Crackle. Boom. Bang, bang, bang. Ah! There was a wailing sound, and more people died silently. Luo Su looked at his fellow players, only 1 in 10 survived, and his heart was broken. The power of human beings is still too small. With tears in her eyes, and a fierce force rising in her heart, she gritted her teeth and threw hundreds of boulders in her bag at the eyes-tooth saber tiger in one breath. Go to hell. Boom. With a loud noise, the eyes-tooth saber tiger was hit by the huge amount of stones, and was bleeding and dizzy. But its health bar was still halfway. And there were only a few dozen players left from the original nearly 200 people, most of whom were injured. Injured players, leave the hall first. Luo Suhin summoned a strong fighting spirit and shouted coldly. Some injured players supported each other and left the hall, and more than a dozen players stayed to fight alongside her. A player holding a heavy bow and arrow fired several arrows swiftly, and the eyes-tooth saber tiger was hit by many arrows. However, these injuries were not fatal. Luo Su looked around, looking for a giant ice block, and suddenly the 3 or 4 meter high platform in the hall caught her attention. Because just now, when the eyes-tooth saber tiger woke up, she felt that the platform shook a few times. Super storage. Ding, get 10 cubic ice cubes. Ding, get 10 cubic ice cubes. Luo Su dismantled the entire platform and put it in his pocket. At this moment, the eyes-tooth saber tiger stood up again, ready to use the thunderstorm move. And her invisibility time was only a little over a minute. Smash it, she roared. Boom. Accompanied by a vibration in the hall, the eyes-tooth saber tiger was knocked to the ground and cried out in pain. Ow. Boom. Luo Su smashed out another huge piece of ice. The eyes-tooth saber tiger was pressed down tightly. At this time, only 1/5 of its health bar was left. The players breathed a sigh of relief. Master, you are awesome. Master, come on. Master, please take us home. However, it was too early to be happy. Suddenly, the eyes-tooth saber tiger grabbed the ground with its limbs, and its sharp claws pierced into the ice on the ground like steel nails. Its body burst out with unprecedented terrifying power. Roar. The huge ice pressing on it exploded instantly, and all the players in the hall were killed. Buzz. Luo Su felt as if her body had been drained of vitality in an instant, and she was extremely weak. She heard Daodu's weak cry again. The fear and powerlessness made her feel unprecedented despair. Am I going to die? Ding, the health value is detected to be less than 10%, and the magic pacifier skill is automatically restarted to restore full health once. Luo Su felt like she had been resurrected from the dead, and the vitality in her body was instantly restored. She glanced at the other players in the hall, and there was no one standing as far as she could see. Fortunately, she had the last life-saving skill to escape. She thought that the explosion was caused by the eyes-tooth saber tiger exploding itself and perishing together with the enemy. Unexpectedly, the eyes-tooth saber tiger was resurrected, and its health bar was full again. Her heart was chilled. Fuck, its health bar is full again. The seriously injured player, who had run to the outside of the hall to avoid danger, heard the loud noise in the hall and crawled to the door to check. His heart was chilled. What? The boss is resurrected? Is there anyone alive inside? There is still a woman. There is no hope for her. Time is running out. We, A dozen defeated soldiers. Can't kill it. Damn it, I fight it, I die anyway. A player with injured legs and feet crawled into the hall. I fight it too. And me. Me. A dozen wounded people supported each other and came to Luo Su's side, looking ready to die. Luo Su turned his head and glanced at his companions next to him, feeling very moved. But it was useless. It took hundreds of people to kill it just now. Now there are only a dozen people left, and it is full of blood again. How to fight? Luo Su was in despair. Mom. Mom, where are you? Mom, come back soon, Daodu misses you. Suddenly, Daodu's crying voice came into her ears. Roar! 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 Xiaobai's anxious cry also came into her ears. She suddenly woke up. No, I can't die. I must protect Daodu. The power of maternal love filled her heart at this moment. Not until the last moment. Never give up. Luo Su gritted his teeth and shouted angrily, Kill it! Super Collection. Luo Su threw out a skill. Other players also threw out skills, fireball, crossbow, wind skills. The last dozen survivors on the entire deserted island, fighting for the last glimmer of life. Roar. The Ice 2 Saber Tiger roared, looking at the dozen or so defeated soldiers as if they were ants. Luo Su took out the last huge piece of ice. Smash it for me. Boom. The Ice 2 Saber Tiger was smashed to the ground, bleeding from its head. Roar. It howled in pain. Luo Su quickly recovered the ice. Smash it for me. Boom. The Ice 2 Saber Tiger lay on the ground dying, and the ground cracked. Luo Su threw out a skill. Super Collection Ding. Kill the deserted island Terminator Ice 2 Saber Tiger, and get 500,000 survival points. Get the Thunder and Ice Storm skill, Battle Pet skill. Ice Armor set, Battle Pet equipment. Luo Su was surprised to hear this series of system prompts. Then, a magnificent voice sounded in the sky. Win. Congratulations to the 15 survivors who have completed the game. All survivors will receive a clearance reward of 1 million survival points. Obtain the permanent title. Deserted Island Terminator, which can permanently increase health by 50%. Luo Su brought Daodu and Xiaobai out of the special area of space. Mom. Daodu threw himself into her arms. We're home. Chapter 56. Luo Su brought Daodu and Xiaobai to the game transfer station. She didn't want to exchange the 1.5 million survival points she had just received as a reward. After experiencing the dangers of this level, she realized that it was urgent to become stronger. Only by becoming stronger could she protect Daodu and her grandmother. So, she upgraded her skills and talents to the maximum level, and then upgraded her space to the 3rd level space, leaving few survival points. Ding, Elite Armor skill is at the maximum level, promoted to Elite Armor. Ding, Space skill Super Storage is at the maximum level, promoted to Combat skill Super Harvest, Combat skill, which can increase its power as the player level increases. Ding, Spiritual Ocean talent is at the maximum level, and the promotion is successful. Hearing a series of prompt sounds, Luo Su happily opened her personal information. Player name, Luo Su. Player ID, HG80666. Title, Desert Island Terminator. Combat skills, Super Harvest Level 1, Group Attack or Lock Attack within 30 meters. Auxiliary skills, Elite Armor Invisible Shield, Indestructible. Talent 1 Spirit Ocean Level 1, Mental Power reaches an astonishing level. Talent 2 Fiery Eyes and Golden Pupils Level 1, can find items or clues that others cannot find. Special props, Portable Space Level 3, Storage Backpack with 10 grids, each grid can stack 500 items of the same type. Special Space Area Level 2, 30 square meters of portable living room / 20 square meters of the 2nd floor of the villa, free access, rent 200 survival points / hour. Survival points 0. Survival level, Bronze 2. Life value, 50,000. Game points, 122. Finally, the combat power has reached a higher level. Unfortunately, the survival points are not enough, and the survival level has not been improved. Luo Su silently exited her personal information. She and Daodu are in a bound state, and her becoming stronger is equivalent to Daodu becoming stronger. There are also Battle Pet skill books and equipment in the space. She chose to give it to Xiaobai, but unfortunately Xiaobai can only carry one skill at present. She had to abandon Xiaobai's original Battle Wolf Sharp Blade skill, and let it learn new skills. Battle Pet name, Xiaobai. Contract owner, Daodu. Battle Pet level, Heavenly Level 1. Battle Pet skills, Thunder and Lightning Ice Storm releases Thunder and Lightning plus Ice Storm within 10 meters, causing double damage. Talent, Demon Wolf Curse instantly transforms, and uses a fatal blow with a curse, bug/extreme weakness. Basic attributes, Strength 500, Speed 300, Agility 300, Intelligence 300. Health, 2500/2500. Xiaobai's new skill is Thunder plus Ice double damage, which looks quite powerful. Wearing ice armor increases some strength and health. In this way, Xiaobai has become stronger overall. When Luo Su returned to the second floor of the villa, Long Zimo came to find her. Luo Su, it's good that you're back. I have something to ask you. Long Zimo said, frowning. What's the matter? Luo Su saw that his face was solemn, and something was wrong. The haze in the southern suburbs of Jinshi spread very quickly. In just 2 days, it expanded by half. Long Zimo paused and added, the species mutation is unprecedentedly rapid. What are your plans? Long Zimo glanced at his grandmother and said to Luo Su, I still need some information. I wait until Wudi brings it over. You can go to the meeting room in an hour. After saying that, Long Zimo hurried downstairs. Luo Su remembered the terrible situation inside the smog in the living room of his hometown before, and estimated that the situation is even worse now. So what is Long Zimo going to do? Rescue the families of the members? Or is it preparing to move the headquarters? Luo Su was full of doubts. Grandma came out with Dao taking a bath. Susu, go take a bath quickly. I take Dao downstairs to eat first. Okay, Grandma. Luo Su nodded. An hour later. Headquarters meeting room. Long Zimo was reading the documents. Wu Di and Instructor Li were sitting on the side, and Su Jin was sitting opposite. Luo Su walked into the meeting room carelessly. When she saw Coach Wu Di, she stopped reflexively. Luo Su is here. Come and sit down. Long Zimo raised his head quickly, and then continued to read the documents. Luo Su didn't dare to sit next to the instructor, but Su Jin obviously didn't like her. Luo Su sat next to Su Jin and asked, where is Du Yifan? It would be strange if he wasn't at such an important meeting. Yifan is in the game. Long Zimo answered, cleared his throat and said, this time we asked everyone to come here mainly to discuss the emergency rescue of the foreign area. Long Zimo projected the official notification document onto the conference screen. Luo Su read it carefully, and the general content was that the official referred to the smog-affected areas in the southern suburbs of Jinshi as foreign areas. In just 3 days, the power in the alien zone was paralyzed, and there was no signal at all. According to the information collected from the outside, zombies have appeared in the alien zone, and animals and plants have mutated. The disaster area covers 3 counties, and is expanding at an alarming rate. At present, the authorities have sent 3 rescue teams, but after entering the alien zone, they have all disappeared. Due to the thick haze and the unknown interference substances, satellites and aerial photography cannot explore the situation inside. Therefore, the authorities invited 2 special domestic institutions to participate in this rescue operation. 2 special organizations? Besides our Songlong, what other organizations are there in the country? Luo Su asked in confusion. Su Jin rushed to answer. Besides Songlong in the south, there is also the Crouching Tiger organization in the north, and their leader is named Jiang. Long Zimo knocked on the table and said, the authorities hope that we can each send 12 elite members to form a small team, follow their personnel, and go to the foreign area for rescue. What do you think? Long Zimo asked. Su Jin said, Boss, I think we can't send out the real elite team members this time. We have finally trained 70 or 80 core members. We can't send more than a dozen to die in vain. The 2 instructors echoed and agreed. As instructors, they know best how difficult it is to train a core member. This time the smog is fierce, and the specific situation is unclear. We don't need to make such a fearless sacrifice. Instructor Li pointed out the key point. Wu Di also said, among the 50 or 60 people selected from the branch this time, there are some with mediocre qualifications and poor character, so let's send them. Long Zimo listened in silence for a while and asked, if these people are sent, how about you leading the team? Wu Di was speechless for a moment. He didn't dare to answer. Luo Su, what do you think? Long Zimo suddenly turned around and asked. When Luo Su heard this question, the line Yuan Fang, what do you think? Popped up in his mind. She stopped the pen that was spinning rapidly in her hand. She frowned and pretended to be deep. Then she pouted, clamped the pen under her nose, and thought for a while. A few seconds passed. Everyone looked at her in unison. Su Jin looked like she was watching a show. She snorted in her heart. Humph, you are the 4th in command who is not worthy of your title. Let's see how you can act this time. Chapter 57. Luo Su took down the pen and read the content of the notice carefully. It required them to leave at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. She looked at her phone, and it was 7 o'clock in the evening. You guys chat first. Luo Su stood up and said, I go check out the situation inside first. Luo Su left in a hurry. Su Jin looked at her back and laughed. She thought Luo Su had better acting skills. She didn't expect that she would run away. A few days ago, Yifan said how capable she was. It seems that she just brought back some fresh meat from the game to improve the food for everyone. Luo Su rushed back to the second floor of the villa, and went directly into the living room of her old home in the special space. Pitch black. This was Luo Su's first feeling. Fiery eyes. She turned on the night vision function. She saw that the glass window of the balcony was covered with a thick layer of moss. It's only been 3 days, and there is so much moss? She lives on the 5th floor. It's incredible. She took 2 photos, then walked to the balcony, and looked closer, and saw the rough texture of the moss. She stared at it for a long time, and felt a little dizzy. Strange. Why does it feel like the texture is moving? Just when she was wondering, the moss suddenly moved. Yes, it was moving upwards. She took 2 steps back in surprise, and found that the moss was moving upwards in sections. And what was it carrying? After a careful inspection, she found the bodies of mice, cats and other small animals in the moss. She felt sick. What was even more terrifying was that when the moss passed by her balcony, tiny bits of moss actually seeped in through the window cracks. The few pieces of moss that seeped in grew at a speed visible to the naked eye and spread around. In just a dozen seconds, they had spread to the width of a finger. And all the cracks on the entire windowsill began to turn green, and then spread. Luo Su felt bad. Super collection. She used a range attack to directly collect the moss on the entire wall outside the balcony. Just as she was about to throw it down, she suddenly heard a prompt sound. Ding! Group killed a mutant moss, and gained 500 survival points. Huh? Mutated moss? Is there a way to survive? Luo Su hurriedly opened the space backpack and checked the mutated moss she had just collected. She unexpectedly found that in addition to the bodies of small animals, there were also 2 human bodies in the moss. The body of an adult man and an old man. The bodies were severely rotten. How could there be bodies in this moss? Could it be? This is man-eating moss? Luo Su's eyes widened in surprise. She had just collected the moss outside the balcony. The balcony was able to see the light of day again, and she saw the terrible scene in the community. I saw that several buildings in the community were completely covered with moss, so tightly that no window could be seen. There were many concave and convex shapes on the moss, and some were in the shape of human bodies. It seems that many people died there. Luo Su thought of the moss that had seeped in just now. A question popped up in his mind. The interior of the building opposite might have been occupied by moss. Thinking of this possibility, Luo Su's scalp tingled. If the moss entered the room, wrapped the person, and continued to climb up, so he brought the body out? This mutant plant is terrible. It can occupy people's territory silently, and then kill people silently. I don't know how many survivors there are in this community. She hurriedly launched a range attack, and took away all the moss in the nearby buildings within 30 meters. Dad, look, the moss is gone. A girl's voice came from downstairs. Ah, the moss outside is really gone. The man's voice was a little excited. But there is so much moss in the house. What should we do? The girl asked worriedly. Don't stop, keep scraping, scrape them off with a knife, and then burn them. The man said hurriedly. Ah, Dad, my hand. It's wrapped in moss. Ah, it hurts. The girl cried and shouted. Chunya, who told you to take off your gloves? The man was anxious and angry. Ah, Dad, my hand, my hand. Dad, this platform is poisonous again. The girl shouted loudly. Chunya, Chunya, wake up, don't fall asleep. The man shouted hurriedly. Chapter 58. Everyone was very excited to see the rescue team coming, and the whole community became lively. Just as everyone was happily waiting for rescue, a scream suddenly came from the first unit of Building 2. Ah, help, there are zombies. Luo Su threw the loudspeaker to Long Zimo. Boss, you take charge of the situation. After saying that, he rushed into the first unit of Building 2. Su Jin also followed. 3rd floor, the zombies are on the 3rd floor. The trapped people should not go out. Wait for rescue at home. The voices of the members of the Songlong rescue team came from the first unit of the 2nd building. Long Zimo repeated 3 times with a loudspeaker, there are zombies and venom in the community. The trapped people should not go out at will. Wait for rescue at home. When Luo Su rushed to the third floor, 2 rescue teammates of Sanlong were fighting with 2 zombies in close combat. Super Harvest. Luo Su reached out and took the zombies away. Ding, group kill mutant zombies, get 400 survival points. After the zombies were killed, the 2 trap people who were running around began to feel uncomfortable. According to the rescue plan, the infected trap people will be issued orange chemical protective suits, and the uninfected people will be issued white protective suits for identification. All 38 trap people in this unit have been gathered. Luo Su returned to the elevator entrance on the first floor, and took the first batch of trap people back to the second floor of the villa. Wu Di and Instructor Li have been waiting for a long time with the disinfection team. As soon as they saw the trap people coming back, they immediately started disinfection and transferred the people wearing orange protective suits separately for key isolation. A special passage was arranged from the second floor to the first floor to send the trapped people to the temporary transfer station on the playground. The transfer station is staffed by professional medical staff sent by the government to register the information of the trapped people and conduct preliminary physical examinations. Finally, the government will transfer them uniformly and arrange follow-up isolation, observation, and free treatment. While the rescue team of Sanlong was working in an orderly manner, the Wohu organization followed the rescue team and arrived at the edge of the alien area. Luo Su returned to Fuyang community and began to transport the second batch of trapped people. Soon, all the trapped people in Fuyang community were rescued. The trapped people looked at the large and eye-catching sign at the staircase on the second floor of the villa, which read, Sanlong Rescue Team, Emergency Rescue Channel, and expressed their gratitude. Thank you, you saved me. Thank you, Sanlong Rescue Team. I have heard that Sanlong is very powerful, but I didn't expect that it is really capable. It directly opened the teleportation point in the other area and rescued point by point. An official person in charge at the scene expressed his feelings. He looked at Li Changgang. If we could open multiple teleportation points, the entire rescue work will be much faster. Li Changgang understood what he meant and said hurriedly, we have to do our best to open one teleportation point, and we can't open it a second time. Understood. He called the headquarters to report and used this as an evacuation channel in case of special circumstances. Luo Su and his group gathered at the entrance of Fuyang community. She released 5 rescue vehicles. Long Zimo and her sat in the first one, and Su Jin and the team members sat in the 4 cars behind. The Sanlong rescue team started to head to the surrounding communities. They encountered many zombies on the way, and Luo Su harvested them. Every time they arrived at a community, Luo Su kept collecting moss and killing zombies. Su Jin used the loudspeaker to notify the rescue precautions. The rescue team members divided the work and cooperated to distribute light protective clothing to the trapped people door to door. After the gathering, they were transported and transferred uniformly. With experience, the rescue progress was much faster. In half a day, they had already visited several communities and rescued 578 trapped people. The authorities gave high praise, and a large amount of relief supplies were sent to the Sanlong headquarters. The rescue team ate bread, had a simple lunch, and then continued the rescue without stopping. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Luo Su and his team came to a school. Help! Save us! There are many zombies eating people outside the door. Save us! Seeing the vehicle with the big red words Sanlong Rescue Team, many people leaned on the glass windows and shouted for help. Luo Su picked up the horn. Don't worry, everyone can go home. Only by following the instructions can we get out faster. Luo Su handed the loudspeaker to Long Zimo, and he had to stay to take charge of the situation. She took Su Jin with her to fight the zombies and clear the way, and the other rescue teammates followed behind with protective clothing and distributed them. Su Jin's skill is a wind skill, which can wrap up the zombies from a distance and then strangle them. Suddenly, 2 zombies appeared at the corner and rushed towards Su Jin. Be careful! Luo Su reminded loudly, and put the zombies into the space at the same time. Su Jin also realized the power, but wearing a heavy chemical protective suit, it was very inconvenient to move. He didn't turn around in time and fell down. A large piece of the chemical protective suit was torn by the iron net in the corridor. Without saying anything, Luo Su sent her back to the second floor of the villa. A disinfectant spray gun gave the 2 of them a thorough disinfection. Su Jin was taken to the logistics staff for a physical examination. Thank you, Luo Su. Before leaving, Su Jin suddenly thanked him. Luo Su nodded and hurried back to the alien zone. Super Harvest. She cleared the zombies on the stairs and corridors. Then she helped distribute protective clothing. The protective clothing of the trapped people was different from that of the rescue team. The trapped people wore light protective clothing plus masks, and could not be exposed outdoors for too long. Their rescue team was wearing fully enclosed heavy protective gear, and there was a compressed oxygen cylinder behind them, so as long as it was not damaged, they could continue to protect the activities. Don't crowd, change into protective clothing, line up and come out, and gather on the playground. Long Zimo brushed the loudspeaker and shouted precautions. Luo Su sent batches of trapped people wearing protective clothing back to the headquarters. Light protective clothing was not enough. Luo Su and several teammates rushed twice to get enough protective clothing for more than 400 people. They worked until dark, and finally rescued all the trapped people in the school. Long Zimo decided to take a break and return to the headquarters with the rescue team. They ate together with the temporary staff of the transfer station in the headquarters cafeteria. After everyone talked, they learned that with the help of the supernatural people of the Crouching Tiger organization, the rescue team successfully rescued more than 300 survivors. What? Your Hidden Dragon rescue team, in 10 hours, actually rescued thousands of people? The official person in charge on the other end of the phone was surprised. Soon, the authorities gave a new rescue plan, which was to send a rescue team of 100 people and 30 rescue vehicles to follow the Songlong team to carry out rescue work from the central area of the alien zone. Luo Su was exhausted and fell on the dining table. She felt like her legs were not her own. Boss, I'm exhausted. I'm going to go back and take a shower, rest and replenish my energy. Luo Su lied seriously. Long Zimo nodded, and then said to all the rescue team members, everyone go back and rest for 2 hours. Luo Su ran away. She returned to the room on the second floor of the villa, closed the door, and took a comfortable bath. As soon as she relaxed, she missed Daodu. I don't know how Daodu and Grandma are doing now. After deciding to use the second floor as a temporary rescue point last night, Long Zimo arranged for people to move Grandma and Daodu away early this morning. Chapter 59. The next day, Long Zimo increased the number of Songlong rescue team to 20 people, and led the official rescue team of more than 100 people to enter the alien zone early. He decided to use the school yesterday as a camp for centralized transfer. Boss, I found a problem. Luo Su thought for a while. What's the problem? Long Zimo said. The reason why our rescue went so smoothly yesterday was because I took away all the moss and zombies in advance. If an ordinary rescue team enters the area where plants mutate, it is still very dangerous. Luo Su expressed her worries. Long Zimo said, I have considered this. He picked up the loudspeaker and spoke to all the rescue team members on the playground. The 3 major problems in the current rescue work are air pollution, mutant plants, and zombies. Wearing chemical protective clothing solves the problem of air pollution. Mutated plants and zombies will be solved by the Long rescue team first, and the remaining rescue work will be handled by the rescue team. After Long Zimo finished speaking, he handed a map with many circles drawn on it to Pang Yi, the head of the rescue team. Our vanguard team will start from Yuanxing community, walk around the nearby residential areas, and finally return to the camp. When you send the trapped people back, we will transfer them safely together. Pang Yi nodded, understood. Long Zimo asked 6 core members of the long-range attack team to follow the rescue team in case there were any zombies that escaped. Then, he set off with the rest of the people. 20 rescue vehicles of the large force followed behind in a mighty manner. In the car, Luo Su remembered something. Boss, why didn't Su Jin come today? Did she have something to do during the physical examination yesterday? Nothing, I arranged for her to do another important thing. Long Zimo said. Oh, that's good. Luo Su nodded. The mighty team soon arrived at Yuanxing community. In this community, even the gate was covered with moss. Luo Su collected all the moss within 30 meters around into the space. Super harvesting, kill the mutant moss in a group, and get 1,000 survival points, huh? A sound. Something ran past the iron gate of the community. Everyone be careful. Luo Su reminded, and suddenly heard a cry from her teammates behind her. All the teammates were terrified, staring at her head. Even Long Zimo was not calm. She raised her head slowly. A huge carnivorous plant, with its thorny petals, covered her head. The green fluid was constantly secreted from the center of the stamen, dripping down, as if a hungry ghost with a bloody mouth was staring at its food and drooling. Luo Su felt cold all over. She evacuated the spot in one step, and smashed a huge stone from the space. Bang! The butt of the man-eating plant was flattened along with the iron gate. Store! She put the iron gate and the stone into the space. At this time, everyone finally saw the situation in the community. Ah! What the hell is that? Mutated man-eating plant. the teammates exclaimed. On the basketball court of the community, a giant purple man-eating plant grew, swaying two huge buds, attacking the windows of the community buildings everywhere. Luo Su threw a huge rock at the piranha plant. Bang! The piranha plant was flattened, but it was not dead. A large lump bulged under its roots, surging rapidly under the gaze of the ground. Boom boom. The ground of the community basketball court cracked. A thick dark green thorn vine emerged from the ground. What's more terrifying is that some of the thorn vines actually have a bunch of zombies hanging on them. Ah! The rescue team exclaimed. Is this the mutant plant in the alien zone? It's so scary. Did these people die from being pierced by the vines and then mutated into zombies? It's so scary. Chapter 60. The thorn vines, carrying a bunch of zombies, moved quickly towards the crowd. Everyone exclaimed. At this time, Long Zimo took action. Domain! He stretched out his hand and grabbed the ground in front of him out of thin air, as if he had grabbed something, and quickly pulled it to the ground. Buzz! With a sound, a square light blue area appeared around the crowd. It was like a blue protective cover, protecting the area where the rescue team was. Bang! The thorn vines were raised high like whips, and then lashed the protective shield fiercely. The protective shield shook slightly, but fortunately it did not crack. Long Zimo carefully maintained the protective shield, his face solemn. I didn't expect that there would be such a large mutant plant here. And his killing moves were all related to the domain. If he released a big move, the ground would inevitably collapse, and there were densely packed buildings and many people in the community. It might hurt someone by mistake. He felt a little tricky. It seemed that he could only use auxiliary skills to assist Luo Su, and let her kill the mutant vine as soon as possible. Luo Su, my protective shield can only last for 10 minutes. Long Z looked at Luo Su silently and said, Understood, boss. Luo Su nodded, but her stone was useless. Because the root of the mutant vine had quickly moved under the protective shield. If the protective shield was not fully enclosed, it would have broken out of the ground under the feet of the rescue team. At this time, the mutant vine was like a rope, tightly wrapped around the protective shield, and many tender buds grew on its epidermis, growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, dense vines wrapped around the protective shield. Ah, it's over. If this protective shield breaks, we will be trapped. Everyone was terrified. Most of them had never entered the game, and had never seen such a dangerous scene, so they were inevitably afraid. Luo Su was also anxious, and she used a circle of auxiliary gains first. Elite Armor. Spiritual Ocean. Energetic. She waited until her mental power was greatly improved before using the killer move. Super Harvest. She used a range attack to try to harvest all the vines at once. She failed. Super Harvest. She tried to harvest only the thickest main vine, but failed again. She was immediately anxious. What to do? I can't throw stones, and group attack skills can't hit it. It seems that I can only try to see if I can cut off its main vine bit by bit. Super Harvest. Luo Su locked one of the main vines of the mutant vine, and collected it. Ding, harvest the mutant vine, get 100 survival points, huh? This method works. Luo Su was surprised to find that the main vine became weaker after it was cut in the middle. She hurried to make up for it. Super Harvest Ding, harvest mutant vines, get 100 survival points. Ding, harvest mutant vines, get 100 survival points. As the vines were taken away one by one, the number of mutant vines on the protective cover quickly decreased. In the end, only the vine with zombies was left. Zombies fell off the vines one after another, rolled to the ground, and then got up and walked mechanically. The holes on their stomachs looked shocking. Ah, are these zombies? They look so scary. Do they have no sense of pain? Will they eat human brains? Luo Su harvested the mutant vines while listening to the crowd's exclamations. In order to avoid complications, she decided to take the zombies first. Super Harvest Ding, kill the mutant zombies in a group, get 1200 survival points, huh? The zombies disappeared. A lot of mutant vines disappeared too. It must be the supernatural people in Songlong who killed them. I want to have supernatural powers too. The mutant vines were left with only a bare section, about 5 or 6 meters long, which was now frantically whipping the protective shield from above. Bang! The protective shield shook violently. The protective shield only has 1 minute left. Long Zimo said anxiously. Chapter 61. Luo Su hurriedly increased her attack speed. Super Harvest. When she collected all the 5 or 6 meter long mutant vines, the roots of the mutant plants ran out from underground. It was a strange plant, like a giant ginseng, 2 meters tall, with a pair of black eyes on it, and it looked very withered. The mutant vines were like its hair, and they could grow again if they were broken. After it drilled into the ground, it no longer attacked the protective shield. Instead, it turned and ran towards a row of low houses on the street next to the community. It was so fast that it ran 30 meters away in an instant. Luo Su chased after it. Super harvest. But it was too fast and ran out of the attack range again. It jumped hard and jumped onto the roof of a 3-story building on the street. Bang. With a loud bang, a 2-meter-high water storage bucket on the roof was knocked over and fell down, breaking a big hole, and the water inside spilled all over the ground. The mutant vine. Plop. It dove into the bucket and, like a dry sponge, frantically absorbed the remaining water. Its originally withered body became full, and the vines on its head began to grow wildly, growing more than 2 meters long in the blink of an eye. Luo Su, who caught up, saw this scene. He felt something was wrong. Bang! 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 3 huge rocks were smashed in a row, hitting the bucket. A lot of water seeped out from under the smashed bucket, and there was a pool of green liquid. Ding! Kill the mutant vines. Get 1,000 survival points. Long Zimo caught up. How is it? It was crushed to death, Luo Su said, recycling several boulders into the space. The two rushed back to Xingyuan community. After checking the community again and confirming that there were no mutant plants and zombies, they let the rescue team in. Thank you, you have worked hard, the head of the rescue team said. Long Zimo nodded. He summoned the Sunlong team and prepared to go to the next community. Luo Su followed and got on the car. He turned around and saw that the rescue team was carrying out the rescue in an orderly manner. The radio on the roof of their car repeatedly played the rescue precautions. Attention all residents in the community, we are the emergency rescue team. Please stay indoors and wait for rescue. We will distribute protective clothing door to door. Some people shouted in response and waved vigorously from some windows in the community building. Luo Su turned back silently and said to Long Zimo, "Let's go next one." When they arrived at the next community, just after cleaning up the moss and zombies, some members of the rescue team hurried over. "We don't need that many people over there. Let's split into 2 rescue teams," the leader said. Long Zimo nodded and said, "Okay, I leave this to you." They walked around and cleaned up the neighborhood within 5 kilometers around the school. They encountered several powerful mutant plants on the way, but they killed them all together without any danger. They cleaned up all the circled areas on the map and returned to the school camp. The camp was already full of trapped people who had just been rescued, and it seemed that there were 400 or 500 people. Luo Su began to transfer the trapped people back to the headquarters. Due to the limited space on the second floor of the villa, she worked in batches, going back and forth more than a dozen times, and was so busy that she was dizzy. She did not rest at noon, but took turns to go back to the headquarters to eat. It was not until dark that the visibility was poor that the rescue work for the day was over. This rescue work lasted for 10 days, and the camp was changed more than a dozen times. Finally, all the trapped people in the foreign area were rescued. In the headquarters meeting room, there were only Long Zimo and Luo Su. "Boss, can I not go to the celebration banquet tonight?" Luo Su was frowning. "It's nothing. It's called a celebration banquet, but it's just a simple meal and work report. It's over soon," Long Zimo said. "But I'm very tired. Can I take a leave to rest?" Luo Su was most afraid of socializing. Long Zimo looked at her thinner face and felt distressed. "Okay, approved." He paused and said, "Daodu and Grandma won't be back until tomorrow. You should have a good rest tonight." Luo Su nodded and walked out of the meeting room slowly. Long Zimo looked at her walking. She was not as carefree as usual. It seemed that she was really tired. Luo Su went back to her room and fell asleep. She had nightmares all night. She dreamed that the house in her hometown collapsed, and many mutant plants emerged from the ground and swallowed many houses. Ah! She suddenly woke up from her dream, and sweat oozed from her forehead. She shook her head, got up and washed her face. She quickly entered the house in Fuyang community in her hometown. She activated the night vision function of the fire eyes, and looked around from the balcony. The terrible situation in the dream did not happen, and no mutant plants grew in the community. She was about to leave, when suddenly a strange sound came into her ears. She calmed down, closed her eyes, and listened carefully. Suddenly, a low and powerful heartbeat became clearer and clearer. Boom, boom! The sound seemed to come from deep underground. Listening carefully, it seemed that the earth was resonating with it, and it was shaking slightly with its rhythm. Luo Su was horrified. Chapter 62. The next day, early in the morning. Luo Su just went downstairs and saw Long Zimo and Du Yifan having breakfast in the restaurant. Du Yifan, are you back? Luo Su came over to greet him casually. Yes, I came back last night. Du Yifan nodded and said, I was really busy these days when you were away. Luo Su said, turned around and took a bowl of seafood porridge and sat opposite the two of them. Luo Su, didn't you send me a message saying that you had something important to tell me? Long Zimo looked up and asked her. Ah, yes. Luo Su put down the soup and said seriously, Boss, I think there is something under the ground in the alien zone. What is it? Long Zimo didn't understand what she meant. Can your eyes see things under the ground? Du Yifan was curious. No, I didn't see it. Luo Su shook her head and said, Then how do you know there is something under the ground? Du Yifan asked her. I heard it last night. Boom, boom. A very intense heartbeat sound came from underground. Luo Su said, making a heartbeat gesture. Why did you go into the alien zone last night? Long Zimo stared at her. Didn't she say she was very tired and didn't want to go to the celebration party? Oh, boss, that's not the point. Don't you think that heartbeat sound is very strange? Luo Su was very curious about the boss's brain circuit. You are not allowed to go into the alien zone alone in the future. You must report to me first. Long Zimo said with a cold face. I know. Tell me about the heartbeat. What do you think? Luo Su asked. I don't know yet. Wait until I hear it. Long Zimo said, and turned to Long Zimo and said, Bring the equipment after eating, and go and have a look later. Okay. Du Yifan had just finished eating, took a tissue and got up in a hurry. I go get the equipment now. Long Zi called the warehouse, and asked them to send 3 sets of heavy chemical protective suits. The chemical protective suits were delivered quickly, and Du Yifan had not returned yet. Luo Su had just put down his plate after finishing his meal, when his cell phone rang. Hello Daodu, where are you? Do you miss your mother? Luo Su was overjoyed when she heard Daodu's voice. Mom, Zuzu and I are going back. You have to buy a good cake, and wait for us. Daodu said in a childish voice. Cake? Ah, today is Daodu's birthday. Luo Su slapped his forehead. He had forgotten about it, because he was so busy. Luo Su quickly agreed. Okay, Mom will order a cake for you. Come back soon. Okay, bye, Mom. Daodu said happily. Bye, baby. Luo Su said softly. After hanging up the phone, Luo Su hurriedly asked Long Zimo if there was a cake shop nearby. Is Daodu's birthday today? Long Zimo asked in surprise. Yes, it's his 3rd birthday. I've been so busy lately that I almost forgot, she said with a smile. There's no cake shop nearby, but don't worry, I take care of the cake. Long Zimo thought for a moment and said, I arranged Daodu's birthday party tonight. Ah, it's not good, you're so busy. Luo Su was sorry to bother the boss. He was already exhausted from the recent work in the foreign zone. It's okay. We've been too nervous recently. Let's just get together and relax. Long Zimo said, and got up to go to the kitchen to find Master Zhao to tell him about dinner. At this time, Du Yifan came back carrying a bunch of instruments. Luo Su put the 3 sets of chemical protective suits and instruments into the space. When Long Zimo came back, Luo Su took them to the living room of the old home in the space. Du Yifan was amazed when he followed Luo Su across space for the first time. Luo Su, your space is amazing. Du Yifan praised endlessly. Long Zimo walked to the balcony and looked around. It was quiet. Where was the heartbeat? Luo Su opened his eyes and listened carefully, then said, I heard the throbbing heartbeat again. Can you hear it? No. Long Zimo said. I didn't hear anything. Du Yifan shook his head, and then he began to take out the first instrument. Turning on the sound detector, 2 sets of numbers on the screen jumped quickly, and finally changed back and forth between several numbers. Du Yifan nodded and said, sounds were indeed detected, but the data is inaccurate. We have to go downstairs and try it on the ground. The 3 put on chemical protective clothing and hurried downstairs carrying several instruments. On the ground floor, Du Yifan set up 3 instruments. One of them had a long iron fiber driven into the ground to sense the frequency. One was a sound detector, and the numbers kept changing. There was another one, but Luo Su didn't know what it was, and the screen was all in English. The 3 instruments were placed a few meters apart. Seeing Du Yifan's experience, Luo Su was a little surprised. She asked puzzledly, Boss, how come you have such a professional instrument? Du Yifan seems to be very good at it. You know later. Long Zimo kept it a secret. Luo Su was speechless. Well, in her opinion, these 2 people have many secrets, so it doesn't matter if there is one more. Boss, there really is a sound, and the frequency is quite high, but we just can't hear it, Du Yifan said after reading the data from the 3 instruments. As soon as he finished speaking, one of the instruments that measured the frequency suddenly sounded an alarm. Beep, beep, beep. The 3 of them were immediately surprised. What was that sound? Beep, beep. Du Yifan felt something was wrong and said hurriedly, there is something underground, approaching us quickly. Luo Su also heard the sound of something escaping from the ground, and hurriedly shouted, run! As she spoke, she had already run away. Long Zimo and Du Yifan reacted and hurriedly retreated back to the apartment building. Bang! Suddenly, a thick mutant vine came out from the ground, and pulled the alarm instrument violently. With a snap, the instrument was knocked away and smashed. Luo Su was frightened and hurriedly activated the body protection skill. Elite Armor. Spiritual Ocean. Energetic. The body protection effect was turned on, and Luo Su started to activate it. Attack. Super Harvest. Luo Su locked onto a large section of vines and harvested them remotely. Watch, harvest mutant vines, gain 200 survival points. Puff. The mutant vine, which had been broken off, stretched out a large section from underground. How many vines were there underground? Luo Su pondered. She locked onto the vines directly and harvested all of them within a distance of 30 meters below. She harvested 30 meters in one go. Finally, she forced out its dry roots, and before he could run, he was crushed by a huge rock falling from the sky. Ding! Kill the mutant vines in a group. Get 4,000 survival points. In the apartment building, 2 big guys were chatting. Boss, Luo Su is very powerful now. It's time to take her to the assessment. Du Yifan saw Luo Su easily defeat the mutant vines and made a suggestion. Not good enough yet, practice more. Long Zimo said. Boss, Du Yifan, come out soon. The vines are killed. Luo Su shouted. Here. Du Yifan responded. As soon as the 2 came out of the apartment building, they saw a black giant vine flashing behind Luo Su. Be careful. Luo Su. The 2 of them shouted at the same time, but it was too late. In a blink of an eye, the black vine wrapped around Luo Su's waist. Luo Su shouted and felt her waist tighten. Her body was suddenly dragged back by a powerful force. Ah! She was caught off guard and fell heavily. Chapter 63. Luo Su was caught off guard and fell. In a hurry, she activated the invisibility skill. Cue Baby Bubble. With a swish, she became invisible. Suddenly, her waist loosened and she got rid of the black vines. The black vines lost their target and quickly shrank into the air, and soon disappeared, like a black dragon that appeared and disappeared mysteriously. Boss, is Luo Su invisible? Du Yifan couldn't see Luo Su and asked hurriedly. Yes. Long Zimo looked up, looking for the source of the black vines. The mutant vines that emerged from the ground before were all green, but this giant vine that appeared out of thin air was black. Is this a new variety, or the result of further mutation of the green vine? Long Zimo was still thinking, and suddenly received Luo Su's invitation to join the team. Agreed. Du Yifan also joined the team. After the team was formed, they could see Luo Su, but there was a transparent bubble on her body. She was standing at the gate of Fuyang community at this moment. The 2 hurried to Luo Su's side, and found that she was looking into the distance with a terrified look. Following her gaze, nothing could be seen. Due to the thick haze, only the scenery within 10 meters could be seen. Luo Su, what did you find? Long Zimo asked. Black vines. A lot of black vines. Luo Su murmured. Where? Du Yifan was puzzled. They couldn't see anything. In the Xiangshan Park opposite, the sky is full of black vines. Luo Su said. On the mountain, or in the sky? Long Zimo understood that the reason why Luo Su could see so far was because she had a skill of fire eyes and golden pupils. On the mountain, and also in the sky. Luo Su seemed to answer but not answer. Luo Su, go out first. We will go back to discuss the solution. Long Zimo ordered. Okay. Luo Su looked at the dense giant vines opposite, and didn't want to stay any longer. In a blink of an eye, the 3 of them returned to the 2nd floor of the villa. Luo Su took out the disinfectant spray from the space, and disinfected the 3 people's chemical protection suits before taking them off. Luo Su, describe the black vine scene you just saw in detail again. Long Zimo said. Luo Su nodded and said, I draw it for you. Luo Su took out Daodu's colored pen and wrote, and drew seriously on a piece of white paper. After a few minutes, she finally finished and stopped. Long Zimo, and Du Yifan stared at her painting for a long time. Long Zimo said he didn't understand. Du Yifan didn't understand either, and he tried to hold it in for a long time, but finally couldn't hold it in. Poochie. He laughed out loud. Haha, Luo Su, what are you drawing? It's too abstract, I don't understand it. Luo Su frowned. No, how can you laugh at such a scary picture? Look at this undulating slope. It must be Xiangshan. And there are some big stripes. They are black vines. What I drew is, Xiangshan is covered with black vines. Luo Su muttered in his heart. He usually looks like a smart guy, but he can't see this. He doesn't have much artistic talent. Haha, you drew this wavy line, Xiangshan? And how come the black vine is drawn as a tadpole? Are you sure that the painting is not of a lake with many tadpoles? Du Yifan completely let himself go, and ignored the angry look of the boss. Ha ha! Long Zimo ignored Du Yifan and said directly to Luo Su, it would be faster if you describe it verbally. Luo Su was depressed. The boss couldn't understand it either? Oh, these two men, big bosses, who seem to be omnipotent, have no artistic talent. Forget it. She still reluctantly explained it again. Chapter 64. After listening to Luo Su's description, Long Zimo looked solemn. Yifan, notify everyone to hold a meeting. Long Zimo said. The two instructors came quickly. Su Jin brought a few people and carried a large wooden box in. Boss, the equipment has been retrieved. Su Jin said happily as soon as he came in. Okay, everyone sit down quickly. We have made a new discovery in the alien zone. Long Zimo said. Although the trapped people in the alien zone have been rescued, the situation is still not optimistic. Now the alien zone is still expanding. At the current rate, it will spread to the capital in less than a month, and we will fall here too. Luo Su asked, is there no way for the government to stop the spread of smog? Su Jin took over the topic and said, according to the information we have collected, the entire Blue Star Alliance has no way to stop the spread of smog. The smog that appeared abroad a month ago has not been eliminated yet, and it has occupied half of their country's territory. Ah? Luo Su was surprised. She didn't expect it to be so serious. Long Zimo continued, the situation in our country is also very bad now. The authorities urgently evacuate people within 100 kilometers of the alien zone every day. The various specimens brought out of the alien zone are still being urgently tested and analyzed. No effective method to suppress smog has been found yet. Smog. Luo Su repeated these two words in her mind. She took out her mobile phone and searched the internet. Smog is a state of air pollution. It is a general manifestation of excessive content of various suspended particles in the air. Since the haze is made up of many tiny substances, can she also collect the haze into the space? She remembered that she had collected black fog and blue light energy substances in the game before. Luo Su was immersed in her own analysis, and suddenly Long Zimo knocked on the table. Knock knock knock. Luo Su, what do you think? Long Zimo asked her. Ah? Luo Su came back to her senses, looking confused. The boss said, if we Sanlong team up to kill hiding, do you think it's feasible? Du Yifan kindly reminded. Oh! Luo Su understood and said, yes, but I need a lot of stones. Stones? Du Yifan asked. Yes, boulders. Luo Su said. Natural boulders are a bit difficult to deal with, but there are still artificial ones. Du Yifan said with a smile. Luo Su nodded. Long Zimo finally said, that's it, we will form a team to fight the Black Vine tomorrow. Du Yifan and I will lead the team personally. Su Jin, Luo Su, Wu Di, you bring 30 core members. Members with long-range attack skills and control skills are given priority, and the others are equipped with long-range weapons. A total of 35 people. Okay. Wu Di responded loudly. Long Zimo continued, Li Changgang, you are responsible for logistic support, and arrange for medical staff and emergency supplies. Okay. Instructor Li agreed. Long Zimo paused and looked at Su Jin. Su Jin, how much equipment did you bring back? 50 long-range rifles, 20 German pistols, 10 boxes of bullets, and a batch of special crossbows. Su Jin reported. Du Yifan opened the wooden box, held a pistol in his hand, tried it, and asked, it's okay. Xiao Jin, where did you get it? The boss asked me to get it. Su Jin said. Long Zimo said, during this special period, we applied for the equipment from the government. After the meeting, everyone went to prepare. Luo Su and Du Yifan went to a cement factory. There were many large and small cement blocks in the factory area. She took all the ones over half a ton. She ordered a batch of 5 tons of goods, which will be delivered next week. The two ran around and were tired and thirsty. When passing a milk tea shop on the corner of the city, she suddenly wanted milk tea. Du Yifan, let's have a cup of milk tea before we go. Du Yifan quickly parked the car. Walking into the milk tea shop, Luo Su was warmed by the warm decoration in the shop. The orange light exudes a warm and lazy atmosphere, which makes people relax involuntarily. As soon as Luo Su and Du Yifan sat down, a pink order card was handed over. What would you like to drink? A sweet girl's voice. Luo Su felt a little familiar and looked up at the girl. Seeing the girl's surprised expression. Ah, are you, sister? I'm Muyeli. The girl looked very surprised. Luo Su looked at her with a smile. Sister, do you really not remember me? We met in the game. That night you taught me how to kill monsters and gave me 2 ranged weapons, remember? Muyeli spoke excitedly, as if the idol on TV suddenly stood in front of her. Luo Su nodded and said with a smile, I remember, Xiaoli. Sister, it's so nice to see you. What do you want to drink? I make it for you. Muyeli said cheerfully. Xiaoli, is this your friend? A woman in her 50s or 60s came out from the inner room. Mom, this is the sister I often mention to you. Muyeli introduced her to her mother. Oh, thanks to the girl who took care of my Xiaoli in the game, she was able to come back safely. Thank you so much. Mu's mother held Luo Su's hand and said gratefully. Luo Su smiled and said, Auntie, you're too polite. We are all from the same hometown. It's only right to take care of each other. We are all Chinese, so we are all from the same hometown after entering the game. Mu sighed when she heard it. Oh, so you are also from Rong County. We can't go back to our hometown now. The smog is too terrible. Did you also come from the alien zone? Luo Su was surprised. Yes, fortunately you taught our Shuli how to use the tornado to kill all the zombies and escape. Oh, it's too terrible. Mu said, with lingering fear. You did a great job. Luo Su said to Muyeli. After chatting for a while, they added each other on WeChat and said goodbye in a hurry. As soon as the two returned to the headquarters, Luo Su was called away by Long Zimo. Boss, where are we going? Luo Su followed Long Zimo and asked. To the shooting range. I will teach you how to use a gun. Last time you said you didn't know how to use a gun. Long Zimo said. Okay. Luo Su was happy when he heard it. As long as it's not physical training. The two practiced at the shooting range for an afternoon. Long Zimo was very patient and gave her all the basic knowledge about guns. Then he taught her how to use a gun step by step and tried several common guns. Luo Su learned quickly and basically mastered the essentials, but her proficiency was not good enough, so she had to practice more in the future. In the evening, she returned to the second floor of the villa and found that Daodu and her grandmother had returned. Mom. Daodu saw Luo Su and threw herself into her arms. I missed her so much after not seeing her for more than 10 days. Baby! Luo Su picked up Daodu and kissed him a few times, and the little guy giggled happily. At dinner time, Long Zimo, Du Yifan and Su Jin all came. Everyone sat down, and the dishes were served one after another. Long Zimo said, everyone has been very busy recently. It happens that Daodu is 3 years old today, so I arranged for everyone to have a meal together to relax. Oh, it's Daodu's birthday. Auntie hasn't prepared a gift yet. Su Jin laughed after saying that. No, a child will be very happy to eat a cake on his birthday. Grandma said hurriedly. Everyone talked and laughed and spent a wonderful night. Chapter 65. At around 8 o'clock in the morning, the team members of the Sanglong headquarters had assembled. Xiaobai followed Luo Su and ran around excitedly. Luo Su led the whole group to the foreign area. The fog was particularly thick today, and the visibility was no more than 5 meters. Luo Su opened his eyes and saw the dark Xiangshan mountain from afar, and the black vines were still dormant. Boss, the fog is very thick today. We can't see anything. How can we fight? Everyone just follow the instructions. Shh, everyone, be quiet, don't speak loudly. Luo Su was afraid of alerting the enemy, so she temporarily took Xiaobai back to the villa. Everyone crossed the road and entered the gate of Xiangshan Park. Xiangshan was just around the corner. Luo Su began to get nervous. Because of the strange heartbeat, it was beating violently and making an unusually loud noise, which made her heart beat faster. Someone asked quietly, Did you hear a faint heartbeat? The teammate quietly answered, Yes, I heard it too. I heard it too. Luo Su looked up at Long Zimo next to him. Long Zimo nodded. He heard it too. Boss, I think the source of that heartbeat is nearby. Be careful. Luo Su finished speaking and used the body protection skill for a round. Elite armor. Spiritual ocean. Energetic. Luo Su, is this the group enhancement skill you used? Du Yifan asked in a low voice. It speeds up the recovery of mental power for all. Luo Su said. Great. Du Yifan was just worried that his control skills were too mentally demanding. Arriving at the central square of the park, Luo Su signaled everyone to stop. Boss, let's fight here, with a wide field of vision. There is a row of pavilions behind, where you can hide in an emergency. It's only 100 meters away from the foot of Xiangshan Mountain. Okay. Long Zimo said, Yifan, start setting up. Du Yifan led a small team of people to place remote-controlled fog lights 50 meters away, with a light placed every few meters to form a circle. Du Yifan pressed the remote control, and the yellow fog lights flashed. When we fight later, don't run out of the range of this light line. Long Zimo said. Everyone nodded. Du Yifan turned off the lights. Boss, I go first, you guys wait a moment. Luo Su said. Long Zimo nodded. Luo Su quietly walked forward 10 meters. Accumulate. She began to try to absorb the haze. Whoosh. With a sound, a stream of haze poured into her space continuously. Luo Su was surprised that the haze could be stored in the space, but this space backpack only has 8 empty slots, so it probably can't hold much. Suddenly, with a ding, a prompt sound came to her ear. Ding, mysterious haze obtained, similar substance detected. Blue phantom light, automatically synthesizing. Ding, synthesis successful, a mysterious energy obtained. Ding, congratulations on completing a synthesis experience, activating the space additional function superfusion. Luo Su was surprised. New function of the space. While absorbing the haze, she opened her personal information to check. Superfusion of similar substances synthesizes higher quality, and different substances fuse into another substance. Luo Su was overjoyed. Wouldn't that mean that the haze can be synthesized infinitely? I just don't know if it can be synchronized. Accumulate. Superfusion. Whoosh. With a sound, the haze in her space was continuously absorbed. Then it continued to synthesize the same substance. Synthesize, synthesize. Ha ha ha. Luo Su couldn't help laughing out loud. Luo Su, what's wrong? Long Zimo heard something strange and chased after him to check. It's okay, I activated a new function of the space. Luo Su whispered. What function? Long Zimo just asked when he found something strange. Why do I feel like there's a breeze flowing towards you? Shoo. Luo Su made a silent gesture and whispered in his ear, my space can collect smog. Long Zimo was tickled by her breath, and it took him a while to react. What? You mean, your space can take in the smog? Yes. Luo Su replied with a smile. How much can it hold? Long Zimo asked hurriedly. I don't know yet, I'm experimenting. Luo Su said proudly. Long Zimo was not calm anymore. Smog is toxic, absorbing so much. Will it affect your body? Long Zimo asked in a low voice. No, it won't affect my body in the space. Luo Su said. That's good. Long Zimo responded silently, and at this moment, his heart was already in turmoil. If Luo Su's space can absorb smog infinitely, then preventing the spread of smog will not be a problem. This will be a major event that will shock the world. What kind of consequences may it cause? She will be targeted by various forces, and then fall into danger. No, he has to think of a way. Just like the teleportation point in the different area, it will become a means for the entire Sunlong, not Luo Su herself. Weakening her at present can better protect her. At this time, the teammates behind him made some noises. Have you noticed that the smog has become much lighter? Yes, I can see farther away. It is indeed lighter. Long Zimo walked back and asked Wudi to lead everyone into the pavilion, sit down to rest, and wait for instructions. Then he called Su Jin and Du Yifan over, and the three of them guarded Luo Su like guardians. Can Luo Su's space collect smog? Du Yifan was shocked. Oh my god, what kind of magic trick is this? Su Jin finally understood why the boss, and Du Yifan treated Luo Su as a treasure. Now she also treasured Luo Su very much and wanted to protect her. In the face of major issues, she felt ashamed of her former jealousy. Especially when Luo Su saved her once at the last critical moment, she felt even more ashamed. Swish. Du Yifan added a shield to the four of them to prevent mental attacks. Swoosh. Su Jin added a movement acceleration to the four of them. The effect lasts for 10 minutes. Long Zimo stood in front of Luo Su, staring at the direction of Xiangshan, fearing that the dormant black vine would suddenly wake up. Huh? Luo Su was still inhaling the smog in an orderly manner. And in her space, she was constantly synthesizing and compressing at the same time. After absorbing for so long, not a single space was filled. Luo Su secretly rejoiced. It seems that she can collect a lot. But what is the use of the mysterious energy synthesized by the smog? Luo Su didn't understand, but it didn't matter. The most important thing at the moment was to be able to absorb the smog continuously. At least thin out the smog in a radius of 2 kilometers, so that teammates can see the black vines on Xiangshan Mountain. Otherwise, the enemy is in the dark and we are in the light, and it will be very dangerous to fight. About an hour later, the teammates behind the pavilion could not wait any longer. Look, the fog has dissipated, and Xiangshan Mountain can be seen. So, the boss is waiting for the fog to dissipate. How wise. The boss can guess this. So amazing. It's already 10 o'clock in the morning. It's not surprising that the fog has dissipated. Everyone had different opinions. At this time, there was a commotion from the direction of Xiangshan Mountain. Everyone looked up and saw many black vines extending from Xiangshan Mountain, like the tentacles of an octopus, which made people's scalps numb. Chapter 66. Luo Su and his companions also discovered something strange on Xiangshan Mountain. The black vine has awakened. She stopped collecting the haze, and a reminder sounded beside her ear. Ding! Synthesized mysterious energy ball, advanced. X1 Luo Su looked at the haze, within 2 kilometers around her, and saw that it had become much thinner. So much haze was synthesized into a fist-sized energy ball. The dark green energy ball was dark and gloomy, and occasionally there were a few strands of black fog looming. What is the use of this thing? Luo Su really couldn't understand it, but he didn't have time to study it right now, because the black vine had already awakened. Everyone, prepare for battle. Long Zimo gave an order. Wu Di led the 30 members, who were resting in the pavilion, back to the team quickly, and stood in unison behind Long Zimo. Du Yifun's control team is responsible for taking care of the safety of all teammates. Once the black vine is found within 10 meters of us, use control skills. Long Zimo said quickly. Okay. Du Yifun responded, and then he and the team simply divided the work and each guarded one side. Wu Di and other long-range attack team members, follow me and attack with all your strength. Luo Su, you can do whatever you want, but be careful. Long Zimo said at last. As soon as Long Zimo finished speaking, thick black vines in the air rushed over like a swimming dragon. Domain. Long Zimo stretched out his palm and drew horizontally, and a transparent high wall stood up 10 meters in front. Bang! Bang! The black vines were blocked outside the transparent high wall. Seeing this, Luo Su hurriedly smashed out tons of cement blocks in the space. Bang! Bang! After a rough and crazy smash, the black vines outside the transparent wall were smashed into mud, and the broken black vines suddenly retracted. Wow, this teamwork is really tacit. I don't know who said it, and the other team members followed suit. Ah, she is so strong. She is worthy of being the fourth in command. I thought space teleportation was the ceiling, but I didn't expect her combat power to be so awesome. Shh, you dare to say that? Aren't you afraid that the boss will hear it? Luo Su didn't hear what others said. She stared at the black vines on the mountain very intently. The black vines on the top of the mountain were very dense, but she couldn't hit them, and her skill could only hit them 30 meters away. Super harvest. She locked onto a black vine and cut away 30 meters directly. Ding! Harvest the mutant black vine. Get 5,000 survival points. Luo Su was surprised. So many survival points? This black vine is really rich in oil. She locked onto the harvest without stopping, and soon her backpack was filled with bundles of giant black vines, which took up a lot of space. Super fusion. She activated the infinite fusion function of the space, and selected the target. Giant black vine. As long as the black vine is put into the space backpack, it will be automatically synthesized. Ding! The giant black vine is successfully fused, and the intermediate energy is obtained. The time for Long Zimo's transparent wall is up. Another large number of mutant vines attacked in a black mass. This is not only an air attack, but also black vines sprang out from underground. The team was in chaos, and 2 members were dragged underground. There were screams. Boss, it's hard to defend against those sprang out from underground. Du Yifun shouted. Luo Su locked onto the 30-meter range underground, and with a thought, she activated the space's function of storing living things. Storage. She fished out the 2 people underground, along with a piece of living black vine, which was thrashing around in the space. Luo Su released the 2 people and found that they were injured and unconscious, so she sent them back to the 2nd floor of the villa. Li Chengdong's logistics medical team would treat them in time. Xiao Bai, come out. Luo Su released Xiao Bai. Boss, it's dangerous for us to gather together like this. I go and divert the firepower. Luo Su said, and took Xiao Bai and ran away. Wait a minute. Long Zimo chased a few meters, turned back, and left a protective shield for his teammates, and said, Yifan, Su Jin, you lead the team, Luo Su, and I will divert the firepower. Okay. Okay. Du Yifan and Su Jin responded. As soon as Luo Su rushed to the foot of the mountain, the firepower of the black vines was immediately transferred to him. Smash it for me. Luo Su smashed a large number of stones, and a large number of black vines fell to the ground. Xiao Bai, bomb them to death. Luo Su shouted. Awah! Xiao Bai's hair stood on end. Boom boom. Crackle. Within a 10-meter radius, lightning and thunder roared, and an ice storm suddenly fell. The people in the park square were shocked when they saw this scene. Oh my god, what kind of skill is this? Lightning and thunder, accompanied by an ice storm, and a large-scale attack, it's so cool. Emma, my fighting power is not even as good as a dog. More people stared with their eyes wide open, speechless. Because the boss's protective shield is all round, they are temporarily safe. Super Harvest. Luo Su harvested the injured black vines in batches. A series of ding-ding-ding prompt sounds, and survival points were credited. Luo Su's mouth curled up. It seems that she is still suitable for fighting alone, leading a team, looking back and forth, and can't do anything. It's time-consuming and labor-intensive, and the effect is average. Luo Su thought silently, threw out another batch of stones, turned his hand to collect them, and then harvested the black vines. Especially with Xiao Bai's help, earning survival points is simply too cool. Seeing 80,000 survival points in her pocket, she was promoted to Bronze 3 immediately. Her overall combat power became stronger. She threw out the group attack skill, Super Harvest, and found that the attack range had become 35 meters. She killed her way to the middle of the mountain, and found that Long Zimo had killed his way to the top of the mountain from the other side. The boss is really strong. Luo Su retracted his gaze, and smashed a pile of stones. A large number of black vines that had just emerged from the ground for more than 1 meter were smashed into slag, and the black vine pulp was like ink, spreading all over the ground, stinking. Boom boom. Suddenly, Luo Su felt a shock under her feet, and then the whole Xiangshan mountain began to shake violently. Ah! A shadow quickly floated towards her, accompanied by a scream, Luo Su, run! Luo Su was startled, and before she could react, she felt her waist tighten, and her whole body was pressed into Long Zimo's arms, and she was lifted off the ground and rushed down the mountain. It took her a long time to react, and she turned her head to find that Xiao Bai was following far behind, running desperately. Xiao Bai? With a thought, she took Xiao Bai back to the second floor of the villa. Boom boom. Xiangshan Mountain shook violently, and the mountain cracked. Ah, the mountain is going to collapse. Run! The teammates in the square at the foot of the mountain were in a panic. Everyone, retreat! Du Yifan shouted hurriedly, leading the team to retreat towards the park gate. The ground was still shaking, and with a hiss, the ground at the entrance of the park cracked into a bowl-sized crack. Du Yifan led the team to rush across the road without stopping, and the shaking of the ground stopped only when they returned to the entrance of Fuyang Community. Everyone was still in shock. Standing on the high ground outside the gate of Fuyang Community, looking across the road at the completely unrecognizable Xiangshan Park. Xiangshan, which was originally 400 to 500 meters high, has been razed to the ground. A small part of a giant black unidentified object that was originally hidden in the mountain has been exposed, and the rest of it is deeply hidden in the Xiangshan Lake at the bottom of the mountain. Ah! Everyone was shocked. What is that? I don't know. It's black and seems to be moving. Chapter 67. Luo Su stood at the entrance of Xiangshan Park, looking at the unknown object in the park from a distance. Boss, what do you think that is? Luo Su turned around and asked Long Zimo, who was standing side by side with her. It should be the nest of the giant black vine. Long Zimo said confidently. The nest of the giant black vine? Does that mean there are still many black vines inside that thing? Luo Su was surprised. Yeah. Long Zimo didn't know what he was thinking, and he was a little absent-minded. Boss, what did you do on the top of the mountain just now? Why did the whole mountain suddenly collapse? Luo Su asked the question in his heart. Nothing, I just threw 2 grenades at the root of the black vine, but I didn't expect it to overturn the whole mountain. Long Zimo said nonchalantly. Ah? Luo Su's eyes widened. Is this possible? Let's go, send them back first, and the rest, the 4 of us are enough to fight. Long Zimo said, crossing the road. Luo Su followed. Boss, are you alright? Su Jin was the first to run up and ask. Nothing. Long Zimo shook his head, then turned and said, Wu Di, take everyone back to rest first. Du Yifan and Su Jin stay to help. Luo Su sent Wu Di and other team members back to the headquarters. When they came back, Long Zimo said, Luo Su, bring Xiaobai out too, it needs a chance to hone its skills. Luo Su nodded and said, let it out when the battle starts, it's too naughty. The four of them hurried into the park, regrouped, and added shields to each other. Luo Su also opened his shield. Elite armor. Spiritual ocean. Energetic. After adding status, the four of them came to the Xiangshan Lake. Boss, how do we fight? Su Jin looked at the giant object that was half buried in the soil and half soaked in water. He didn't know where it came from, and didn't know how to start. Long Zimo glanced at the lake and said, you retreat 10 meters and just defend. Take turns to release the ice wall and wind wall. Luo Su and I will attack. Du Yifan nodded and followed Su Jin to retreat about 10 meters. Long Zimo and Luo Su stood by the lake, about 30 meters away from the giant object in the middle of the lake. Domain destruction. Long Zimo threw out a skill. Boom! The giant object shook, and the soil around it fell into the water, revealing half of its shape. It suddenly jumped violently, very rhythmically. Boom! Boom! What's more terrifying is that every time it jumps, it will spray out a thick haze. Luo Su thought of a possibility and said hurriedly, Boss, I know, it is the source of the heartbeat, it is a giant heart, but it does not produce blood, but smog. Is it the source of smog? Long Zimo stared at the giant heart that was rhythmically spewing smog, thinking, so killing it can stop the smog from spreading? Hit it first. Luo Su released Xiaobai and threw a 5-ton rock at him. Bang! The giant heart was very resilient, it was only dented, but not killed. Boom! At this moment, it twitched violently, and countless black vines sprang out from the top of the heart. Xiaobai was furious. Boom! Pa! Pa! A thunderbolt and ice storm blasted towards the black vines all over the sky. Pa! Pa! The black mist was knocked down one after another. But it was not dead yet. Super Harvester Luo Su hurriedly made up a move. A lot of survival points were harvested. Luo Su and Xiaobai attacked fiercely, but they still couldn't kill all the black vines. The ground under Luo Su and Long Zi's feet was cracked, and dense black vines stretched out from the cracks, quickly wrapped around their feet, and suddenly dragged them underground. Luo Su locked the distance of 35 meters underground with one skill, and harvested a batch of black vines. The restraints under the feet of the two disappeared. Long Zimo raised his hand and slapped it, and used a skill to hit the giant heart, only to see that the heart was flattened and quickly rebounded. Puff! A lot of green haze was sprayed out. Smash it! Luo Su blasted out stones one after another, smashing the giant heart into a hornet's nest. The giant heart shrank a circle, but it was still beating fast and continuously releasing black vines. The black vines were like leeks. After one crop was cut, there was another crop, and it was endless. Su Jin and Du Yifan took turns to open ice walls and wind walls to protect Luo Su and Long Zimo. But his mental strength was about to be exhausted, and he could hardly use any skills. Boss, we can't hold on any longer. We have no more energy. Du Yifan shouted. Change weapons. Long Zimo said. Su Jin and Du Yifan switched to submachine guns and fired at the black vines. After Luo Su smashed the stones in his pocket, the giant heart shrank again and almost disappeared into the lake. Store. Luo Su simply drained the lake water and stored it in the space. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a blessing in disguise. After the lake was empty, the heart became dry and could no longer release the black vines. Luo Su was overjoyed and quickly used a skill to harvest. Super Harvest. After a stalemate of more than 10 seconds, Luo Su successfully took the heart after Xiaobai used a Thunder Ice skill to finish off the enemy. Ding! Kill the mutant black vine heart. Get 50,000 survival points and an energy core. Wow, get 50,000 survival points. Su Jin said in surprise. I also got 50,000 survival points. Du Yifan said. Long Zimo asked something irrelevant. Yifan Su Jin, do you feel that the power of your skills is suppressed? Yes, it can only exert half of the power in the game. Su Jin answered. Du Yifan nodded repeatedly and said, I feel the same way. It may be less than half, about 40%. Long Zimo nodded and looked at Luo Su again. Luo Su, what about you? Luo Su thought for a while, shook his head and said, I don't think so. All my skills and talents in the game can be used now. I had a system prompt before, saying that a new game copy was detected. To me, reality is also another game copy. So, I don't feel restricted. No wonder. Yifan said, we are one level higher than you, and we feel that our fighting power is about the same. Luo Su immediately became interested. What level are you? What rank? I am silver level 3, Yifan is silver level 8, and the boss is gold level 1. Su Jin said. Luo Su only understood half of what he heard. How many ranks are there in total? What rank are they? Su Jin patiently answered. There are currently 3 known ranks, bronze, silver, and gold. Bronze and silver each require 10 ranks to reach the maximum, and only 2 people in China have reached the gold rank. Originally, there were 5 gold ranks, and the other 3 were cursed in the last interstellar hunt, and could not be saved. What a pity! Ah, curse? Is it the same curse that the boss had before? Luo Su was shocked. Unexpectedly, Su Jin was more shocked than her, and hurriedly asked, What? The boss was cursed? Su Jin looked at Long Zimo and Du Yifan. Long Zimo turned and walked towards the collapsed Xiangshan to check the situation. Du Yifan frowned, feeling a little tricky. It seems that he can't hide it anymore. What should he do? If Su Jin knows, that person will know it soon. Chapter 68. Du Yifan scratched his head. It was really a headache for the boss to leave him such a difficult problem. At this moment, Su Jin was holding his arm tightly and asked nervously, Du Yifan, come on, tell me, what happened? Brother Zimo was cursed. How is his body now? The truth cannot be hidden. Du Yifan had to tell the truth. Xiao Jin, don't be nervous, the boss is fine now. We met the demon wolf princess in the game before, and the boss was cursed by it, but it was solved later. Du Yifan explained. You're lying. The curse has no solution. How can you be fine if you've been hit? Does Brother Zimo only have 3 months left? No, it's been more than a month since you came out of the game. Does he only have more than a month left now? Su Jin became sadder and sadder as she spoke. She became more and more ridiculous, and finally she started crying in panic. Luo Su couldn't bear it any longer, so she said, Su Jin, I can testify that Long Zimo is fine now. His curse has been lifted. How is that possible? I'm going to ask him in person. I'm going to take him back to see Grandma Long. Su Jin lost her composure. Both Du Yifan and Luo Su couldn't persuade her. Luckily, Long Zimo came back. Why are you crying? He asked Su Jin coldly. Brother Zimo, are you cursed? And you're hiding it from me and Grandma Long? Do you only have 1 month left? Su Jin asked anxiously with tears in her eyes. Long Zimo sighed and said, No, don't tell Grandma. I'm fine. I'm fine. I don't believe it. Let me see. Su Jin said, and went up to pull Long Zimo's clothes. Long Zimo's face turned cold. Su Jin. Stop it. Let me see your left chest. If there is no black curse mark, I will believe that you are fine. After all, this is a matter of life and death for Long Zimo. Su Jin is very nervous. Long Zimo said in a very serious tone, I am really fine. Doubtu has lifted my curse. Ah! Doubtu can lift your curse? Su Jin found it unbelievable, but she knew Long Zimo, and he would never joke when he spoke in this tone. Yeah. Long Zimo nodded. So, you adopted Doubtu as your godson because he saved your life? And not because of Luo Su? Su Jin did not ask the last question. Hearing this, Long Zimo hurriedly glanced at Luo Su, and saw that her expression was indifferent, and she did not react. He nodded and acquiesced. Then, he changed the subject and said, Let's go home. When they returned to the 2nd floor of the villa, they were stunned. Grandma Long is here? The 3 of them looked at Su Jin in unison. Su Jin shrugged, Don't look at me, I don't know, she just found out that the boss was cursed. Even if she told Grandma Long immediately, she couldn't come so quickly. Grandma, why are you here? Long Zimo asked in surprise. Grandma Long was playing with Doubtu on the sofa. I miss Doubtu, so I came to see you. Grandma Long said, patting the little guy's head. During the emergency rescue a while ago, Long Zimo sent Grandma Luosu and Doubtu to Grandma Long's old house, thinking that the 2 old people could keep each other company and chat. After living there for half a month, I didn't expect Grandma Long to like Doubtu so much. Doubtu had just come back for 1 day, but she ran over to see him. Doubtu just came back from your place yesterday. Long Zimo was speechless. Doubtu is such a fun little guy. I miss her so much if I don't see her for a day. Grandma Long said cheerfully, and then turned to look at the people who came back with Long Zimo. She knew Xiaofan and Xiao Jin, of course, but there was another girl who looked unfamiliar. Who is this? Grandma Long asked. Long Zuzu, that's my mother, Daodu said in a soft voice. Luo Su was inexplicably nervous and greeted with a smile. Hello, Grandma Long. Grandma Long nodded with a smile, and was about to say something when she heard Daodu introduce the other three people to her in a childish voice. Grandma Long, this is Aunt Su Jin, this is Uncle Du, and this is my daddy. Ah? Grandma Long was very surprised and asked hurriedly, Daodu, the daddy you mentioned before, is it him? Yes, my daddy is very nice, he will take me riding horses. Daodu said proudly. His voice was childish and very cute. Ah. Grandma Long looked up, looked at Long Zimo, and then looked at Luo Su. Her heart was filled with shock, but she couldn't speak for a while. Su Jin grew up with Grandma Long and understood her thoughts best. She hurried over to explain. Grandma, it's the godfather. Daodu is so cute. Everyone likes him. Grandma Long nodded and said, of course. After that, she looked at Long Zimo. Boy, you owe me an explanation. I settle the score with you later. Oh, I'm so hungry after working so hard for most of the day. Grandma, let's go eat. Diefan broke the awkwardness and touched his stomach and said, Oh, I'm hungry too. When Daodu heard about eating, he hurriedly touched his belly. This made everyone laugh. Haha, let's go eat. Grandma Long took Daodu's hand and stood up. Su Jin went up to help Grandma Long downstairs. Luo Su called her grandmother, and they all went downstairs to eat together. The atmosphere of lunch was very pleasant. During the meal, Grandma Long looked at Luo Su more intentionally or unintentionally. They were quite compatible, but it was a pity. Grandma Long felt mixed emotions in her heart, but she didn't show it on the surface. After lunch, Grandma Long rested on the third floor of the villa and called Long Zimo to the room to chat. It's called chatting, but it's actually interrogation. Zimo, adopting a godfather. You haven't thought about this matter. You haven't married yet, but you have a godson. Your future wife will mind. Grandma Long said earnestly. Grandma, you like Daodu very much, don't you? Long Zimo said. I like him, but it's two different things, you know. I'm old, but I'm not confused. Grandma Long said, pulling Long Zimo's hand. The most urgent thing now is to find you a match. Find a suitable girl to marry, and give me a big, cute grandson like Daodu, so that Grandma won't have any regrets. When he heard about the blind date, Long Zimo was immediately displeased. Grandma, I'm very busy with work recently, so I don't have time for a blind date. Let's talk about it later. Grandma Long was immediately angry. Alas, you little brat, every time you mention blind dates, you use the excuse that you're busy with work. You're 32 this year. I think you want Grandma to regret it for the rest of her life. Grandma, I'm really very busy. Let's talk about it when I'm free. After saying that, Long Zimo hurried away. Grandma Long was left sighing. This little brat is good in everything except finding a partner. It's so frustrating. Chapter 69. After lunch, Luo Su went back to the second floor to rest. After taking a short nap, he was woken up by Long Zimo at 2 o'clock. Luo Su, there is a task on the bounty list. If an organization is able to clear the smog, it will be rewarded with 300 million. Are you interested? Long Zimo asked. 300 million? Luo Su thought about the many zeros at the end, and suddenly his heart surged. He asked, Is it for an individual? An organization. Long Zimo said. How much is the individual reward? Luo Su asked seriously. How much do you want? Long Zimo smiled at her. Luo Su held up 2 fingers and said, 20%, good things come in pairs. Now that she has lost her house in Fuyang district, she has a chance to earn it back, so she wants more. Although she lives in the headquarters of the organization now, it is still a company dormitory. She will bring her grandmother and Daodu with her, so she will have her own home in the future, right? Okay, when will it start? Long Zimo nodded and asked. Any time is fine. Luo Su shrugged and said. Then we will accept the task. Long Zimo said, and clicked to accept the task. Half an hour later, Long Zimo asked Du Yifan to go to the alien zone together. In the afternoon, the 3 of them came to Fuyang community in the alien zone. Du Yifan drove and took Long Zimo and Luo Su around. Every few kilometers, they stopped for more than an hour to collect the haze. Collection. Infinite fusion. Luo Su used his skills to continuously collect the haze and merge it into an energy ball. Luo Su looked at the map of the alien zone, more than 100 kilometers, and felt that collecting it this way was still too slow. She checked her bag and found 120,000 survival points. She spent 100,000 survival points to upgrade to Bronze 5, and the monster group and storage range were extended to 50 meters. The remaining 20,000 survival points were all renewed for special areas of the space. In one afternoon, Luo Su and his team cleared an area of about 10 kilometers, and she had 8 more high-level energy balls in her space. The 3 of them worked for a whole week, and finally cleared the haze in the southern suburbs of Jinshi. Because when Long Zimo led a team to fight the mutant Black Vine, he had destroyed the source of the haze, and no new haze came out. Of course, this is an inside story unknown to others, and only a few senior executives of the Sanlong organization know it. Luo Su only needs to absorb the smog that originally permeated the area of more than 100 kilometers. When all the smog areas were cleared, Luo Su heard the vicissitudes and emotional voice of the Dream Fulfiller again. Congratulations, you have completed the hidden task Eliminate Smog and received a lucky value of 1,000 and a reward of 1 million survival points. Hey, Dream Fulfiller, how many hidden tasks are there? There was no response this time. Long Zimo and Du Yifan were confused. What Dream Fulfiller? Where is it? Long Zimo asked. I don't know. It's a very special system prompt sound. The voice is vicissitudes and rich in emotion, like an old grandfather talking. Luo Su said, and then asked, have you heard it? Long Zimo and Du Yifan shook their heads, saying they had never heard it. How do you know his name is Dream Fulfiller? Long Zimo asked. Luo Su talked about the last time he met Dream Fulfiller for the first time in the deserted island survival game. The process of the communication was told. Long Zimo and Du Yifan were both surprised. The system actually interacted with you? Long Zimo found it incredible. So far, no one knows how this apocalyptic survival game appeared on the 9-star continent. Who is its owner? Even though he is a top player on Blue Star, he has some game privileges and has received some secret missions, but the system has always issued tasks unilaterally, and the system prompt sound is cold. I have never heard a real-life system voice, let alone an interactive question-and-answer session. It's so strange. Long Zimo and Du Yifan both felt the same way. What hidden task did you complete just now? Long Zimo asked. The smog clearing task. Luo Su said. What? This is also a hidden task in the game. Long Zimo was surprised. This is clearly the real world. Why is it no different from the game world for Luo Su? Not only are the skills not suppressed, but there are also game tasks to do. It's so strange. The haze area has been cleared. The few people returned to the second floor of the villa. Du Yifan left first. Long Zimo and Luo Su were drinking tea in the living room on the second floor. Long Zimo clicked to submit the bounty task online, and an hour later, the reward of 300 million yuan arrived. Luo Su was shocked when she suddenly received 100 million yuan in her card. Boss, are you mistaken? Isn't it 60 million? Luo Su asked hurriedly. Long Zimo smiled. From now on, all your bounty tasks will be rewarded at 30%. In the future? Does that mean there will be bounty missions in the future? Luo Su said excitedly. Yes, there are thousands of missions on the interstellar bounty list every day. Long Zimo said. Thousands? Luo Su's eyes widened in shock, and he asked hurriedly, where? On which website can I see bounty missions? Long Zimo said, you can't see it with your current game permissions. Ah, what level do you have to be to view it? Luo Su was a little disappointed. Players above the silver rank, or who have passed the star hunting ground assessment. Long Zimo said. Where is the star hunting ground? Luo Su was like a curious baby, full of questions. You can't go there yet. Long Zimo said seriously, there are fantasy beasts with cursed skills there. You must not go there. Oh. Luo Su nodded. She had heard about the horror of the curse. Although Daodu's skills had solved Long Zimo's curse last time, who knew if it was a coincidence? Then I'd better honestly upgrade to the silver rank. I'm now bronze level 5. Luo Su said. Well, don't worry. I take you to do the appropriate bounty mission. Long Zimo said, and took another sip of tea. It was warm and fragrant at the beginning, and the mellow and slightly astringent taste collided on the tip of the tongue, and the last sweet taste went straight into the lungs. Long Zimo was immediately happy. The tea was the same as the third floor, but the tea brewed by Luo Su was particularly delicious. Suddenly he remembered something. Luo Su, what reward did you get for the hidden mission of clearing the smog? 1,000 luck points and 1 million survival points. Luo Su answered truthfully. Not bad, I take you to do more of these missions next time. You can earn money and get game rewards, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Long Zimo said. Well, that's great. Luo Su also took a sip of tea and asked, Boss, what is the specific use of the luck value? I don't know, there is no such luck value in my personal information. Long Zimo said. Luo Su was also very confused. There was no luck value in her personal information. So where did the luck value she got as a reward for the hidden task go? I couldn't figure it out. This game was too mysterious. Luo Su, you have to continue your physical training tomorrow. Long Zimo said, I will tailor a training plan for you tonight. When she heard the words tailor-made, Luo Su could not help but automatically translate it into devil training. She suddenly felt that the tea in her mouth became bitter. Chapter 70. Luo Su had just finished breakfast. Long Zimo brought her a document when he went downstairs. You should train according to this schedule first. Except for entering the game and going on missions, you are not allowed to be lazy at other times. Long Zimo reminded. Luo Su nodded. She looked at the comprehensive ability training schedule, and her daily schedule was fully arranged. Every morning, 2 hours of physical training, 2 hours of shooting range training, 2 hours of driving lessons in the afternoon, and 1 hour of video watching in the evening to popularize various common weapons knowledge. Is there a problem? Long Zimo asked her. No problem. Although Luo Su was not happy about the physical training, she had to accept it in order to improve her overall combat power. She put away the training table and hurried to the gym. Today's physical training was led by the gym coach, who was a tough guy with a cold expression. I don't know if it was because of the new environment, Luo Su was more accepting of the gym's physical training method, which was not so boring to train multiple movements alternately. After 2 hours of training, she was sweating profusely. She went back to change into clean clothes, and then went to the shooting range to practice shooting skills. Long Zimo was not here today, so she practiced her proficiency by herself. On the first day of training, she felt okay, not as bad as she had imagined, but her lunch was quite amazing. Grandma's eyes were wide open, and she hurriedly whispered to her, Su, don't eat so much, no one will want you if you get fat. Luo Su, puff, said, and almost spit out her food. She was not worried about what Grandma said, as long as she didn't faint again during the training. Luo Su was very busy recently, and didn't take care of Dao much. Grandma was old, and she was willing but not able. It was dinner time now. After the little guy had eaten, he chased Xiaobai all over the floor. Luo Su wondered if it was time to send Dao to kindergarten. Xiaobai was also sent to the dog training department for training for a while. The 2 little ones were too wild. Let Grandma have a good rest for a while. Well, that's it. At this time, Du Yifan and Long Zimo just came back from outside. Luo Su, how do you feel about training today? Long Zimo asked. Not bad. Luo Su said, thinking of Grandma Long, and asked again, I didn't see Grandma Long come down to eat, is she back? Su Jin took her to the street to play. Long Zimo took the meal tray and sat opposite her. Luo Su saw that the 2 little ones were too noisy, and thought about the kindergarten. Big brother, is there a better kindergarten nearby? I want to send Dao to kindergarten. We have a kindergarten at our headquarters, not far behind. Long Zimo pointed to the back of the villa. But don't worry, wait for the professional early childhood training team to come, I have already contacted them. Hearing Long Zimo say this, Luo Su was very surprised. He is really worthy of being the boss, and he takes care of everything. In the afternoon, Luo Su went to the driving school to learn how to drive. It was the first time she touched the steering wheel, and she was a little scared. But in order to avoid the situation like last time when she had to escape from the city urgently, and had to ask others to take her, she was determined to practice driving well, and get her driver's license as soon as possible. She practiced hard for 2 hours at the driving school. She rushed back to the headquarters before dark. In the next month, Luo Su trained intensively every day, and her comprehensive abilities in all aspects improved a lot. The professional early childhood training team has moved into the headquarters kindergarten. Luo Su sent Dao to the kindergarten. Although there are only a dozen children, the kindergarten is very professionally decorated. Dao is very interested in the educational combination of teaching and playing. After Dao was arranged, Xiaobai was also taken away by Coach Wu Di and taken to the dog training department for training for a period of time. Grandma finally had time to rest, but she felt bored when she was idle. Luo Su gave her a card with 100,000 yuan in it and asked her to go and hang out with her old sisters. Grandma didn't want to go at first because she was afraid of spending money. She said that the house in Fuyang community was gone, and she would have to buy another one for Dowdy to go to school. Luo Su had to show Grandma the contract to join Sunglong and said, "Don't worry, there will be a house with an annual salary of 1 million. Grandma was relieved and went to visit relatives in Xishan, the next city, saying that there was a cousin in Xishan. Xishan is a tourist attraction, and it is the busiest at this time of year. It would be nice for Grandma to go and have some fun. Luo Su sent Grandma to the car and told her to keep her phone on for 20 hours and come back when she had enough fun. Grandma left happily. Dowdu also went to kindergarten. Luo Su continued her hard training every day. When she thought the days would pass peacefully, the disaster happened. Chapter 71. The TV news kept broadcasting that the once-in-a-century meteor shower would appear in 2 days, and the best star-watching spot in China was the Xishan Scenic Area in Shilin City. Star-watching enthusiasts and many tourists from all over the country rushed to the Xishan Scenic Area. The Xishan Scenic Area welcomed an unprecedented peak of tourists. On a starry night, the much-anticipated meteor shower was about to begin. Luo Su was not interested. She was so tired after training all day that she just wanted to sleep. So how could she have the heart to watch the meteors? But just after she finished her shower, she was pulled up to the rooftop of the villa by Du Yifan and Su Jin. Long Zimo was already sitting on the sofa in the rooftop tea house, drinking tea leisurely. This was Luo Su's first time on the rooftop. She didn't expect there was a small garden and a lounge here. I didn't expect that several big guys would like to drink tea and chat here. Du Yifan and Su Jin were fighting for the professional-looking astronomical telescope. "Let me take a look first," Su Jin said. "You don't know how to see it." Du Yifan pushed Su Jin aside and threw her a small handheld telescope. Luo Su found these two people interesting for the first time. It was rare to see them like this. They really were friends who grew up together. "Boss, what's going on tonight?" Luo Su walked into the lounge and drank tea with Long Zimo. Long Zimo looked up at the starry sky through the transparent glass skylight and said, "Drink tea, chat, and watch meteors." Luo Su was a little surprised. But it's not bad to relax occasionally. At 9 o'clock in the evening, dense meteor showers slid across the sky, forming a gorgeous picture. Wow, Luo Su looked up and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It's really spectacular. Wow, it's so beautiful. Let me see what it looks like to watch meteors with an astronomical telescope. Su Jin pushed Du Yifan away and stared at the telescope intently, sighing from time to time. Wow, so this is what it looks like. It's so clear. Du Yifan's telescope was snatched away, and he returned to the lounge angrily and sat down to drink tea. The group chatted for a while. Du Yifan mentioned that no one had entered the game for more than a month, and it was strangely quiet. Luo Su remembered that she had not entered the game for a long time. As the group chatted, Su Jin got tired of watching and came over to have some snacks. She had just sat down when there was a loud boom. It felt like the ground was shaking. What's going on? The group stood up at the same time and rushed out to see. Long Zimo ran to the astronomical telescope to take a closer look. Boom! Another loud noise. Oh no, it's a meteorite falling! Long Zimo said in shock. Su Jin, hurry up and collect the latest information. Everyone hurried downstairs. Some videos of falling meteorites began to appear on the internet, and the pictures were chaotic everywhere. The first place where it fell was near the Xishan Scenic Area in Shilin City. Xishan? Luo Su thought of her grandmother and hurriedly called her. Unable to get through. Boom! Another loud noise came from outside. This time it felt very close. Luo Su was on the 3rd floor. Hearing Dowda crying in fear, he rushed downstairs. Mom! Dowda cried loudly. Luo Su picked Dowda up with one hand and kept calling Grandma with the other hand. Unable to get through, she called her relatives in Xishan again, but still couldn't get through. Grandma might have been in trouble. Luo Su was extremely anxious. He called Long Zimo and said he wanted to borrow a car. Long Zimo and Du Yifan hurried down from the 3rd floor. Luo Su, why do you want to borrow a car? It's very dangerous outside now. Where are you going? Long Zimo asked. Luo Su said anxiously, I'm going to Xishan, my grandma is there. Chapter 72. Long Zimo was shocked when he heard this. Just as he was about to say something, the phone rang. It was an official call. Du Yifan comforted Luo Su. Luo Su, calm down first. The situation outside is unclear now, but it is certain that a large number of tourists are evacuating from the scenic area, so the road to Xishan must be very congested. Besides, outside now. Before Du Yifan finished speaking, There was a boom and another meteorite fell. It's too late, Du-Yifan, give me the car keys quickly. Luo Su was extremely anxious. Du-Yifan shook his head and said, no, you don't have a driver's license yet, so you can't drive. Besides, it's very chaotic outside now. Let's wait for the boss to make arrangements. Okay, believe me, he will definitely find a way to rescue your grandmother. Luo Su glanced at Long Zimo, who was answering the phone with his back to her. From the content, it seemed that the authorities needed Songlong's help. Luo Su rushed out holding Daodu, and Xiaobai ran out with him. Luo Su, don't go out. Du-Yifan chased after him. Luo Su ran very fast, and the helpless image of her grandmother kept flashing in her mind. Grandma, you must wait for me, I will save you. Luo Su rushed out of the gate of the villa area. Du-Yifan saw that she was determined to go, so he had to run back to drive. He called Luo Su, but she didn't answer. Leave a WeChat message, Luo Su, wait for me at the gate, I will go back and drive you there. When Du-Yifan drove the car to the gate of the villa area, Luo Su was gone. He thought it was bad, and at this time, Long Zimo called him. Hey boss, Luo Su is missing. She may have gone to Shishan by herself. What? Catch up with her. She doesn't have a car, she can't go far. Long Zimo was furious. This stupid woman. He went upstairs to get a bunch of car keys and hurried out. Grandma Long saw him in a hurry and was about to go out, so she hurriedly asked, Zimo, where are you going? The TV news said it's very dangerous down there. Grandma, you go to sleep first, I have something urgent to go out. Long Zimo said, and hurried downstairs. Luo Su left the villa area and happened to meet a small truck that had just unloaded the goods and was about to leave. She took Daodu and Xiaobai back to the second floor of the villa and went up to ask the truck driver. Master, are you driving long distance? One trip costs 10,000 yuan, and the fuel cost is extra. Luo Su asked the truck driver. The truck driver was a middle-aged man in his early 40s. When he heard that someone was offering a high price for a long-distance trip, he was immediately surprised. Wow, this woman is really bold. In the middle of the night, she dared to call a car alone to drive a long distance. Where are we going? The truck driver asked. Shishan, Luo Su said. Shishan is not far, only 70 or 80 kilometers, but it's so dangerous now, and it's hard to make money. The driver said, but his tone didn't seem very scared. Are you going? Luo Su couldn't wait any longer. Add a little more, 15,000, and you can go back and forth. The truck driver held up 5 fingers. Sure. Luo Su opened the door of the truck, climbed in, and fastened his seat belt. The driver raised his lips and rushed out with a foot on the accelerator. Hello, boss. Du-Yifan drove the car and chased for a long distance, but he didn't see Luo Su's shadow. Have you seen Luo Su? Long Zimo asked. No, where did he go? It's been a while, it's strange. Du-Yifan answered the phone while driving, looking for people everywhere. At this time, there was a small truck carrying goods in front of him. He stepped on the accelerator and chased after it, stretching his head to look. There was only the driver. Come back immediately. If there is anything at the headquarters, you will handle it. Also, ask Su Jin to continue collecting the latest information. Report to me if there is any situation. Long Zimo said, and added, Luo Su may take Daodu back to the second floor of the villa. You arrange for someone to take care of Daodu. Well, okay. Where are you going, boss? Du-Yifan asked. I'm going to Shishan. Don't tell Grandma to save her from worrying. Long Zimo said. Hey, what are you looking for? The truck driver saw Luo Su bending down and groping for a long time, but he didn't get up. My cell phone? I dropped it here just now. It's strange. Luo Su fumbled for a long time and finally got it. She took a tissue to wipe the phone. Just when she wanted to call her grandmother, she found that the screen was black. Oh, the phone is out of power. Luo Su exclaimed. Chapter 73. Luo Su's phone was out of battery. The charger on the truck was not suitable for her, so she had to borrow the driver's phone to call her grandmother. But she still couldn't get through. She panicked even more. Master, can you go faster? Luo Su urged anxiously. Beauty, this is a small truck, not a sports car. At this late hour, driving 100 is already very fast. The truck driver said. Don't worry, Shishan is very close. As long as the road conditions are good, you can get there in an hour at most. The truck driver said. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly braked. Che La. The car moved forward and sideways due to inertia, and finally stopped at the edge of a big pit. Fuck, What's going on? The driver stopped the car and cursed. Why is there a big pit in the middle of the road? Luo Su stretched her neck and looked, with the help of the light of the car lights. She saw a big black stone lying in the big pit, still steaming. Without saying a word, she moved her mind and put the stone into the space. Ding! Get an energy stone. Energy stone? Luo Su was surprised, but he didn't have time to study it. Master, can we go around? Luo Su asked hurriedly. The truck driver was holding a flashlight, checking the positions on both sides of the road. It can't go around. There is no room on both sides of the road. The driver shook his head and sighed. Luo Su activated his eyes and ran down to check. On one side of the road was a cliff, and below was a river. And on the other side was a mountain slope. Push the car back 20 meters. Luo Su said. The driver didn't know what she was going to do, but looking at the situation, he couldn't go to Shishan tonight. Such a big pit must have been caused by a rock falling from the sky. It would take at least several days to remove the rock and repair the road. It's really unlucky. We have already walked most of the way and are almost there. If we turn back, this business will be ruined. The truck driver muttered to himself and backed the car 20 meters. He heard a puff 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 sound coming from the darkness ahead. I heard a lot of cars honking in front of me. Looking at the direction of the headlights, there was a corner ahead. It seemed that there was a problem with the road at the corner ahead. Beauty, I think we can't go to Shishan this time. The truck driver shouted. Drive the car over here. Luo Su turned around and shouted. The truck driver drove the car to Luo Su's side and asked her to get in. I thought he was going to pick her up and go back, but when I looked up, I was stunned. What? The big hole was filled. The truck driver stuck his head out to check. Not only was the big hole filled, but a large area of the mountain beside the road was also flattened, making it completely possible for the car to pass through. Oh my god, is this a ghost? The truck driver was so shocked that his tongue was not working. Suddenly he thought of something, and secretly looked at Luo Su with a slanted eye. Seeing that she was so beautiful and so calm, how could she be a normal person? Could it be a female ghost? Wang Dajiang, you are greedy for money. In the middle of the night, how could someone spend 10,000 yuan to hire a car? Are you blinded by money? Or are you tired of living? Even if stones are falling from the sky, you can't stop your greed. The truck driver slapped himself a dozen times in his heart. But he had to pretend that he didn't see through the ghost's trick. Brother, what are you doing? Drive faster. We're in a hurry. Luo Su was anxious and urged him unhappily. The road has been filled for you. Why don't you go? What do you want? Oh, here. Let's go. The driver started the car, but didn't dare to step on the accelerator too fast, and slowly drove around the big pit. At the corner ahead, there was indeed a landslide, burying Luo. See, we can't go turn back. Wang Dajiang prayed in his heart, feeling very scared, as if the road ahead was the Yellow Springs Road. But something even more bizarre happened in front of him. The mud that had collapsed on the road ahead disappeared in the blink of an eye. The road was cleaned up. Beep! Ding! The vehicles that were stuck coming out of the West Mountain direction were finally able to pass, and they drove past one after another. But the truck driver Wang Dajiang was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped. This was undoubtedly a female ghost. She was in a hurry to get to Shishan, so she paved the way through the mountains. It was too scary. Hurry up, brother! Luo Su urged again. Wang Dajiang stepped on the accelerator and drove forward. He prayed in his heart that the female ghost would spare his life after reaching the destination. Chapter 74. After arriving in Shilin City, Luo Su handed the truck driver an address. Take me to this address, and you can leave. When Wang Dajiang heard this, he felt as if he had been pardoned and hurriedly took the note. But when he saw the address on it, his eyes suddenly went dark and his heart became even more panicked. Beautiful lady, can I ask what you are going to do? Although Wang Dajiang was very scared, he had to ask for the safety of his family. Looking for someone. Luo Su said impatiently. What's the name of the person you're looking for? Wang Dajiang asked with a stiff face. Why do you ask so many questions? You have to pay a dime if I deliver the goods to the destination. Luo Su said unhappily. She was so anxious that she didn't have the energy to chat. Wang Dajiang was worried. He definitely couldn't go to this address. But how could he get away? Just then, his mother called. Wang Dajiang, why haven't you come home yet? Didn't you say you'd be back after delivering the last batch of goods in the suburbs of Beijing? It's very chaotic outside now. Don't wander around outside. Come back quickly. Yeah. Wang Dajiang hung up the phone. Wang Dajiang used the excuse that his car broke down and he wanted to get off to check. As soon as Luo Su got off, he stepped on the accelerator and disappeared. Luo Su was surprised. Is this guy sick? He was bargaining just now and seemed to care about money. If you want to see it, you should send it to me. Why did you run away first and didn't even want the fare? Luckily, there are many motorcycle taxis here. She reported the address to the motorcycle taxi driver based on her memory. It was delivered in 10 minutes. Luo Su looked at the house number, which was the same as the address her grandmother left her. Fortunately, the meteorite did not hit here. She went forward and knocked on the door, and it opened quickly. As a result, it was the truck driver? Ah! He screamed in fear and fell to the ground. Wang Dajiang was horrified. It was over. This female ghost was too powerful and came to the door. Beautiful lady, don't blame me, don't blame me. I didn't mean to deceive you. Please, don't embarrass my family. Wang Dajiang begged for mercy. What? Luo Su was confused. Dajiang, who is here? Luo Su saw an old lady coming out, who looked a bit like her grandmother. Hey girl, it's so late. Who are you looking for? The old lady came over and asked. Hello, Grandma. I'm here to see my grandma Su Guilian. She came from the suburbs of Beijing to visit relatives. Luo Su replied. Hey, you are Su Su, right? Come in quickly. Your grandma is upstairs. The old lady said, turning around and shouting upstairs, second sister, your granddaughter is here. Wang Dajiang heard that the relative was looking for him, so he got up and followed him in. Luo Su's grandmother poked her head out from the second floor. Su Su, why are you here? The grandmother hurried downstairs. I'm here to pick you up. I heard that a meteorite fell in Shishan, and I was worried about you, so I came here. Luo Su saw that his grandmother was safe and sound, and the big stone in his heart fell to the ground. Don't talk while standing. Come and sit down and chat. The old lady greeted warmly. Luo Su pulled his grandmother to sit on the sofa together. The old lady turned around and shouted, Dajiang, what are you doing? Go and pour the guests a cup of tea. Yes. Wang Dajiang turned around and poured 2 cups of tea. When handing tea to Luo Su, he whispered, So you are a human? Huh? Luo Su didn't understand. Su Su, according to seniority, Dajiang is your uncle. He drives a truck all day long, has never seen the world, and doesn't speak well. Don't mind it. The old lady said happily. It's nothing. My cousin is a very nice person. It's just a little strange, haha, Luo Su smiled. Grandma suddenly asked, Su Su, you came here alone. Where is Daodu? Who will take care of Daodu? Daodu is at home, Grandma. Let's go back quickly. Speaking of this, Luo Su got anxious and pulled Grandma up. Oh, it's so late. Let's stay here tonight. The old lady said hurriedly. No, third sister, we have something to do at home. We will come to play with you next time when we are free. Grandma patted the back of the old lady's hand and said, Since Luo Su is here, I can't let her go for nothing, so I just go back with her. Anyway, we've been playing for a few days, and it's not peaceful outside. Is that so? Then, Dajiang, go to the suburbs of Beijing and send your second aunt and the others back. The old lady said. Wang Dajiang, No, we can go back by ourselves. Luo Su said, and after Grandma picked up the things, the two hurried out. Wait a minute, I get the car keys. Wang Dajiang shouted. When he got the car keys and chased out, the two had disappeared. The creepy feeling came back. Wang Dajiang hurriedly shook his head and regained his sanity. Emma, what's wrong with me? I'm suspicious all day long. She's my cousin's daughter, my second aunt's granddaughter. Chapter 75. As soon as Luo Su left her relative's house, she took her grandmother and stepped into the second floor of the villa. Daodu had already fallen asleep on the sofa. Du Yifan was anxiously watching beside her. When she saw them coming back, she was relieved. Luo Su, you're back? Yes, thank you for helping to take care of Daodu. Luo Su said. Thank you for your help, Xiao Du. Grandma said a polite word and took Daodu back to her room to sleep. Where's the eldest brother? Have you seen him? He went to Shishan to look for you. Du Yifan asked Luo Su. Ah? Luo Su was surprised and said, He doesn't know the address of my relative's house. How can he find it? Call you, by the way. Why is your phone not working? Du Yifan looked anxious. Oh, it's out of power. Luo Su found a charger, and after charging for a few minutes, he was finally able to turn on the phone. He was stunned when he saw it. There were 57 missed calls, among them, Long Zimo, and Du Yifan made the most calls. She called Long Zimo back. The call went through, but no one answered. Du Yifan also called, but no one answered. Strange, at this time, Su Jin hurried up with a tablet. Du Yifan, come and see this video. What's wrong? Du Yifan took the tablet and put it on the coffee table. The three of them watched the video together. In the video, someone was broadcasting the situation after the meteorite fell. He was explaining non-stop, and the camera started from the side of a big pit and slowly approached the stones in the pit. The black stones were still smoking. Suddenly, the black meteorite flashed, and red lines appeared. With a bang, the meteorite opened. The live broadcaster exclaimed, and the camera shook a little. The angle was a little off, but the picture was naturally visible. It turned out to be a cabin inside, and several strange-looking unidentified creatures walked out of it. They only had a big round head, and then there were 4 legs under the head. The 4 legs walked quickly and walked out of the cabin, getting closer and closer to the camera. The dedicated broadcaster was frightened and ran away at this time. The camera was shaking, and finally, a scream of awe ended the live broadcast. As soon as this incident was broadcast, it was immediately on the headlines, with more than 100 million hits. The falling meteorite turned out to be an alien aircraft. Du Yifan was shocked. Luo Su was scared, because at this moment, there was a black meteorite lying in her backpack. What should I do? The boss is still in Shishan now. He may not know that there are aliens in the meteorite. Du Yifan said worriedly. I just sent the video to him, Su Jin said. But his phone is not accessible now. He won't answer the phone, Du Yifan said anxiously. Can I turn on the car location to see where the boss is now? Which car did he drive out today? Su Jin said, turning on the car location software. Ferrari sports car, Du Yifan replied. A few minutes later, I found out that his car is in the Shishan scenic area, Su Jin said, and suddenly remembered something. Open the 2 location maps and compare them. He couldn't help but panic. His car is very close to the largest crater. No. We have to go find him. Luo Su suddenly had a bad feeling. I go with you. Su Jin, you stay at the headquarters. Contact us as soon as you have any news, Du Yifan said, picked up the car keys and hurried downstairs. Luo Su asked her grandmother to take care of Daodu. She went downstairs to find Du Yifan, who was opening the car door and preparing to get in. Du Yifan, wait. I pack up the car and take you there, Luo Su said as she packed up the car. She had just entered the space from the door of her relative's house in Shishan, so she pulled Du Yifan out of the space and went directly to Shishan. She looked around and saw no one. So, a Hummer was placed in the space. Du Yifan took out the key and opened the door. The two got in the car, started the car, and drove away. At this moment, Wang Dajiang, who was sitting in his own truck and preparing to drive out to his mother-in-law's house, witnessed the whole scene. The cousin's daughter appeared out of thin air at his doorstep with a man, and then she waved her hand, and a cross-country vehicle appeared. Then the two got in the car and drove away. Wang Dajiang was stunned. Fuck, am I dazzled? Or is there some terminal illness? Why do I have hallucinations all the time today? He rubbed his eyes. Chapter 76. Luo Su and Du Yifan rushed to Shishan scenic area in a hurry. There were still more than 20 kilometers from Shilin City to Shishan scenic area. Many tourists evacuated from the scenic area at night, causing traffic jams on the road. It took the two of them more than 40 minutes to rush to the scenic area according to the car's positioning navigation. Luo Su activated the night vision function of the fire eyes and golden eyes. The scenic area was empty, and the ground was in a mess. She saw the big pit in the scenic area from a distance and ran over with Du Yifan. This is the center of the scenic area. A meteorite hit the foot of the West Mountain and created a large pit. The stone aircraft in the pit has been opened, and the aliens in the cabin are nowhere to be seen. There are some broken limbs of tourists around the pit, and the bloodstains on the clothing fragments are horrible. Luo Su and Du Yifan found Long Zimo's car on the other side of the pit. The car door was open, but no one was seen. Luo Su called Long Zimo, and the phone rang from his car. He didn't even bring his cell phone. It seems he left in a hurry, and he didn't have time to take his cell phone. Where did he go? Boss! Du Yifan shouted to the surroundings. No response. Du Yifan, follow me. Luo Su found traces of fighting in the nearby bushes. He followed the traces and entered a nearby grove, where there were 2 alien remains. Luo Su collected the remains into the space. Ding! Get the remains of the explorer. Reward gain points 20 expeditioner remains. Luo Su was surprised, but he didn't have time to take a closer look. The most urgent thing now was to find Long Zimo first. The traces of the fight in the grove looked very fierce. Several maple trees as thick as telephone poles were cut flat, and the fractures were very smooth, which showed how terrible the killing power was. The two followed the traces of the fight, and they felt more and more distressed. Finally, they passed through the woods and followed the traces to a boulder by the river. There were 3 alien remains next to the boulder. Luo Su took the remains away. Turning around, he found that there were several deep scratches on the boulder, which seemed to be left by a sharp weapon. There was a pool of half-dried blood next to the scratches. But there was no trace of Long Zimo. Seeing this, both of them were horrified. Long Zimo! Luo Su shouted. Boss, where are you? Du Yifan was extremely anxious. Luo Su looked at the slowly flowing river, and with a thought, he locked onto the riverbed within 50 meters. Collect? Except for a pile of debris and garbage, nothing was found. There were still 1 million survival points in the bag, so she upgraded her level to Bronze 8, upgraded her group monster skill to level 3, and expanded her attack and lock range to 100 meters. She locked onto the riverbed again and searched within a 100-meter range. Collect? Still nothing. Where did the boss go? Luo Su frowned. The two walked downstream along the river for a while, but they didn't see Long Zimo. They walked onto a country road and were about to go back to drive, when suddenly a car drove slowly in front of them, with dazzling headlights. Luo Su and Du Yifan hurriedly retreated to the side of the road to let the car pass first, but unexpectedly, the car stopped in front of them. Cousin, why are you here? The car window opened and Wang Dajiang stuck his head out to say hello. Luo Su then saw clearly that this was the small truck from her relative's house. Uncle? Yes, it's me. What are you doing here in the middle of the night? Wang Dajiang looked Du Yifan up and down. This cousin's boyfriend wears glasses and is very gentle. Isn't he a man? We are looking for someone, Luo Su said. Wang Dajiang laughed. A man and a woman alone by the river in the middle of the night. What else could it be but a date? City people really know how to have fun. At this time, his phone rang, and the loud volume of a knockoff phone came from the other end of the phone. Wang Dajiang, if you don't come, someone will die in my house. A woman's loud voice shouted anxiously. Who told you to meddle in other people's business? Why did you take the man home? Why not call the police? Wang Dajiang was also in a bad mood. He had been driving and running around all day without a break. In the middle of the night, the wife who had returned to her parents' home actually called and said that her father-in-law had taken a man out of the river and asked him to drive over to take him to the hospital. He was really bored and had nothing to do. Chapter 77. Luo Su and Du Yifan heard the content of the call and decided to follow Wang Dajiang to his mother-in-law's house to see the man fished out of the river. As soon as they parked the car, Luo Su and Du Yifan couldn't wait to follow his father-in-law into the hall to check. Long Zimo. Boss. When the two saw Long Zimo lying on the wooden bed with his last breath, they were immediately terrified. Luo Su saw that he was covered with scars, and there was a deep and long cut on his abdomen, and his heart was immediately broken. He needs treatment immediately. There is no time to waste. Uncle, he is the friend we are looking for. Let's take him back for treatment first. We will reward him handsomely later. After saying this, Luo Su no longer cared about any taboos. He took Long Zimo and Du Yifan and disappeared on the spot. He returned to the second floor of the villa, and then drove them to the best hospital in Beijing in a hurry. Wang Dajiang and his father-in-law and his family were stunned and looked at each other. In the end, Wang Dajiang couldn't explain it. In the emergency room of a top private hospital in Beijing, Suemo checked Long Zimo's condition and frowned. Yifan, you guys are in big trouble this time. His wound is so deep, and he was soaked in river water. He has multiple fractures. He needs surgery immediately. Du Yifan hurriedly signed various procedures. Luo Su and Du Yifan stood outside the operating room, worried. 3 hours later, the door of the operating room was pushed open. Suemo walked out with a relaxed look and twisted his stiff neck. Squeak. Then he said to Du Yifan indifferently, I'm sorry, family members. We have tried our best. Ah? Du Yifan and Luo Su thought they had heard wrongly. Suemo, what did you say? Say it again. Du Yifan stepped forward, grabbed Sumo's arm, and shook it vigorously, shouting as hard as he could. Family members, please calm down. The doctor has done his best. Several assistant doctors and nurses came over to pull Du Yifan away. Suemo didn't say anything to comfort him. and turned around and walked back to his own clinic. Du Yifan felt that something was wrong with Su Mo, so he turned around and ran in to see the boss. Boss, wake up! Du Yifan touched Long Zimo's cold hand and shook his head violently. I don't believe it. There must be hope. Su Mo! He shouted and ran out to find a doctor. Luo Su couldn't believe that the person covered with white cloth in front of her was Long Zimo. She gently opened it, and Long Zimo's handsome face was pale without a trace of blood. She felt a sudden pain in her heart. Since the game started, Long Zimo had saved her from danger time and time again, and he also cared for her in life. His kindness to her had infiltrated her world bit by bit, unconsciously. She had gradually gotten used to this dependence. Daodu also depended on him. Daodu always said that Long Zimo was his daddy. They had the same curly hair and the same black mole on their noses. Luo Su's fingers gently touched Long Zimo's tall nose, and it felt cold. Suddenly, her eyes paused. Huh? Where's the black mole? Where's the black mole on Long Zimo's nose? She looked left and right, and Long Zimo's nose was white, without a black mole. Something is wrong. Luo Su took a step back and activated her fiery eyes. The person lying on the bed was not Long Zimo at all. Or rather, he could not be called a person at all, because he was just a very realistic replica of flesh and blood, and the bones in his body were all metal skeletons. She was horrified and ran out to find Du Yifan. Du Yifan. She ran into Sumo's office, but unexpectedly saw Sumo pinching Du Yifan's neck with a hideous look. She grabbed a stool and smashed it on Sumo's head. Bang. With a sound, Sumo fell to the ground with a muffled sound, bleeding from his head. This scene was seen by the little nurse, who happened to come in. The little nurse ran out in fear. Murder. Chapter 78. Du Yifan coughed violently. Du Yifan, the one in the operating room is not Long Zimo, but a prosthesis. Let's leave here first, Luo Su said hurriedly. Prosthesis? Du Yifan was shocked. The two took advantage of the panic outside and left in a hurry. When passing by the operating room, Luo Su also put the prosthesis of Long Zimo into the space. The two rushed down to the parking lot. The parking lot's access control was beeping and shut tightly. The car can't be driven out. Luo Su waved his hand to put the car into the space, and took Du Yifan back to the second floor of the villa. Luo Su thought of the scene where Du Yifan was strangled by Su Mo with one hand, and felt strange. Du Yifan, don't you have skills? How could you let Su Mo succeed? Luo Su asked. It's so strange, my skills don't seem to work on him, Du Yifan said again. Su Mo is very abnormal. He was quite normal before the operation, but after the operation, he was completely abnormal. Could it be that something strange happened in the operating room? Luo Su said, thinking. Let me see that prosthesis, Du Yifan said. Luo Su looked at it, and saw that Grandma and Daodu were washing up and preparing for breakfast. She stood up and said, Let's go to the conference room to see it. It's not convenient here. In the conference room, the two studied the prosthesis for a long time. They found that it was a clone body. There was a strange chip in the brain of the head. Luo Su looked at the clone in front of him, puzzled. Who cloned Long Zimo? Where did the real Long Zimo go? Du Yifan answered without thinking, The aliens cloned him. It's not clear where the boss went. Luo Su thought about it, and it was true. At the current level of human technology, it is not possible to create clones. Then only the aliens who just came out of the meteorite spacecraft can have such super high-tech means. When he thought of this, Luo Su panicked even more. Long Zimo may have been captured by the aliens' base, so the aliens can clone another fake Long Zimo according to his appearance. Luo Su analyzed. Where is the alien base? Du Yifan frowned. At this time, Su Jin came. She was holding a tablet in her hand. Come and see, the anchor who broadcast the aliens last time is not dead. His live broadcast room has been very popular recently, but the style has changed. Now he broadcasts some weird things all day to attract people's attention. Luo Su took a look and wondered how this anchor would be fine. When he was chased by aliens last time, she thought of a possibility. She activated her fiery eyes, and tried to study the host through the screen. Who knew, after a closer look, she found that the host was also a clone. His skeleton was also made of metal, and there was a chip in the brain of his head. This chip can control the language and actions of the clone. Luo Su told the two bosses what she saw and some of her thoughts. If the host is also a clone, then we don't know how many people are missing and cloned outside, Du Yifan said. The three people fell into thinking. It is said that 3 cobblers are better than Zhuge Liang, But the three of them discussed for a long time, and could not think of a usable solution. At this time, Luo Su's phone rang. It was Wang Dajiang who called. He said that they fished out another man in the river who looked exactly like the previous one. However, this man did not suffer any external injuries, but just looked unconscious. The three people in the conference room were immediately overjoyed. Chapter 79. Luo Su and Du Yifan hurried out of the space, and came to Wang Dajiang's father-in-law's house. She opened her fiery eyes, and found that the wet long Zimo lying on the bed was fake again. Fake again? Luo Su said to Du Yifan. How abominable! Du Yifan cursed angrily, feeling like he was being played around. Luo Su looked at Wang Dajiang and his father-in-law's family. Fortunately, they were all normal people. At this time, the fake long Zimo lying on the bed woke up. He sat up suddenly, his eyes quickly swept over everyone in the room, and finally stopped at Luo Su's face. Luo Su, you are finally here, come with me. The fake long Zimo showed a hint of excitement, and even imitated the voice perfectly. It stretched out its hand to take Luo Su away, but Luo Su dodged, and it grabbed the hand of Hitsuehua, Wang Dajiang's wife. In a flash, Hitsuehua's body was covered by a translucent energy, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Almost at the same time, a clone who looked exactly like her appeared in the same place. All of this happened in just a few seconds. Luo Su was shocked and took several steps back. What kind of black technology is this? Can you clone someone just by touching your hands? If he hadn't opened his eyes, Luo Su wouldn't have noticed this. At this moment, the other people in the room obviously hadn't noticed what had just happened. The clone person just disappeared. Did he die or was he transferred to another place? Luo Su's thoughts turned quickly in his heart. Seeing the fake long Zimo acting as if nothing had happened, he suddenly felt a chill down his spine. She thought about it, and collected the fake long Zimo and Hitsuehua. Ah! Everyone present was shocked when they saw the two people disappearing out of thin air. Wang Dajiang and his father-in-law's family were confused. The father-in-law asked hurriedly, "Where did you take our Suehua? These people appear and disappear day by day. It's really a good deed that goes unrewarded." Wang Dajiang was also anxious. "Cousin, we are kind enough to help you save people. We can't repay kindness with hatred." "Uncle, my friend is also missing. We suspect there are aliens nearby. We need to find their lair as soon as possible to see if we can rescue the missing people," Luo Su said, frowning. "Aliens?" Everyone's eyes widened. "I know, that video has gone viral online, saying that there are aliens in our Shishan scenic area." At this time, Wang Dajiang's teenage son said. "Oh, really?" Wang Dajiang and others heard their children say this, and they believed it to some extent. "I will go with you, and we must find Suehua back," Wang Dajiang said, following Luo Su closely. "Okay, let's go together." After Luo Su finished speaking, he went out with Du Yifan and Wang Dajiang to look for people. Since the clones floated from the river, the base of the satellite people should be not far from the river. The four of them went all the way to the upper reaches of the Shishan River. After walking about 2 miles, they found something strange in a small valley upstream. There was a large round object in the valley, and the color was very similar to the surrounding trees. Most people would not be able to find it unless they looked closely. However, this trick could not escape Luo Su's sharp eyes, and she sneaked into the valley with the two of them. Luo Su chose a relatively hidden location, and went to the second floor of the villa to record the new transmission point. When she came out of the space, a small hole opened on the top of the round object, and 3 drones flew out from it, with the cameras on them flashing a faint green light. "Don't show your head, that's a drone," Du Yifan said, and hid behind the tree trunk. Storage. Luo Su thought about it, and collected all 3 drones. Ding! 3 high-altitude detectors were obtained. After a while, the door of the round sphere opened, and a 4-legged alien ran out. It looked up at the sky and looked around, apparently looking for the drone that had just lost contact. Super Harvest. Luo Su thought about it, and collected the lone 4-legged alien into the space. Ding! Kill the expeditioner and get 20 game points. Chapter 80. Du Yifan found that the drones and aliens had disappeared and gave Luo Su a thumbs up. "Cousin, niece, that 4-legged monster just now, was it an alien?" Wang Dajiang saw an alien for the first time, and was so scared that he stuttered. "Well, are you scared?" Luo Su turned around and asked, "If you are scared, you should stay outside and don't go in with us." Wang Dajiang hurriedly shook his head and said, No, I want to save Suehua." As he spoke, he looked around and picked up a thick wooden stick. "Follow me, don't run around." After saying that, Luo Su tiptoed towards the small door of the round sphere. Du Yifan and Wang Dajiang followed closely behind. The three of them came to the door, and were about to sneak in when two explorers suddenly walked out. Shiji quacked Chili Gulu. They walked out slowly while talking. Probably because they only had one eye, they didn't notice the three people standing against the wall outside the door. After they walked out of the door, Luo Su collected them into the space with a thought and received 40 game points. Luo Su remembered that it would be safer to form a team, so he invited them to join the team, but found that Wang Dajiang was not a player and could not join the team, which was troublesome. After forming a team with Du Yifan, Luo Su found that there were two green dots flashing on the team radar. Invite to join the team. Luo Su immediately saw the teammate prompt. Player. Long Zimo. Join the team. Player. Bluetooth. Join the team. Luo Su was surprised to see Long Zimo join the team. But why is Bluetooth here too? Kicked out. Bluetooth was kicked out of the team by her. Remembering the last game of Speed of Life and Death, she set off more than a dozen traps for Bluetooth, and he has always been holding a grudge. The boss has joined the team. Luo Su, let's go in and save him. Du Yifan found the boss inside and rushed into the door excitedly. Hey! Luo Su was not ready yet, so he chased him in and activated his protective skills. Elite Armor. Spiritual Ocean. Energetic. Du Yifan rushed to the front and also added a transparent shield to protect her from mental attacks. They walked to a control room, in front of which sat a selector, who was monitoring rows of screens, which kept changing some high-altitude shooting images. Super Storage Ding. Kill the expeditionary and get 20 game points. Storage. Luo Su put the row of wireless monitoring screens in his pocket. Beep beep. Chigua, Chigua. Suddenly, there was a siren sound. Luo Su looked back and found two pink explorers standing not far behind them. The antenna-like tentacles on their heads were beeping like alarms. Luo Su was startled and hurriedly put the two pinks into the space. The siren sound finally disappeared, but it alarmed more explorers inside. Chigua, Chigua. Chijiguagua. A group of explorers shouted slogans and rushed out with weapons. Cute baby bubble. Luo Su activated the stealth skill, and she and Du Yifan disappeared in a flash, frightening Wang Dajiang, who was left alone behind. Cousin, don't leave me. Luo Su was shocked. Oh my god, how could I forget about this guy? He was thrown back to the second floor of the villa decisively. Luo Su came to his senses, and Du Yifan had killed a lot of expeditioners. Luo Su, kill this thing, and you will be rewarded with game points directly. Du Yifan was surprised. Yes. Luo Su collected all the last few, and made a quick decision. After killing this wave, they came to a staircase, where a narrow metal staircase stretched upwards. Looking at the position of teammates, Long Zimo was upstairs. They went up the stairs to the second floor of the base. The second floor was a laboratory. A man was covered with his head, and tied up on a laboratory table. He was full of various instruments and tubes, and there was a row of monitoring equipment around him. Luo Su and Du Yifan were immediately worried. Boss! Luo Su rushed over and took off the hood. As a result, Luo Su was dumbfounded. Bluetooth? Luo Su saved me. Bluetooth weakly asked her for help. Chapter 81. Luo Su, do you know him? Du Yifan asked. Don't worry about him for now. Saving the boss is the most important thing. Luo Su was afraid that if she delayed for one more second, Long Zimo would be in more danger. According to the information from her teammates, the boss's location was upstairs, but why couldn't she find him? She walked around the laboratory, and didn't find any place where people could hide. Luo Su. Bluetooth shouted weakly. Luo Su turned around and glared at him. Save me. I tell you where he is. Bluetooth said slowly, as if breathing was painful. You speak first, wait until I save him, then I will consider saving you. Luo Su said coldly. Bluetooth nodded with difficulty. He kept glancing at a huge advertising screen on the wall, and uttered two words. Advertisement. Is there a dark room behind this advertising screen? Luo Su walked over suspiciously to check. Luo Su, be careful of fraud. Du Yifan reminded. You stay here, and if you find anything wrong, kill him immediately. Luo Su said. Okay. Du Yifan agreed. Luo Su lifted the advertising screen, and behind it was a solid wall, and there was no dark room. Suddenly there was a buzzing sound. She was sucked in. She felt a flash in front of her eyes, and she was in a secret room. And Long Zimo was standing straight in the middle of the secret room, his eyes closed, and the black mole on the bridge of his nose was particularly conspicuous at this moment. Long Zimo. Luo Su called him excitedly. No response. There was a light door around him, and an orange spotlight covered his head. When we were forming a team just now, he should have been conscious. Why is he not responding now? It must be this light gate that caused the trouble. Then take the light gate away. Collect. Can't collect it? Then cut it into pieces. Super harvest. Huh? Can't use combat skills here? Just then, suddenly. Buzz. A strange-looking alien appeared out of thin air in the secret room. It exudes a strong aura all over its body. If the expeditioners downstairs were bronze level before, then this one is a real king. You're finally here, Luo Su. It spoke, and its voice imitated Long Zimo's. It seems that the clones were created by this alien monster. Boom! Luo Su threw a huge rock without saying anything. But it seemed to be able to predict, and easily avoided Luo Su's attack. Don't rush to fight. Let me see what you can do first. After the alien monster finished speaking, he stretched out his hand and pushed in the air. Luo Su was pushed to Long Zimo's side, and a second orange beam of light appeared on the light gate, covering Luo Su's head. Luo Su secretly cried out in her heart, but she had no ability to resist. She felt sleepy, and slowly closed her eyes. Then, she came to a space similar to a dream, and her memory fragments from childhood to adulthood were played out quickly like movie clips. Then, it was her battle memory. All the skills, talents, and battle scenes she had used were extracted. Ha ha ha, interesting, these two sources of human ability are very rare. If I can absorb them, my combat power will definitely be greatly improved. It's worth my long trip. The alien laughed triumphantly. Suddenly, Luo Su felt a strong force rushing into her mind, causing her to have a splitting headache and extreme pain. She felt that her skills, talents, and space props were being forcibly stripped away. No, they can't be taken away. Luo Su's consciousness was desperately resisting. But her mental strength was rapidly draining away. What to do? She couldn't move now, and her skills couldn't be used. Long Zimo must have suffered the same fate as her. Luo Su was extremely anxious. Chapter 82. Luo Su was extremely anxious. Her mental strength was exhausted, and she didn't even have the strength to resist mentally. Despair came overwhelmingly. At this time, an ancient and vicissitudes of life voice sounded in her ears. When you feel desperate, hope is ahead. Luo Su's desperate world seemed to be thrown into a little fire, and she couldn't help but think of that song in her heart. Love the way you don't kneel. Love you to confront despair. Refuse to cry. War, fight, with the most humble dream. To the sobbing and roaring in the dark night. The fighting spirit in my heart quickly ignited like a prairie fire. I can't surrender humbly. Luo Su gritted her teeth. Her eyes were bloodshot, and blood flowed from the corners of her mouth, but her fighting spirit was burning. Her talent of fire eyes and golden pupils also exploded, and she could see through more deep mysteries. She broke free from the dream, and her consciousness returned to the secret room. I saw that the alien monster was depriving her and Long Zimo of their special abilities. The alien monster was very surprised to see her wake up, and could not help but speed up the absorption. Bang! Luo Su threw an energy ball. The energy ball exploded on the alien monster, and a dark green haze sank into its body and disappeared. Energy ball? I like it. Ha ha! The alien monster was excited when he found that he could absorb the energy in the energy ball. Luo Su raised his mouth, grabbed a handful of energy balls, and threw them. Bang! There was a loud noise. The alien monster's body absorbed too much energy, and its body was bulging. It was in a panic, and quickly stopped absorbing energy. It staggered 2 steps, as if trying to escape, but the energy in its body was running wildly out of control. Luo Su stared at it intently, and threw another energy ball at it. Bang! With a sound, the alien monster exploded and died. The energy in its body dissipated. Storage. Luo Su took all the energy back into the space, and turned on the invalid fusion at the same time. Ding! Fusion successful. Obtain the talent energy ball. Ding! Fusion successful. Obtain the skill energy ball. Ding! Fusion successful. Obtain the control energy ball. The moment the alien monster exploded, the light gate disappeared. With a puff, Long Zimo collapsed to the ground. Long Zimo, how are you? Luo Su stepped forward to help him up. Long Zimo leaned in Luo Su's arms. His consciousness was weak, the corners of his mouth twitched, and he seemed to want to say something. Luo Su put his ear close to listen carefully, and only heard 4 words. So, it's you. After saying that, he fainted. Long Zimo. Luo Su helped him out of the secret room. Boss, Luo Su. Du Yifan was immediately surprised to see the two people coming out. Luo Su glanced at Bluetooth. He was too badly injured, he couldn't hold on, he died. Du Yifan said. Let's go, we talk when we get back. Luo Su retracted her gaze, and took Long Zimo and Du Yifan back to the second floor of the villa. In the living room on the second floor, Wang Dajiang was chatting with his grandmother. Seeing them come back, he was immediately excited and ran over to ask. You are finally back, where is my Tsuehua? Luo Su handed Long Zimo to Du Yifan and Su Jin, and she hurried back to the expedition base. After searching for a while, they finally found the missing people in a large secret room, with hundreds of them. Su Imo saw Luo Su coming in and asked hurriedly, Aren't you with Du Yifan? How is Long Zimo now? The 3 or 4 doctors and nurses that Su Imo followed also gathered around. What happened? We were just about to start the operation. How did we get here in the blink of an eye? At this time, He Tsuehua also squeezed out of the crowd and ran over to ask for help. Cousin, please help us get out. She had seen Luo Su's mysterious ways, like a god. Luo Su nodded, waved his hand, and took everyone back to the village of Wang Dajiang's father-in-law. Everyone realized that they were saved and thanked Luo Su. Luo Su did not stop at all, and took Su Imo and his colleagues back to the parking lot of the private hospital and left in a hurry. Hey Du Yifan, where is the boss? Luo Su cleaned up the mess and called Du Yifan. In the First People's Hospital of Beijing, the boss is in a very bad condition, come quickly. Du Yifan said. Chapter 83. In the single room on the top floor of the hospital. Long Zimo is unconscious. What did the doctor say? Luo Su looked at Long Zimo and was worried. The doctor said that he was fine physically, and this severe coma was caused by brain damage, or mental and psychological problems. Du Yifan was interrupted by Su Jin before he finished speaking. This is nonsense. Our boss is usually so healthy. What kind of mental illness or mental problems does he have? I think they are just too limited to find the cause of the disease. Su Jin said angrily. She couldn't accept Long Zimo becoming like this. Luo Su walked to the bed and looked at the sleeping Long Zimo, thinking. She checked the team information and found that Long Zimo's life bar was almost full, but his mental power was exhausted. According to the normal players, once out of the battle, the mental power will slowly recover over time. But it has been several hours since Long Zimo came back from the alien base, and his mental power is still 0. Too abnormal. Luo Su thought about it, and used all the recovery skills. Magical Pacifier restores all teammates to full health. Spiritual Ocean increases the upper limit of all teammates' mental power. Vigorous Energy doubles the recovery speed of all teammates' mental power. After a long time, Long Zimo's mental power began to recover slowly on the teammate information bar. Ah, the recovery skill works. Luo Su, how did you think of it? Du Yifan also found the teammate information and asked in surprise. Before, we met a king-level alien in the secret room. It tried to deprive Long Zimo of his skills and talents, but was interrupted by me. I guess the reason why Long Zimo is in a coma is probably because his talent was stripped away, leaving behind the sequelae of mental damage. Luo Su said his own judgment. Since it is a skill damage, I will try to restore the skill, but I didn't expect it to work. Luo Su said happily. After 10 minutes, Long Zimo's mental power bar recovered half, and he woke up slowly. Long Zimo opened his eyes, and saw Luo Su guarding the bed. He was as excited as if he had seen a long-lost treasure. Reaching out and pulling her into his arms, he held her tightly. Su Jin and Du Yifan looked at each other in surprise. Emma, what's going on? Long Zimo said hoarsely and choked. It's you. I finally found you. Luo Su was confused. Long Zimo, what's wrong with you? In the secret room, I saw all your memory fragments. That night in the Hawaii hotel 2 years ago, the drunk girl who saved me was you. Long Zimo said emotionally. Luo Su was shocked. What? The man who was as frightening as a beast that night turned out to be him? No, it can't be such a coincidence. Luo Su recalled the painful memories of that night, shook her head, and broke free from his arms. No, you must have recognized the wrong person. Long Zimo recalled the scenes in her memory fragments, all painful memories. I'm sorry, I was drugged that night, completely lost my mind, and hurt you. I can testify that the boss was really drugged by Jiang Hao's people that night. Du Yifan interrupted. Long Zimo then realized that there were other people in the ward. When did you come in? We've been here all along. When you woke up, you only had Luo Su in your eyes. Su Jin curled her lips. You guys go out first. Long Zimo said coldly. Yifan pulled Su Jin out and closed the door. Luo Su, I've been looking for you so hard. Because the drug was too strong, his memory of that night was just a vague fragment, and before the opponent drugged him, he destroyed the hotel's cameras in advance. After the painful memory of 2 years ago was associated with Long Zimo, Luo Su was completely sick. Her originally beautiful life trajectory was ruined because of that night. You recognize the wrong person. I have never been to any hotel, and I never drink. Luo Su denied it. Denied his words. Denied a failed life experience. She bit her lip, and tears rolled in her eyes. All this happened too suddenly, and she was caught off guard. It was as if someone suddenly revealed her deepest scar in public under the spotlight. She just wanted to run away. But Long Zimo held her tightly. I know it's you. Long Zimo said firmly, or you can tell me, who is Daoda's father? He's dead. Luo Su shook his hand away and rushed out the door. Chapter 84. The TV news kept reporting that alien spaceships were found in the Shishan scenic area. There were also some people who were once abducted by aliens, saying that they were rescued by a lady with special powers, who was later found to be a talented person from the Sanglong organization. As a result, there were many paparazzi outside the gate of the Sanglong headquarters in the past few days, all wanting to interview the heroine who saved people. Luo Su was annoyed. Originally, she just wanted to avoid Long Zimo, but now she had to avoid the paparazzi outside. She suddenly hoped to enter the game quickly to avoid the troubles in front of her. As expected, she got what she wanted. That morning, she received a reminder that she was about to enter the game. She called Du Yifan and reported that she was going to enter the game. 2 minutes later, Long Zimo came down from the building. Luo Su, are you going to enter the game? Long Zimo chased her and asked. Yes. Luo Su didn't want to pay attention to him. Don't worry, I'm at home. Long Zimo said, with a smile on his face. Luo Su was a little uncomfortable. Long Zimo suddenly became like this, and even felt a little strange. No need, just do your thing, Luo Su said. After packing up her things and telling her grandma, she carried Daodu into the room and entered the game. She came to the game transfer station. Welcome to the end of the world game. This round of the game is Seaside Party. I wish you a happy game. The game started so hastily. Luo Su was dumbfounded. What are the rules of the game? What are the conditions for passing the level? She knew nothing. When she regained consciousness, she was buried up to her neck. Daoda put another shovel of sand on her neck, and then he and Xiaobai danced and announced that they had completed the task. Luo Su was very upset. The two little ones were tired of playing with the sand, and ran to the nearby store, shouting for ice cream. She hurriedly got up and shook off the sand on her body. She found that she was only wearing a bikini swimsuit, and her eyes almost fell down in shock. This game now directly skips the opening and ending credits. Why did she feel that the script in her hand was incomplete? She hurriedly took a towel from the beach chair next to her and wrapped herself up before rushing to chase the two little foodies. Mom, 2 ice creams, 2 boxes of fries, 2 cups of milk tea, and 2 hot dogs, remember to pay. Daodu said a lot, but half of them had already been eaten by him. Boss, there's also the hot dog that Xiaobai just ate, as agreed, it's free. Daodu didn't forget to remind the boss. Oh. The boss of the convenience store was very upset. He just praised his dog, and then he was tricked into taking a hot dog. But since he bought so many things, forget it. Luo Su fumbled around. She didn't bring her wallet? She didn't bring her cell phone either. Boss, I'm sorry. I was in such a hurry that I forgot to take my wallet. Luo Su pointed to a beach chair not far away and said, wait a minute, I go get it now. She hurried back and took the bag from the beach chair next to the pit where she was buried in the sand. This was a small handbag with a stack of big green bills in it. She took out one of them and was about to go to the canteen when she was caught by a lady. Thief! Everyone, come and catch the thief! She stole my wallet! The lady screamed, and the people around her gathered around. How come this is your wallet? What do you have? Evidence? Luo Su was about to ask, when suddenly, she touched an ID card from her bag. She took it out, and saw that the photo on the ID card was indeed the lady's. Haha, misunderstanding. I remembered the wrong location. This is not my chair. Haha, sorry. Luo Su hurriedly returned the wallet to the lady. Then she was ready to run away. It was so embarrassing. Suddenly, the lady called her again. Wait, the towel you are wearing was also stolen from me. Huh? Luo Su hurriedly pulled off the towel and offered it with both hands. Sorry, I really saw it wrong. It was so embarrassing. If she hadn't tried it secretly just now, and couldn't enter the space in this game, she would have run away with Daodu. The lady pulled the towel off Luosu's body and glared at her, shameless. Luosu hurriedly ran away with her hands on her chest. Otherwise she was really worried that someone would show up and say that the bikini she was wearing was also stolen. She found a deserted place and tried it quietly. The space didn't work. The skills didn't work. She only had a few pieces of bikini cloth to cover her body, and she was penniless. It was speechless. This time, I was going to be screwed by this crappy game. When she was about to complain about the system for 300 rounds, someone suddenly patted her on the back. Turning around, she saw the tall and strong store owner holding Daodu in one hand and Xiaobai in the other, and asked angrily, "Your child ate 3 boxes of potato chips again. When are you going to pay?" Chapter 85. Luosu smiled awkwardly and said, "Don't worry, I still need to buy something." The shop owner put Daodu and Xiaobai down and said unhappily, "You can buy things, but you have to settle the bill first." "Oh, I go over and settle the bill later." Luosu had no choice but to agree. "Boss, boss!" A customer came to the shop, and the boss hurried back. Luosu watched the shop owner walk away, and immediately took Daodu and walked out. It's not that she would run away for a mere 200 yuan debt. But now she is penniless, so she plans to go out and find a way to make some money, and then come back to pay the bill. But as soon as she walked out of the beach scenic area, she received a system warning. "Ding, out of the game range. Please return to the game area, otherwise you will be directly eliminated after 30 seconds. What? Luosu was shocked and hurriedly pulled Daodu back to the beach. It seems that this game can only be played on the beach. Gurgle gurgle. Just at this moment, her stomach sang the empty city plan at an inopportune time. She glanced at the 2 little ones next to her, who were eating with their mouths full of oil, and reached out to grab the milk tea. "Why are little kids drinking milk tea? Daodu, Mom told me not to eat junk food. You bought so much at once." "This is a rip-off," Luosu said, and drank up the junk food in her hand in one gulp, still wanting more. She muttered depressedly, "This crappy game doesn't give you anything at the beginning. How can I make money?" "Complete the hidden tasks, and you will get cash rewards." At this time, someone next to him kindly reminded him. Luosu looked over. He saw a leisurely man lying on a beach hammock hanging between 2 trees next to him. The man had fair and delicate skin, handsome features, and a touch of gentleness in his handsomeness. He exuded a charming temperament. Hidden mission? Luosu was skeptical. "Yes, it's easy. Just pick up 100 shells, and you'd be done," the man said with a smile. "Picking shells? Is it true? Is it that simple?" Luosu wanted to find the player exchange area to check the situation, but found that there was no exchange area for this game. Dodo, who was standing by, was excited. "Picking up shells is fun. Mom, let's go pick up shells?" After saying that, he pulled Luosu to the beach. The mother and son were panting and picking up shells at the beach under the scorching sun. In order to repay the debt of 200 yuan, they really risked everything. 98, 99, 100. Finally, Luosu picked up 100 shells and breathed a sigh of relief. But there was no system notification sound for completing the task. Luosu's heart suddenly sank. "I told you it's not that simple." Looking back, the man looked like he was watching a show. Jiang Hao leaned against a tree trunk, holding a piece of grass in his mouth, and watched Luosu carrying a bag of shells from a distance. He couldn't help but grin. He didn't expect Sanlong's fourth in command to be so simple. Puff! Luosu threw a bag of shells at the man's feet. 100, there's no hidden task? Are you kidding me? Luosu said angrily. "Mom, shells, there are more here." Daodu chased after him with a few shells in his hands, panting. "Really? Maybe everyone's hidden task is different." Jiang Hao looked helpless. "I think you deliberately tricked us into picking up shells?" Luosu glared at him unhappily. The hidden task was not completed, and the store owner came to collect the debt again, even bringing a QR code card. He waved it in front of Luosu's eyes, and said in a bad tone, "Pay the bill first, don't delay my business." Luosu thought, "It's over. What should I pay with?" Jiang Hao actually said gloatingly, "It's only natural to pay back debts." "You?" Luosu glared at him. "This guy is really a fool. He fooled others, and fanned the flames here." Daodu looked at his angry mother, and then at his gloating uncle. He rushed up and hugged Jiang Hao's thigh, crying with snot and tears, "Uncle, you said just now that I picked up 100 shells for you to help me pay for snacks. I have already picked up 105 shells. Please pay me now, Daodu said, rubbing her tears and snot on Jiang Hao's pants, wiping her dirty hands on his clothes, and then crying. Luo Su was stunned. When did this little guy become so good at acting? Kindergarten doesn't teach this. At this time, some tourists were attracted by Daodu's crying and talked about it. This uncle is too much. It's so sunny, and he let a child pick up so many shells. Look at how pitiful the child is, his little face is sunburned. How many snacks does a child eat? This uncle is so stingy. If my brother is so stingy, I will break his legs. Jiang Hao's face was very ugly. He moved a few times, but couldn't get rid of the leg pendant. He saw that the little dirty hand was rubbing against him again, and his scalp was numb as he had obsessive-compulsive disorder. He hurriedly said, Okay, you come down first, I will pay for you. Daodu opened his big tearful eyes, and shook his head. No, uncle pays first, I will come down. Jiang Hao had no choice but to take out a $500 bill from his pocket and handed it to the store owner. The store owner took the money and looked for change from his waist bag. Luo Su took the opportunity to ask, Wait, boss, do you have beachwear in your store? I want to buy 2 sets. Yes, we have both adults and children. If you want, come with me to the store to choose. After that, he took her to the store. Jiang Hao watched Luo Su follow the store owner carelessly, with Daodu still hanging on his lap. He said disdainfully, Little guy, aren't you going to get down? Daodu happily let him go and said, Uncle, Mom said it's not good to lie, don't lie again next time. After that, he ran away with Xiaobai. Jiang Hao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Looking down at his dirty body, he ran back to take a shower and change clothes angrily. He thought angrily in his heart that he had heard that the fourth in command got to the top by relying on a child, and it seemed to be true. Half an hour later, Luo Su led Daodu out of the store, and they changed into colorful beach parent-child outfits. Although it was ugly, there was nothing she could do. This was the only pattern in the shop. It was better than walking around in a bikini. At this time, she finally received a belated system notification. Ding! Congratulations on completing the hidden task. Beach dress up, and received a reward of 500 yuan. A 500 yuan green bill appeared in Luo Su's hand, and she was immediately excited. If I had known earlier, wouldn't I have had money if I tried on the clothes first? This game was too tricky. She still didn't know what the conditions for passing the level were. She felt that it was not that simple. The calm surface of the beach might be hiding some kind of crisis. Chapter 86. Luo Su took Daodu to visit the entire beach scenic area and silently memorized the facilities and store distribution in the scenic area. After some observation, she found that there were no hotels or homestays in the entire scenic area, so where to stay at night? She happened to pass by a seafood snack shop. The shop was deserted, and the owner was listlessly sitting behind the cash register and dozing off. This is the edge of the scenic area, with few tourists, which is very different from the row of lively shops at the entrance of the scenic area. Mom, I want to eat this shrimp. Daodu pointed at the seafood noodle sign in the store and said. The owner of the seafood store heard that there were customers coming and hurried out to greet them. Luo Su took Daodu into the snack bar and found a seat to sit down. Xiaobai followed him in and waited under the seat next to Daodu. They ordered seafood snacks for 4 people. Xiaobai was not picky about food and ate the seafood rice for 2 people with relish. After eating a meal, Luo Su spent 150 game coins. The meal was so expensive, and the accommodation should not be cheap either. She still owes 500 yuan, and the little money she has is too much to spend. She doesn't know how many days she will stay in this game. I hope she can get other tasks. Luo Su decided to ask some questions first. Boss, is there any accommodation in the scenic area? The boss looked up and found that there were only a mother and son with a dog, and replied, I have it here. Luo Su was surprised and looked around the small shop, which was only about 50 or 60 square meters in size, and was filled with tables and chairs, and a small kitchen at the back. You here, how to stay? Luo Su asked. Upstairs, there are 2 floors upstairs. The boss pointed to the ceiling and said, How much does it cost to stay for 1 night? Single room is 500 yuan per night, double bed is 800 yuan per night. The boss said. So expensive? Luo Su was surprised. The money she had, minus the dinner fee, was not enough to stay for 1 night. My place is considered cheap. The accommodation fees at the entrance of the scenic spot are 3,000 to 5,000 yuan per night. The boss said leisurely. Ah, is the difference so big? Is the accommodation environment much different? Luo Su asked. The boss smiled awkwardly and said, there is still a little difference. Luo Su said, oh, and thought about how to earn enough money for accommodation. How about it, book a room? I only have 2 rooms here, and there may not be any vacancies in the afternoon. The boss said. I think about it. Luo Su said. She took Daodu and Xiaobai to continue shopping, walked towards the entrance of the scenic area, and asked about the price of accommodation along the way. The more she asked, the more expensive it became. She asked about the accommodation fee of the first store at the entrance, and it was as high as 5,000 yuan per night. It's incredible. The presidential suite of a 5-star hotel is just this price. After shopping around, it turned out that the seafood snack shop at the end was the cheapest. But there was no rush to go back. Luo Su wanted to go shopping again. At around 4 or 5 in the afternoon, street stalls were set up in a small square in the scenic area. There were quite a lot of people visiting, and it was very lively. Daodu, who usually loves to join in the fun, excitedly pulled her to visit the street stalls. The things sold on the street stalls were also strange, and had nothing to do with tourist souvenirs. Some sold tents, knives, and farm tools. The most popular one was the long-handled harpoon. It was sold out soon after it was put on display, and only one was left. Luo Su walked over and asked about the price, and his eyes widened immediately. Are you crazy? An ordinary harpoon costs 500 yuan. Luo Su thought these people must be crazy. It's so expensive to buy a harpoon, and you have to go fishing yourself. It's better to buy 500 yuan of seafood directly to the store for processing and eat as much as you want. Luo Su shook his head and walked to the next stall. This street stall sells all kinds of lamps, and the prices are ridiculously expensive. A 1-meter colored light string costs 100 yuan, and a palm-sized outdoor rechargeable floor lamp costs 200 yuan. Daodu yelled that he wanted to buy a flashlight, but an ordinary flashlight also costs 100 yuan. TSK, it's a black market. This is definitely a black market. Luo Su walked around and found that he couldn't even afford a flashlight. Luo Su looked at the crowds in the street stall square and couldn't help sighing. It's true that people with a lot of money are stupid. It's such an expensive black market, but you still come to buy things. Luo Su pulled Daodu and left the black market quickly. Daodu was reluctant, shouting that he wanted to buy this and that. Luo Su's face was full of black lines. Sun Za, although your mother has 100 million in reality, she is a complete pauper in this game. The money in her hand is not enough for 3 meals. When it was getting dark, she took Daodu back to the seafood snack shop on the edge of the scenic area and wanted to book a room with the boss to spend the night. As a result, the boss said that all the rooms were booked. I'm still late. When Luo Su was disappointed, the boss said, it's not easy for you to take care of a child. If you don't mind, I have a loft on the roof. I usually put some sundries in it. I can clean it up and live there for 1 night. It only costs 200 yuan. Luo Su thought that he only had 550 yuan left. If he had another meal tonight, it would cost at least 100 yuan. With this little money, he could only live in the sundry room. If you want to stay, I ask someone to clean it up for you right away. The boss said again. Well, let's clean it up. I go up and see if it's suitable to live in later, Luo Su said. The room was not cleaned up for a while, so Luo Su decided to have dinner first. Xiao Bai could only eat 1 meal for dinner, which was enough to fill her up half full. 3 meals cost her 100 yuan, leaving only 250 yuan in her pocket. An hour later, the boss took her to the roof to see the room. This was a small attic of about 7 or 8 square meters. The room was clean and tidy. There was a 1.5-meter wooden bed with a light pink quilt. The curtains that were hung temporarily, although half new and half old, looked quite warm in color. A simple bedside table with a thermos and disposable cups on it, and 2 pairs of slippers on the floor. It was a bit shabby, but it was barely enough to stay for 1 night, which was better than sleeping in the open. Luo Su paid the money and booked this loft for 1 night. Before leaving, the boss told her not to go out at night. No matter what you hear at night, don't open the door. The more Luo Su listened, the more she felt something was wrong. Why did she feel like she was living in a haunted house? Boss, this isn't a haunted house, is it? Why can't we go out at night? Luo Su asked with eyes wide open. No, it's not just my family. The whole scenic area is like this. We absolutely can't go out at night. Got it? The boss explained. Why? You have a curfew here? Luo Su asked puzzled. Don't ask why, just do what I say. I guarantee you be safe. the boss said responsibly. But after hearing his assurance, Luo Su felt even less secure. Is this just the boss's alarmist talk, or will something really scary happen at night? She lay on the wooden bed in the attic with Daodu, feeling a little uneasy. Chapter 87. Luo Su checked again, and only went to sleep after confirming that the doors and windows were locked. It was 9 o'clock in the evening, and it was quiet outside. Daodu had already fallen asleep, and Xiaobai was sleeping by the bed, which made Luo Su feel much safer. Although Xiaobai always liked to play around with naughty Daodu, since it was sent to the dog training department by Wu Di for 2 months of training, its alertness and combat ability have become very strong. Without any skills, it is stronger than ordinary military dogs. Although she was a little uneasy, she was tired after a whole day, so she laid down and fell asleep quickly. In the middle of the night, she was awakened by a scream. It sounded like it came from the beach. Xiaobai kept barking. What was worse was that the barking attracted some terrifying things. Bang! 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 Something fell heavily on the roof. Luo Su jumped out of bed with a start, and looked out through the crack in the door. She saw a dark shadow outside, but the light was too dim to see what it was. Hearing Xiaobai's roar, those things began to bang against the door frantically. Bang! 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 The wooden window was scratched and made a creaking sound, as if sharp claws were scratching the wood. Luo Su was startled and stepped back a few steps. Her breathing became stagnant, and she stared at the wooden door, as if the door would be knocked open in the next moment. She looked around the room, and except for the bed, there was no large object that could push against the door. The sense of fear increased a bit. But Xiaobai frantically pounced on the door, like a combative warrior, barking through the door, trying to scare the things outside. However, the opposite effect happened. More things came around. In addition to the doors and windows being hit, even the walls were scratched and creaked. It was over. Xiaobai, this naughty kid, is attracting hatred, Luo Su secretly complained. Xiaobai, be quiet, hush. But Xiaobai was aggressive, and didn't listen to any advice. Seeing that the wooden door was about to collapse, she hurriedly looked for something handy, as a weapon, and prepared to fight. But in the room, apart from the kettle, there was only a broom. She held the broom, and was ready. At this time, Daodu woke up and heard the noise outside. He hurriedly shouted, Mom, there are monsters outside. Luo Su thought Daodu was going to cry out of fear, but he jumped up excitedly, waving his flag and shouting, Xiaobai, kill them. Luo Su was very upset. Son, this game has banned skills, otherwise your mother would have dealt with them long ago. However, the next second, Xiaobai's hair stood on end. Then, lightning tore through the night, boom boom boom, a thunderstorm bombarded. Oh, Luo Su was surprised. Xiaobai can use skills? Why? Players have banned skills. Why can Xiaobai use them? Is it because Xiaobai is not a player? Yes, Xiaobai is not a player. It is a fantasy beast. Luo Su was surprised when he thought of this. Xiaobai, well done. Xiaobai was greatly encouraged by the praise, and intensive lightning bombarded him. Luo Su received a series of system prompts. Ding, kill mutants and get 1,000 survival points. Ding, kill mutants and get 1,000 survival points. Congratulations on completing the hidden task. Eliminate 20 mutants, and get 20,000 yuan in cash as a reward. Luo Su looked at the 2 stacks of game coins in his hand, and was immediately surprised. It was finally quiet outside. The clock on the wall pointed to 3 in the morning. Luo Su and Do Do lay back in bed, Xiaobai stayed by the bed, and felt safer, so they fell asleep peacefully. The next morning, the sun shone through the window slits onto the curtains, revealing a pale yellow light. Suddenly, a knock on the door ruined the beautiful morning. Bang, bang, bang. Girl, come out, and see what you have done. It was the fierce voice of the seafood snack shop owner. Luo Su jumped out of bed in a hurry. Open the door. What's wrong, boss? The boss said angrily, didn't I tell you not to make any noise? Your dog barked all night last night, and look at those things that have been attracted and destroyed my house. Luo Su turned around, and saw that the wall outside the attic was scraped beyond recognition, and there were deep scratches on the doors and windows. I'm sorry, boss, I didn't mean to do that. It's just that those things are too scary. As Luo Su said this, he was looking for the bodies of the mutant creatures last night, but there was nothing. There were overturned flower stands, broken flower pots, and messy things on the rooftop, but no bodies. Luo Su was very surprised. Xiaobai had killed dozens of them last night. Where were the bodies? What's the use of apologizing? Get out of here. I took you in out of kindness, but you brought me trouble. Oh, look at the destructive power. They are going to tear down the house. Go, go, go! Get out of here! The boss kept scolding her, and yelled that he wanted to kick her out. Roar, roar, roar! Xiaobai roared at the boss several times, scaring him so much that he staggered back a few steps. The boss was shocked and angry, picked up a wooden stick, and didn't dare to rush over. He pointed at Xiaobai from a distance and cursed. You beast! It was you who yelled and attracted those monsters last night, and you are still mean to me? Do you believe I will chop you up with a kitchen knife? Roar, roar! Xiaobai rushed over, scaring the boss so much that he couldn't hold it in and wet his pants. Xiaobai? Luo Su stopped Xiaobai, and Xiaobai stopped threatening and returned to Luo Su, wagging his tail. You, take your dog and get out. The boss fell to the ground, terrified. Xiaobai, let's go! Luo Su retracted her gaze, and went downstairs with Daodu in her arms. She went out, and saw that there were not many people on the beach. She walked towards the central square of the scenic area. Shops along the way opened one after another, and there were also groups of 3 or 2 chatting in front of the door. Do you know, another person died last night? I heard about it too. It is said that the death was very tragic. I heard that the person who died was sleeping in a tent on the beach. Sleeping outside is definitely dangerous. They have no choice. The accommodation fee is rising day by day. If it continues like this, I am afraid I will have to sleep in a tent. When sleeping in a tent, you must hang lights all around so that those creatures dare not approach. This is common sense, but the things are too expensive and many people can't afford them. Luo Su walked and listened, and couldn't help but be surprised. It turned out that the things sold on the street stalls yesterday afternoon were used to deal with those monsters at night. No wonder they were so expensive. She also learned some useful information. Those monsters are afraid of light. Accommodation fees are rising every day. Game currency is the basis of survival. She walked into the first store at the entrance of the scenic area silently. This is a large restaurant with many kinds of gourmet desserts. It was already full in the early morning. Luo Su walked in with Dodo and was stopped by the clerk. Sorry, pets are not allowed in this store. Luo Su looked back at Xiaobai and said, Xiaobai, wait for us outside. We will bring you delicious food later. Woo woo. Xiaobai rubbed her trouser legs in grievance. He also wanted to eat with his master. But Luo Su really wanted to inquire about the news here, so he had to insist that Xiaobai wait outside. Xiaobai walked out reluctantly with his tail between his legs. He was sad. Luo Su thought that he would bring him a super large portion of food as compensation. Luo Su held Daodu and looked for a seat. But now the restaurant was full, there was no place to sit. Suddenly, a person at a table by the window waved to her. Daodu's eyes lit up immediately. Uncle. Chapter 88. There was no room for him, so Luo Su had to share the table with him. Daodu sat opposite Jiang Hao, and before he sat down, he called out a magical uncle. Jiang Hao was startled and sat back a little further. Little boy, don't touch me. Daodu saw him shrink back, and became more excited, smiling and saying, Uncle, uncle. Jiang Hao was very upset. Seeing Luo Su flipping through the menu slowly, and turning a deaf ear, he asked, Hey, you don't care about your child, and my reputation has been ruined. Who are you? Why should I care about your reputation? Luo Su said with a smile, moving his eyes from the menu to meet a pair of warm and angry phoenix eyes. Luo Su ignored him, called the waiter, and ordered the portion for 5 people, plus a roasted lamb leg. Eat half, and take away the other half. Jiang Hao's eyes were straightened. He remembered that yesterday, she was still unable to escape from the debt of 200 yuan. Now ordering so many things, is she going to let him pay again? He looked at Luo Su, who looked calm, and then at the little guy next to him. The little guy gave him a warm smile. Uncle, you are so handsome. Jiang Hao, He started to trick people again. The dishes came up quickly, filling the table, and half of them were packed. Jiang Hao saw that the whole roasted lamb leg was packed. Was he planning to stock up on meat for a month? The waiter took out the bill. The total is 688 yuan. Please pay first. This is the rule of their restaurant. If there are too many customers, they have to pay first after the dishes are served. Jiang Hao looked at her with interest. Let's see what tricks she will use to extort money from people this time. She took out 3 500 yuan bills from her pocket, and handed 2 to the waiter for the bill. Pay his share as well. Jiang Hao was surprised. Did he hear it right? She said she would pay the bill, then she handed over a bill. I'm returning the 500 I borrowed yesterday. Thank you. Jiang Hao was very surprised. Did you receive a hidden mission? Luo Su nodded. Where did you stay last night? Jiang Hao felt abrupt after asking and said, I don't mean anything else. I just want to tell you not to sleep in the tent. Someone died on the beach again last night. I know, thank you. Luo Su was full and started to stare at Daodu while he was eating. Luo Su ignored him and stared at Daodu while he was eating, but he accidentally heard the chat of several players at the next table. I heard that the monsters climbed up to the roof last night. No way, then hiding in a high place and setting up a tent is useless. Too scary. Making money and staying in a hotel is the safest. Did you receive any hidden tasks today? Except for the one I completed the day before yesterday, I never encountered it again. I also completed one yesterday. Pick up 100 shells on the beach to complete the hidden task. Really? Then I go pick up shells after I finish eating. When Luo Su heard the shells, he looked up at Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao shrugged and said, Don't look at me. I only told you. The waiter returned the bill to Luo Su. Hello. The total consumption is 788 yuan, and the change is 212 yuan. Please keep it. Luo Su collected the change, and the table next to him had changed. Another group of people came. Did you know, last night, there was a barking dog on the roof of the house next door, and it attracted monsters up there. Ah, those monsters are most sensitive to sound. How come someone brought a barking dog? I don't know. I can only stay at the last hotel tonight. I don't have enough money. Ah, the last one is very dangerous. That's where the monsters wake up. Try your luck again today. Maybe there will be a mission, so you don't have to stay at the last one. When Luo Su heard this, she couldn't help but gasp. She didn't expect the hotel she stayed in last night was so dangerous. She had to find a hotel in the middle tonight, so she decided to book a hotel first, so as not to miss out again. Seeing that Daodu was full, she got up to get takeout. We leave first, you eat slowly. She said goodbye to Jiang Hao. Yeah. Jiang Hao nodded, watching her carrying large and small bags of food and hurriedly leaving with the child. Luo Su found a quiet place to feed Xiao Bai. She found that Xiao Bai's appetite had increased. 3 meal sets plus a whole roasted lamb leg were enough to barely fill him up. Luo Su drove to the middle of the row of restaurants and asked about the price of a single room, which was 2,000 per night. She had 19,000 left and decided to book a room. But when the boss saw that the person staying in the hotel was a woman with a child and a dog, he wanted to kick her out. Why? I can't even pay right away. The last hotel that was attacked by a monster last night was said to be a mother and son with a dog. Wasn't it you? The store owner said with a frown. Luo Su asked several stores in a row, but the result was the same. No one was willing to let her stay. She was blacklisted by all the hotel owners in the whole area. Girl, if you bring a dog with you, they won't let you stay in the hotel unless you abandon the dog. A lady boss saw that she was not easy with her child, so she kindly advised her that she could stay in the hotel without the dog. Woof woof, woo! Xiao Bai called out twice in a low voice, feeling very aggrieved. Daoda hurriedly hugged Xiao Bai and comforted him. Don't worry, Xiao Bai, Mom won't abandon you. Luo Su walked slowly with the 2 little ones and unknowingly came to the scenic square. She planned to buy a tent and some lights and camp on the beach tonight. But it was still early, and no one was setting up stalls. She remembered that someone mentioned that the place where the monsters awakened was near the seafood snack shop where she stayed last night. She decided to go there to investigate during the day. 100 meters away from the last store, there is a low grove. The forest is thick with fog, and the scenery inside cannot be seen clearly. There is a dead silence around, without any insects or birds singing. Luo Su tries to activate her talent. Fiery eyes. In a flash, her field of vision becomes very far. Luo Su is ecstatic. Fortunately, her talent is not disabled. After calming down, the scenery in the jungle gradually becomes clear in front of her. After observing for a long time, she found that there was no trace of any animal in the forest, so she decided to go into the grove to find out. But before going in, she had to make some preparations. She and Daodu were both wearing loose beachwear, so she certainly couldn't just rush into the woods. She went back to the store and bought 2 sets of work clothes and sneakers to wear directly, as well as a hat, a mask, a chopping knife, and gloves. After the 2 of them were fully armed, she also bought a large backpack, modified it, and carried Daodu on her back. Finally, she bought a small backpack and brought a bottle of mineral water and some bread in it. After everything was ready, she hurried to the west of the beach scenic area. Arriving at the entrance of the grove, Luo Su squatted down and touched the hair on Xiao Bai's head. Xiao Bai, we are going to enter the grove. You have to keep quiet, and don't shout inside, understand? Woo woo. Xiao Bai rubbed her hand. Mom, Xiao Bai knows, we have to be quiet, hush. Do said softly. Luo Su nodded and praised Do for being well behaved. Then, she straightened her back and began to step into the grove, where the grass and trees were deep and dead silent. Chapter 89. Luo Su followed Xiao Bai into the foggy woods. The forest was thick with grass and trees, and it was unusually quiet. She stepped on the grass, making a rustling sound. Her arrival broke the tranquility here. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound. A vine suddenly sprang out from under her feet. Fortunately, she was quick-witted and chopped it down with a hatchet in her hand. With a rustling sound, a vine as thick as 2 fingers was cut off. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound around, and the vines on the surrounding tree trunk seemed to come alive, scurrying like snakes, and attacked her one after another. Luo Su was shocked. Was it someone secretly controlling it, or had it mutated? Will the vines attack people? Luo Su swung his hatchet, and cut off the vines that were rushing to his side. Swish, swish. The cut vines shrank back one after another, and more vines followed one after another and attacked. Xiao Bai heard the noise, turned around and pounced, biting one of them, and bang! The vine broke. However, several other vines had already climbed up its body, entangled it, and dragged it out alive. Roar! Xiao Bai roared, and his sharp claws scratched around, but he couldn't get away for a while. But the vines seemed endless, coming one after another, attacking from all directions. Luo Su found something strange and shouted, Xiao Bai, their roots are on the trees. Use your skills to hit those trees. Woof woof. Xiao Bai exploded all over, boom boom boom. A thunderstorm struck the surrounding tree trunks, knocking them down instantly. Sure enough, the vines wrapped around it seemed to lose their vitality, turned into a pile of dead things, and fell to the ground. Roar. After Xiao Bai escaped, he continued to use his skills to knock down the surrounding trees. Boom boom. Crackle. The people on the beach in the distance heard the noise, and looked sideways in surprise. Oh my god, what's going on with the lightning and thunder over there? Ah, the woods in the west. Isn't that the monster's lair at night? When the monster climbed onto the roof last night, there was also lightning and thunder. It's over. The monster is coming out. Run. When everyone heard that the monster was coming, they were terrified and ran away. Someone asked as he ran, don't monsters come out after dark? It's broad daylight now. I don't know. Could it be that the monsters have mutated again and are no longer afraid of the light? It's over. Run. Most of the people on the beach ran away, and a few brave ones stayed to watch from afar. From afar, they saw lightning and thunder in the woods, and the woods collapsed in large areas. Everyone was terrified and ran away. For a while, there were only a few people left on the beach, and Jiang Hao stood among them, squinting his eyes, and staring at the movement in the woods, with a frown on his face. With Xiao Bai's violent bombardment, all the trees within a radius of 10 meters around Luo Su were broken, the light was bright, and all the vines became dead and no longer moved. Ding! Kill the mutant vines, get 2,000 survival points. Luo Su, who was sweating profusely, breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she insisted on training in the past 2 months, which greatly improved her overall combat power. After a practical battle, she found that she could protect herself even without skills. Woof woof. Xiao Bai walked over. Xiao Bai, let's continue exploring. Luo Su pointed ahead and vaguely saw the end of the woods. Xiao Bai walked and stopped every few meters to wait for Luo Su to mark before continuing. Before he knew it, he had reached the end of the woods. There was a huge hole on the cliff wall a few dozen meters away from the woods, about 2 meters above the ground. What's in that hole? Luo Su looked up. Monsters are afraid of light, and it is relatively safe during the day, so she dared to come over to check the situation. At this moment, Doubted fell asleep on her back, and Xiao Bai followed behind her. She walked towards the edge of the cliff, wanting to get closer and listen to the movement in the cave above. She passed a low-lying grass, and the ground was a little muddy. Suddenly, she felt her feet soften, stepped into the air, and fell down. Ah! Puff, puff, puff. After sliding down, she lay on a soft and sticky object, and the hatchet in her hand disappeared. She fell into a hole, and it was dark all around. Xiao Bai was above the cave entrance, roaring non-stop. Xiao Bai, I'm fine. Luo Su looked up and saw that the cave entrance was about 4 or 5 meters high. Xiao Bai stopped roaring and wandered anxiously outside the cave entrance. Fiery eyes. She turned on the night vision function and her vision became clearer. She groped for the soft object under her body, which felt like a piece of sticky and wet grass. How could it still be warm? She thought of a possibility and looked up in horror. She saw two egg-sized eyes staring at her with wide eyes. Ah! She reacted, jumped off the monster's belly in a hurry, and ran away. Roar! The monster roared. It hated the intruder, who suddenly broke into its lair and used her belly as a trampoline. It raised its leg and stepped on it, wanting to crush the tiny human into a pulp. But the human was as flexible as a loach, darting back and forth and running deeper into the cave. Roar, roar! The monster chased after it while calling its companions. Luosu desperately ran away, turning left and right in the maze-like underground cave, trying to get rid of the monster behind her. Unexpectedly, with a bang, she bumped into another one. She looked up and was immediately terrified. In front of her, two monsters bigger than the previous one were staring at her. Luosu hurriedly retreated a few meters and found that she had rushed into another bigger cave with two monsters inside, and the monster behind her caught up with her outside the only cave entrance. It's over, Luosu secretly said badly. In front of the three behemoths, she was as small as a fragile kitten. Chapter 90. Luosu looked at the three huge monsters, holding her breath, looking for a way out. She was 3 or 4 meters away from the cave entrance. There was a monster in the middle. Roar! The monster at the cave entrance was the first to lose its temper. It roared and pounced on Luosu. Luosu dodged urgently and barely avoided its attack, but before she could stand still, she felt a chill on her back and dodged without hesitation. Bang! Another monster's big foot stepped hard on the position where she was just now, and the whole cave shook. Luosu was frightened, but she didn't dare to stop. Her keen hearing detected that a palm wind was sweeping towards her from the right. She moved lightly, turned sharply, and got past the feet of another giant monster. Bang! The huge palm swept past her original position and slammed heavily on the stone wall of the cave, breaking several pieces of gravel, which fell down one after another. Luosu was frightened and broke into a cold sweat. Fortunately, she dodged quickly, otherwise she would have been beaten into a meat paste. She turned around and found that the cave entrance was right in front of her. Luosu was surprised and rushed out of the cave. Roar, roar, roar! At this moment, Xiaobai rushed to rescue. Xiaobai! Dodo, who had just woken up, saw Xiaobai running and shouted. Luosu shouted while running, Xiaobai, run! Xiaobai was very fast and passed by her, with no intention of running away. Instead, he bravely rushed to the direction behind her, and fought against the 3 huge monsters chasing him alone. Xiaobai, stop fighting, run! Luosu was worried about Xiaobai, but she didn't dare to stop. She shouted to Xiaobai. Luosu ran to a fork in the road and stopped. Behind her, she heard Xiaobai's thunder and lightning. Boom, boom, boom. Xiaobai, don't fight, run! Luosu continued to shout. Boom, boom, boom. Xiaobai was still fighting. After the intensive skills, the whole cave shook. Then, bang, boom. With a loud noise, the cave behind him collapsed. A shock wave with smoke and dust came in front of him. Luosu turned and hid behind a protruding stone wall. A familiar system prompt sounded in her ears. Ding! Kill the mutant giant bear and get 30,000 survival points. Congratulations, you have completed the hidden task. Kill 3 giant bears and get 30,000 banknotes, gain coins. Luosu threw the banknotes into her backpack, but she was not happy. The cave collapsed, and Xiaobai had not come out yet. Xiaobai? She ran back to look for him. A pile of rocks blocked her way, and smoke and dust billowed everywhere she looked, and visibility was very low. Xiaobai? Luosu was extremely anxious, and shouted loudly behind the pile of rocks. Woo! Xiaobai's weak whimper. Mom, Xiaobai is there. Following the direction of Dodo's finger, Luosu finally found Xiaobai. It was lying weakly in the pile of rubble. Luosu pulled away the rubble buried on it, and found that its back was pressed by a huge rock, and there were several deep claw marks on its back, bleeding. Xiaobai, hold on, I rescue you now. Luosu looked around and found a thick wooden stick in the corner, lifted the huge rock, and rescued Xiaobai. Xiaobai, how are you? Luosu picked it up and walked forward for a while. When she found a brighter place, she stopped to give it some water. Unfortunately, she didn't have any medicine in her backpack, and the canteen didn't sell any. Mom, use the magic pacifier to heal Xiaobai, Daodu said. Luosu was surprised. Daodu began to get familiar with his own skills, But unfortunately, the blood recovery skill was disabled now, so he couldn't try it. Find the exit first, and go back to the beach. Luo Su picked up the weak Xiaobai, and walked up the cave with Daodu on her back. As she walked along, the cave became higher and higher, and it must be leading to the ground. Victory is in sight. Luo Su could not help but speed up her pace. She turned a corner, and she felt that the road under her feet became flat. But it was pitch black all around, and even if she had a pair of sharp eyes, her vision was still blurry, and she could barely see the road conditions within 2 meters. She walked a few meters, and for some reason her heart was pounding, as if some danger was approaching. She turned her head back, but there was nothing, but the fear in her heart did not diminish at all. Woo woo woo. At this time, Xiaobai became very uneasy. She also felt her hair stand on end. What was going on? She took out a lighter from her pocket, and was about to light it, but suddenly, she smelled a pungent smell like gasoline in the air, and she gave up the idea of using the lighter. Drip. There seemed to be water dripping in the cave, and the whole cave was damp and smelly. She quickened her pace, and walked forward. Roar! At this time, a monster's roar suddenly sounded in the cave, followed by roars one after another. Luo Su's heart skipped a beat, and she immediately realized that she had accidentally entered a monster's lair. Puff! A beast pounced in front of her. She dodged and circumvented it, and ran desperately, and more monsters caught up with her. A monster leaped and pounced on her, and with a tug sound, its sharp claws tore her trouser legs. She dodged in a hurry, and retreated to the edge of the stone wall. A drop of liquid dripped on her forehead, and there was an unpleasant smell. Such a pungent smell, could it be oil? An idea flashed through Luo Su's mind. She seized the opportunity, dodged the monster's attack, and ran forward fiercely. After turning a corner, she saw the cave entrance from a distance, about 40 to 50 meters ahead. She was immediately overjoyed. She ran towards the cave entrance without stopping. Because this section was close to the cave entrance, the light was very bright, but the monsters stopped at the corner of the cave and dared not chase out. It seems that those monsters are really afraid of light. Luo Su ran to the edge of the cave entrance in one breath. The cave entrance was about 2 meters above the ground. It was the cave entrance she saw from a distance before. Roar. At this time, waves of monster roars came from the depths of the cave. They were about to leave, but there were still so many beasts inside that they hadn't killed. It was such a loss. Luo Su looked at the stone wall at the entrance of the cave, which was covered with withered vines, extending all the way from the entrance to the depths of the cave. She remembered the pungent smell in the depths of the cave just now, and decided to make a bold attempt. She took out a lighter, and ignited the withered vines on the stone walls on both sides of the cave. With the wind from the entrance of the cave, the 2 fires on the left and right became stronger, and quickly spread along the withered vines to the depths of the cave. After lighting the fire, Luo Su did not stop at all, grabbed the thick vines outside the cave entrance, and slid down. At this moment, she had only one thought in her mind: stay away from the cave entrance and the cliff, the farther the better. She quickly passed through the low-lying grass area and rushed into the woods. Not long after she walked, there was a loud noise behind her. Boom! She looked back and saw that the entire cave entrance had collapsed, and the landslide on the cliff filled up the giant bear's cave. At this time, Luo Su heard a familiar system prompt sound in her ears. Ding! Kill mutants in groups. Get 50,000 survival points. Ding! Complete the hidden task. Destroy the monster's nest. Get a reward of 1 million banknotes. Luo Su was shocked. 1 million banknotes? It would be great if it could be exchanged for 1 million survival points, so that I can upgrade my skills in the game. This banknote can only be used in this level of the game. It's a waste. Woo woo. Xiaobai whimpered in pain. Luo Su came to his senses. He couldn't delay any longer. He had to take Xiaobai back for treatment. She remembered that the last time Xiaobai was sick, he ate a lot of raw meat from elite tigers, and his injuries healed quickly. But in this level of the game, she didn't have wild lean meat, and she didn't know if ordinary raw meat would be useful to Xiaobai. Luo Su hurriedly ran out of the jungle with Xiaobai in her arms, extremely anxious, but unexpectedly met someone. Hey Beak, did you blow up that cave? Uncle, do you have meat? Xiaobai is hungry. Daodu asked. Chapter 91. Jiang Hao looked at the half-collapsed cliff in the distance, and then looked at Luo Su who was in a mess in front of him. He asked, Hey Beak, did you blow up the cave? No. Luo Su had no expression on his face. Then how did your dog get hurt? Jiang Hao asked in surprise. An accidental injury, Luo Su said, and walked away without looking back. Do you need my help? Jiang Hao chased after him. No! Luo Su had no expression on his face. I need help, uncle, Daodu said. Jiang Hao, I didn't hear it. Uncle, can you carry me down? I'm so tired from carrying you. Daodu was aggrieved. Luo Su was frowning. I, your mother, carried you over the mountains and hills to fight monsters, and I haven't complained of being tired yet. Jiang Hao, no! Carrying a child? Don't even think about it. Luo Su ignored him. Her mind was full of Xiaobai. The most important thing now is to treat Xiaobai's wounds and feed it some meat. We need to book a room first. Luo Su went directly to the store, changed into 2 new sets of clothes, and then bought a big suitcase to put Xiaobai in. Then Luo Su went to the first store and booked the most expensive room. 1 million, it's expired and invalid, it's a waste not to use it. Why are you so generous all of a sudden? The room here is 6,000 a night. Jiang Hao followed her upstairs. Why are you following me? Luo Su found this person very boring. No place to live? Will you take me in? Jiang Hao raised his eyes and smiled, revealing a hint of evil. Not interested. Luo Su was serious. Luo Su drove to the door and saw Jiang Hao still following him. Why don't you leave? Really don't consider it? Jiang Hao asked, with a smile in his eyes. No. Luo Su shook his head. Jiang Hao put away his smile. Okay, goodbye. After saying that, he took out the key and opened the door opposite. Luo Su was surprised. You live opposite? Yes. Jiang Hao held back his laughter. The room you just checked in? Luo Su asked. You've been staying here since you entered the game. How is it? Are we destined to be together? Jiang Hao smiled. Okay, you're rich. Goodbye. Luo Su also opened the door, carried Xiaobai in, closed the door, and locked it. Jiang Hao's mouth curled up. This woman is interesting. Luo Su used alcohol to simply clean the blood on Xiaobai's body, and then wrapped it in a clean bath towel. She found that there was a phone in the room that could be used for internal calls. She contacted the front desk and ordered 20 kilograms of raw beef and 2 roasted lamb legs and a box of milk. The front desk staff was surprised. Can customers of room 308 eat so much? 2 roasted lamb legs, that's fine, but what about 20 kilograms of raw meat? However, the customer is God. He is the god who spends 6,000 yuan a night to stay, so she quickly arranged for the delivery. To the surprise of the waiter, Luo Su accepted all the food and paid the bill in full. After Luo Su closed the door, he found that Xiaobai had staggered to his feet. The power of food is really strong. Xiaobai slowly ate 20 kilograms of beef, burped, and couldn't eat anymore. But his eyes were still glued to the lamb leg, lingering on it. Don't worry, this lamb leg is specially reserved for you. Only with these words did he go to sleep peacefully. After lunch, Daodu lay on the bed and watched TV. Luo Su liked it here very much. She found that although the accommodation here was more expensive, it was at least like a regular hotel. There was a telephone in the guest room for internal calls, a TV to watch, and a computer for surfing the internet. Luo Su turned on the computer and browsed the web page. A local news popped up. At 8 o'clock in the evening on August 15th, the annual large beach party will be held at the beach scenic area. Luo Su looked at the calendar. August 15th, isn't it tomorrow? She checked again and found that nearly 10,000 people attended the party last year. But Luo Su felt that it was not that simple. There have been frequent accidents in the scenic area recently, and monsters have appeared at night. Why choose to hold a large party here? She was thinking. The landline suddenly rang, and Luo Su picked up the phone. Hello, Beak, there will be a Haitian party tomorrow. Can you be my female companion? A party also requires male and female companions? Luo Su was full of question marks. But she was not interested and answered, no. Chapter 92. At noon the next day, a large number of tourists suddenly came to the scenic area, and the beach was suddenly very lively. Street stalls were set up in the square again. As soon as this street stall market opened, it immediately became the focus of the entire scenic area and attracted the attention of many tourists. Luo Su took Daodu out to stroll around and found that today's street stalls were different from the past. This time, the street stalls were all selling masquerade costumes. At the entrance of the street stall market, a striking sign was erected with a few big words on it, limited to 1 set per person. Luo Su visited several stalls and found that there were many kinds of clothing. Among them, the most popular among young people were princess costumes and prince knight costumes, and some people liked clown costumes. Luo Su walked slowly in the crowd with Daodu, and was suddenly bumped by someone. Turning around, he found that it was the owner of the seafood snack shop, who was rushing forward with his wife and children. He came to a stall selling marine animal costumes, took 3 sets of turtle costumes in a row, and paid immediately. "Dad, I don't want this turtle costume. It's too ugly. I want a Snow White costume." His 8 or 9-year-old daughter looked disgusted. "Don't talk too much, just this one. It will be gone if you are late," the seafood store owner scolded in a low voice. Her wife hurriedly comforted her daughter. "Baby, listen to Daddy today. Tomorrow we will go to the street to buy you a lot of princess costumes." The little girl was very unhappy, but was forcibly dragged away by her parents. At this time, there were several store owners in the scenic area that Luo Su had met, and they also came to this stall to look for the turtle suit. Unfortunately, there was only one set left. Several people quarreled, and finally the highest bidder won. In the end, those who couldn't get the turtle suits chose other animals, such as shrimps and crabs, and also chose coral suits and seaweed suits for their wives and children. Luo Su felt that something was a bit strange. Why did these shop owners compete to buy turtle suits? Is it very cheap? Luo Su went to ask the price, 20,000 per set. "It's expensive enough." Asked the prices of the stalls next to him, ranging from 10,000 to 15,000. Luo Su was puzzled. Could this suit have other functions? She quietly activated her fiery eyes. After a careful inspection, she found the trick. She saw that each set of clothes had different hidden attributes. She first looked at the clothes in the marine animal stall, which all had the words "weaken the body." What does that mean? She then looked at the hidden attributes and prices of several sets of clothes in the stall next to her. Clown suit, increased favorability, price 10,000. Princess suit, increased charm, price 10,000. Knight suit, increased force, price 20,000. Little witch costume, free flying broom, price 50,000. Luo Su also saw a stall selling Journey to the West costumes. Tang monk costume, remove inner demon/break illusions, price 50,000. Sun Wukong costume, high force value, price 100,000. Shu Beiji costume, not picky about food, price 50,000. Sha monk costume, increase physical strength, price 10,000. White bone spirit, increase charm value, price 10,000. Bull demon king, infinite strength, price 50,000. Red boy, can spit fire, price 100,000. When Dowda saw this, he refused to leave. "Mom, I want red boy's clothes." Luo Su was confused. Since it has attributes, of course she should choose more and compare prices to find the best ones. The stall owner seemed to see through her thoughts and hurriedly advised, "Girl, the clothes here are absolutely worth the money, and each one is unique and out of print in the city. If you miss this opportunity, you will never see the store again." Luo Su was hesitating when Jiang Hao suddenly showed up and said with a grin, "That set of white bone spirit is especially suitable for you. Do you want to try it?" Chapter 93. Luo Su shook his head and said, "I won't fight with you for it. The temperament of that dress is very consistent with yours. It is simply tailor-made for you." Jiang Hao laughed. "Since you helped me choose it, I take this one." The boss quickly put it up. "Wait!" Luo Su hurriedly stopped him. "Boss, we don't want this white bone demon suit, we want the red boy suit." "Okay." The boss responded happily. "How about I take the bull demon suit, and you take the Iron Fan princess suit, so that we can have a complete family portrait for Red Boy. What do you think?" Jiang Hao said with a smirk again. "Not very good." Luo Su paid the money, took the clothes packed by the boss, opened them and checked. "Boss, why does the Red Boy suit only have a fire spear, but no Hot Wheels?" Luo Su asked. "Oh yes, it's on the shoes," the boss said, pointing to the Hot Wheels pattern printed on the shoes. "Ah, is it so bad?" Luo Su was speechless, feeling that a powerful prop was missing. "It's just cosplay, that's enough. It's impossible for a little kid to roll around on a pair of wheels," said the boss with a smile. Seeing Luo Su's hesitation, the boss was afraid that she would regret it, so he hurriedly said, "The market has regulations. Each person is limited to one set, and no returns or exchanges are allowed." Luo Su put away the Red Boy suit and continued to walk forward. "I looked at many stalls, but none of them were satisfactory. I walked to the last stall at the end of the market unknowingly. It was a messy stall. The boss was an old man with a white beard. He didn't greet the customers when they came. He was lying on a beach chair drowsy. "No more, let's go back. The Duchan costume just now is pretty good, sexy enough," Jiang Hao said. Luo Su rolled her eyes at him and said, "If you like it, wear it. Anyway, Your face can be mistaken for a woman's dress. Jiang Hao smiled and said, Really? Are you praising me? Luo Su ignored him, and accidentally saw a ray of golden light flashing on the old man's messy stall. She walked closer, carefully turned over the clothes covering it, and found a beggar's outfit full of patches at the bottom. She picked it up and looked at it. Her eyes sparkled immediately. Jiang Hao's jaw dropped. What kind of aesthetics is this? There are so many cosplay styles. Beautiful, cute, cool, everything. Why did she pick such a tattered dress? Boss, how much is this set? Luo Su asked. Hearing this, the old man raised his eyelids, glanced at it, and said nonchalantly, This set. I don't remember how much it costs, you decide? Luo Su was speechless, and let the customer name the price himself? Then I won't be polite. 2,000? When the old man heard this, he jumped up and said dissatisfiedly, Girl, although my clothes are a little torn, they are not blown by the wind. If you don't really want to buy, just leave. Jiang Hao couldn't help laughing and said, Hey, old man, your clothes are all patched, and you said they are just a little torn? The old man glared at Jiang Hao unhappily. Dislike it being torn? You want to buy it, but I won't sell it to you. Jiang Hao also got angry. Hey, you weird old man. I don't even want this tattered piece of clothing you have, even if you give it to me for free. Luo Su pulled Jiang Hao to the back. Don't make trouble. Then he asked the old man with a smile. Boss, then tell me, how much do you want it to sell for? The old man held up 3 fingers. 30,000? Luo Su asked. The old man shook his head. 300,000? Luo Su asked again. The old man nodded. 300,000? Are you robbing me? A tattered piece of clothing that doesn't keep you warm and isn't pretty. Jiang Hao was immediately surprised. Boss, can you give me less? 300,000 is too expensive. Luo Su asked. The old man shook his head. It's the lowest price. I can't do less, but I can buy one get one free. What for? Luo Su asked. A set of chef uniforms. The old man threw out a set of wrinkled white chef uniforms. Luo Su took a look at the attributes. Men's chef uniforms, with a full set of knives. Each knife has different dark power attributes, can kill everything. Put on this uniform, automatically master all cuisines, with a very high status. This one is good. You can wear this one. Luo Su said to Jiang Hao. Are you kidding? Jiang Hao was about to vomit blood. Seriously? Luo Su said unsmilingly. Jiang Hao touched his chin and thought about it. She spent so much money to buy 2 such ugly clothes. It's probably not that simple, right? Jiang Hao raised his lips and said with a smile, Okay, I believe in your vision. Luo Su paid the money, and Jiang Hao helped carry the things, big and small bags, and followed behind. Hey, are you still shopping? Aren't there limits on buying 1 set per person? Uncle, there are still some clothes for Xiaobai that I haven't bought yet. Daodu said, looking up. Ah, Xiaobai, your big white dog? You brought it to the party? Jiang Hao was surprised. Luo Su returned to the journey to the West clothing booth. She remembered that there was a set of clothes for Xiaotian dog. Boss, do you still have the clothes for Xiaotian dog? Luo Su asked. The boss saw that it was a returning customer and greeted him with a smile. Yes, this set is not suitable for people, so I threw it into the corner. The boss said, and took out a set of black Xiaotian dog armor. Luo Su looked at it with his fiery eyes, and found that there was an attribute stealth attack. How much is this set? Luo Su asked. If you want it, I sell it cheaply, 10,000 yuan. The boss stretched out a finger and said. Luo Su bought it. The armor was light in his hand, and looked ordinary. But Luo Su only liked its attributes, and made do with the rest. They went back to the room to put their things away, and then went downstairs to eat together. Luo Su ordered a table full of dishes, and the 3 of them ate with relish. You pay for this meal, Luo Su said. Why? Jiang Hao swallowed a mouthful of soup and asked. I bought you the clothes, so from now on, you have to treat us every day, Luo Su said. No, the clothes were given to me. It's free. Jiang Hao protested. Who said it's free? 300,000 for 2 pieces. It's not free. Luo Su slapped her chopsticks and said. Jiang Hao laughed secretly in his heart. This woman fell into the money trap again. You insisted on giving it to me, not me buying it. Jiang Hao pretended to be wronged. Forget it, then go buy it yourself. Luo Su picked up the chopsticks and continued to eat. No, each person can only buy 1. Jiang Hao said. Yes, you don't have to. The worst case is that you can't attend the party tonight. Luo Su gloated. Jiang Hao remembered the warm reminder that the game system sent to every player in the morning. First, the party rewards are very rich. Second, the party is very dangerous, but all players must participate, otherwise they will be directly wiped out by the system after 12 o'clock tonight. Jiang Hao's head was full of black lines. Okay, I treat you to dinner in the future. Luo Su suddenly remembered something. What's your name? She had never asked him after knowing him for so long. Jiang Tao. Jiang Hao made up one on the spot. Jiang Tao? Luo Su repeated it, and suddenly remembered her childhood, and said, when I was a child, I had a playmate, the sister next door, her name was Jiang Tao, and her name was very similar to yours. When Jiang Hao heard it, he seemed to be electrocuted, and his body suddenly stiffened. He widened his eyes in astonishment, and looked at Luo Su again seriously and carefully. Chapter 94. Two voices were alternating in Jiang Hao's mind. Luo Su? Sister Shu Shu? His childhood memories flashed through his mind. A crying little sister came to the old lady's house next door, and she cried for 3 days and 3 nights. She cried in the house at night, and in the yard during the day. The old lady tried to comfort her for several days, but it didn't stop. The old lady also sat next to her, and cried together. When he was more than 4 years old, he peeked through the cracks in the wall next door for several days, and later he found out that the little sister's parents had gone to heaven. Later, the little sister stopped crying, and sat in the yard all day, staring at the sky in a daze. He went to play with her with a teddy bear. Little sister, what's your name? Su Su. Shu Shu? From now on, I call you Sister Shu Shu. Yes. Sister Shu Shu, my name is Jiang Tao. Hey Jiang Tao, why are you in a daze? Come and eat. Luo Su stretched out her hand, and waved it in front of Jiang Hao. Oh, I remember I also have a cousin named Jiang Tao. When I was a child, I lived in a food factory in Yongxian Jinshi. I wonder if she is the same person as your friend. Jiang Hao said tentatively. Seeing his eager eyes, Luo Su didn't seem to have any ill intentions. Yes, he is from the food factory. I didn't expect that Jiang Tao is your cousin. The world is really small, Luo Su said happily. She stared at Jiang Hao for a while and said, if you look closely, you and Jiang Tao are really similar. You are indeed cousins. Jiang Hao laughed, but felt a little bitter. When he was young, because his parents liked girls very much, he was raised as a girl since he was a child, wearing beautiful skirts and pigtails. It was not until his family moved to another place, and he started primary school, that he changed his name, and wore men's clothes again. How is Jiang Tao now? Have you been in touch with your cousin in recent years? Luo Su asked hurriedly. She still missed her friend who accompanied her through the saddest days when she was a child. In fact, I haven't heard from her for many years. I don't know where her family moved to later. Jiang Hao felt a little confused. Unexpectedly, Luo Su turned out to be the sister Shu Shu who lived next door when she was a child. She actually got married and had a child. She actually ran to a competitor and became the 4th in command. She actually still remembered him when he was a child. Jiang Hao felt mixed emotions. He looked up at Daodu, the annoying little guy, and suddenly felt much more friendly. Uncle, why are you looking at me like that? Do you want to eat chicken legs too? Daodu shook the chicken legs in his hand and asked playfully. Uncle? Jiang Hao smiled bitterly. Daodu was Sister Shushu's child, so calling him uncle was also worthy of the name. But why is my heart so bitter? Jiang Hao sighed and raised his hand to call the waiter. Sir, what do you need? Give me 2 bottles of sake. Okay, wait a moment. Luo Su stopped eating, glanced at him, and asked, why are you drinking now? There's a party tonight. Jiang Hao chuckled, it's okay, I just drink a few sips, I know what to do. Luo Su saw that his face was a little ugly, and whispered, I tell you, this party tonight is not that simple, it may be dangerous, you have to be careful. Stop drinking. Luo Su felt that with Jiang Tao's relationship, they were also relatives and friends, so she had to remind him in a friendly way. Jiang Hao raised his eyes, felt the kindness in Luo Su's eyes, smiled knowingly, and nodded, I understand. The meal made Jiang Hao feel very uncomfortable, surprised and sad. Finally, he was slightly drunk and fell asleep in his room. He has been working hard for so many years, from having nothing to establishing the Crouching Tiger organization step by step, he has devoted himself to his career. He always plays along with women, and his heart is as calm as water. This time, he was moved. For the first time, he wanted to be himself, pure himself, not a leader, and he didn't want to care about the other person's identity. Jiang Hao fell asleep in a daze, and the night quietly came. Luo Su changed Daodu and Xiaobai's costumes. Finally, he took out the patched clothes. He was very excited. This is simply a treasure chest. Chapter 95. Luo Su was very excited when he saw the patched beggar's clothes. Each patch on the clothes hides an attribute. The more patches, the more attributes. Luo Su looked at the attributes carefully. Weakened body plus 2000. Information acquisition plus 5. Breath holding time plus 10. Movement speed x2. Health x5. Luck x3. Intelligence plus 500. Charm plus 500. So many attributes stacked up. Luo Su was very happy. Then he looked at the standard equipment of the beggar's clothes, the dog-beating stick and the broken bowl. The dog-beating stick looks ordinary, but when you hold it in your hand, you can feel that it contains some powerful power. Using your eyes to check, you can't see any hidden attributes. It's too strange. Luo Su muttered to herself. She carefully picked up the black broken bowl, and even the edge of the gap was polished smooth, looking very old. After a careful inspection, she saw a hidden attribute. 99% success rate. What does this attribute mean? Is it the success rate of begging? Luo Su didn't understand. She put on the beggar's clothes, and her body shuddered, and she felt an electric current running through her body. In an instant, a series of attribute additions flashed before her eyes, and it took a full minute before they stopped. She felt refreshed and relaxed. But she didn't have time to study the specific attributes added, because the party was about to start. The chef's clothes were still with her, so why didn't Jiang Tao move? Did he oversleep? Jiang Tao, wake up, the party is about to start. Luo Su knocked hard on the door opposite. Jiang Hao woke up in a daze, and seeing that it was getting dark outside, he hurriedly got up and opened the door. Beiku, what time is it? Jiang Hao felt a headache. It's 6 o'clock, and the party will start in half an hour. You should change your clothes quickly. Luo Su stuffed the chef's uniform into his hand. Half an hour later, 3 people and a dog gathered at the door. Luo Su was dressed in black, and Jiang Hao was dressed in white. Luo Su looked at Jiang Hao's tall chef's hat, and couldn't help laughing. You don't look like a chef in this outfit, but more like Bai Wuchang, ha ha ha. Jiang Hao was so angry that he glared. No matter how ugly this dress is, you picked it. Then seeing that she was dressed in black, he teased her. How about I make you a black top hat, and we can cosplay as the black and white impermanence? Luo Su shook her head. I still think the beggar's sect uniforms are more stylish. After that, she took Red Boy away, followed by a roaring sky dog and the white impermanence holding a kitchen knife holder. Everyone looked at her sideways. What a weird combination. The 3 of them came to the entrance of the beach party. This is a magical light gate. Only one person can enter at a time, and there is already a long queue outside the gate. Every time a person enters, the number on the light gate increases by 1, and 516 people have already entered. Ding, welcome to the Seaside Cosplay Party. It was Luo Su's turn to enter the party venue, and they were stunned by the scene in front of them. This is not the original beach scenic area. It is an unfamiliar beach, and the scenery around the beach is blurred, as if separated by a thick layer of glass. Luo Su looked around and found no other exits except the entrance just now. There was a large temporary stage in the middle of the beach, with colorful lights hanging all around. The background of the stage was a huge LCD screen, showing the underwater world. There were already many people sitting in the rows of seats under the stage. Luo Su had just activated his fiery eyes, and saw a smiling waitress walking towards him. After a closer look, Luo Su couldn't help but stand on end. The waitress had a shrimp head on her head, without a single strand of hair, and the shrimp head was connected to her forehead. It looked extremely strange. She was wearing a blue uniform, and the front half of her body looked no different from a human girl, but when she turned around, a shrimp tail grew on her back. She warmly greeted every player who came in to take a seat. Welcome everyone, please take a seat in order from the left channel. The voice was very pleasant. Luo Su and his group walked to a position near the channel and sat down. Click. With a sound. As soon as Luo Su and the others sat down, the seats were automatically buckled with safety belts, and they could not be opened. The stools could not be moved. Luo Su and Jiang Hao looked at each other and felt something was wrong. Everyone was fixed in their seats. If a dangerous situation occurred, they could not run away. The two fumbled for a long time, but could not find the safety buckle. This was the safety belt that came out from the inside of the stool. Luo Su felt strange, but he could not see anything with his sharp eyes. Could it be that his talent level was not enough? Luo Su opened her personal information. With 102,000 survival points, she upgraded her fiery eyes to the next level. With a swish sound, the surrounding scenery seemed to be distorted. The neon lights around the stage all turned deep red, and the big screen in the background of the stage was playing a picture of marine creatures attacking their prey. The cruel scene of the law of the jungle filled the screen, and Luo Su felt a little numb. Suddenly, she felt a chill, and the safety belt on her body was squirming. Looking down, she saw that the seat belt on her body was actually a series of tentacles similar to octopuses, tightly encircling her waist and thighs. She screamed immediately. "What's wrong?" Jiang Hao was startled by her sudden scream. "Seat belt, quick, use your knife to cut off the seat belt." Luo Su tensed her body, trying to restrain the fear in her heart. Jiang Hao didn't understand why, but he still did it. He picked up a kitchen knife and cut off the seat belt on Luo Su's stool. Puff. The moment the safety belt was cut, a stream of green slime sprayed all over the ground, and also splashed Luo Su and Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao's white chef uniform was immediately stained. "Oh, what is that?" he exclaimed. He was clearly cutting the safety belt. Why was there a green slime spraying out? A fishy smell made him almost unable to breathe. Luo Su snatched the kitchen knife from his hand. Puff. 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 He quickly cut the safety belts of Daodu, Xiaobai and Jiang Tao. Jiang Hao was sprayed with a foul smell again. As a germaphobe, he didn't want to live anymore. At this time, an alarm sounded in the hall. Ding ding. Customers number 587 to 600 damaged seats. Please handle it in time. Suddenly, the spotlight swept over. Fortunately, Luo Su reacted quickly. As early as the moment the alarm sounded, he had already pulled several people away from their seats. Jiang Hao followed Luo Su and hurriedly mixed into the group of people who had just come in to find a seat. This sudden situation disrupted his original plan. From the moment he came in, he felt something was wrong. With his keen sense of smell, he smelled a fishy smell from the waitress's breath, and judged that the waitress should not be human. So, he specially pulled Luo Su to choose a position near the corridor. He wanted to find out what was going on here first, and then find a way to take Luo Su away. Unexpectedly, Luo Su discovered the abnormality of the seat belt first. Several people mixed into the crowd. The security guards, who looked like crab soldiers and crab generals, ran over. They must have mixed into this group of people. Check them carefully. Jiang Hao quietly blocked Luo Su and others behind him, and suddenly the security guard shone the flashlight on his face. "You, come out!" Chapter 96. Jiang Hao quietly blocked Luo Su and the others behind him. Suddenly, the security guard's flashlight shone on his face. "You, come out!" Jiang Hao thought, "Bad, I've been discovered. I have to find a way to lead them away." The security guard saw that he didn't move, and pushed the people in front of him away. He was about to get angry, but when he saw the chef's uniform on Jiang Hao, his face froze. He hurriedly said with a smile, "Master Chef, why are you here?" Jiang Hao was shocked. It turns out that the chef's uniform is so useful. Seeing the security guard's attitude change 360 degrees. He held his head high and said with an unhappy face, "Why are you still standing there? People are running away over there. Why don't you chase them?" Several security guards nodded and bowed hurriedly, and then hurried to the other side. Jiang Hao was relieved immediately. Before the security guards came to their senses, they left quickly. Several people walked along the wall for more than 10 meters. Luo Su found a hidden small door in an inconspicuous corner. "Wait, there's a door here." Jiang Hao pointed at the flat, seamless wall and asked, "Here?" Luo Su nodded. Jiang Hao was half believing and half doubting, and reached out to knock on the wall. The sound really sounded like the sound of a wooden board. He pushed hard, and saw a crack on the wall, and then a small door opened. Jiang Hao was surprised. "How did you know there was a door here?" "I guessed," Luo Su said, sticking his head into the small door. It was a utility room, and there was no one inside. She stepped into the utility room first, and then brought Daodu and Xiaobai in. Jiang Hao entered the small door, and closed it again. This is a utility room, and there is another door on the other side, leading to another place. There are several dusty shelves in the utility room, with a few boxes of things sparsely placed on them. Luo Su opened one of the boxes, and found that it was actually a chef's uniform. Having just witnessed the status of the chef here, even the security guards were respectful when they saw him. Luo Su decided to get a set of chef's uniform to wear. She found a loose chef's uniform, and put it on over the beggar's uniform. This chef's uniform didn't have any attribute bonus, It was just an ordinary chef's uniform. Well, you can be my kitchen assistant in this outfit, Jiang Hao said, nodding repeatedly. Luo Su nodded. She could pretend to be a kitchen assistant and go out with Jiang Hao to get information, but Daodu and Xiaobai couldn't go out. So she gave some instructions. Daodu, Mom is going to go out with Uncle Jiang to find delicious food. You and Xiaobai wait here. Don't run around or make any noise. Do you understand? Got it, Mom. Daodu nodded obediently, and Xiaobai also wagged his tail. Luo Su locked the small door, and then piled 2 boxes of things in the corner, letting Daodu and Xiaobai hide inside. Luo Su followed Jiang Hao out of the utility room and closed the door. They hurried along the corridor, and at the end of the corridor, they saw a heavy door in the distance. Shell, do you think that door is the passage to leave the party venue and return to the beach scenic area? Jiang Hao asked. I don't know. I find out when I go over and check it out. Luo Su took the lead and walked forward. Jiang Hao hurriedly followed quietly. The two tiptoed, fearing that their footsteps would attract other people. But before they walked far, they were stopped by someone. Hey, you two! You actually came here to slack off? The kitchen is so busy now. Why don't you go back and help? Luo Su and Jiang Hao paused after hearing the voice, stopped, turned around and saw an old turtle who looked like a housekeeper. Chapter 97. Jiang Hao and Luo Su walked back slowly, following the turtle butler. After walking a few steps, the turtle butler got angry again. Why are you following me? The kitchen is over there. Jiang Hao nodded and smiled awkwardly, and hurriedly pulled Luo to the direction pointed by the turtle butler. The turtle butler's cursing voice came from behind. Clumsy, if there were not enough people today, I would not let you go. Luo Su quietly asked Jiang Hao, Jiang Tao, while there is no one around, should we chop that old turtle together? After saying that, she pointed at the knife rack in his hand. Jiang Hao smiled evilly and said, I've wanted to chop him up for a long time. He handed Luo Su a sharp long knife. The old turtle walked very slowly, and the two quickly caught up with him. When the turtle housekeeper saw that the two of them had not returned to the kitchen, he immediately got angry and stretched his neck to scold. Suddenly, there was a puff sound. A long knife was inserted into its neck. The long knife was stuck in the turtle shell, and it could not retract its head. Then, there was a puff sound. The turtle's head was chopped off. The two cooperated very well. Another glance, no need to say more, the two worked together to throw the old turtle's body behind the rockery. Luo Su received a system prompt. Ding! Kill the mutant turtle, get 10,000 survival points. The two had just finished throwing the body, and ran into 2 shrimp men in chef uniforms. Hey, you two, come and help! The 2 shrimp men were struggling to push a heavy wooden box, and the lid on the wooden box was tightly closed. But scarlet blood was constantly flowing out from under the wooden box. Jiang Hao and Luo Su were so nervous when they saw this, and they went to help. The 4 of them pushed together, which made it much easier. When they passed a pothole, Luo Su deliberately pushed the box down. Bang! 5 or 6 bodies fell out of the box. All of them were just killed, and the blood had not yet dried. You two, you are so clumsy. Why don't you get in the car like food? The 2 shrimp men cursed. The 2 helped to load all the bodies into the car. Then they helped to push the wooden box into the kitchen. After that, the 2 quietly left and walked towards the heavy door. Pushed it open with force. Then, they quietly went in and hid in a corner. A magnificent hall came into view. There were 2 rows of seats in the hall, and a marine creature sat on each seat. At this moment, they were drinking and eating delicious food while staring at a large screen high in the hall. On the screen, people were having a blast on the beach party stage. White mist was constantly coming out of the stage, like hallucinogenic smoke, and everyone became even crazier, even losing their minds and starting to kill each other. The creatures in the hall began to applaud. It was as if they were watching a life and death struggle of wild animals. Until most people fell down. The few remaining strong people also collapsed to the ground due to exhaustion. The marine creatures in the hall picked and chose the humans on the screen, and when someone was chosen, that person was taken to the back kitchen by the security guard. Luo Su and Jiang Hao hid in the corner. Seeing the scene, they felt a chill on their backs. How could this be a party? This was simply a feast for people. After figuring out the situation, it was not suitable to stay here for long. The 2 quietly touched the door and were about to sneak out, but at this moment, the door suddenly opened. When Luo Su saw the people outside the door, his legs went limp with fear. A few sturdy guards walked in, carrying Daodu and Xiaobai in their hands. Chapter 98. Daodu was carried away, but he didn't cry this time. He was waving the fire spear in his hand and beating the person who caught him. "Big bad guy, let me go!" But he was too weak, and the beating on the crab man was just like tickling. And Xiaobai was tied up and carried in by 4 guards, with a dog beating stick stuffed in his mouth. Woo woo. Xiaobai found Luo Su and was whimpering for help. Luo Su wondered, why didn't Xiaobai use the lightning skill when he was tied up? Afraid of attracting more enemies? Or afraid of accidentally hurting Daodu? Several guards opened the door and ran into 2 chefs. Thinking that there were not enough people today, the chefs came to help serve the dishes, so they didn't pay much attention. Luo Su was anxious. After the guard took 2 steps forward, she immediately rushed up with a long knife to rescue Daodu. She attacked the crab guard holding Daodu from behind, and cut off one of its crab claws with one knife. Crack! Bang! Daodu fell to the ground with the crab claw. Daodu hurriedly got up. Seeing her mother coming, she felt more confident. She took the fire spear and rushed up to help beat the bad guys. Luo Su raised his knife and chopped the crab man to death with another blow. Jiang Hao had already made his move at the same time as Luo Su did. He held an extremely sharp boning knife in his backhand, stepped on strange steps, and moved left and right like an agile assassin, flashing to the side of the other 4 guards. Ci Law. Puff. In the blink of an eye, before they could see his knife movements clearly, 2 guards had already fallen in a pool of blood. The other 2 guards were shocked and hurriedly left Xiaobai and ran away. Help! Ah! Before the 2 guards could call for help, they were slashed in the throat by the agile Jiang Hao and fell to the ground. However, the mutant creatures in the hall had been awakened, and a large wave of attacks came one after another. Jiang Hao cut the rope on Xiaobai's body. Luo Su pointed at the weapon in Daodu's hand. Daodu, your fire spear can spray fire from a distance. There is a switch here. Daodu tried this, and saw a long flame sprayed from the weapon in his hand. Wow! Daodu was so excited, as if he had discovered a new world. There was no exit yet, so a big battle was inevitable. There was no space to hide, so she could only teach Daodu how to use the fire spear as soon as possible to increase his ability to protect himself. Luo Su quickly started a team fight and brought Jiang Hao in, turning on the protection mode for all teammates, so that he wouldn't hurt his own people when he used skills. Before Luo Su and his friends stepped out of the door, a wave of attacks had already arrived. Luo Su had already taken back his dog-beating stick, and in an emergency, he hit it out and barely blocked a wave of attacks. Unfortunately, the enemy was too numerous, and Luo Su and his men fought and retreated. When they retreated to an open space in the backyard, they were already surrounded. Luo Su and his men stood back to back, and except for Daodu, the others were injured. Jiang Hao was outnumbered, and it was inevitable that he would be injured. He had wounds on his arms and face. Jiang Tao, are you okay? Luo Su asked. No problem. Jiang Hao replied, staring at the enemy in front of him. The enemy leader shouted the slogan of charge, and Jiang Hao was ready for a bloody battle. But at this moment, he saw the big white dog beside Daodu suddenly stood up. A woof. A long howl. Then, boom. A loud noise. Within 10 meters in front of Xiaobai, a burst of lightning and ice storm struck down, and the enemy was knocked down. Ah! Jiang Hao widened his eyes in surprise, and was shocked. It turned out that Xiaobai was not a dog, but a war wolf. Jiang Hao looked at Luo Su in disbelief. How did she tame it? A war pet? This is the battle pet that all players on the 9-star continent dream of. After Xiaobai used his ultimate move, before the skill cooldown was over, he used Roaring Sky Dog's skill to sneak attack. The moment he rushed out, his figure disappeared, and when he reappeared, he had already pounced in front of the enemy and unexpectedly delivered a fatal blow. Puff, puff! 2 claws to kill 2 monsters. Jiang Hao was very envious. This is a battle pet. Even the leaders of organizations like him and Long Zimo have never had one. Jiang Tao, be careful. Luo Su suddenly shouted. Jiang Hao came back to his senses and found a monster in front of him. He had no time to dodge. But at this moment, there was a clang. The monster was hit by something and disappeared on the spot. The thing fell in front of him and rolled a few times. It turned out to be a broken bowl? Isn't this the broken bowl of Luo Su's beggar gang? He was surprised again. Luo Su stretched out her hand from a distance, and the broken bowl flew back to her hand. Jiang Tao, pay attention. Let's fight together first. Seeing his shocked expression, Luo Su must have been shocked by this broken bowl that said whoever you smash will disappear. But she didn't have time to explain. Besides, she didn't know why, She just found it by accident when she was fighting monsters. Okay. Jiang Hao looked at Luo Su and Xiao Bai, and a firm idea flashed through his mind. Go back home. Jiang Hao regained his mind and focused on the battle. Luo Su held the dog-beating stick in one hand and the broken bowl in the other. She felt that the two things in her hands were faintly resonating with the patched clothes on her body. Every time she hits the stick, it carries a hidden powerful force. Bang, the direction of the dog-beating stick hits, causing a column attack, knocking down a column of enemies. Luo Su was shocked. It turns out that the dog-beating stick can be used like this. She increased the frequency of attacks and quickly harvested the enemies. The system prompt sound kept floating in her ears. Ding, kill the mutant creatures in groups and get 50,000 survival points. At this time, suddenly a strong torrent of attacks fell from the sky, breaking up Luo Su's formation. Daodu, be careful. Luo Su looked back and found that Daodu was rushed into the monster pile. A crab general was behind him and slowly raised his spear. She shouted, but it was too late to rush over to save him. She smashed the broken bowl in her hand. Bang! The crab general holding the spear was hit by the broken bowl and disappeared out of thin air. The broken bowl returned to Luo Su's hand. Ding! Kill the mutant creature and get 5,000 survival points. Boom! Xiao Bai rescued Daodu in time with a wave of skills. All the monsters around Daodu were knocked down. Daodu hurried back. Luo Su's heart was hanging. It was a close call. But before she could catch her breath, she was entangled by a strange-looking humanoid monster. He had a human face, but there were two bulges on his head, as if horns were about to grow. Two long whiskers were slightly curled at the corners of his mouth. The skin below the ears was covered with silver scales, and his hands were like chicken claws, which looked very ugly. He stretched out his fingers and sent out a high-pressure water jet, knocking the bowl in Luo Su's hand away. Fortunately, the bowl was not broken, and returned to her hand after a wave. Luo Su looked up at the person in front of him, and felt that he was not simple. At this time, Jiang Hao came over breathlessly and reminded, Beiku, be careful, it has a strong breath, it should be the leader of the monsters. I know, help me take care of Daodu, I will deal with it. Luo Su's eyes showed determination. Chapter 99. Jiang Hao nodded. Don't worry, leave this to me. Luo Su took a step forward and activated his fire eyes. On the monster's head, there was a monster mark hanging. Mutated Dragon Man. Puff. The mutant Dragon Man slammed a big water ball at him, and Luo Su was hit in time to dodge. He lost 2,000 HP in one go. Luo Su was surprised. This was the first time I could see the damage value in the game. Could it be that the previous fire eyes were not at a high enough level? Looking at my own health bar, 250,000 HP? She only had 50,000 HP originally, but the attribute bonus of this patched clothes increased her HP fivefold, which was awesome. Luo Su swung the dog-beating stick and attacked fiercely, but the mutant Dragon Man dodged all of them. Luo Su was depressed. Was it because it dodged too high, or was it because her hit rate was too low? She remembered the attribute on the broken bowl. The success rate was 99%. Could it be the hit success rate? Ha ha, stupid human, you overestimate your own abilities. Die. The mutant Dragon Man held up an oversized water ball with his hand, and his eyes showed a look of light abuse. Without saying anything, Luo Su raised his hand and smashed a broken bowl. Puff. The big water ball was crushed. The mutant Dragon Man was shocked. But Luo Su ignored him, took back the broken bowl, and smashed it again. Bang. With a sound. Damage floated on the mutant Dragon Man. Minus 3,000. What's more terrible is that this broken bowl actually made it freeze for a few seconds. Luo Su took the opportunity to smash it hard. Bang. Minus 3,000. Bang. Minus 3,000. In the blink of an eye, the mutant Dragon Man's health bar was reduced by 1/3. Luo Su was overjoyed. But the mutant Dragon Man suddenly raised his head and sprayed a water splash into the sky. The water splashed down like a fountain and immediately restored his health. What? It can restore health. Luo Su was dumbfounded. Not only did the mutant Dragon Man restore his own health, but wherever the water splashed, all the shrimp soldiers and crab generals restored their health. Fuck, all full of health? Jiang Hao, who was killing monsters nearby, noticed something strange and got angry. Fortunately, there were not many monsters left now. He increased the speed of clearing monsters, and with the cooperation of Xiao Bai, he quickly cleared all the battle monsters. Now only the leader of the monsters is left. This monster can add blood, which is a healing skill. It seems that we have to work together with Luo Su to kill it as soon as possible. Daodu, you and Xiaobai should stay away first. After we kill the big one, we will take you home. Jiang Hao squatted down and told Daodu. No, Xiaobai and I will also help Mom fight monsters. Daodu refused to leave. Jiang Hao had better stay by Daodu's side, while keeping an eye on Luo Su's situation, waiting for an opportunity to move. At this time, the mutant dragon man escaped 10 meters away, stretched out his hand and threw a circular water column, covering Luo Su in it. Luo Su suddenly felt like she was trapped under the water, unable to escape. Fortunately, there were many attributes on the patched clothes that increased the breath holding time. Her total breath holding time reached 10 minutes. Trapped in the water column, the oxygen was slowly decreasing, and she couldn't see the situation outside clearly. She swung the dog-beating stick and attacked the water column, but it didn't work at all. She smashed the broken bowl violently. Bang. Minus 3,000. Bang. Minus 3,000. It turned out that the broken bowl automatically attacked the last target enemy by default. It was like a tracking bullet. Once it was thrown out, it would keep attacking the same enemy until the target died. Luo Su was overjoyed. The mutant dragon man was very annoyed by the continuous smashing of broken bowls. He lost blood every few steps, and was immobilized. Chapter 100. Everyone stared with wide eyes, horrified. Is this a dragon? Although this is a game world, everyone was still shocked to see the legendary mythical creature for the first time. Roar. The pressure of the dragon's roar came over them, making their legs tremble. Several players who came out of the warehouse had just experienced the joy of being rescued, and at this moment, they seemed to have fallen from heaven to hell, and were extremely desperate. Ah, is this a dragon? Fuck, how can we fight this? Dead. Luo Su also felt his heart tremble. But Xiaobai didn't seem to be afraid. It howled to the sky, full of fighting spirit. Luo Su looked up, and saw a monster mark in the air, looming. Party boss Inuan Dragon King. I didn't expect that the final boss of this round of the game would be the Dragon King. What is the weakness of this dragon? Luo Su thought quickly in his mind. The softest part of a dragon should be its reverse scale. It is said that the reverse scale is a scale growing inversely below its throat. But how can we hit the reverse scale of this boss, when he is flying in the clouds? This level of the game is really a pitfall. All the skills and props of the players are disabled, and this god-level boss is released. This is going to be a rhythm of annihilation. Luo Su secretly complained. She pulled all the 7 players, who had just been rescued, into the group. Now there are 10 players in the group, plus Xiaobai, against one boss. But Luo Su still has no idea. Jiang Hao was even more depressed. Is this game so perverted? The ultimate boss is actually a dragon. How can a player like him who attacks at close range defeat it? Shell, this boss is hanging in the sky. How do you think we can beat it? Jiang Hao wanted to ask Luo Su for his opinion. But at this moment, the Dragon King came to kill him. Roar. A dragon roar came, like a fierce hurricane, making it almost impossible to stand. Xiaobai's hair stood on end, and he was the first to attack with a skill. Boom boom. Lightning and ice storms blasted up. Lightning crackled on the Dragon King, and the dense ice storm attacks caused dense damage to it. Lightning damage, minus 1,000, minus 1,000. Ice storm damage, minus 2,000, minus 2,000. Obviously, the ice storm caused more damage to this Dragon King. The Dragon King felt a pain, immediately flew into the air, passed through the low dark clouds, and disappeared in an instant. Huh? Everyone was surprised. What happened? Driven away so easily, Luo Su stared at the thick clouds, feeling that the Dragon King would not be defeated so easily. Sure enough, a moment later, the clouds surged, and the Silver Abyss Dragon King rushed out from behind the clouds, opened his mouth and spit out a ball of white light, with a sound of breaking through the air, whistling towards him. Luo Su was quick-witted and threw a broken bowl at the ball of light, and saw that the broken bowl was faintly shining with golden light as it flew out. Bang! The broken bowl and the white ball of light collided in midair, making a violent loud noise. Luo Su thought, it's over, the broken bowl must be broken. What a pity for such a rare treasure. Suddenly, with a bang, the broken bowl fell to the ground, rolled several times, and finally stopped at Luo Su's feet. Luo Su reached out and took back the broken bowl. Shocked. The broken bowl was intact, without any cracks, but the temperature became a little hot. Roar. The Silver Abyss Dragon King not far away roared, opened his mouth and attacked with another wave of light balls. But this time the light balls were 10 times smaller than the previous ones, but there were many of them. Luo Su threw the broken bowl, but only blocked one of them. Luo Su instinctively turned around to protect Do Do, but found that Jiang Hao was holding Do Do, taking strange steps and moving far away in an instant. Everyone was also dispersing, and the light ball exploded on the ground. Bang, bang, bang. Several people were injured, and Luo Su was also injured, losing 10,000 blood in an instant. Her high blood volume didn't seem to matter, but Mu Yeli and the others' blood bars suddenly lost 1/3. At this time, the elevator man stood up, stretched out his hand and waved, adding a status to each teammate. Save all living beings. Everyone's health was slowly recovering. Luo Su was shocked. There was actually a player who could add blood? How rare. This person needs to be brought into Hidden Dragon. Jiang Hao, who was not far away, was also shocked for a moment. Damn, a Nanny? This person wants to bring back Crouching Tiger. Both of them overlooked one point. In fact, the original skill of the elevator man could not add blood, but he chose a set of Tathagata Buddha's costume, which came with a skill to save all living beings. At this time, Xiaobai launched a skill to attack fiercely. Boom boom boom. Thunder and ice storm slammed into the Dragon King intensively, but this time, it did not dodge but withstood the damage and launched a big move. I saw its dragon tail sweep violently, and an invisible force slapped down from top to bottom. Ah! Puff! Everyone was knocked to the ground, spitting blood from the corners of their mouths. The 2 or 3 weaker players lost more than half of their health bars. Damage reduced by 15,000 floated above Luo Su's head. Losing blood will not kill people, but it hurts. She glanced at Daodu. Fortunately, Jiang Hao had been holding him and running away quickly, so he was not hurt. At this moment, Jiang Hao felt very aggrieved. If he had known that clothing was a prop with attributes, he would not be so casual.